Chapter 1 Opening Rebirth. I messed with God. If you were to do it all over again, how would you want to live? Soo-Taeon, maybe study hard and try to make myself a good person. Or, be an ordinary person and not be so utilitarian. You don't seem too satisfied with your life. Soo-Taeon, hee. Satisfied? Everyday busy things. Hands always 3 melon 2 dates. Relatives look down on. Classmates look down on. Even parents are full of dislike. Satisfaction, that is absolutely impossible for me to say. There was not even a single person around death. Satisfaction, that's all bull ********. It seems like you hated life before you were born. Soo-Taeon, isn't that bull ********? If I give you a chance, how old do you want to be reborn at? Soo-Taeon, who do you think you are? I only want a long sleep now. Only want long sleep. Ah, someone's dead. Go save them. At this moment in Shilin High School, the students upstairs were scared silly, and the teachers who rushed here were anxious. Who would have thought that Lin Ruwashi on the second floor would accidentally fall from the second floor? And who would have thought that a transfer student who had just transferred to Kirin High School would be directly smashed right in the face? Goo, my old waist. The young girl was pulled up, but none of the male students dared to come forward. They just comforted. Classmate, wait, the ambulance will be here in a while. Who would have thought that this young man directly stood up, then patted the dust on his body, moving his muscles and bones. Comfortable. This old waist. Everyone was astonished. What's the situation with this guy? Being smashed didn't matter at all. That please ask me. How do I get to the senior class? A teacher carefully pointed upstairs. The man headed towards the teaching building. I seem to have just seen this student picking up with his hands. Picking someone up with his hands? Although the Lin Ruwashi in front of her was only about 50 kilograms, but falling from the second floor, that was not picking up a pickup ball. That impact could not be cushioned. And if her arm was wasted in a light case, she would be directly admitted to the ICU in a heavy case. In fact, this is indeed the case. If a normal person would indeed be like this. But he wasn't a normal person. He was a child brought from outer space. As for why he appeared in space, to this day scientists are full of confusion. At first mankind suspected that he was an alien, but it turns out that the DNA in this child's body is no different from that of a human being. You want to say he's human? But how can humans be in space? Who would send a baby to outer space? Soo-Taeon is a mystery. As soon as he arrived at Kirin High School, it caused an argument between the physics teacher and the math teacher at Kirin High School, because this result was just too counterintuitive. It was a bit too counterintuitive. Their chattering and arguing also led to a heated debate among the senior class. How is it possible? That was 100 pounds. Lin Ruwashi was even injured. How come he didn't get hurt at all? Is this guy not a monster? Soo-Taeon made a ghostly face. I'm not just a monster. I also eat people. And my favorite thing to eat is people who like to gossip. Especially girls. The class was silent for a moment. System, student Soo-Taeon, you will have no friends if you scare people like this. Friends? Where did he have friends since he came to this strange place? He thought his life was over, but he woke up in a universe full of stars. Or a standard space orphan, born in space, without a father or mother. As for the reason, it is just that he is disrespectful to the god. To be precise, he is disrespectful to the creator god of this universe. So I gave him a little punishment. As a result, from childhood until now he has been the key research object of the Academy of Sciences. This lackluster god bestowed himself with some super invincible abilities. Fear that he will not take it as an anatomical experiment. As for the system, it was even more bullish, upgrading itself every day. As long as he wanted to, he could play as if the current world was a cultivation world. I don't know which yawningly sent a video to the internet. However, Dr. Ron, who had adopted Soo-Taeon, soon started to dispel the rumor that the reason why Soo-Taeon was able to catch people was his specially designed backpack. This backpack had an extremely powerful cushioning ability. Ron was a well-known international scientist in this world, and thus, their confusion was lifted. Soo-Taeon's brain buzzed, and it just died down? System, isn't that a good thing? Indeed it is. Immediately after that, the system began its own closed-door cultivation journey. Soo-Taeon also officially started his campus life. To Soo-Taeon's great surprise, the young girl he had caught, Lin Ruwashi, was actually a senior classmate. For some reason, the moment she fell, her appearance was etched within him. Even Soo-Taeon did not understand why he saved her. Heartwarming? Probably not. It was more likely that it was a trick of that god. After all, this god hadn't tricked him much over the years, granting himself the ability to see through during the exam. He was the only boy in the exam room. The key was that it was the exam for him to enter high school. When playing cards, granting himself absolute luck. As a result, he won no one to play with him. Opened his perspective eyes to scratch the prize. The jackpot of more than $100 never appeared. gave himself a system that he didn't have to manage and upgrade it every day. As if he didn't tease him a little bit. He was a little bit sorry for himself. At the end of the school day in the evening, a young girl appeared in the classroom. He stopped Su Tian from leaving. "Hello, I'm Lin Ruwashi. I'd like to thank you for stepping in today and letting me suffer a small injury. To thank you for your help. Would it be alright if I become your classmate? I have good grades." Who wouldn't be touched by the watery, pure 18-year-old girl in front of them? The other male students all cast envious eyes. The female classmates gossiped in whispers that these two had drama. Faced with such a good thing, refuse? Wouldn't it be a matter of being stabbed by 1,000 knives? But he was Su Tian. "Sorry, I'm used to being alone. I don't need a deskmate." Su Tian carried his school bag and headed outside. Lin Ruwashi was puzzled. Why did he refuse? The male student was furious. This guy is really insensitive. The female student was speechless. This male student is 80% stupid. 90% is also stupid. Irritated. Wrathful. The age of 18 years old showed on his face like this. And Su Tian was simply unconcerned about everything behind him. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2. I knew it wasn't that simple. What is youth? Su Tian, maybe it's something indefinable. Watching the crowds coming and going, talking and laughing, listening to the yelling of the snack stalls near the school. It wasn't much different from his original world. Su Tian bought a spicy hot pot in front of the stall and ate it. That was why he missed the late bus. At this moment, his system gave him an option to use instantaneous movement. Su Tian looked at the security camera. Forget about it. He just wanted to be a human, not an actual alien. Then walked back. The road was really a bit far. At this moment, Lin Rushi appeared on her pink electric donkey. Student Su Tian, there's no bus at this time of day. There's no bus at 8 o'clock in this county of ours. If you don't mind, why don't you take my car and go back? My home is also in the Xingjia Beiyuan neighborhood. Walk back? That was a long way. The car in front of him was indeed a good choice. Thank you then. Su Tian sat on the back seat. That you can touch my waist. At first, Su Tian thought that he didn't need to refuse, but as the other party started the car, Su Tian couldn't help but touch her waist. This was the first time he had been in such close contact with a girl. It was also the first time a girl was willing to drive him home. Su Tian was curious. How did you know that my home is in the Xingjia Beiyuan neighborhood? My friend told me today. She said that the person who saved me is in the same neighborhood as me. Lin Ruwashi was very curious. Why did you refuse to be at the same table with me? You're so pretty. Being at the same table with me, those gazes in class could stab me to death. Although this reason did make sense, but being rejected, Lin Ruwashi was still a bit upset. You're the first boy to reject me like this. If the reason passes, I won't be angry with you. She then accelerated. Su Tian directly embraced her. Originally, she only wanted to scare Su Tian, but instead, she made him hug her tightly. At this moment, Su Tian's heart began to beat non-stop. The warmth coming from that hand made Su Tian's heavenly aura boil. What was going on with him? System, you're in love. Su Tian felt like this was a joke. In love? Bull asterisk 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 which? But it was just because he had never come into contact with a girl before and was at a loss for words. After a while, they arrived at the neighborhood. The two went their separate ways. On the way out, Su Tian suddenly turned around. Lin Ruwashi, although I don't want to be at the same table with you, I want to be friends with you. Lin Ruwashi smiled faintly. Very sweet and beautiful. System, this kind of beautiful girl we directly stealthy night attack at night can be good? Su Tian, aren't you sending me to the bureau? System, ridiculous. The guy who can trap us in this world hasn't been born yet. Which? Su Tian waved his hand and said goodbye to Lin Ruwashi. Back at home, Dr. Ron then greeted him. This gray-haired old man, don't look at him as unkempt. He was one of the top international doctors. He was Su Tian's adoptive father, and the former head of the Alien Research Center. If he hadn't tried his best to prove that Su Tian was an ordinary person, Su Tian wouldn't have been able to leave that place with all-round 24-hour surveillance. Ron took down Su Tian's school bag. You've scared me to death today. If your identity is exposed and those people suspect that you're not human, even I won't be able to protect you at that time. Pops, I know. Be more cautious next time. Ron suddenly thought of the key issue. The buses here are empty at 8 o'clock. How did you get back? Lin Ruwashi brought me back. The girl I saved today. She's also in our neighborhood, so she just happened to be on her way. Ron nodded. Then like an old fatherly gesture of care, he said, are you hungry? I ate on the way back and brought you some on the way. It wasn't that Su Tian was being conscientious. Rather, it was that Ron's cooking was not even eaten by stray dogs. After finishing washing up, Su Tian returned to his room and laid down. Su Tian looked at his system panel and upgraded again. This system was upgrading every day, but as the host, he was swinging as a salted fish. Just at this time Su Tian suddenly noticed something. Why is there a gift pack here? System, this is God's 18-year-old gift to you. An 18-year-old gift? He would be that kind? System, is it viewable? This shouldn't be some skill that makes him inhuman, right? This gift bag flickered, always so full of temptation. Su Tian thought it was better to order it. What if it was something that could change one's space orphan setting? Su Tian opened it. Peach Blossom 100%. What is this? System, it's what the human world calls girlfriend karma. Is this God that kind? Su Tian always felt that something was wrong. For this reason, he still checked his system panel properly. However, when the 100% Peach Blossom panel opened, number of true destiny girls, 100. Su Tian, I didn't fall in love in my last life. There's no need for this God to favor me like this. 100 true destiny girls. Oh, his long-awaited mediocre senior year life might be gone. System, can I return this gift pack? System, no such option. Is the number of true destiny girls designed wrong? Although Su Tian also wanted to have good luck with women. This quantity of 100. Su Tian thought to himself that this wasn't God sending him gift packs with 2 extra zeros lost. The system's voice rang out. True fate, Lin Ruoxin. Successfully activated. I hope the host has a happy life. Immediately after that, the system was busy upgrading itself. It was probably very late. Su Tian began to drift off to sleep. Kirin High School. Because it was on the way, Su Tian and Lin Ruoxi arrived at the school together. Lin Ruoxi followed Su Tian's side. Why are you walking so fast? At least we've hugged each other before. Why are you so shy? This kind of misunderstanding speech. It directly shocked the students beside him. What's going on today? Lin Ruoxi from the senior class and transfer student Su Tian were together. The two came to school together and entered the classroom together. At first there wasn't much, but with Lin Ruoxi's misleading statement in the morning, it made the senior class mistake his behavior yesterday as lust. Even if Su Tian wanted to deny anything, but yesterday's events could not be disputed. Of course this caused the other students in the class to be upset. Gu Chen was the class president of the class. He was also Lin Ruoxi's crush. He was disgusted with Su Tian, with eyes that could not wait to eat him up. During recess, Su Tian had just finished going to the restroom when he was stared at by Gu Tian. Su Tian, stop right there. Su Tian had thought that today might be the beginning of trouble, but he hadn't expected it to come so quickly. What do you want with me? He walked towards Su Tian with a gloomy face. Kid, I don't care what method you used to get together with Lin Ruoxi. You don't deserve her. Only a good boy like me deserves her. I'm warning you. Leave her. Stay away. Point. There were still 2 minutes before class started, so he quickly returned to the classroom after saying that. Su Tian was quite speechless. If you like it, I have to stay away. On what grounds? Ridiculous. Although Su Tian hated trouble, he wasn't afraid of things since he was in trouble. At this point, Su Tian realized that his expectations of a peaceful senior year life had fallen through. Chapter 3. Come on. Now that's not explaining it again. Su Tian's relaxed appearance was a far cry from the way he had been studying hard in the class. Because of his ability to read at a glance, and his ability to forget everything, it was much easier for him to memorize those knowledge points. For this reason, sometimes he was slightly bored. In order to expand his knowledge, but also in order to color his life, he read extracurricular books. Senior year is a high-pressure environment. This kind of alternative students will always attract the attention of others. This is not the homeroom teacher of the senior class. Song Wonhao had his eyes on Su Tian, probably because he was tired of reading. Su Tian's eyes looked through the window into the distance. It was also this glance. Su Tian's eyes locked with homeroom teacher Song Wonhao's eyes. Normally, it was nervousness, terrified. Right now, he was probably busy hiding his books. However, Su Tian did not. Instead, he rubbed his eyes and yawned to continue reading. Su Tian had gotten used to being free and loose, and had forgotten the original school rules, especially by the performance of Song Wonhao. He is the outstanding teacher of Qilin High School. He is rigid, but also exceptionally strict. His rules were that students were not allowed to fall in love, miss class, leave early, and in general, not to do anything that he didn't think had anything to do with learning. His philosophy was that a strict teacher produces a good student, and a stick produces a filial son. The back door was kicked in, only because the back door was deliberately blocked as an alarm by whoever. Mostly it was the cell phone party that did it. The students in the back row began to make all kinds of small movements at once. Then they read in a serious manner. Song Wonhao didn't bother to clean up the guys who were making small movements. His eyes were fixed on Su Tian. After all, in his eyes, this kid Su Tian was challenging his authority. Most of the people in the back trembled with fear. When Su Tian's book was jerked away, he saw a pair of eyes filled with anger. Su Tian, you come out for a second. Su Tian was called out just like that. Immediately after that, Song Wonhao was sage to Su Tian. Su Tian, you're in your 3rd year of high school. Still have time to read extracurricular books? What's more important? Don't you know? Do you really want to get into an unimpressive university? Then graduate and find an unimpressive job, and subsequently live an ordinary life? Facing Song Won-hao's questioning, Soo Taeon did want to live an ordinary life. This identity of his, and his ability hardly made him ordinary. Looking at Soo Taeon's delay in speaking, write a 1,000-word review. Writing a review for no reason. Soo Taeon naturally chose to refuse. Teacher, why should I write a review? Although you are my homeroom teacher and it's not wrong to be concerned about my studies. I was expanding my knowledge. It's also not like I'm doing things in school that have nothing to do with my studies. When Song Won-hao was a teacher, only students were ever afraid of him. Now it seemed that the student coming from their class was a prick. He was going to give Soo Taeon a good smoothing over of his thinking. Soo Taeon, what do you see here? Even though it's an extracurricular book on astronomy and geography, does it take the college entrance exam? Can it help you improve your grades in the college entrance exam? If it was a liberal arts student, I wouldn't say anything, but you're a science student. You're also 18 years old. Aren't you clear about what's important and what's not? I'm doing this for your own good. Who would ask you if it were any other teacher? Materialistic theory? It does apply. In the face of his teacher's wise teachings, Soo Taeon did not accept it. Teacher, the college entrance exam is indeed important, but it's just a knock on the door. You always teach us to get good grades, gain favor with good universities, and then start a beautiful life. But this kind of thinking is wrong. A good starting point is not a good ending point, and a good path without a good opportunity can go awry. There are no absolutes in this world. Soo Taeon uses contradictory generalizations. Maybe the teacher in front of him used to be able to fool the old him, but now he's a traveler and has lived for another decade or so. Words to refute the argument. He was capable of doing it. Song Won-hao also couldn't help but look up. Your kid is quite good at showing off his tongue. I want to see how tough you can still be when the results of the test scores come out a week later. Teacher, my extracurricular books. Then let's see what you, a debater, can do to make me return it to you. Song Won-hao turned around and left. Those students who were eating were shocked. After all, the one who had called the shots with Song Won-hao, Soo Taeon, was the first person in the entire senior class. Courage is commendable. Worrisome intelligence. Yeah, Teacher Song is at least in existence that has experienced the poisonous beatings of society. And this Soo Taeon is really uneducated to call the shots with his teacher. I'm afraid the only guys who can speak this boring axiom with such confidence are the scum of the earth. As the bell rang, the voices of discussion quieted down. Soo Taeon also returned to his seat. Regarding the teacher's words, Soo Taeon didn't take them seriously and wasn't even interested. While listening to the lesson, he directly turned on the escrow function. This was a bug-level function that came with the system. As for Soo Taeon's original consciousness, he was looking at the comics and novels that were copied from the world he once lived in. That was the depth space of consciousness. After class, Soo Taeon resumed his own insta-consciousness again, which meant scanning the knowledge points in case the onlookers found out the end. In the eyes of others, Soo Taeon was an uptight person. The purpose was to prove something like the teacher. Gu Chen walked over and couldn't help but laugh as he watched Soo Taeon's strenuous appearance. Debater Soo, why are you doing this? If you didn't work hard before, isn't it a bit early to work hard now? Soo Taeon yawned and fell asleep after reading his notes. Facing this kind of guy, Gu Chen was quite annoyed. This brat, too, he didn't take people seriously. To be precise, Soo Taeon really didn't take him seriously, and at this point, Gu Tian was completely finding his own trouble. He glanced at Soo Taeon with slanted eyes. That gaze was almost about to knife Soo Taeon, probably because Soo Taeon's words had messed with Song Won-hao. Song Won-hao had taken extra care of the latter. This made Soo Taeon directly become the object of ostracism. People at least have a companion at dinner. Soo Taeon is alone. Moreover, all Soo Taeon ate was the food he brought with him. Every day, he needs to take some pills to suppress the overly conspicuous packets of superpowers that are nowhere to be found. In the eyes of others, Soo Taeon became an existence with a sick head. Those who originally disliked him even more, because of what happened at noon. For dinner, Soo Taeon played rice and came outside to eat. At this time, there were only a few sports nuts playing ball on the playground, and that seat was very empty. Soo Taeon just ate his dinner and watched the ball game. In other people's eyes, Soo Taeon was lonely and pitiful. In fact, Soo Taeon was happy to be alone. A huge place to eat, free live broadcast. It was at this time, Lin Ruwashi sat beside Soo Taeon. Her meal was very simple. Steamed buns with chile fries. She glanced at Soo Taeon, originally pitying him for being alone, but seeing the meal in Lin Taeon's lunchbox, she was not calm anymore. The braised pork was all lean meat. The sweet and sour pork was a very large portion. Even the porridge is a limited edition of millet porridge that is hard to grab. The school cafeteria is contracted out, and there are 2 windows open with small stoves. She looked at herself again. Who was miserable? Because the school cafeteria eating is divided into time slots. The first and second year of high school eat first, and the third year of high school eat last. Although you can eat out, but the time is limited. In addition to the evening study hall, most students will choose to eat on campus. Su Tian was still able to grab this meal because of his panel's unusually high luck value. Looking at Lin Ruwashi's straight eyes, Su Tian handed her the spoon. It's unused. Lin Ruwashi obediently also took his kanji over. Su Tian was just about to say that he had drunk it when a basketball flew towards them at this very moment. Su Tian quickly caught the ball and then threw it, playing the ball without composure. So far into the ball frame. A stocky woman wiped her sweat and looked at Su Tian. Does this kid have good hands? The shielded Lin Ruwashi then reacted to the fact that Su Tian had shielded her once again. For some reason, she blushed shyly. Anxious, she carried the lunchbox and left. The more Su Tian shouted at her, the faster she walked away. When she reacted, she folded back, giving the lunchbox to Su Tian's hands. And this scene happened to be seen by the male students in the class, or the classmates who liked to gossip saw it. Got it, this is not going to be explained again. Chapter 4, I don't seem to have any friends again. At the age of 18, you're always curious about what's going on around you, and that's certainly not without gossip. The most marvelous thing is what we gossiped about, and now we've forgotten about it. For young people of this age, Su Tian expressed his understanding, but he is afraid that this rumor is getting more and more evil. Not afraid to gossip about your handsome, afraid to gossip about your black material flying all over the place. This is not. Lin Ruwashi bring rice to Su Tian thing, into the gossip news. This is simply not the case. Lin Ruwashi also do not know how to explain. The more explained the more chaotic. His relationship with Lin Ruwashi is completely unclear. Class President Guchun was full of malice towards Su Tian. Lin Ruwashi, it's the one he's been pining for. It's the one he's secretly in love with. He thinks that he is the only man worthy of Lin Ruwashi. In his eyes, Su Tian is nothing but an insolent man who bumped into his teacher. Just because he saved Lin Ruwashi, he carries the favor and makes Lin Ruwashi his girlfriend. Despicable. Shameless. Su Tian could feel the gusts of ghastly wind in the classroom. They were itching to eat him up. The boys were jealous. The girls speculated 100 times. The newsmaker of the senior class. He really didn't want to be. But in the end, he did. System, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill exam 100%. Su Tian smiled bitterly. Can you system stop brushing? System, the host can dish. This host can't. System, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill absolute exam god. This system. In brushing down, it is estimated that now he goes to the master's exam is also able to get in. If it is pure theory. Su Tian's giggle. It filled the boys in the back row with jealousy. How did Lin Ruwashi see him? Yes. Could it be because of the hero saving the beauty? That scene they wouldn't dare to imagine. After all, this heroic rescue of beauty was in exchange for a life. While jealous, they shook their heads helplessly. We can't play. Su Tian noticed the different gazes around him, and he acted to directly converge a little. Then he read an extracurricular book. To be precise, it was a high school extracurricular book. People were busy with their homework, but he had a relaxed face. As for homework, he had written it early. Most of the science assignments in high school required a lot of calculations. Even the old Su Tian would take a long time. But Su Tian's brain system had long since helped him brush his brain's operating speed into a mystery. He quickly solved these difficult topics. No one cared about his speed in doing the questions, so he started to busy himself after he was done in the back. The students in the front were discussing furiously. It was obvious that today's math homework was a bit difficult. So difficult that these good students had to ask each other for advice. As for the back, all of them were thinking about how to copy or how to swing it. 80 mortals crossing the sea, each showing their own skills. This could not be more appropriate for their bodies. Such a noisy sound attracted the dissatisfaction of Song Wenhao, the math teacher who was also the homeroom teacher. A class of messy scum. What does it look like? With the back door open, those gods plagiarized homework all fell into the net. The guys who gave up playing the game were also caught. Immediately after that, they were called out, thinking that there should be nothing for him to do. Su Tian continued to look at the book in his hand. Even so, Su Tian was still called out. It seemed like the Song Wenhao had him directly in his sights. Song Wenhao lectured them one by one. Walking up to Su Tian, "You kid, did you finish your homework? Reading extracurricular books again. Teacher, this is high school reading material. Enriching the language extracurricular knowledge." Song Wenhao sneered. Language? Could it be that Su Debate's family is going to rely on a single subject score in language to ride it to the top? It's a pity that the total score of the high school entrance exam is 750 points instead of 150 points. Language anyway. We are all very different. Beat others in what is the subject and what is it. Aren't you clear? Have you finished your math homework yet? Song Wonhao thought that Su Tian would stammer and not be able to answer at all. However, who would have thought that Su Tian nodded slightly? Done. This kid lied, right? The questions that came out today were the deformed questions of the college entrance exam supersession questions of that year. He's just fooling me. Song Wonhao directly ordered Su Tian. You bring your homework over. Su Tian returned to the classroom and brought over his workbook. Song Wonhao didn't expect Su Tian to actually bring it. Song Wonhao then took a look at it. It didn't occur to him that the kid in front of him had made it. He was a bit impressed with Su Tian. However, he was a bit skeptical. Did you make it yourself? Although being skeptical was a bit unpleasant inside, but Su Tian still nodded slightly. After all, it wasn't a good thing for this prick to be too prickly. Su Tian, go inside. After Song Wonhao let Su Tian leave, he continued to criticize and lecture to the remaining people, probably because the incident just now had slapped him in the face. Song Wonhao reprimanded even harder than before. It had to be said that they were too unlucky. After they came back, they cast deep hostility towards Su Tian. After the teacher complimented Su Tian and used Su Tian's problem-solving steps as a sample explanation, Gu Chen was even more upset with Su Tian. Who was this guy? Who was he to be able to do it? When he heard that Su Tian and Lin Ruwashi's problem-solving steps were the same, he decided that this Su Tian must have copied from Lin Ruwashi. It must be. After Song Wonhao finished his explanation, he also left his seat. Originally, he didn't want this either, but now that Lin Ruwashi and Su Tian were getting closer and closer, he had to correct Lin Ruwashi. He absolutely could not watch his beloved go astray. Song Wonhao turned around when he heard the voice behind him. At first glance, it was good student Gu Chen. Student Gu, is there anything you don't understand from the explanation just now? Teacher, the explanation was very clear. There is one thing I want to still tell teacher. Looking at Gu Chen's serious look, Song Wonhao knew that this matter was not simple. What is it? Su Tian and Lin Ruwashi are in love. Hearing this, Song Wonhao, who had originally been slightly favorably disposed towards Su Tian, had his face clouded up in an instant. He said coldly, alright, I know about this matter. You go and call Lin Ruwashi here. As for Su Tian, the next time the results of the exam test come out, he will talk to him again. Then Gu Chen entered the class with a smile on his face. After stepping inside, he instantly changed his face, very serious. He walked over to Lin Ruwashi. Teacher is looking for you. Lin Ruwashi was startled violently. The smart one quickly knew what was going on. Gu Chen, did you say something to the teacher? Ruwashi, what are you talking about? I'm doing this all for your own good. If Gu Chen's parents weren't friends with their parents, they would have flipped out long ago. Lin Ruwashi came to Song Wonhao's office. Most of the teachers were off duty for the evening study hall, and only the teacher on duty was responsible for making rounds. Today was Song Wonhao's shift, so in the office, apart from those who were out on patrol, Song Wonhao was the only one left. Song Wonhao looked at Lin Ruwashi and didn't accuse her in a stern voice. Instead, he showed the opposite gesture from before and asked her to sit down with a kind face. Looking at Lin Ruwashi's nervous appearance, Song Wonhao handed over a cup of hot water. Don't be nervous, we're just talking. I heard that you're in love? Facing this question from Song Wonhao, Lin Ruwashi was directly nervous. In her heart, she had a good feeling for Su Tian, but she couldn't afford the consequences of such a thing. Nope, no. Song Wonhao was an old teacher after all. He wasn't that easy to fool, and he wasn't that anxious either. Instead, he asked curiously, since there isn't, why did someone say that you and Su Tian are in love? This shouldn't be some empty rumor. Teacher, Su Tian and I are just friends. The two of us are in a neighborhood, so, we walk a little close. Song Wonhao looked at Lin Ruwashi's frightened look. He knew it wasn't that simple. Lin Ruwashi, you're 18, right? Aha, it's an adult. Teacher knows that you have thoughts that belong to yourself, and at your age teacher also wants to experience a sweet love. However, it's senior year now and all our focus should be on our studies. What you're thinking about now is not another person, but how to improve your own grades. Lin Ruwashi knew what her teacher meant and she said firmly, Teacher, I'm not in love. It's good if you don't. You're a good and obedient student, and teacher knows that you'll handle your affairs well. Lin Ruwashi nodded slightly. Go back to your self-study. Aha! Song Wonhao watched Lin Ruwashi leave and let out a long sigh. Kids nowadays, can't they tell what's light and what's heavy? Lin Ruwashi was a good solution. It was Su Tian who really gave him a headache. Evening, Su Tian walked to Lin Ruwashi. My dad is coming to pick me up today. Go back together on the way? Lin Ruwashi happily wanted to say yes, but she soon refused helplessly. You go first. I have to wait for a while. Su Tian couldn't figure out what was going on, but that Gu Chen looked at him and let out a smug smile. I'll wait for you then. Hearing this, Lin Ruwashi warmed up, but she knew it couldn't go on like this. That tonight my mom is coming to pick me up. It'll be like this from now on. You're going back alone. Gu Chen looked at Su Tian. Are you really stupid or fake? People don't want to go back with you. Can't you understand human language? I understand human words. I don't understand your words. Gu Chen was smoldering with dislike. You kid is only as good as your mouth. Since the beam was formed, Su Tian wasn't afraid to be offended. Same to each other. Chapter 5. The first one is really not what I wanted. Really, Gu Chen and Su Tian. You look at me with displeasure, and I look at you with resentment. Although this was the age of blood and vigor, neither of the two dared to make a move easily. Gu Chen was afraid of the school rules. Su Tian was afraid of losing control of his intensity. The two ended up talking and making a lot of noise. In the eyes of the onlookers, this is a jealous Shura. In Su Tian's opinion, this is more trouble for no reason. Su Tian walked out of the school door. Just saw the Ron who ate spicy hot pot. He said that he couldn't stand the unhealthy food outside, but his own mouth was honest. Su Tian looked at Dr. Ron. I say Dr. Ron, are you here to pick up someone? Or are you finding an excuse to reasonably come here to find something to eat? Dr. Ron said with a smile. Both. It was obvious that this doctor loved kebabs more. Su Tian was curious about the doctor's transportation. A proper nanny car. Su Tian getting into the car was a trip. Old man, it looks like you've made a lot of money recently. Conducting experiments was the main business, and the side business on weekdays was inventing. He laughed. That's for sure. Who is your father? Me. The painting turned. It's also thanks to you that my patent for the safety school bag sold big. Su Tian laughed. 50-50. 9-1. I 3 you 7. I 8 you 2. Su Tian himself was just fooling around. This old man was going to split his 2. Why wouldn't he be happy about it? That money bought the car. The rest can't be freed up. Ode. I say old man, why are you so petty? Hey, you kid. I'm your father. Don't call me old man old man. Suddenly the sky rained heavily, clattering. This rain came down very sharply. This weird sky. It rains when it says it rains. Ron was about to speed up and leave. Su Tian called out to stop him. Ron didn't understand, but did as he was told. Although he wasn't a father and son, sometimes Ron was still quite spoiled for his good oldest son. The rain was clattering down. It was just as Su Tian had guessed. Lin Ruo she lied with him. Looking at her in the rain, he hurriedly asked her to stop and get in the car. The rain was too heavy. Lin Ruoshi looked at her books and had no choice but to abandon her electric car. She got into the car with some helplessness in her eyes. Ron got out of the car. Girl, I'm going to load your car in the trunk. She then let go of the car. Lin Ruoshi yawned and Su Tian took off his coat and put it on her. Thanks. It's okay. Lin Ruoshi glanced at the busy Ron. He is? My dad. A foreigner. A hybrid. Half native bloodline. The other half foreigner. By the way, 1,000 foreigners don't say foreigner to him. Lin Ruoshi looked puzzled. Because he'll get angry and say, you're the foreigner. This is his homeland. Lin Darrell snorted with laughter. Ron loaded the electric car, taking a look at the good oldest son who was coaxing his female classmates to be happy. He couldn't help but feel that Su Tian had also reached the age to fall in love. Getting into the car, he started driving. Ron shook his body while playing a song. It was just like the foreigners in the movie. Su Tian was not surprised and instead shook his body as well. Lin Ruoshi felt it was very funny. The car drove to Lin Ruoshi's downstairs and saw a pair of parents arguing. Lin Ruoshi opened the car door and hurriedly called out Mom and Dad. Only then did the couple regain their composure. Lin Ruoshi's mother hurriedly thanked Su Tian's adoptive father. Sour gram oil. Standard Chinese speech. Ron, on the contrary, returned in a serious manner. You're welcome. At this point, Lin Ruoshi's mother realized that this Ron could speak their language. Probably afraid that her daughter would catch a cold, she took her daughter and rushed upstairs after she finished speaking. Ron and Lin Ruoshi's dad unloaded the electric car. Ron and Su Tian then returned home. Ron looked at his love-struck son and laughed. You kid, I thought I wouldn't get emotional. Doctor, we're just friends. Friends? Really just friends? Ron naturally didn't believe it. He just revealed an old fatherly smile of general relief. This point of Su Tian was still a bit unbearable. Explain? That would be a cover-up. No explanation? Misunderstood again. Su Tian returned home and lay on his own bed. Looking at his panel, he was really surprised by the system's efforts. It seemed like there were exams recently. It seems like there are indeed. Then, let's tighten up a bit. The passing rate of each subject was controlled at around 80%. Not too high and not too low grades. The least noticeable, with the rain outside the window, falling tighter and tighter. Su Tian also gradually closed his eyes. The exams of the senior year were relatively intensive, especially Qilin Middle School. They finished their 3-year curriculum in the first and second year of high school, and their senior year was purely prepared for the college entrance exam. Lecture, practice, exam, lecture and practice again, week after week. Exams, as always, each subject is strictly controlled by the teacher. And although the exams are taken in their own seats, getting caught cheating is also a very harsh thing to do. This time, everyone was looking forward to the rest day after the exams, but it was sadly cancelled. Saturday and Sunday were all-day study days. For most people in the class, this was very bad. Su Tian, on the contrary, was quite restful. Gu Chen couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the leisurely Su Tian. "You're so idle. You still have time to read idle books even now." "Gu Chen, this is extracurricular reading for me. Expanding my language knowledge." Gu Chen sneered. "Expanding your knowledge? What's the point of expanding as much as you can? The language is still partial even if you're good at it. It's not like the college entrance exam is only about the language. And even if you take the test, this reading material of yours can help you score a few points. I think you just think today's math homework is hard and don't want to turn it in." Su Tian pulled out the math workbook from the side. "Class President Gu, I'm very sorry. I may have let you down. I'm done with this homework." Gu Chen thought that this guy must have written it blindly, but after taking a closer look, he was dumbfounded. This guy had actually done it. Gu Chen thought about how it must be by chance. Chance? Wasn't Su Tian just making a few questions? What was there to make a fuss about? Gu Chen's condescending face looked at Su Tian with a scornful expression. Yet Su Tian didn't care about him at all. "After all, it's none of my business if you're condescending." Su Tian looked at the extracurricular book in his hand. He then took a sip of water. This little life was incomparably happy. The leisurely and contented appearance made many of his classmates unable to look at him. After all, what could this guy be capable of being this bright and leisurely? Let's see how long he can be complacent. When the results come out, he'll have something to cry about. Time passed quietly like this. However, when the report card appeared, everyone expected to have a good grade. The top students were concerned about what their ranking would be. Who would have thought that the number one name would become Su Tian's? Su Tian? Number one? You've got to be kidding me. Su Tian was thinking the same thing. He had enough control over his caliber. He should be around the middle of the pack, probably on the upper side. How did he get mixed up into first place? What Su Tian didn't know was that Kirin High School's educational philosophy hoped to cultivate outstanding students who were not proud of their victories or discouraged by their defeats. They deliberately advanced the exams and deliberately chose harder papers in order to give the students a blow, thus motivating them to work harder. This decision of theirs was a blow to the senior class, but it stood Su Tian out. Su Tian was embarrassed to no end. The students in the class debated that the report card was fake. Su Tian had used high technology to cheat. A few students made a special trip to the teacher to check. But who did he copy for a first? His old man was an international scientist, but he loved his feathers. So how could he possibly help his son cheat? Although Song Wenhao didn't want to believe it was true either. But it was true. At this moment, even he had to come down to help the student of his not cheating and return Su Tian books in public. Debater Su. It was teacher who looked away. Teacher Song, who had been practicing for many years, was convinced? How was that possible? Su Tian understood that this was now a complete target. The system was as high and mighty as a grandpa, and it was none of his business. System, it's none of my business. You made the test paper. You messed up the score control probability. It has nothing to do with me. After this day, Su Tian completely made a name for himself in the senior class. The devil, Mr. Song, was no match for the prick. Su Tian, he didn't want to be a prick. He didn't want to mess with Mr. Song either, but the consequence was this result. Su Tian, number one. Yeah, this guy was really deep. Gu Chen's face was going green. He said that people were not good enough for Lin Ruoshi, but now he was like a clown instead. He didn't see anyone else looking good. Mighty did see a lot. He was very annoyed and furious. His fierce eyes could not wait to meet Su Tian. After class, he walked to the back. This time, he didn't come over to collect his homework, but came over to challenge him. Su Tian, you're really powerful, taking first place in your first exam after transferring to another school. I, Gu Chen, am quite impressed. I want to bet with you. I wonder if you dare to respond. Su Tian crunched on his fries, holding a drink in his right hand. Then he let out a hum. Are you talking to me? Gu Chen's head buzzed. This kid dared to not listen to a single word he said. I want to give you a bet that I'm going to be number one in the next exam. Su Tian clapped. He also gave a thumbs up. Vigor. Gu Chen was a little bit not going to be able to do this by Su Tian. Su Tian, I want to compete with you. Su Tian suddenly realized. Gu Chen, if you feel that I stole your first place and you lose face, I won't be number one next time. He's not going to be number one? He actually didn't become number one? Gu Chen was so angry that he was about to explode. I'm going to compete with you? Su Tian ate his chips. Not interested. Gu Chen's eyes widened. What was this guy's situation? You're not chickening out, are you? Su Tian looked at the Gu Chen in front of him and asked in great confusion. Why would I want to compete with you? Why? Are you not clear? I'm not clear. Gu Chen was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly thought of the rules of the class. If he admitted that he had a crush on Lin Ruoshi, wouldn't he be losing the teacher's trust? What would the teacher think about the last snitching incident? He glanced at Su Tian. What a sinister guy. At this moment the class bell rang. Gu Chen laughed. Leaving also gave Su Tian a thumbs up. This guy was 80% returning his applause. Su Tian never wanted to be number one. What's wrong with being number one in the class? It is not a college entrance examination. Besides, he is not an art student or a sports student, and he does not make reference to the weekday examination. The path of direct enrollment didn't cross his mind. All he wanted was to spend a peaceful high school life. Chapter 6. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? After school in the evening, the old man forgot all about picking him up because he was busy with his research. Su Tian had no choice but to walk on the road by himself, treating it as exercise anyway. Just as Su Tian was jogging and preparing to go home, Su Tian heard a voice. It was Lin Ruoshi's voice. Su Tian, let's us go home together. It was on the way anyway, and there weren't many students around. He agreed. As Su Tian drove the car, Lin Ruoshi tugged on Su Tian's clothes. She was very curious. Su Tian, have your grades always been that good? Grades? How would he know? Before he became an adult, he was in the lab. He gave an awkward smile. Nah, this time the grades might just be a coincidence. Lin Ruoshi didn't know why, but she really had the urge to kick the man in front of her. Coincidence? Taking a first place by coincidence? Why don't I believe it that much? Under the nightlight, the two people went back like this. Suddenly a couple passed by them. The two of them blushed in unison, because their current appearance was not like friends, but rather like a young couple. Back in the neighborhood, Su Tian got out of the car early. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian's quick departure. She really didn't expect him to be shy as well. System, I'm not going to secretly tell you that I adjusted his hormones to 1000%. Back at home, Dr. Ron saw Su Tian and slapped his forehead. Forgot. I should have picked you up today. Su Tian looked at Ron and laughed, then made a request to buy an electric car. This is simple. Just ask Dad to build you a unique electric car. Su Tian hurriedly shook his head. He didn't want to become the first student from Qilin High School, who hadn't started school for half a month, to be taken away by the traffic police. Forget it, I'll buy you a normal electric car. Su Tian nodded with great satisfaction. Ron touched his head and said with a great headache, where exactly is my smokeless barbecue electric stove horse? No pollution, environmentally friendly, the quality is awesome. Su Tian looked at the stove in front of him is indeed good, but this counterfeiting is not complimentary. I say old man, this cost is $10,000, who dares to produce to go, environmentally friendly, non-polluting, quality bar, but here in a small county where the monthly salary per capita is less than 3,000, who would buy this thing to use? Ron stroked his chin. So it's the construction cost. I accidentally overlooked it. Ron then entered the room where he was doing research with a wave of his head. This old dad, he was really crazy to the core. Su Tian didn't know why, but he was actually a little tickled at the thought of looking at other couples on his way back. This was what was going on. While showering, Su Tian clicked on his panel. The good guy hormones were directly cranked up by 100th of 1,000. What is this situation? System, in order for the host to better take in 100 true fates, this system studied how to become the best boyfriend, a woman's mind, the psychology of love and a series of other treasures overnight. The purpose is to help you, the host, fall in love better. Su Tian. System, what are you cranking up my hormones for? System, isn't this to better help you fall in love? System, don't thank me, I can still help with this small favor. Su Tian. Other side, Lin Ruoshi returned home and went back to her room very happily. After putting her books away, she went and took a shower. Afterwards blow-drying her hair, she started her overtime study time. Lin Ruoshi's mother, Lai Ziying, walked over to Lin Ruoshi's room with a cup of hot milk. Thanks mom, Lai Ziying nodded. Looking at her daughter she always felt something was wrong. Although it was good for her daughter to become happy, the news of Gu Chen's mom saying that her daughter was in love made her feel unsettled inside. It was now senior year of high school. It was a critical time for her daughter to enter college. She was afraid that her daughter would slip up a little. She hesitated. Daughter, are you in love with a boy in your class? The old mother's words directly scared Lin Ruoshi so much that her milk directly spewed out. Li Ziying hurriedly wiped her own daughter's lips. With a reproachful face, she said, why did you drink it in such a hurry? You choked on it. Then Li Ziying continued to ask in a serious manner. Ruoshi, tell mom, are you in love? Don't worry, this is a conversation between me and you. Your father won't know and I won't blame you. Knowing a mother is like a daughter. Lin Ruoshi knew that her old mother was just trying to trap her. How could she possibly go and say, Mom, I'm not in a relationship. Really? Li Ziying didn't expect her daughter to not fall for the trap. She tried again and asked, Why did Guchen's mom say that you're close to the male students in your class? Guchen's mom isn't one to lie. Although Lin Ruoshi inwardly admitted that she had a crush on Su Tian, the two were not boyfriend and girlfriend. Mom, Su Tian and I are just ordinary friends. I know my goal. I'm going to get into Hua Chung. Looking at her daughter with such firm eyes, Li Ziying chose to believe it. If it was a friend, getting slightly closer was nothing. The other party was Su Tian again. The child's father was good, and Su Tian wouldn't come close to anything. Perhaps the other party's sense of proportion was held a little off due to living abroad. Ruoshi, you're already an adult. It's not that mom doesn't want you to fall in love, but you're in a critical period now. Looking at the cup her daughter handed over, Li Ziying knew that her behavior had disturbed her child from studying properly. She then slowly exited her own daughter's room. Then she let out a long breath of relief. At this time, Li Ziying's husband, Lin Hui, cats to a spot, carefully approaching his wife's side. Our daughter isn't in love, is she? Li Ziying said without good humor. Didn't you hear everything? It's just a classmate. Really? Your daughters aren't as easy for you to trick into being your wife as I am. It's fine for you men to hook up with other people's daughters, but not when it's your own daughter's turn. Usually you don't care about your daughters, but now when you hear that your daughters are about to be abducted, you're quite concerned. Lin Hui smiled. Wife, last time I was really busy with work and forgot to pick up my daughter. I definitely won't next time. Li Ziying landed an elbow strike directly on Lin Hui's stomach. There's a next time? Hurry up and wash up and go to bed. Lin Hui nodded slightly, after it calmed down outside. Lin Ruoshi, because of her heavy heart, then simply closed her books before lying directly on her bed. Although everyone was persuading her, but this seed of liking someone would take root and sprout once it was planted. At this time, her heart had never been so complicated. It always felt like there was a worm inside her burrowing and eating her tender heart that had just stepped into the web of love. What was wrong with her? Right now, her mind should be focused on getting into Huaqing University. She shouldn't care about anything else. Since this day, Lin Ruoshi had collected her heart. The enthusiastic Lin Ruoshi also changed on this day. The next day, Su Tian greeted his only friend and was directly ignored? Su Tian was in a state of confusion? What was this today? Gu Chen appeared out of nowhere. Su Tian, surprised. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you and Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi is going to take the Huaqing exam, and unlike you, you just came to our Kirin High School to mingle. I admit it. Gu Chen just wanted to continue saying something. Then Su Tian left with a big grin on his face. For Su Tian, this was not a good thing. System, my relationship with Lin Ruoshi is now? System, I know what you're thinking, but she's still your true love. System, ding. True Destiny Girl Xia Yuexin has been successfully activated. Su Tian, what the hell? Gu Chen turned around and looked at the woman who came barreling in and hurriedly dodged to the side. Watching her head towards Su Tian, a villainous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The impact was enough to make Su Tian hurt properly for once. Quickly dodge away. My skates are out of control. Skates with wheels, because Xia Yuexin got up late. The bus on that road of the morning bus didn't catch up, and directly put on the skates that were supposed to be returned to her classmates today, and skated on the road to come to school. In the sprint to the school, the skates have a problem. This will break cannot. Seeing that Su Tian was about to be knocked down, just at this time Su Tian turned around to see Xia Yuexin coming towards him at high speed, as now Su Tian's superpowers were all under control. Manifesting it would be another trouble. System, help, tell her to stop and not to use her superpower. System, okay, temporarily taking over the host's body authority. Su Tian tripped Xia Yuexin. Then under the perfect operation of the system, Su Tian pulled up Xia Yuexin who was about to pounce on the ground, and rotated for 2 weeks to perfectly make her stop. System, perfect. Su Tian, I told you to avoid disaster. I didn't tell you to play fancy. Gu Chen was confused. This is okay? Xia Yuexin looked to Su Tian to say thank you, and as the bell rang, morning reading was about to begin. If you didn't arrive at the classroom within these 5 minutes you could be penalized. Su Tian bid farewell to Xia Yuexin. What's your name? Su Tian pretended not to hear. System, why is this guy of yours so out of touch? Forget it, she's already linked to you anyway. You can't get away. What do you mean? System, this system is going to be upgraded, so you can slowly realize it yourself. Hey, you're still in a temper. You're still in a temper. After all, it was the system that relieved the situation. So Su Tian turned a blind eye. Su Tian didn't enter the class for long. The people who were checking morning attendance came. The girl beside the leader was none other than Xia Yuexin. Her gaze looked at Su Tian for a long time and left a mysterious smile. The boys in the back boiled over. Goddess Xia is looking at me. My beautiful goddess Xia has finally noticed me. The heavens have mercy. Su Tian, why do I have a bad premonition? Chapter 7. I'm really not what you think I am. Because of the wind outside this morning, Soo-Tian breakfast in the school cafeteria to eat up. He a person a table. The unique weirdo is also Soo-Tian. Although there is not much friends, but he also very much enjoy this eating environment. Originally, Soo-Tian thought that today's early morning would be quite calm. However, he was wrong. At this time a woman with a hot figure and wearing a sports tights walked over with her own lunchbox. Soo-Tian, hello, my name is Xia Yuexin. Thank you very much for your help this morning. It's alright, I was just preventing me from being bumped into. Hearing this, Xia Yuexin smiled faintly. Then she looked at Soo-Tian. Are you interested in joining our basketball team? Basketball? I don't know how. Although Soo-Tian spoke sincerely, but Xia Yuexin didn't believe it for a bit. Basketball? You don't know? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Before, you were the one who made it to the rim from a long distance. Xia Yuexin understands that the other party's mind is all in the culture class. It was normal to refuse. Soo-Tian student, you joined the basketball team. You can follow us to fight for the glory of Kirin High School. Don't you want to? What a great addition to your life resume. Compete for Kirin High School? He didn't have that kind of heart. Honor? He wasn't someone who valued it that much. He laughed. Xia student, you really know how to joke. I really don't know how to play basketball. Sorry, I have something to do first. Soo-Tian left the restaurant and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. How was she so sure that he would play basketball? As the system pulled up the day's footage, he realized what was going on. That day at the playground for dinner, in order to prevent Lin Ruoshi from being hit by a basketball, he showed off his maneuvers. And on that playground, Xia Yuexin was there. System, is it bad to join the basketball team? Soo-Tian, it's not a good thing to be too out there. System, it doesn't matter. This grandpa will get you through. Soo-Tian didn't think that way. This is my life. I know how to live. System. Then went to upgrade again to go. Returning to the class, the strange gazes made Soo-Tian feel bad, especially those miscellaneous gossiping voices. How did my goddess Xia Yuexin get to know Soo-Tian? What kind of luck does this guy have? Lin Ruoshi was also surprised. Didn't Soo-Tian have no friends? Gu Chen, who knew everything, was furious. What kind of peach blossom luck was this Soo-Tian? Successfully avoiding danger in meeting someone so beautiful. On what grounds? His distaste for Soo-Tian was 3 times thicker than before. Soo-Tian, you wait for me. Soo-Tian looked at the manga. Surprisingly he couldn't laugh. At this moment he felt unexpectedly cold. He couldn't help but he tightened the zipper of his clothes. Why is the weather so cold today? Soo-Tian also couldn't help but sneeze up. The strange sensations around him made Soo-Tian realize that this day and day of suffering hostility and jealousy was just the beginning. There were people who looked at Soo-Tian with displeasure. Naturally, they wanted to see Soo-Tian make a fool of himself. Some of the behaviors are despicable, but as teenagers, we're just releasing our emotions to our heart's content. The morning study session. Soo-Tian received a rare invitation from the homeroom teacher to have tea with him. The bad smile at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. It made Soo-Tian profoundly realize the trouble he had invited. I say, classmate Gu, is it fun for you to snitch and plant evidence on your classmates over nothing? Gu Chen had a gentlemanly look on his face. Kid, you less planted evidence. Your own behavior caused others to be upset, and being stabbed over there, can only say you deserve it. Being lawless after taking a first place test. I'll see how arrogant you'll be next. Gu Chen then left with a cold snort. Soo-Tian, this guy. Inside the office, Song Wenhao was waiting for him early. Soo-Tian was nonchalant and sat down. Mr. Song, what are you looking for me for? Song Wenhao poured Soo-Tian a cup of hot water. You don't know? What do I know? Teacher, the matter of falling in love. Soo-Tian looked at this teacher Song who was as steady as an old dog and laughed. Falling in love? Teacher, I don't even have a friend. How can I fall in love? It's hard not to talk to the air. Looking at such a steady Soo-Tian, Song Wenhao knew that this student was not that easy to pin down. Soo-Tian, what's going on between you and Xia Yuexin? We're just having breakfast together. Is there a problem? Teacher, Song Wenhao didn't expect Soo-Tian to be quite direct. He laughed. Since you don't have any friends, why would she, Xia Yuexin, have breakfast with you? Soo-Tian then told the story of how he helped Xia Yuexin in the morning. Song Wenhao nodded slightly. At this moment, he actually felt a little guilty. Had he not wronged the classmate in front of him in this manner? The guilt within him coupled with the presumptuous statement he had just made him directly let Soo-Tian put it back. Waiting for Soo-Tian to leave, Song Wenhao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why hadn't this kid defended himself from the start? Could it be that everything he did was under the student's control? That was something impossible. Soo-Tian was just an ordinary student. Soo-Tian walked out of the office and returned to his class. A relaxed and natural appearance made Gu Chen's face look rather ugly. This guy was surprisingly fine. He was surprisingly fine. How was this possible? The students in the back of the class looked at Soo-Tian's relaxed look as he looked at the comic. They were more in admiration. most of the bad students, the pricks, either came back grimy or were suspended. However, this Su Tian, who was like a normal person, was definitely the only one. This was the only case. Brother Tian, bull, they gave their thumbs up one after another. Regarding their compliments, Su Tian didn't care in the slightest. He continued to look at the comics. The comics in this world were boring, and so were the novels in this world. Why didn't he himself fill this world with some color? Both of these professions could be insta-worked behind the scenes. Su Tian smiled slightly. This way he could be an ordinary person and also have a considerable amount of wealth. Zan, Su Tian's silly smile. It made the class think that Su Tian was an existence that couldn't help but be praised. Song Wenhao made his rounds as usual. He rubbed his eyes. This Su Tian was writing furiously? Surprisingly, he didn't read novels and other extracurricular books today. Did the sun hit the west? He looked at the sky. The sun was the same as usual. He smacked his face again. Not dreaming. Senior year? I'm afraid this kid figured out what he wanted. Maybe after his own talk. It had worked, and he knew his priorities in life. In fact, Su Tian was in the process of reproducing the novels of his original world. Because smartphones were not allowed in class, Su Tian had to write with a pen in order not to violate the school rules. Regarding Su Tian's serious look, Gu Chen also sensed it. What's the situation with this kid? Thinking about the approaching math exam, he knew that this guy was concerned about it. Gu Chen sneered. Want to beat me in my intended subject? Think twice. What can you do even if you're number one? In the areas I specialize in, you're definitely no match for me. In Gu Chen's imaginary world, Su Tian had clearly become his enemy. Chapter 8, Teacher. Your wishful thinking is wrong. Youth, when we are very confused, some things we always think they can hide. We can fool a lot of people, but the only thing we cannot fool themselves. Lin Ruoshi was also very happy about Su Tian's appearance of using his energy. Su Tian, finally, you know that it's senior year now. Su Tian knew. Su Tian had always known. Even if no one else told him, he still knew. It was just because Su Tian's heart was now set on a new way to make money. They didn't understand. It was just that they didn't even understand. Evening, Lin Ruoshi didn't strike up a conversation with Su Tian, but when Su Tian walked out of that lively area of the school, Lin Ruoshi's car still pulled up in front of Su Tian. Lin Ruoshi apologized towards Su Tian and explained why. Only then did Su Tian realize what Gu Chen had caused. Su Tian was curious. Gu Chen, and you know each other? Both of our parents are friends, so we've known each other since childhood. Immediately after, Lin Ruoshi asked curiously, what's the deal with your new girlfriend? She didn't hide herself, so Su Tian said it straight. She laughed. So it was gossip. It was originally gossip. Su Tian asked curiously, do you think it's true? Who cares about your business? Lin Ruoshi sat in the backseat of the car. Her face was slightly flushed, and those red, pink cheeks were more and more beautiful and attractive under the moonlight. Those cherry lips were bright and full of temptation. You take me. Even without the system's mischief, Su Tian's heart was moved. Su Tian got into the car, taking Lin Ruoshi back to the neighborhood with him. In order to avoid being seen by others, Su Tian got out of the car early before entering the neighborhood. Su Tian returned home. Dr. Ron was surprised. Su Tian, didn't you come back on a bicycle? Riding a bike? Came back? Su Tian had a question mark on his face. Ron pointed at the new car and said, the new car I bought for you is at home. Su Tian didn't need to think about it to know that this doctor had been so busy that he had forgotten the time, and he waited until the doctor completely reacted to what was going on. At this moment, the doctor was so embarrassed that he laughed out loud. Su Tian was not surprised by this. Looking at the doctor's stomach-rubbing appearance, he looked at the newly arrived car. Su Tian personally went and ordered dumplings for the doctor. Although Dr. Ron was the best in the human world when it came to inventions and research, but when it came to small things like life, he had no one to take care of him, basically starving every other day. Before, the research organization had assistants. Now he also only has his adopted son. Su Tian was more skillful at making dumplings and quickly placed them. Chopsticks he is not used to using. Su Tian prepared a spoon for him. Looking at Ron's worried look, it was 80% that he had encountered a problem. When the dumplings were placed in front of him, who cares what kind of problem he had? It all went to one side of the sub. He was really hungry. Dr. Ron even gave a thumbs up. It's still my son who cooks well. Alright, take your time to eat. I'm going to my room to study. Ron was stunned. He slapped himself. Ouch. It wasn't a dream. Studying? Practically prancing the novel onto the computer. Although it could be hooked up to a proxy, it was still his body that was being used. In this way Su Tian rarely fell asleep until late at night. High school life was compact and still uninteresting. Even so, Su Tian had adapted to it. It was just that he was quite a bit more relaxed than the other students, hanging out if he didn't feel like it. On this day in gym class, most of the students sneaked back into their classes to work on their problems, with only a small portion staying in the playground. Su Tian didn't leave when he looked at the great sunny day. At this moment Su Tian was attracted. A female physical education teacher appeared in the playground with more than a dozen girls. This also included Xia Yuexin. Girls who practiced sports developed faster and better, and their body proportions were nothing to write home about. Although Xia Yuexin was not at the school flower level, but with her charm that was nowhere to be found, it was no big deal to charm a large number of boys. Most of the students who were originally in the senior class and the other two who were having gym class without shadows suddenly appeared one by one. There were also other boys who were in study hall. Su Tian had thought that Gu Chen was an alternative, but who would have thought that Gu Chen wasn't? He appeared as well. Sure enough, no one could escape from this hormone that was nowhere to be found. Su Tian had arrived early, so he was in a perfect location. It was hard for him to get out at this time. Anyway, this was a lesson in youth. What was the point of leaving when you could see it from such a close distance? As their long-distance run began, the playground cheered for a while. Today is indeed special. The Education Bureau seems to have a meeting with all the teachers. Today there are not many teachers except those who have not been regularized. These teachers themselves are just entering the school. The majesty is not enough. Cannot control. Simply let the students indulge for a while. Release the pressure. Xia Yuexin's running speed was fast. She was way ahead at the beginning. The distance between second place and first place grew bigger and bigger. Those who watch the show are never too big for their britches. With Xia Yuexin around, this Ling Chu will never come out on top in the Qilin High School girls' 800-meter run. Ling Chu has always had a keen ear. She suddenly accelerated. Immediately after that, the first and second places somehow collided, and the two of them fell to the ground. Xia Yuexin was about to cry as she hugged her legs. Ling Chu was also holding her legs. Everyone thought that it was an accident. Su Tian knew that it was done by the second place on purpose. Although he saw it, he couldn't say anything because neither the human eye nor the nearby surveillance could prove that it wasn't an accident. Even more so, he couldn't use his superpower. That way he was drawing fire, with them being taken away by the ambulance. Today's test for physical education students was also cancelled. In the afternoon, Su Tian heard from his classmates that Ling Chu's leg was broken. So did Xia Yuexin. They couldn't help but feel sorry for her. This is great. No need to take the test for sports college. Isn't this a good thing? It's not allowed that we can still take the same school as them. Don't tease. What kind of people are that Ling Chu's parents? Even if she can't make it in the college entrance exam, they can still go abroad. Xia Yuexin is miserable. I heard that apart from sports, her performance and culture is a mess. She'll only be able to go to a third-base college after graduation. Maybe not even a third-grade school. Su Tian felt that this was too unfair. But this world was like this. Fairness was just something on paper. Did actual fairness exist? Whether it was the world that Su Tian was in before, or the current world, some things remained the same. Accidents would always happen, but this world would always forget. As time passed, it came to the day of the math test. After the test, they could go home. Every student had a reckoning inside. The happy and smiling faces all changed when they faced Mr. Song Wenhao's face. What kind of pervert is this? Even though I know every word and every character on this test paper, it's so hard. The first question hit everyone, and Su Tian looked at the question with a slight smile. This was the legendary trap question. If you're going to spend a large amount of time on it, it will compress your time. The best choice was to appropriately choose to give up and rationalize your steps in doing the question. Mr. Song's ruse is entirely about frustrating the students and then using the breaks to delve into the math. No wonder he is an excellent teacher. But Mr. Song's calculations were sort of wrong. It was fine to hit others, but not him, Su Tian. Su Tian directly finished the test paper while others were scratching their heads and ears. Then he handed the test paper in. Song Wenhao looked at Su Tian and was a bit angry. Wanting to be a prick again? But looking at that test paper being full, he wasn't that angry. Student Su Tian, aren't you going to check? There's nothing to check. Teacher, can I go now? This brat, Song Wenhao said coldly. I hope you won't feel like punching your face in class on Monday. Teacher, I have thick skin. In the face of this student, Song Wenhao was helpless to the point where he directly waved his hand and let him leave. The main fight was an out of sight, out of mind. Su Tian left. Gu Chen's heart was in turmoil. This kid, just this much doesn't care about the exam. Soon he calmed down. He just need to do well in the exam. When the time comes, there is Su Tian to see. In front of the supermarket, Ron, who couldn't cook, marketed his products. But where would he Ron market? He couldn't even cook. He could even make roasted meat look bad. Su Tian's appearance showed him the savior. My little ancestor, you're finally here. If he hadn't sent a message to his electronic watch, he wouldn't have known that Ron was selling his product. Ron's idea was good, to have his invention adopted by the market, but this kind of product with no popularity that no one uses is all for nothing. Su Tian grilled need to do the publicity. Ron does the explaining. This pair of father and son is particularly conspicuous in front of the supermarket, waiting for Lin Ruoshi to find Su Tian. She originally for Su Tian's arrogant exam attitude, want to speak as a friend to teach a lesson, but now instead of teaching Su Tian a lesson, her favorability towards him skyrocketed. So it's to help one's father. Lin Ruoshi's friend beside her couldn't help but be attracted by the smell. Daryl, we're relying on you for our roast today. Chapter 9, why do I feel like I'm getting myself in trouble? Lin Ruoshi was pulled over by her classmate. Classmate Su Tian, can classmate Ruoshi and I try your handiwork? Su Tian directly brought them 3 large portions of uncut, fried steak. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian and said in embarrassment, I've caused you trouble. It's okay. Su Tian then began to bury his head in his work again. This was how most of Su Tian's short-term vacation life passed. What Su Tian did not know was that the free barbecue beef promotion that he and his own father had launched had caused Xia Yuexin's mother's business to be dismal. Xia Yuexin's mother had always sold kebabs in this neighborhood. Business was originally bad. Although her own daughter's medical bills were mostly paid for by the Ling family, just the money for the medicines had left their family strapped for cash. Xia Yuexin saw someone stealing their family's business. It was very irritating. Although now on crutches, she was not a wimp at all. What to say, also want to find that engage in free barbecue guy theory to go. Xia Yuexin was a violent temper. Her mother had stopped her, but she still held a grudge. At night, Ron loaded the car with his stuff and Su Tian went to drive his electric car. Su Tian's keys had just been taken out when he was attacked. However, he reacted quickly and after dodging it, his blazing fist struck. Once he saw that it was an acquaintance, he hurriedly braked. Xia Yuexin, Su Tian. Su Tian looked at the woman in front of him with surprise. Ms. Xia, where did I provoke you? Sneak attacking me like this? Don't you know that our family sells kebabs in this area? You've taken all of our family's business. Just at this time Xia Yuexin's stomach rumbled. Su Tian looked at Xia Yuexin in front of him. You wouldn't have been ambushed here without dinner? Not to mention dinner. Lunch has been messed up by your family and I'm not in the mood to eat. Su Tian looked at her. Wait for me. Not long after, Su Tian walked over with 2 buckets of instant noodles. Su Tian found a place and the two sat down. Probably because she was too hungry. Xia Yuexin focused on eating the noodles. After finishing the noodles, she looked at Su Tian with a pleading gaze. I know that my request is outrageous. Can you not hold a free event tomorrow? Su Tian looked at Xia Yuexin wanting to refuse. But what was with those tears? Rejection. It seemed like there was really no way to refuse. And his own heart inexplicably hurt. System, what's going on with you? System, the true fate is tugging at the host's heart. And it's set in stone if you don't help. System, God said that if you reject the true destiny's destiny with you, then you will die. What? System, you will die of a burst heart. The other person will also be alone for the rest of their life. Su Tian, who have you seen falling in love with 100 girls? System, that's your business. Nothing to do with this system. Su Tian, you. Su Tian looked at the tear-stained face and couldn't stand it. But Ron's invention is not publicized. Then it's not ruined. An idea suddenly flashed through Su Tian's mind. Xia Yuexin, we'll cover the barbecue at your house and hire your mother for a few days by the way. I'll make a call. Su Tian told Ron about the matter. Ron did need to hire someone considering that Su Tian had to go to school. He agreed to it. Then Su Tian told Xia Yuexin the news and learned that her mother's cart of kebabs had been contracted and that the doctor was willing to let her mother help out for 200 yuan a day. She was overjoyed. Su Tian, thank you. Su Tian looked at her on crutches, so he called out to her. Xia Yuexin, I'll take you back. Xia Yuexin thought about the long distance. It would take her a long time to walk like this. She was worried that if she went back late, her mother would be anxious. Xia Yuexin also nodded her head and agreed. Su Tian drove the electric car and sent Xia Yuexin back home. The neighborhood where Xia Yuexin was located was an old and broken neighborhood. She and her own mother were renting here, because it was an old and shabby neighborhood. The monthly rent was generally between 300 and 500. Su Tian, can you, the location where my home is located? Su Tian nodded slightly. I know what to say and what not to say. Thanks. Xia Yuexin then took advantage of Su Tian's inattentiveness and kissed Su Tian's cheek. She then left quickly on her crutches. Su Tian touched his cheek. He then couldn't help but smile. System, outwardly resisting, inwardly accepting quite happily. You system, let's just know. There's no need to say it. The next day, Ron and Xia Yuexin's mother were introduced to each other by Su Tian and Xia Yuexin. Xia Yuexin's mother, Niu Mu Ning, after all, had been doing stall barbecue for more than 10 years, and quickly got the hang of it. Su Tian and Ron went to introduce the products. Niu Mu Ning and Xia Yuexin were busy barbecuing, and so it was a busy day. Ron paid them $400. Doctor, this is too much money. $400 for the two of you. Not much. Su Tian looked at the rest of the materials used. Doctor, with the rest I feel like we can have a small barbecue. Are sales good today? Ron himself liked to be lively, plus his own son had been busy for 2 days. How could he not treat him? Good. He then called Lin Ruwashi's parents and invited them over for a barbecue. Su Tian, why do I feel like I'm getting myself into trouble? Chapter 10, Seo Daijin. Ron was hilarious. Su Tian's side was in trouble. Lin Ruwashi had originally come here in high spirits, followed by a pair of eyes that wanted to knife him. Su Tian looked at those eyes and didn't dare to look at him, fearing that he would be eaten. Xia Yuexin was familiar with herself and directly introduced herself. Classmate. Hello, my name is Xia Yuexin, Su Tian's friend. Lin Ruwashi was surprised as she sized up the person in front of her. Classmate Su Tian's friend? How come I haven't heard of it? Now you haven't heard of it? I'm also a friend of classmate Su Tian. My name is Lin Ruwashi. You can call me classmate Lin. The two appeared to be calm, but they were clearly competing. To roast a meat, Su Tian also had to use his left and right hands. Afraid of slacking off, the left side wanted cumin, and the right side wanted spicy. Anyway, it was just impossible for the flavors to be the same. Classmate Xia, I'm Su Tian's first friend. How can you say that you're considered the second? There's no need to drive Su Tian like this. Classmate Lin, you're his friend. I'm also his friend. Who's driving who? Su Tian thought about time hurrying to pass. It would be fine by tomorrow. Right, it would be fine by tomorrow. The long night passed slowly in the midst of the merriment. Turning to the next day, Su Tian's ears buzzed. Well, at least it was all in the past. Su Tian came to school as usual. At this time, most of the students in the school had the Monday syndrome. That one in the back row had a sad face, very much not looking forward to the start of school. Not to say they were. The former Su Tian was the same. He was looking forward to Sundays when he was in school, and he was looking forward to rest days after graduation. Perhaps fun was human nature and no one could easily escape it. Su Tian continued to busy himself. There were still some things to be busy with himself. Such a strange Su Tian made the students in the back row give a thumbs up. Looks like a school bully is coming out behind us. If he was a school bully, he wouldn't even be in our class. Every student in the experimental science class can crush him. He was just lucky to get a first last time. Hey, have you heard? Gu-chan got a perfect score again. 150 points in math. What an existence that was. A demon No, more than a demon. Some of the female classmates were filled with envy. Worthy of being my crush Gu classmate. This Gu-chen looks like he'll soon take back his #1 throne. Who let him, Gu-chen, be someone else's kid all along? When he was the one who was looked at by the first class of the science experiment, Gu-chen was also filled with pride about his perfect score. A perfect score on the test paper. It was more than enough to beat Su Tian. Gu-chen revealed a smug smile. Su Tian Su Tian, today, I'll let you know what it means to be outside the sky and outside the people. Looking down on me is your biggest mistake. Gu-chen had always had persecution paranoia, and always felt that Su Tian was looking down on him by not answering the battle. As for Su Tian himself, he didn't care at all about who scored full marks on the exam. For him getting a perfect score was your business. What does it have to do with me? Time passed and soon came the math class. Song Wonhao's face was gloomy and most of the students shuddered. Song Wonhao looked at the students who came in pressing the class bell and fumed. All of you tested into this bearish state, and you still have the heart to play? You guys have big hearts? Over 90% of the students in the entire class did poorly on the exams. I don't even know what to say about you guys. Song Wonhao sighed. You guys are still taking college exams in this condition. I'd say you're all struggling to learn a tractor. Song Wonhao then turned his words around. But I still have to praise student Gu-chen for doing well on the paper. Full marks. Hearing the teacher's praise, Gu-chen smiled with satisfaction. But then Song Wonhao looked at Su Tian, and although reluctantly, he also offered praise. And student Su Tian. There were no more words of praise afterward. The fact that there were 2 perfect scores was spread long before class. Although Gu-chen was the nail in the coffin, but no one knew who the other one was. The good students in the front were suspicious of each other. Who would have thought that it had smashed into Su Tian's body? Su Tian? Surprisingly, it was Su Tian. This made them unable to accept it inside. Especially Gu-chen. How was this possible? How could Su Tian be a perfect score? How could he be? Although it was a tie in terms of scores, everyone knew that Su Tian had turned in his paper more than an hour early. More than an hour. It was clear who won and who lost a long time ago. He was annoyed. However, Su Tian acted as if he was a nobody, and when the students behind him reminded him that he had gotten a perfect score, Su Tian just perfunctorily replied, "Really?" Speaking as if it was none of his business. Su Tian, you got a perfect score on the test. Aha! With such a perfunctory attitude, he was directly recognized by his classmates in the back row as Great God Su. Since then, the back row has had a face. Who says that the back row are all scum? In front of you, there is God Gu. Behind us there is God Su. And even better, originally this is just a joke, but Gu Chen took it for real, and his hostility towards Su Tian became even more intense, snatching away his own sweetheart even if it's not enough. Now he also wants to snatch away his math first throne. Su Tian, you wait for me. I'll crush you sooner or later. Chapter 11, Me, the Gotcha Villain. Inside the office, a man walked in. This person was Vice Principal Ling Xinghui. Teacher Song. Song Wenhao looked up surprisingly. It was the vice principal. Principal, sure. What's the matter? I want to place 2 students in your class. Thinking of Su Tian. Song Wenhao hurriedly shook his head. Principal, sure. Don't play with me. The last Su Tian gave me enough of a headache. These 2 are both students from this school. Know their roots, please. Looking at the vice principal's sincere eyes, he knew that if he refused, according to Vice Principal Ling Xinghui's careful character, he would inevitably give him small shoes later. He agreed, then looked at the 2 students' profiles. One was Ling Chu, the other was Xia Yuexin. These 2 turned out to be both sports students. Ling Chu had nothing to say. Her original grades were good, and she was also the niece of the vice principal. Xia Yuexin's background is poor. This recruiting her in, not let his class undergraduate rate low? He thought about only having one. Principal, sure. I can take Ling Chu, but this Xia Yuexin is even. I can't let me digest the students in their art class alone. Mr. Song, you're an excellent teacher at our Qilin High School. You can educate any problematic child into a good one if you hand them over to you. If I don't hand it over to you, who will I hand it over to? Teacher Song, don't worry. As long as these 2 students are taken in by Teacher Song, I, sure Mo, will guarantee that these 2 students will pass the undergraduate entrance exam and be calculated within the teacher's performance. However, it won't count. Who was the person in front of him? Principal, sure. His words were guaranteed. What's more, the conditions were cost-effective. Song Wenhao agreed. Looking at the duo's recent cultural examination, one total score is almost 400, and one is more than 200. Although the cultural course scores were good, but they had spent most of their time preparing for the art exam and were much rustier. At this time his heart thought of a one with one idea. This was the fastest and most convenient. In Song Wenhao's office, many good students came, none of whom agreed. No one wanted to delay. Ling Chu's parents had chosen someone early. That was Gu Chen to take their daughter. It was just that this Xia Yuexin had no one willing to take her. Even though Lin Ruoxi was good at talking, Lin Ruoxi's parents didn't necessarily agree, and he had heard about Lin Ruoxi's mother's temper. Thinking about it, he thought about not setting up someone to bring her. Ling Chu had good students to bring. Xia Yuexin didn't. He, Song Wenhao, would inevitably be talked about. He personally instructed, and he didn't have that experience. Suddenly he thought of that prick. Why did I forget about him? Lin Tian. He was the oddest existence in the senior class. He was also the student in the senior class who made him the most helpless. The seat next to him happened to be empty. At this moment, he was a little worried that this Su Tian wasn't getting his act together. But Xia Yuexin's grades were like this. What else could he, Su Tian, influence into? It's just you, Su Tian. Su Tian, who was in the middle of writing something, suddenly stopped his pen and felt a cool breeze on his back again. He always felt that something bad was about to happen. Not long after, Su Tian was called to the office. Song Wenhao treated Su Tian very politely. Su Tian realized that there was something going on here. As expected, Mr. Song spoke out about the one-on-one teaching program. However, it was for the sports students who had transferred in the class. Su Tian refused without even thinking about it. Things like bringing in people, he wouldn't do it and couldn't possibly do it. The naturally anti-bone Su Tian. Such a categorical refusal made Song Wenhao unable to think of anything else for a moment. As long as you're willing to tutor Xia Yuexin, I won't even ask what you do during study hall. Upon hearing about Xia Yuexin, Su Tian hurriedly shook his head. Saying anything, he refused. Song Wenhao looked at Su Tian answering so firmly. He was confused. You kid won't even agree to this. What are you up to? Simply use his teacher's privilege directly, whether you want to or not. Xia Yuexin is now your deskmate. If you don't agree, I'll force it. As a student, Su Tian could refuse a band of one, but he couldn't refuse whoever became his deskmate. Looking at the teacher with such a tough attitude, Su Tian simply agreed, but the original conditions were retained. You brat! Although Song Wenhao was a bit angry, looking at the other party who was still very young, he didn't care. Then in the senior class study session, Ling Chu and Xia Yuexin, one was arranged to be Gu Chen's desk, while the other was arranged to be Su Tian's desk. Xia Yuexin was outstanding because of her looks. Each of the students behind her scowled, and some even held mirrors to cut their hair. However, Xia Yuexin didn't pay any attention. She came and sat down next to Su Tian's seat. classmate Su Tian. I'll be your deskmate from today onwards. Su Tian nodded slightly. The performance was bland. Gu Chen was annoyed to no end. Why was this Su Tian's deskmate so pretty? Looking at the tablemate beside him, he didn't just have to serve her carefully, but he also had to do his best to help her improve her grades. He let out a long sigh. Song Wonhao looked at Su Tian and Gu Chen. You too, help your tablemates well. It takes a while for them to get used to their cultural classes. Su Tian didn't respond. Gu Chen nodded instead. Song Wonhao looked at Su Tian, even annoyed. You brat, instead give some response? Su Tian's new deskmate poked Su Tian, who then nodded. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. You have a problem with Mr. Song? Our great god Su took on a beam with teacher Song a long time ago. Beauty, add my cell phone. Let's talk in detail. Su Tian threw an icy look over. The man turned around to play with himself in a sensible manner. This Su Tian, treating his own tablemate as a personal item. Of course he only dared to whisper it. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian and asked curiously, did you really offend the homeroom teacher? Seems like it. That little Mr. Su, what should I do next to improve my grades? I can't help you with this, but I can help you with anything you don't understand or don't know. Learning this kind of thing is useless to rely on anyone but yourself. Xia Yuexin laughed. Right now she could only rely on herself as well. Her family wasn't as good as Ling Chu's and she didn't know anyone who was a good learner. Glancing at Su Tian, she was curious. Su Tian, where are you ranked last in your class? Bottom? What's the number one? Su Tian? The students in the back laughed. Great God, Su was said by the goddess to be on the same level as us. I've already said that we're just one strength away from Su Tian. Xia Yuexin was confused. What's wrong with them? Laughing so hard. The female student who was leaning against the window explained. Although great god Su Tian is the one behind us, his grades are one of the best. There's no place for him in the bottom. He's the one who's at the top of the senior class right now. Su Tian is at the top of the class? The person beside her doing something that had nothing to do with studying was the top of the senior class? She seriously doubted that she had heard wrong. Su Tian, are you really number one? Su Tian laughed. So what if I'm number one? It's not the college entrance exam. Su Tian's indifferent to fame and fortune took advantage of the fact that Gu Chen was very utilitarian. Passed to the front. The good students couldn't help but loathe Su Tian. More than that, they were jealous. This Su Tian, why did he appear in the senior class? Ling Chu was very strange. Su Tian's name made the faces around her become very complicated. She asked curiously, who is Su Tian? Gu Chen said without a trace of humor, a small man who got his way. But it was such a villain that so many students around Gu Chen were willing to become. Chapter 12, is it the ability to trap people? Su Tian had a tablemate, and the agent's matter was directly handed over to Xia Yuexin. As for Su Tian himself, he started writing something. What is this thing? Although Xia Yuexin is not clear, but she knows that it has absolutely nothing to do with learning. Letting himself study well. He himself was lazy. Whether he was helping her or she was helping him, she herself was a bit confused. This Su Tian was a strange person. Originally, she had only heard about it from her senior classmates, but now it looked like Su Tian was a solid weirdo. She felt like she was finished. However, to his surprise, Su Tian looked at his notes and just scanned them slightly, then quickly organized the main points of knowledge for her. Xia Yuexin was dumbfounded. Was there this kind of speed? Was this guy still human? Looking at Su Tian's appearance, what was the difference between him and an ordinary person? After lunch, Xia Yuexin was curious. You don't listen to class. How can you still do so well? Su Tian laughed. Born. Xia Yuexin naturally didn't believe it. She wanted to find shortcuts. Su Tian instead favored not telling her, because Su Tian knew that there was nothing wrong with her thinking this way, but she couldn't learn his shortcuts. Those were all bug skills that the system had messed up. Su Tian, please help me. I really want to improve my grades. Really? Really? The system then helped Su Tian switch teaching modes. This gave Su Tian the idea of a teacher teaching in the direction to guide Xia Yuexin. Rapid improvement that was unlikely. Everything had to be accumulated. They were no exception. Xia Yuexin was a good learner, so Su Tian was also tirelessly tutoring her. A week later, originally Song Wonhao was worried about Su Tian and Xia Yuexin. Now they didn't have any problems. Instead, it was the other two people he was optimistic about that had problems. Ling Chu wasn't willing to let Gu Chen take them anymore. She thought that Gu Chen's tutoring was simply no match for Su Tian's. Gu Chen was obsessed with just letting her practice problems. Gu Chen was better at leading than Su Tian? Song Wonhao was not convinced. He went and asked the teachers of all the subjects, and the responses were that Xia Yuexin was doing well, and Ling Chu had a big problem with her homework exercises. Su Tian, he was underestimating. Gu Chen, he was sure he was overestimating. Song Wonhao called Gu Chen out. He wanted Gu Chen to have a good exchange with Su Tian. Gu Chen was very dismissive of this. Talk to Su Tian? Are you kidding me? That was something impossible. However, due to his teacher's feelings, he nodded slightly. He didn't apologize, but wanted to see how Su Tian did it. For him, having a model was not a very difficult thing. Soon he mastered it. Although he had to admit that Su Tian did have a knack for it, he was really not happy about it. Obviously everything was excellent, but he appeared to be inferior to Su Tian in every way. The current Su Tian's favorability multiplied on his teacher's side. I wonder how about Su Tian spreading some gossip. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth rose slightly at this moment. Most of the gym class was outside. Ling Chu and Xia Yuexin were left in the class because of their leg injuries. At this time suddenly a girl appeared. Xia Yuexin, classmate Su Tian is looking for you. Xia Yuexin was confused. He's looking for me? Even though she was a bit confused, she still walked out. After Xia Yuexin left, a boy walked in. Ling Chu, you don't know who the person who went out just now was, and you didn't see it. Ling Chu looked at Gu Chen confused. What are you up to? Just helping our class get rid of 2 troubles. Although Ling Chu didn't know what this man was up to, but with her directness, she understood that it was definitely not anything good. Gu Chen, what makes you think I will help you? Who do you think is willing to help you and tutor you in this class? No one but me. Ling Chu laughed. That's not necessarily true. Su Tian is not a bad choice. If that's the case, why am I the one who's at the same table with you and not Su Tian? We're on the same boat. Not to mention you don't want Xia Yuexin to appear in the senior class. Ling Chu had thought that she had hidden herself well, but she hadn't expected that she had still been found out. Since she was uncovered, Ling Chu simply stopped hiding. That's right, I am very much annoyed with that guy. Anyway, we're on the same boat. I'll pretend I didn't see what happened today. Gu Chen smiled faintly. That's fine. Next I want you to do me a favor and go with me to the vice principal and say that there are people in love in the PE equipment room. They're locked up by us. It's useless for me to say it alone, but with the addition of his own niece, it'll have a different effect. Ling Chu originally thought that Gu Chen was the type of very perfect gentleman, but now it seems that he is just a villain in the skin of a gentleman. On the other side, Su Tian was shouted to the sports equipment room by his classmates. He saw Xia Yuexin, and before he could ask, Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian in confusion. Su Tian, what are you looking for me for? Su Tian was confused at this moment. I'm looking for you. No, not you looking for me? Suddenly Su Tian heard the sound of a locked door. Su Tian realized something was wrong. Oops, fooled. A moment of carelessness. Xia Yuexin didn't know what was going on, but Su Tian did know that things were bad. But fortunately, he had the system. In his skill bar, the lock-picking master skill he directly unlocked. Within a minute the door lock opened. After the duo went out, Su Tian even locked the door. He then took Xia Yuexin and hid to the side. Not long after, the vice principal brought 2 teachers and 2 students to open the door. Their voices were not loud, but Su Tian heard them clearly. Vice principal, Su Tian and her tablemate are inside. If we hadn't caught the secluded them, we really don't know what kind of out-of-the-ordinary things they did in this sports equipment room. Uncle, you can control them properly. Xia Yuexin angrily wanted to go over, but was pulled back by Su Tian. Without evidence everything is in vain. We just know it's them. Be careful in the future. At this time in the equipment room, the duo searched for them. They and the teacher turned the sports equipment room upside down finding nothing. Ling Xinghui looked at his niece about to explode with anger. Are you guys kidding me? Where are the people? Ling Chu looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen also had a questioning look on his face, not having the slightest idea where the people had gone. Ling Xinghui angrily roared. Is it fun to play tricks on me? Immediately afterward, he left angrily. Ling Chu looked at Gu Chen. Didn't you say they were here? Gu Chen couldn't explain. He couldn't explain it either. He angrily went to look for his little brother, but he happened to be blocked by Su Tian. Gu Chen, squad leader Gu, you're playing this planting game quite well. You said that if I'm caught, I think I'll be expelled now. Su Tian, what are you saying? I don't understand. Su Tian sneered. Big class president Gu is really good at pretending. You can't pass the exam, so you use such a lowly way. You really don't have any face at all. First you want you can take it. I don't care anyway. What are you calling it now? Is it hard for you to think that you can never win? Gu Chen remained firm. I don't know what you're talking about. How did you do it and not dare to admit it? You are truly a villain. Gu Chen was furious. You, what? Am I wrong? Gu Chen was dumbfounded. He angrily led his little brother away. He suddenly turned around as he walked. Su Tian, I'll get the first place back sooner or later. By my strength. The ability to trap people? Gu Chen's entire face twisted to the point of deformation when he heard these words, and he let out a cold snort before leaving in large strides. Chapter 13 Evidence. Now there is. Xia Yuexin was quite angry when she saw Ling Chu entering the class. Ling Chu, why did you harm me? Before I felt that it was an accident, but today's events make me feel that it wasn't. All of this was intentional on your part. Why? Facing the questioning, Ling Chu directly admitted it. That run was not an accident. It was me who caused you to be unable to take the physical education university. As for why, I can only say that I hate you, because you guy is too dazzling, making me from joining the sports students. I can only live under your shadow all the time. Xia Yuexin picked up the cane in her hand and was about to smash it towards Ling Chu's head when she was caught by Su Tian, who rushed over. Xia Yuexin, don't fall for it. Don't stop me. Xia Yuexin, if you keep fighting like this, you can't afford the consequences. Ling Chu laughed coldly. This boyfriend of yours is right. You can't afford it. If I get injured, do you think our family can easily forget about it? In terms of compensation, do you think your mother can afford it? Now, what can you do to me? Ling Chu was incomparably arrogant. That dejected look, looking at it made people angry. At this time, Su Tian slapped Ling Chu's face. Su Tian, how dare you hit me? Immediately followed by another slap from Su Tian. Do you know who I am? I know who you are, and I know even more what the recording function in my watch just recorded. Ling Chu looked at Su Tian's watch and wanted to go grab it, but Su Tian's raised hand kept her honest. Back to the seat, Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this Ling Chu was good at fooling around, or else he didn't know how to end up today. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. Just now. Thank you. You really, just now. The word Su Tian wrote on the paper shocked her. At this moment, she admired Su Tian's acting skills even more. Just now. Even she thought that Su Tian had really recorded it. Ling Chu glanced at Su Tian. The hatred in her eyes could not be hidden. After all, she had been slapped with 2 big slaps, and she had been a pampered master since she was a child. She definitely wouldn't let it go easily. What's more, she definitely wouldn't allow her image to be lost like this. The evidence in Su Tian's hands she had to destroy. At night, Su Tian went back with Lin Ruoshi and suddenly felt a coldness behind him. Su Tian knows that the other party is not good. Su Tian used the excuse of leaving something behind to let Lin Ruoshi leave first. After Lin Ruoshi left, Su Tian walked to the section of road without surveillance. Immediately afterward, a van copied the car directly. Several motorcycles behind it then blocked Su Tian's back road. Several fancy youths surrounded Su Tian. The man in the lead chewing gum and stroking his hair thought he was very handsome. Looking at Su Tian tugged in and said, "You're Su Tian?" Su Tian let out a hum. "Who are you guys?" The leading man sneered. "I'm your father." They then rushed up. Su Tian, system, help, system, you can solve this little matter by yourself. I'll help you unlock a few common point permissions. Fighting master skill unlocked. Vajra unbreakable skill unlocked. Iron head skill unlocked. System, feel free to juggle these skills. This system is busy brushing things. Su Tian looked at the person in front of him with a slight smile. The moment of crushing begins. The sounds of agonizing screams rose and fell. Even if they took out their knives, Su Tian wasn't afraid. Instead he got more and more brave. Before long they were beaten to the point of crying. My ribs are breaking. My hand. My feet. As the air around them quieted down, Su Tian stomped on the man who had just started to be arrogant. What are you, my what? Grandpa. I was wrong. We're just getting paid to do it too. Who is it? Zhao Xing'an from your school. He's my little brother. He was willing to pay, so I helped. If we had known that your old man was this powerful, we wouldn't have come. Su Tian sneered. Any proof? The man just wanted to say no. As a result, Su Tian viciously stepped on his arm. The pain caused the man with the non-yellow and blue hair color to shed tears in pain. No, there is. There is. The man's little brother then respectfully handed it over. Su Tian smiled faintly. Go away. Don't let me see you guys next time. Those people left in a grayish state. Immediately after that, Su Tian got into his car and went home. As for this Zhao Xing'an, tomorrow he would be a while. The next morning, Su Tian appeared at school as usual. This time he deliberately passed through the front door. Gu Chen behaved very smoothly. Ling Chu was nervous, although she acted very ordinary, but Su Tian has a lot of superbug skills added. Ling Chu's subtle changes were still captured by Su Tian. It turned out to be her. Originally, he didn't have anything practical to hold this woman, but now he did. In order not to scare the snakes, Su Tian pretended to be like nothing. Noon. A man practicing basketball on the playground was angry. I'm not doing my job well, so don't look for me, and tell me to stay away. If it wasn't for the fact that you're the niece of the vice principal and you're a member of Ling's family, I would have slapped you. His ball didn't go in. Instead it bounced right back out. Right at this moment, a boy caught his basketball and then dunked it in front of him. The kid in front of him was not as tall as him, but the bouncing power was not something he could match. Who are you? Su Tian laughed. Letting someone find me in trouble and not knowing who I am? He was surprised. Su Tian, you really don't have a problem at all? not only am I not in the least bit of trouble, I've also gotten a thing. Su Tian then played the recording of their communication. Zhao Xingyan was horrified. Student Zhao, it's better for you to be honest. It's not good if you piss me off and this thing appears on the internet or on the teacher's desk. Zhao Xingyan was horrified. He knew how threatening this thing was to him. Once this thing circulated, his ideal sports university was completely out of reach for him, and all his years of hard work would be for nothing. He was anxious. Fellow student Su Tian, I'm honest. But soon he quickly struck out, only to be kicked to the ground by Su Tian. Zhao Xingyan knew that Su Tian was not simple, so he just waved his hand and quit daring. Mr. Zhao, who told you to screw me? Zhao Xingyan hesitated. Su Tian sneered. If you favor him, I wouldn't mind putting this all on the internet today. Don't. I'll say it. It was Ling Chu. She made me do it. It was her. I told you those guys wouldn't come after me for no reason. That recorder. Su Tian smiled faintly. Destroying it? That's impossible. Getting into my net and still wanting to get out? That's impossible. He stood up. Su Tian, what the hell do you want? I want proof of your communication. Zhao Xingyan had no choice but to take it out. Su Tian looked satisfied. The evidence he needed. He now had it. Recording pen. Su Tian sneered. Here you go. He sighed in relief as he held the recorder, and suddenly realized that there was no memory card. Where's the card? I'll keep it first. Su Tian smiled faintly. There's no way I'm going to give you what you want, so you should be clear about what you should and shouldn't do during this time. Unless you don't want to get into college. Zhao Xingyan had an angry face, but there was nothing he could do. What on earth did that woman make me mess with? Pitted me to death. Chapter 14. Be a little more restrained this time. Many silhouettes appeared in the dappled, shadowed light, and the world of nursery rhymes was shattered, and we realized that the world wasn't fair. Xia Yuexin wanted an argument and she couldn't get it, and now she has to be targeted at every turn. She was aggrieved, and Su Tian could see what was on her mind. It was no wonder. After all, in Xia Yuexin's once world, as long as she worked hard, as long as she was diligent, she could get what she wanted. But now the dream was shattered. Reality was that cruel. Reality was that unpleasant. Knowing clearly that that person had caused her to have nothing, she couldn't do anything about her, and she couldn't even get an apology. Su Tian knew Xia Yuexin's heart with the help of the system. In another world perhaps there was nothing he could do. But this world, that couldn't be said. As the bug of this world, it seemed that there was hardly anything that he could not do. At this time, Su Tian also felt that it was time to let the thing in his hand exert some power. The scorching heat of September still made the heart restless. Even with the wind, it was hard to soothe their hearts. People came and went on the playground, and it was at this time that Ling Chu walked to Su Tian's side. She said very impatiently, "Hey, what are you looking for me for? I want to apologize for what you did to Xia Yuexin." Ling Chu, who heard this, couldn't help but laugh. She felt that the man in front of her was just joking. To ask her to apologize? This is just impossible. She is Ling Chu. Since she was a child, only others have apologized to her. Her apologizing to others is something impossible. Ling Chu coldly said, "Idiot." Hearing such cold words from Ling Chu, Su Tian also stopped giving him face. Su Tian said very coldly, "Are you sure?" Ling Chu blankly glanced at Su Tian. "I'm not sure. Are you trying to intimidate me?" Su Tian looked at Ling Chu as he very leisurely took out a printed chat log. Ling Chu looked at the piece of paper and blanched. The eyes were filled with anger. "You, Ling Chu, I think you should know the consequences of someone else getting their hands on what I'm holding." Facing Su Tian's threat, Ling Chu was quite angry, but again, he was a bit helpless. "Su Tian, count on you to be ruthless. Apologize, I will apologize." Su Tian looked at its attitude with displeasure. "If this is the tough attitude you have when apologizing, I think that's enough. As for whether or not this thing will be passed on to the hands of someone who shouldn't have it, I don't know." Ling Chu was like a fire-breathing dragon at this moment. Her eyes were ablaze with anger, her brows were locked tightly, and her mouth was pursed tightly, as if a destructive flame would erupt at any moment. Her breathing was rapid and her chest was heaving as if she was trying her best to suppress her inner rage. The thing shaking in Su Tian's hand made her quickly calm down. After all, there was a handle in Su Tian's hands. "Good, I'll apologize properly." The tough smile plastered on her face let Su Tian know that it was really hard for her. The arrogant Ling Chu found Xia Yuexin drooping her head and apologizing. "I'm sorry," she said it 3 times in a row. Xia Yuexin didn't know what kind of a situation this was. What happened to the person in front of her? The sun had come out of the west. Xia Yuexin was about to be confused by it. Ling Chu couldn't, much less would, apologize for nothing. "Ling Chu, what are you doing?" "I'm apologizing to you. I'm apologizing for the harm I've done to you." She let out a cold voice and turned to look at Su Tian in the doorway. "That's enough." "Not enough." Ling Chu bit her lip, the cold light in her eyes looking straight at Su Tian. Su Tian gave a smile. It made her bow her head and apologize once again, then left straight away. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. Thank you. Su Tian felt nothing. Su Tian then began to busy himself again. Xia Yuexin's heart was in turmoil. From time to time, she looked at Su Tian. The inability to calm down within her heart rippled. The monthly exam was approaching. Everyone began to get nervous. Even the most playful students in the back of the senior class were restrained at this time, because they knew that if they failed the exam, it wouldn't end well. Su Tian was not nervous at all. Su Tian's relaxed appearance was as if he was winning. The back row became different, but Su Tian was still as steady as an old dog. Song Wonhao didn't expect this kid to remain the same. Song Wonhao originally wanted to check Su Tian's file. The school records about Su Tian were basically blank. Such a student, he should feel the bottom. When the results came out at the end of the month, everything would be certain. Song Wonhao took one look at Su Tian and left. On this day, Su Tian returned home and looked at the courier Ron brought back. One of the literary websites Express attracted Su Tian's attention. Su Tian opened it and inside was an invitation to cooperate with Momo Literature website as well as a certificate that his work had been recognized. A business card inside was the phone number of Momo Literary Publishing House. Su Tian knew that he hadn't worked in vain these days. The monthly exams were coming. The colors on everyone's face were quite grave. Normally, parents would not be notified of the weekly and usual exams, but the monthly exam would be. Inside the examination hall, not many people were playing. All were studying intensely. As the saying goes, it's not soon enough to sharpen your spear. This atmosphere was extraordinarily depressing. At this time, Xia Yuexin was just like them. Su Tian was surprised that she was in the same exam room as himself. Xia Yuexin seeing Su Tian was like seeing a savior. Su Tian, are there any tips for the exam? Tips? Su Tian's hand directly clamped her head. Su Tian's hand used force. Xia Yuexin pushed Su Tian's arm away. What are you doing? It hurts. The trick there is, that's to keep your head clear. And don't be such a preschooler and use your strength. It's better to memorize and gulp it down than to work on it on weekdays. The voice just fell. Su Tian seemed to have offended everyone around him. The stares wanted to kill him. Who are you talking about? Kid, who do you think you are? Deny my methods? Su Tian looked at Xia Yuexin in front of him. Learn from me, return to your seat and meditate. Let yourself relax. Does it work? You won't know if you try it. Su Tian had originally thought to detach Xia Yuexin so that he could obtain a quiet environment. Watching Xia Yuexin leave, he began to close his eyes and look at the comics stored in his mind to go. As the bell rang, Su Tian opened his eyes. Su Tian thought that he would just tighten up a bit this time, and just get a 450 on his grades. Every subject was controlled at 60%. On the other side, Kirin High School, principal's office. That old man wiped his glasses. There were no waves on his face. Ling Xinghui didn't dare to breathe. The old man in front of him was the most outstanding principal in the entire Donghua city, and the school he stayed at had an 80% first book rate. Originally, his old man retired, but when he heard that his alma mater, Shilin High School, had produced a talented student from Huaqing in 3 years, he became angry. At one time, Kirin High School had an average of 10 or at least 10 students from Huaqing University every year. Now it was producing 1 in 3 years. That undergraduate rate was dismal. Every year it was only 40%. The one-book rate is even worse. The old man came out. At this time, he took office as the principal of Kirin High School. He personally organized this monthly examination. The new official took office with 3 fires. This time, the old principal is going to strike a good blow against these bears and those big bears. Yu Xinghui, monitoring equipment. Is it procured yet? Procured. Kirin High School. It's time to turn into his original appearance. After this exam, make sure to install these cameras within the student vacation. Yu Xinghui nodded slightly. Understood, principal. Kirin High School had not only ushered in a new principal, it had also ushered in the injection of senior students who had once graduated from Kirin High School. This senior class would become the first class to reform Qilin High School. What's with this test paper? It's hard as hell. My head is buzzing right now. It's over. The number 1 in our school said it was difficult. So it looks like this time the results are bad. Chapter 15. Sometimes we think we've got the results, but who knows what the future holds. The results of the monthly exam came out quickly. Ron looked at his good old boy's score. 450 points. Not bad, not bad. He didn't blame Su Tian, and even comforted Su Tian. Grades aren't the only way. For Ron, grades were indeed not the only, because the environment and conditions of his life when he was a child gave him many choices. In the past, Su Tian had no choices, but now Su Tian also had other choices. Now he and Ron were on the same page. Su Tian thought of pulling Ron out to eat hot pot. Ron was too busy and gave Su Tian $200 to let him relax by himself. Ron's only thing was what was in his lab, which Su Tian could understand. Having $200 was also enough to play by himself for a day. He thought about asking his friend out. What surprised him was that Lin Ruoshi was not free to come out at all. Xia Yuexin was busy with things at home. Su Tian went to a hot pot restaurant by himself and enjoyed a hot pot. Just at this time Su Tian's system rang. Ding! Congratulations to host True Fate Luo Aixian for activating. True Fate Luo Aixian? What the hell? She was his chemistry teacher. Su Tian, system, don't play with me. Although he's an adult, Luo Aixiang is single. But this thing is inappropriate, right? Su Tian turned around and left. The originally clear sky was suddenly cloudy. A heavenly thunderbolt came directly towards him. Although it didn't hit, it was clearly a warning from a certain god. System, if you don't accept the chance given to you by a god, even if you can't die, she will die. Su Tian entered the hot pot restaurant. That sky instantly cleared up. I can't actually reject it, so I'll accept it. Just as Su Tian entered the hot pot restaurant, he saw the drunken Luo Aishan being pestered by a few boys. Those few were still old acquaintances, the youngsters who were not doing their jobs. Sis, you're drunk. I'll take you home. Who's your sis? Sis, stop it. Our dad is still waiting for you at home. Su Tian didn't need to think to know their ghost trick. Taking away the drunken Luo Aishan in the name of her brother and then carrying out misdeeds. System, I'll add some bug skills for you. New skill, super fighting technique, martial god, omni defense. My goodness, how many bug skills has this system brushed out again? Forget it, more stuff is a good thing. Su Tian watched Luo Aishan being dragged away by them by force. Su Tian quickly went over and kicked over one person. Immediately after that, he backhanded and subdued another person, protecting Luo Aishan with his right hand. Grandson, hello again. The man looked at Su Tian, his face pale. The fear from that night instantly went to his heart. Su Tian had just let go of him, and he fled in a panic with his little brother. Luo Aishan probably drank a little too much and fell asleep. Su Tian had no choice but to send her home. Taking out her cell phone, the result was that after the phone was unlocked, the contacts were empty. At least Luo Aishan ran a private tutor at home on weekdays. Her postcard should be the nearest residence to her home. Su Tian took a cab to Luo Aishan's neighborhood. Luckily, the neighborhood security guard listened to Su Tian's explanation and gave Su Tian the detailed address. Otherwise he really couldn't find her place. Su Tian used Luo Aishan's key to open the door of her house. Originally, Su Tian thought it was such a clean home. It turned out to be very dirty and disorganized. It was a far cry from Luo Aishan's neat and pretty dress. Su Tian brought Luo Aishan to the bedroom. At this time, she was acting drunk, pushing Su Tian away. You dead man. I don't want you to ask. Just break up. Then she directly lay on the bed and cried. You all bullied me. Even you bullied me. Break up with me where I'm wrong. Oh, immediately after that, she started vomiting. Su Tian looked at the messy home. Did he go out today without reading the yellow calendar? Su Tian thought about hiring a housekeeper. But forget it. He wasn't a rich man. Suddenly Su Tian thought of the system. System, what now? Help me transfer the skills of a big nanny. System, there are plenty of nanny skills. Which one do you want? Su Tian looked at the woman behind him who was talking gibberish and soliloquized. All of them. System, received. Nanny skills turned on in full. 12 hours all off. Su Tian shivered for a moment. Immediately started to get busy. Professional is different. It's the fact that he turned into a woman's likeness. What's going on? Su Tian, careless. Luckily there were only 12 hours. And Su Tian didn't leave after he was busy. Out of caution, he couldn't leave until after those 12 hours. As the night became darker, Su Tian's sleepiness came on. Because the babysitting skill consumed too much of his physical energy, he directly fell asleep on the sofa. Monday, early morning, Luo Aishan grabbed her disheveled hair and got up. She looked at the milk on the table and drank it. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This man is quite conscientious, but it seems like her boyfriend doesn't know how to make breakfast. Yesterday she seemed to hear her student's voice. Whose was it? It suddenly came to her. Su Tian. When she went to work, she specifically asked the security grandpa. As a result, the security master's description was her student. Luo Aishan blushed scarlet at this moment. Her embarrassment was all known by her student. Thinking that her messy home had become tidy, it was 80% that Su Tian had done it. This was embarrassing. On the other side, the senior class went from morning reading until just before the first class. The class was talking about the monthly exam papers. What paper is so difficult for this monthly exam? That's to say, even the best like Gu Chen only scored over 420 points. It barely made the top 100 in the whole school. How much was Lin Ruoshi? Like 410 points, outside the top 100 in the whole school. Listening to his classmates' comments, Su Tian had a bit of a bad feeling. This time this conservative. It seems that it did not conservative into. How many points is the first in our class? 450 points. Top 10 in the school. Su Tian, it's still really me. Su Tian smiled helplessly and bitterly. This is okay? Chapter 16, right in the middle. 450 points. Guchen hadn't thought that there was still someone in the class who scored 450 points. Who? Guchen had originally thought that he was number 1 in his class. It turned out that there was another being in the class that was 30 points higher than himself and was in the top 10 in the entire school. Guchen didn't believe that this was true. He thought it was all fake. As the eldest class president, Li Wanru, appeared with the printed report card, Guchen knew that his illusions had been shattered. In their senior class, someone had indeed scored 450 points. He looked at the report card that was passed to him, a face of incredulity. Su Tian scored 450 points. Even his deskmate scored 300 points. It was comparable to Ling Chu's score. Guchen's entire body was about to explode with anger. How could this Su Tian have gotten such a score? Even though he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. Not only him, even Song Wenhao was in disbelief. Although he was an excellent teacher and an excellent class teacher, the top seedlings in his class were not very good this year, and the top seedlings in the whole school were all taken away by the senior science experimental class, which was class 0. Although there are only 20 students in the senior science experimental class, they are all the elite of the senior 2 and senior 3. With the usual exams plus them, it would be hard for students from other ordinary classes to squeeze into the top 20. Now Su Tian's performance really surprised him. Many teachers in the office congratulated Mr. Song, but Mr. Song knew very well, although this Su Tian was a good seedling, he was a very solid presence. He could only smile helplessly at this. He took the test papers with him and went to class. He knew inwardly that this year was difficult. This time, the results made him realize that there was a serious polarization of student performance within the class. Song Wenhao came to the class. The students in the class were rare and silent. Everyone knew that they would be greeted by a storm of attacks. This time Song Wenhao didn't. As the new principal said, it was not only the students themselves but also the teachers who were responsible for their poor performance. Song Wenhao encouraged everyone calmly, and explained that this was just the beginning. The teacher's gaze went to the camera. From now on, everyone's good days are over. Our school's reform starts with your class. Looking at the camera that suddenly appeared in the class, the students' eyes realized that the winds of Kirin High School had changed. The students in the back row didn't care. The surveillance couldn't reach them anyway. What turned out to be a surprise to them was that there was one in the back as well. This is a gift from our new principal Yuan Shu, and this exam is the same. Hearing Mr. Song's words, the people below started talking. Principal Yu? What the hell? Our school really changed principals? It's still that devil principal. Takes lives. The students in the class were like enemies, but Su Tian was as usual. He was so calm that people felt he was an alien. For Su Tian, no matter who was the principal of this school, it had nothing to do with him. He was just a student. He did not care in the slightest about the school system and rules in the future. Su Tian, can you give a reaction? Su Tian glanced at his classmate and just let out then read the reading material in his hand. Xia Yuexin felt that this Su Tian was a weirdo. After handing out the test papers, the teacher began to assess the questions. Just like this the long math class ended. On the other side, in the principal's office, Yuan Shu looked at the report card in front of him and was surprised. The senior students who had once been the top achievers in their freshman and sophomore years didn't have a single student named Su Tian. What is this situation? Lu Jiangwen, the principal's assistant and director of instruction, explained, this Su Tian is a transfer student from our school, the son of investor Dr. Ron. Since he didn't attend our school before, we don't know much about his previous grades, but this student is a famous prick in the senior class. Yuan Shu didn't believe whatever he heard. He hadn't seen a prick or not. He didn't directly define it. He looked at Lu Jiangwen in front of him and said with a smile, since that's the case, I would very much like to meet him. Lu Jiangwen's head buzzed. Principal, you wouldn't want to transfer him to class 0? Yuan Shu nodded slightly. That's right. Lu Jiangwen was puzzled. This is just a monthly exam, and he just barely made it into the top 10. Next time it's impossible to say. Yuan Shu knew that this was just a monthly exam, but he knew even more that this student Su Tian was not simple. Yuan Shu placed Su Tian's report card in front of Lu Jiangwen. Assistant Lu, try dividing Su Tian's grades in each subject by 60% and see what the result is. Lu Jiangwen tried. The result surprised him. Su Tian's grades in all subjects divided by 60% were full marks. Coincidence? You're looking at the results of the science comprehensive paper after it was taken apart. This is a copy of Su Tian's paper. Lu Jiangwen was also quite surprised to see it. How is this possible? This guy, he won't play again. It's also possible that he doesn't want to be that publicized. A student like this is totally a good seedling to take the Huaqing exam, cultivated properly. It wouldn't even matter if he impacted Donghua City's city scholar. Lu Jiangwen had no intention of stopping it at this point, but the class teacher of the senior class was a bit difficult to deal with. Is it not a bit too much to smoke out his students so easily? He voiced out his concerns. Yuan Shu laughed. What? Does he want to sacrifice his students' future with his own? As long as Su Tian agrees to go to class 0, I'll resolve his objections. With the principal's guarantee, Lu Jiangwen nodded slightly. He then returned to his own teaching office and had someone close to him go and call Su Tian here. In addition to being the assistant to the new principal of Qilin High School, Lu Jiangwen was also the director of Qilin High School's teaching office. Because it was the director of instruction who was looking for Su Tian, the students in the class were surprised. But again, it felt reasonable. Su Tian's grades were in the top 10 in the whole school. How to say it was a bit of a slap in the face to class 0. This Su Tian looks to be taken in by class 0. This kid really makes people underestimate him. Who says otherwise? Gu Chen was very upset. The class 0 that he longed for didn't enter, but the guy he hated the most went in. What luck did this guy walk away with? Although Ling Chu hated Su Tian, but seeing Su Tian so overpowered, his heart changed instead. Maybe it wasn't luck, but someone's strength. Gu Chen was about to explode with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Angry as he was, he could only hide that stifled anger in his own heart. The teaching office. Lu Jiangwen used the talk as a way of saying what he and the principal had guessed. Su Tian did not acknowledge this too. Director, you really know how to joke. If I had that kind of ability, wouldn't it be fine if I applied to join class 0 from the start? Lu Jiangwen laughed. How is it that student Su Tian doesn't want to join class 0 and doesn't want a better future? Su Tian laughed. Pua me? Is that possible? Director, even if I enter class 0 I won't have a good future. My future is something that only I can decide for myself. Nowadays, the employment environment in society is very poor. High education does not equal a good job. People like me don't have any lofty ideals, just want to stay ordinary and live in the old home. Lu Jiangwen was a bit angry when he heard this. Su Tian, how can you have such a mindset? God gave you such a smart head. You should have greater ambition and revenge. You have no ambition like this. How are you going to do great things? Su Tian hated PUA the most, especially this kind of PUA. Once upon a time, he was an ambitious youth, but the result which? Very cruel. Mediocrity is his true self-portrait. Lu Jiangwen criticized him more and more. Su Tian originally did not want to respond, until his sentence, such a you, can have what success? These words completely enraged Su Tian. Su Tian quickly calmed down and asked with a smile on his face, may I ask the director of instruction if you participated in the aerospace project? Did you win a gold medal for your country in the Olympics? How much have you contributed to the construction of Dongyu County? Director, you didn't do any of these. Can I say you're no good? You are you. I am me. You can't become me. I can't become you. No one is qualified to judge anyone's future thoughts. Lu Jiangwen was about to get angry when he heard this. Kid, I am the director. You contradict your elders. You don't even know some manners. Believe it or not, I'll fire you. Su Tian sneered. I believe it, but you won't. You also don't have that right because I didn't violate the school rules. Respecting teachers and elders is an article you don't violate? Lu Jiangwen said whatever he could to give Su Tian a bit of a hard time. Su Tian was quite calm. Respecting teachers and elders, that should honor teachers who are worthy of respect, and elders who are worthy of respect. I'm your director, but I'm not your student, nor am I the one who honors you. The helpless Lu Jiangwen blackened his face and told Su Tian to get out. Su Tian smiled. Got it. What qualifications does such a student have to join class 0? Entering class 0 is a scourge. What Lu Jiangwen didn't know at this time was that he was right in Su Tian's crosshairs. Chapter 17. Who was not yet a student. Su Tian did not join class 0. He even gave the director a lecture directly in the teaching office. This matter didn't just spread amongst the students. Even more so, it spread amongst the students. The students in the senior class, especially those in the back row, gave Su Tian the nickname Master Su. After all, there weren't many people in the entire school who disliked the director. Even the pricks would go around Director Lu when they saw him. Su Tian was really the first brave person in Qilin High School. Originally, Su Tian didn't want to go to class 0, but now he's gone too far. If he had known, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian and felt very strange. Su Tian, why don't you want to go to class 0? Class 0 was a place that how many people longed to enter but couldn't. No fun. Hearing this, Xia Yuexin was speechless. This was it. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he had turned down. She suddenly blushed. You're not doing this for me. Su Tian directly flicked her forehead. Don't worry, it's definitely not for you. Su Tian, am the kind of person who is heartless and will definitely not jeopardize my own interests for the sake of others. Su Tian. It hurts. The two people playing around were a couple in Gu Chen's eyes. He, Gu Chen, didn't know what was so good about this Su Tian. Principal's office. Lu Zhengwen told Yuan Shu what he had experienced. Yuan Shu didn't get angry. Instead he laughed. Interesting. This student is quite good at talking? Lu Zhengwen was surprised. Why was the principal praising Su Tian? This little brat Su Tian was such a troublemaker. Why was the principal so tolerant of him? Principal, this Su Tian is just disrespectful. He really should be taught a good lesson. Yuan Shu laughed. What lesson? I rather feel that this kid is worth cultivating. It's not possible to say that this kid is really our Qilin High School's once-in-a-century wunderkind. Lu Zhengwen felt that his principal was just overestimating Su Tian. What kind of wizard was Su Tian? He was a complete disaster for the teachers, because Yuan Shu was now his leader or his superior. He did not retort, just smiled hypocritically. He tentatively asked, is this Su Tian still in the regular class? Since he doesn't want to, then don't try to force him. Lu Zhengwen nodded slightly. He inwardly whispered, Principal Yu, you're so polite to Su Tian. Is he a relative of your family? The matter of Su Tian joining Class 0 was not settled. However, the heat about Su Tian was even greater than before. The principal even set up a poster especially for Su Tian that only the top 20 students could hang. Su Tian was labeled as a dark horse. It wasn't just Class 0 that was in turmoil. Even in the ordinary students were full of gossip. Principal Yu even put his eyes on the fact that as long as Su Tian was within the top 20 in the entire school this semester, he would tilt the special resources of Class 0 towards the ordinary classes. Su Tian saw, unable to help but touch his forehead. He had really underestimated Principal Yu. This was deliberate on his part. Right now, even if he didn't join Class 0, he still had a competitive relationship with Class 0. If he himself wanted to be perfunctory, would those who wanted resources? This principal was so good at it. Inside the principal's office, Class 0 teacher Liang Yangyan was shocked. Principal, are you really planning to completely abolish the special bonus points policy for Class 0 next semester? These guaranteed places? But it's a deal. If it was the previous principal, perhaps he would be hesitant at this moment. But who was Yuan Shu? He was a man who did not fear power. Yuan Shu laughed coldly. We made a deal. We just gave a chance. And since they can't grasp it, then let it go to someone else. If their parents are not happy, come to me. Yuan Shu, will be waiting. With Principal Yu's domineering speech, Liang Yangyan knew that nothing he was saying would help. Yuan Shu looked at Liang Yangyan. If Class 0 still wants special care, it's very simple. All they need to do is turn themselves into a brick wall so that Su Tian can never enter the top 20 in the entire school again. Liang Yangyan nodded. At this moment, he also understood the principal's meaning. Class 0 had been too comfortable over the years, as most of the students had grown weary of clutching their resources. Now there was a real need to crack down on them. After Liang Yangyan left, the principal looked at Su Tian's blank profile. Su Tian, you catfish hopefully won't let me down. Evening, Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian with a puffed up look on her face. Liar. Scummy guy, didn't you fail the exam? That day after school, Lin Ruoshi asked him how he did on his test paper, and he then said that it wasn't great. As a result, Lin Ruoshi took it as liar. Top 10 in the whole school. It's been 3 days. Why are you still angry? Who let you ignore me for these 3 days? Su Tian was dumbfounded. This auntie, the evil one, is the first to complain. Obviously these 3 days she was out of school in a puff of smoke. Now how instead became his fault. System, your girl. The head is not generally retarded. People in the pampering These 3 days you and Xia Yuexin walk too close. Jealous chant. Ling Ruoshi is jealous. Su Tian accidentally said it. Lin Ruoshi was guessed in her heart. Her face flushed red as she looked at Su Tian. Who would be jealous of you? Then a smoke drove the electric car without a shadow. How did I say it? System. How did I get stuck with a host like you? System, detected Luo Aishiang. In danger. System, 100 meters to the northeast. Su Tian reversed his direction and saw familiar silhouettes. Why were these guys staring at Luo Aishiang without letting go? However, Su Tian thought that he was overthinking it. Luo Aishiang still had a few brushes. Danger was non-existent. Those undesirable guys were ravaged by Luo Aishiang. And in the end, the leading man kneeled down and begged for mercy. Just at this time a man thought of sneak attacking from behind. Su Tian quickly struck out. The school bag in his hand directly smashed over hard. The man fainted on the spot. Su Tian and the leading man looked at each other, pulled his man and left. Luo Aishiang picked up the school bag and threw it to Su Tian. Fellow student Su. Thank you, Teacher Luo. What's the situation with these guys? They've been looking for trouble from you several times and 3 times. I don't know. Looking at Teacher Luo pulling the chain of her clothes tight and shaking her body, Su Tian sort of understood. Looking pretty and having a wow body was not necessarily a good thing. Fellow student Su, even if the teacher is good looking, she doesn't have to look like this. Su Tian looked around. Teacher, where is your transportation? It broke down at noon today. It's under repair. I thought that it's not far away, so I'll walk back. Su Tian glanced at Teacher Luo. I'll take you back. You go back. I can do it alone. I'm an adult. Yeah, an adult who can't take care of himself. Get in the car. This is going to take a really long time. She blushed. The other day. I don't like to gossip. Luo Aixiang got into Su Tian's car. Luo Aixiang asked curiously. Su Tian, do you really know how to control points? Teacher Luo, I don't like to gossip about you. Why are you learning from others to gossip about me? Just curious. Su Tian laughed. Teacher Luo also has a child's side. Your teacher, I used to be a student too. Yeah, who wasn't a student? Her youth had gone by, and his Su Tian's youth was still going on. It's just that his youth was destined to be a bit unusual. Chapter 18 Robot Classmate FNA. He's excellent, he's a genius, but who cares that he's still a child? Gu Chen returned to his home. The intense training that his parents had prepared for them was a little too much for him to handle, and the already high-pressure environment at school. Back home he had to study until the early hours of the morning. Even so, he didn't get angry or complain. He knew that his parents were doing this for his own good. It was indeed his own inadequacy. It was indeed his own carelessness. Otherwise, how could Su Tian steal his first place? However, his younger brother had only improved a little bit on the exam, and his parents took him out for a late-night snack. Originally he would have expected them to call on him. Until the lights in the living room went out, the flame of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. He didn't understand. It was even quite resentful. Why was he getting this kind of treatment? He thought that it must be because he didn't come first in the exam. But Gu Yang, his younger brother, didn't have this kind of result either. It was only a few places better. Why this double standard? Why? The conflicting and incomprehensible feelings drove Gu Chen crazy, and he frantically smashed the things around him, venting his inner rage. He didn't understand. Why? What the hell is this for? He tried so hard to be the good boy amongst his parents, and all he got was this. Anger, helplessness, and pitiful. Frantic, he saw the mess all over the floor and he started to organize it again. By the time his parents returned to the middle of the house, it was as if nothing had happened in his room. He quietly worked on his problems, until late at night. Su Tian looked at the contraption in his hand. Doctor, what is this thing? Ultra-long writing pen. Just one pen. Tops 20 pens on the market. Don't want any 99.8. Just 199. And you can take it home. Su Tian was speechless. Ron smiled and said, this thing is sold to rich people. I guess it's not expensive. Dr. Ron then let Su Tian use it. Su Tian then took it. However, Su Tian felt that the doctor was not that kind. You have something to ask me for, doctor? Dr. Ron laughed. Don't worry, it's just a small thing. Su Tian returned the pen. Doctor, it's getting late. I'm going to bed. Ron pulled Su Tian by the hand. Help! Looking at Ron's pleading eyes, Su Tian thought to forget it. What favor? Ron then saw a square, big-headed, earthy-looking robot. Brother, hello, I'm FNA. It's a humanoid generation robot created by the doctor. The robots in Su Tian's original world had human forms, while this world's robots seemed to be just starting out. Su Tian, I want her to accompany you to school. I did greet your principal and teacher's side, so she can enroll in school tomorrow, and after that, I'll trouble you. Taking care of robots. Oh, Su Tian, I'm really good at finding things to do for myself. FNA was said to be a girl, but her chubby, heavy frame was like that of a dwarf bear. The weight is even more amazing. If it wasn't early for school, the neighbors should have complained. Lin Ruoshi was surprised to see Su Tian following a big guy, rubbing her eyes. What's this? Our new classmate, FNA. FNA politely introduced herself. Hello, I'm FNA. The mechanical voice was full of androgynous charm. Nice to hear. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but go up to her hand. It touched the other party's head. FNA then touched Lin Ruoshi's head as well. My hair. It's all messed up. Su Tian laughed. Lin Ruoshi simply straightened it into long black hair. Su Tian looked dumbfounded. Lin Ruoshi blushed scarlet. Don't look. If you look again you'll be late for school. Because he had to bring FNA with him, Su Tian had no choice but to walk. Just like that, one person and one machine strolled to the school. FNA's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. What's that? It looks like a robot. A robot. The senior students were filled with interest at the sight of FNA bringing me. Soon many students gathered around FNA, but they were driven away by the teachers on duty. Curiosity of them 80% on the morning reading still cared. Su Tian brought FNA into the senior class. Before the morning reading began, FNA introduced herself. Facing this robot, the students of the senior class were surprised. They had never dreamed that one day they would be studying with a robot. This robot and Su Tian were also doing the same table, but it was the same table on the left. The table-mate on Su Tian's right side was Xia Yuexin. Song Wenhao walked into the classroom with a black face. What are you doing? Is the monthly exam all done? Immediately after that came the sounds of memorization from the senior class. FNA, on the other hand, was scanning and reading. For this robot, Song Wenhao looked at it and then left. Song Wenhao had taught many students, but robots, he really hadn't thought about it. He didn't know why the principal must take this robot student in. After breakfast, he didn't go round the senior class. Mr. Song went directly to Principal Yu's office. He expressed his dissatisfaction that Principal Yu had broken the rules and accepted a robot student. Principal Yu knew that Song Wenhao was a good teacher. He told Song Wenhao the truth. Only part of the education funds I applied for earlier came down, and a large portion is still unaccounted for. I'm going to remodel Kirin High School, but likewise I have to make sure that all the expenses of Kirin High School can be stabilized. Now that those famous research organizations have chosen our school as an experimental site, they didn't just bring investment. More directly, they brought some resources. Teacher Song Wenhao, I hope you can understand my behavior. Song Wenhao heard the principal's explanation and he nodded. He knew that the reforms carried out by the current Kirin High School didn't just burn money, but also a shortage of resources. And now with the sponsorship of the major experimental organizations, their school would be able to participate in some universities' direct admission exams or extra credit exams based on special conditions. Leaving the office, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Accepting a robot as a student, Song Wenhao really has it in for you. Robot FNA. Although it was a robot, it wasn't that developed. The good students who were interested in FNA before were now tasteless. That's just a dumb iron lump. Most of the practice questions in senior high school presented a complex style, and FNA couldn't learn by example. Some topics she couldn't even search for. In the end, they came to be unsolvable. To the top students, the robot FNA was a human being with serious IQ problems. To the poor students in the back row, another one of a kind. The doctor wants FNA to fit into the circle of seniors. Nowadays the circle of good students forget about it. It seems to only fit into his circle. Chapter 19, Odd Father and Son. The monthly exam summary assembly. All the classes in Kirin High School were criticized. They all thought that Principal Yu had forgotten about the monthly exam results a long time ago. Actually no. The reason he went to criticize now was to point out the problems among the teachers. The teachers of the senior class of Qilin High School, including the zero class teacher, were all asked to write a review. They thought Principal Yu was different. It turned out that people were just holding back big moves. Yu and Shu picked out the problems of each class. Class 0. Exam results are pretty good. Not a single 500 points. What? Occupying the top of Qilin High School. You think you're bullish? The slogan of getting into Huaqing isn't simply just words. Class 1. Your class is good and bad. How come the good students in your class are students and those aren't anymore? Class 2. Class teacher, you also don't laugh. What's wrong with your class? None of the language scores passed. The college entrance exam is not a language test? Principal Yu's words were heartbreaking in every sentence. Each of these teachers' faces didn't look good. They were all very powerless when they wanted to retort. There was no problem with what Yu and Shu said, and these were the problems that existed in their classes. After the meeting, each of them started to get nervous. Students are superior and so are teachers. Nowadays, there are more college graduates and many students from teacher training colleges. Kirin High School teachers' salaries are now doubled. If they slacked off, they'd be losing their jobs. Principal Yu's favorite thing was to give young people a chance. Facing such a thunderous and tactful principal, they didn't dare to be the same as before. The senior class slowed down their teaching speed. Not only the senior class, but the entire senior class began to focus on teaching the basics. However, the teacher gave the good students a small stove. That is, they could practice extra, and if they didn't know the questions, they could ask them when they were free. The main focus was on an overall improvement. This is a good opportunity for those students with a thin base. Senior study atmosphere suddenly good. The ones who used to play games in the back now each started to tighten up. It was also a good opportunity for FNA to exercise. With the new way of teaching started, there were more students coming in and out of the teaching building. Song Wenhao felt that this was a good thing, but as the number of days increased, he gradually realized that one of the students within the class hardly ever came. Who was that guy? Su Tian. Not only did Song Wenhao care about it, even the teachers of the other classes were concerned. Teacher Song, is your classmate Su Tian taking a top 10 floated in the whole school? It's been so many days and I don't see him coming to the faculty office. Maybe he didn't encounter any problems. Song Wenhao knew that Su Tian was a good seed, but there was no such thing as a student who knew everything. If he knew everything, why would he need a teacher? Song Wonhao took a look at Su Tian to see what the kid was up to. That day, Song Wonhao saw the study hall and suddenly came to the back. Then he appeared at Su Tian's side and took his book away. He was curious as to what Su Tian was up to. Upon taking a closer look, his face darkened. Su Tian wasn't reading novels now. It was time to write one. He took away Su Tian's notebook, then came outside. Song Wonhao said icily, "Good for you, Su Tian. Now you don't read novels and learn to write your own novels. What do you think you did well on your last exams, right? You think you're the only one working hard?" Su Tian explained. "Teacher, I don't think I did very well on my last exam. I don't think I'm working very hard on my own either. I'm the same as I was before. I just want to get into an ordinary university and then graduate with an ordinary degree. That's all." Song Wonhao looked at the student in front of him helplessly to his home. An ordinary university? Are you kid crazy? Do you know how fierce the competition is out there? Of course Su Tian knew. Su Tian never thought of going on the same front as them, nor did he ever think about how awesome he would live his life. He only wanted to have money in the future, to be able to support himself and live happily, that's all. Su Tian was about to open his mouth. Song Wonhao didn't let Su Tian open his mouth. He directly called Ron. He was going to give Su Tian a good lesson. Ron rushed over when he received the call. Inside the office, Song Wonhao told him about Su Tian going to school and doing useless work the whole day. Ron learned that his son was writing a novel during study hall and without disturbing his classmates. He laughed. "Teacher, I don't think there's anything wrong with my son. Father Su Tian, don't you want your son to get into a good university?" "Of course I want it, but I'm just stopping at hope. Examination is my son's business. I can't do anything if he doesn't get on with it himself. If he's up for it and needs his old father's cooperation, I'll absolutely cooperate." Facing such a pair of father and son, Song Wonhao was a bit skeptical at this moment. What is this situation? Thinking about this casual Su Tian, it was no wonder that he had this casual father. Su Tian and Ron left the classroom and smiled at each other. It was only Song Wonhao who suffered, running into such a pair of father and son. His heart was about to explode with anger. This kid, no wonder he's so arrogant. Su Tian, just write properly. I'll see how long this kid of yours can still fool around. If you don't use your mind on the exam to raise your score, there will be a time when you'll suffer. Su Tian was slacking off, and the students in the senior class who wanted to pressure Su Tian were all like playing chicken blood. Su Tian was relaxed. As for FNA, her correctness rate steadily increased as she scanned more and more test papers. The weekly exam was once again upon us. At this time, all the students looked like they were pumped with chicken blood, especially Gu Chen. He understood that he was finally able to press Su Tian. At this moment, Su Tian, the system had brushed too many skill bugs, and Su Tian knew that he would be questioned if he did poorly on the exams, so he simply became an honor student. Su Tian was the first to hand in his papers for every exam, and all the papers were full marks. Even the language essay, the teacher who corrected the paper broke the full mark. English was even quite colorful. When the results came out, Gu Chen directly despaired. The teachers were even more shocked. This child was truly a genius. But it wasn't just the senior class that had perfect scores. Several classes had them. The main reason was that the question paper for the weekly exam was too easy. Everyone knew that Principal Yu was planning to zoom in on the second monthly exam. The teachers understood that what Principal Yu was playing for them now was psychological warfare. If this weekly exam, slack off, then the monthly exam will be the moment to hit back. After the weekly exam, Principal Yu held a meeting and let the seniors have a vacation. And it was 2 days more than before. 4 days were given off in the middle of October, saying that the seniors did well on their exams, but many people still felt it was wrong. But it was a solid 4 days off. Many people were reassured again. Lin Ruoshi got a perfect score this time. Xia Yuexin also did well. Even Robot FNA got 600 points. Lin Ruoshi proposed that they go on an autumn excursion. After all, it was a 4-day vacation. Su Tian looked at Lin Ruoshi. "I feel like this vacation is a bit unusual." Lin Ruoshi wrapped her arms around herself and thought, "There's no way Principal Yu can't keep his word. He's the principal." Xia Yuexin nodded. Su Tian stroked his chin and suddenly thought of something. "Whether there's a problem or not, we won't know if we go find chemistry teacher Luo Aixiang." That was all Su Tian knew about Mess Luo's house. Su Tian had Lin Ruoshi make the call and Luo Aixiang directly agreed. Su Tian and the others bought hot pot and came to Mr. Luo's house. Su Tian messed up a beer. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. "You guys won't be holding back any bad moves. Our chemistry teacher, after so many days of classes, can't we let her relax on this day off?" Su Tian revealed a wry smile. Lin Ruoshi rang the doorbell. Luo Aixiang packed up her desk, so she quickly stepped forward and opened the door, only to see the trio of Lin Ruoshi, Xia Yuexin and Su Tian. "Isn't it one? Teacher, how come Lin Ruoshi is your student and we aren't?" Luo Aixiang nodded slightly. Smiling, she invited them in. Su Tian looked at the room with a knowing smile. Luo Aishan placed her hand on Su Tian's shoulder and whispered, "Student Su Tian, don't say what you shouldn't say." Su Tian nodded slightly. "Teacher, don't be nervous. I'm just dabbling in a hot pot today." "Really? Of course it's true." Luo Aishan always felt that this guy's motives were impure, but couldn't find much evidence. Lin Ruoshi asked for advice on chemistry problems she didn't know, while Su Tian and Xia Yuexin prepared the hot pot. Xia Yuexin hadn't expected Su Tian's knife work in cutting vegetables to be very good. She was surprised. "This knife work of yours is even more exquisite than my mother's. Do you cook a lot at home?" "That's not true. Just occasionally." Xia Yuexin felt that Su Tian was just too demonic. Good at sports, good at studying, and good at cooking. The key was that he was also very self-effacing. As the tutoring ended, the three of them started eating. Originally, Luo Aishan didn't want to drink, but the hot pot in front of her was just too delicious and she wanted to relax. "Teacher, we're students. We can't drink. We'll substitute juice for alcohol. You won't be angry, right?" "How could I?" Luo Aishan didn't know what the situation was. As time passed, Luo Aishan got drunk. "Teacher Luo, is it true that we have 4 days off this week?" Luo Aishan waved her hand. "How can that be? It's just an early Sunday. This time there's going to be an early monthly exam. Principal Yu is going to stage a surprise attack. This principal really knows how to have fun." Looking at the drunken Luo Aishan, they got him to rest on the bed. Immediately afterward, they packed up the trash and left. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin couldn't help but be surprised. It's fortunate that we listened to Su Tian's words and poked around for information. Otherwise this sudden exam definitely left us defenseless. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" "Preparing for the exam." Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. "Where are you?" "Who knows which?" Xia Yuexin's big watery eyes looked at Su Tian. "Can you help tutor your homework?" Lin Ruoshi also looked at Su Tian. Su Tian laughed. "Can I refuse?" These two pairs of big watery eyes really made him not know how to refuse. He agreed. There had to be a nice place to study, so they chose the library. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin didn't have any objections. Chapter 20, Is he really just a high school student? Library. Lin Ruoshi came early. Lin Ruoshi was dressed in a plain outfit with those pink-framed glasses, and the freckles on her face didn't make her look bad. Instead, it gave a sense of innocence. Just at this time Su Tian slowly appeared. He picked up Xia Yuexin. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. "Why don't you want FNA to come? Do you want to be surrounded by many people?" Xia Yuexin bit her lips. "I think you're just jealous." "Hey, whose jealousy am I? FNA's jealous." The two tossed their mouths and walked. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but smile when she saw the two. "You two have a good relationship." "Humph, who's on good terms with this cheapskate?" Su Tian stopped explaining. Xia Yuexin took out the test paper and started doing it. Su Tian instead had nothing to do and went to browse the books. He didn't walk a few steps before he was stopped. "We agreed to do the questions together, but you became a deserter. These questions are too boring. I'll find something interesting to do." Boring? This Su Tian really drifted. Lin Ruoshi thought the same thing. In reality, Su Tian was indeed looking for some interesting problems. For example, advanced math. If learning English was a necessary skill in college, practicing advanced mathematics was definitely a plus. Su Tian ignored the bookshelf of high school textbooks. He went straight towards the advanced math area. This area Su Tian often came to, as well as the physics area and chemistry area, because every time Su Tian stayed here for a long time, the staff here treated him as a teacher. Even the college students who borrowed books had nothing to do but catch Su Tian and ask for advice. For the polite ones, Su Tian was not stingy with his instruction. At this time a woman walked up. Her name was Li Qing, a highly talented student who graduated from North Dragon University. Because she couldn't choose a good career after graduation, she simply improved herself by going to graduate school, thus increasing her employment opportunities. "Mr. Su, long time no see. It seems like the last time we met was during summer vacation, right?" Teacher Su's memory is really strong. Immediately after that, Li Qing began to ask Su Tian questions about advanced math. Su Tian looked at her confused questions. Su Tian used his teaching skills to assist. Soon Li Qing understood. At this time a familiar figure appeared. "Sis, you're taking a book. Why are you taking so long?" Li Wanru looked at her sister and Su Tian together strangely. Her own sister was helping Su Tian with his tutoring? While her head was speculating how the two met, Li Qing introduced towards Su Tian. "Teacher Su, this is my younger sister, Li Wanru, a senior at Qilin High School." Li Wanru was surprised. "Teacher Su? Su Tian? Are you kidding me?" Her own sister was definitely deceived. "Sister, he's not some Teacher Su, he's Su Tian, my classmate." Li Qing was very surprised. "How is that possible?" Su Tian nodded. "Li Qing, she's right, I'm still a student now." Li Qing was shocked. Are students all this awesome now? Higher math was even possible. Looking at her surprised expression, Su Tian explained, I'm just obsessed with math because I like it, so I put in a lot of effort. Cowardly glass. Surprisingly, they all studied such an achievement. Li Qing was not unhappy about Su Tian's concealment, but instead, she became even more admiring. On the contrary, Li Wanru was very skeptical. You kid really knows higher math. Right, won't lie to my sister. Cheat? Su Tian did not. Su Tian shook his head and laughed. If I want to cheat, she would have suspected it already. Li Qing was even more helpful to Su Tian. Mr. Su Tian, there's no problem with the lecture questions. Her own sister's eyes made Li Wanru realize that it was true. Good fellow. This Su Tian's strength was truly unfathomable. Previously, she felt that Su Tian getting first place was entirely due to talent. Now it seemed it wasn't. Su Tian was one thing in front of them and another outside. Su Tian's cell phone rang. Looking at the message, it was from Lin Ruoxi and the girls. He bid them farewell. Li Qing nodded slightly. After Su Tian left, Li Qing looked at Li Wanru. Wanru, just now, why did you say that about teacher Su Tian? He was a notorious bad student in our senior class. Li Qing was surprised. It can't be. Teacher Su Tian isn't that kind of person. Li Wanru couldn't understand it either. Su Tian looked at the two who were scratching their heads and knew that they were in trouble. Su took a look at the questions and knew what was going on. The questions are wrong. The questions were wrong? Lin Ruoxi was surprised. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. How can this question be wrong? It's a question from a famous teacher. Although there was a quality guarantee for questions from famous teachers, they could be wrong. Su Tian watched as the two were not believed and then gave them a walkthrough of the steps. Even then Su Tian was not trusted. At this time Lin Ruoxi saw the eldest class president and her sister. I'll go and come back. Lin Ruoxi clearly did not trust Su Tian's explanation. Su Tian didn't care. After all, they were famous teachers and he, Su Tian, was just an ordinary senior at Kirin High School. Lin Ruoxi walked over to Li Wanru with the test papers. She greeted politely, explained the purpose of her visit. Li Wanru felt that Su Tian was talking nonsense. How could there be a problem with this famous teacher's test paper? Li Qing took a look. She did the math once. It's a problem with the questions. Sister, you're not mistaken. Li Qing shook her head. No. Song Wenhao walked in at this time. Today, he had specifically come over to choose textbooks. The purpose was to teach better, and he hadn't even found the books he wanted here. He was just called out by Li Wanru. Teacher Song Wenhao was happy to see Lin Ruoxi and Li Wanru. Why are you guys here? Because the environment here is better. It's very suitable for studying. So we came here. Hearing this, Song Wenhao was very relieved. If that prick and the other students in the class were this attentive, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Teacher Song, is this question wrong? Song Wenhao looked at the question in his hand. His eyebrows began to tighten. This question writer has made a nonsense question. Isn't this a mistake? Teacher, this question is really wrong. Yes, this is a deformed question from the finale of the college entrance exam 3 years ago, but the numbers have become wrong. No matter how you solve it, you can't solve it, because the conditions are insufficient and the result of the argument can't be established, even if you use your math knowledge from the university. Lin Ruoxi was surprised that this Su Tian was so powerful. Song Wenhao looked at the two. What's wrong with you guys? Nothing. After Song Wenhao left, big class president Li Wanru no longer doubted Su Tian's true strength. For this Su Tian, she indeed had to look higher. With the end of the study in the library, it was already late at night. Tian returned home and started to go lie down. Suddenly a beautiful young girl pounced on him. Su Tian was stunned. Brother Su Tian, you're finally back. Su Tian was shocked. Who are you? I'm FNA. Su Tian looked at the girl in front of him, whose skin was not unlike that of a real person, and laughed. Dr. Ron, what are you up to? Getting a real person to impersonate FNA. FNA got up and removed her head. Brother Su Tian, I'm really FNA. Su Tian could be sure that she was a robot. As for whether or not it was FNA, he had to put a question mark on it. Just at this time Ron came out. FNA, what are you doing? FNA looked at the doctor, who was a bit angry, and hurriedly put her mechanical head on. Su Tian looked at Ron. Doctor, what's the situation? A foreign robotics research company went out of business, and a robot skeleton was hanging on the internet. I happened to spend a huge amount of money to photograph it. How about it? Does it resemble a real person now? Very much. Also, I upgraded FNA specifically, and now she has the IQ of a high school student. These are her test questions, and the error rate is now kept within 30%. It's not quite an honor student, but a middle schooler is still fine. Before it was 40%, now it was 30%. The progress was very rapid, but she was only like now, still a certain distance from being a real high school student. Principal, the test papers have been brought. Yu Wenshu nodded slightly. What will you do next? Senior students of Qilin High School, I'm very much looking forward to your next performance. Chapter 21, Mr. Phantom. Ding, ding ding. The cell phones of the students' parents rang. Kirin High School's senior year begins its monthly exam tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Please notify your parents to make sure their children are on time for the exam. Yu Wenshu, principal of Kirin High School. All of a sudden the senior class of Kirin High School exploded, as they thought about what arrangements they had for tomorrow. As a result, the principal directly asked the parents to notify you to come to the exam. Devil proper devil do people still want to live? Even though there was 1,000 kinds of anger inside, they still had to take the exam. This exam was like thunder. It caught many students off guard, while others were at peace with themselves. After all, their daily routine was to study, and at this time, the students who were at a loss for words and those who were full of confidence formed a stark contrast. Yu Wenshu this time the examination standard according to the city standard, and the test paper also used the test paper inside the city. The benchmark was also Donghua City No. 1 High School. He wanted to see whether or not the students of Qilin High School have a strong ability to cope this time, and whether they have a strong desire to learn. Facing Principal Yu's sudden raid, most of the students were really helpless. The students who abandoned the exam were 22. Facing such students, Yu Wenshu directly instructed Lu Jiangwen to expel them. Lu Jiangwen was surprised. Principal, all fired? Not open to stay for the new year? When these words came out, Lu Jiangwen was shocked. Principal, this is a bit too strict. If it's not strict, how will they abide by the rules? You don't feel too cruel. When they enter society will be even more cruel. Yu Wenshu looked at Lu Jiangwen. You go and give notice to go. Lu Jiangwen nodded slightly. As the notice spread through the school, the senior students of Qilin High School were shocked. 22 students were expelled at once. They realized that the current Qilin High School was different from before. The remaining students didn't dare to abandon the exam. The exams proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon the 2-day-long exams were over. Evening self-study. Several students in the senior class alone were discouraged from taking the exam. Missing exams and cheating were no longer warnings, but direct expulsions. After they left, the atmosphere in the class became tense. Principal Yu was playing for real. After all, he was once the principal of the first high school in the city and created many myths. How could he possibly say it's fake? I heard that it's also true that Principal Yu is going to abolish some of the privileges of Class 0 and is going to send down the opportunities to the ordinary classes. You mean, the activities that only Class 0 could participate in on behalf of the school in the past can now be attended by the ordinary classes? Yes, Qilin High School's Class 0, the class with the richest resources in Qilin High School, used to be the class in Qilin High School that specialized in training Huaqing University students. Nowadays, this class with centralized resources, these resources had become their guaranteed credentials. Now Yu Wenshu wanted to break the original rules. Now he lacks a reason. With the results of the monthly exam coming out, half of the students in Class 0 were still playing steadily, and the other 10 were all outside the 20 rankings. As for Su Tian, he was still in the top 10, and still in 10th place. Now as the principal of the school, if he does not cancel the privileges of Class 0, he will not be able to do justice to these children. Yu Wenshu had a meeting at night. The next day's performance charts were updated, and students such as Su Tian and others within the top 20 were given guaranteed places in prestigious schools. Those in Class 0 who did not make it into the top 20, the privileges were all cancelled. Good guys, Class 0 still has today. Although this principle is strict, but now that this is fair and just, I like it a lot. Class 0, let's see how arrogant you still are. Class 0 was prioritized everywhere in the school, and the existence of Class 0 had long filled the ordinary students of Qilin High School with dissatisfaction. Faced with some of the encounters of Class 0 students, most of the students of Qilin High School were happy to see it. Senior Class 1, the rankings of the grades within the class came down as well. Su Tian was number 1 again. Gu Chan was very unconvinced. How was it him again? Senior Class President Li Wanru was not surprised. Su Tian's current knowledge base was inferior to even a college student. Not to mention them, it wasn't too much for Su Tian to pass first place. However, Gu Chen couldn't get by. In his eyes, Su Tian shouldn't be number 1, and Su Tian couldn't bear the name of number 1. Everything in front of him was fake. Gu Chen didn't believe it, but the pain he felt when he twisted and pinched his left hand made him understand. This was not a dream. It was the truth. Gu Chen gritted his teeth. He had worked so hard. He had clearly put his best foot forward like this. Why? He was still no match for Su Tian. Why? Gu Chen was almost about to collapse. His hatred for Su Tian began to become monstrous. A dark thought began to surface in his mind. If there was no Su Tian, wouldn't I be number 1? On the other side, Su Tian looked at the report card in his hand and didn't care about it. turning to and handing it to a bystander. Because there were 2 copies of the report card, it was passed from the front and the back. Soo-taeon didn't care at all about the report card in his hand. In the eyes of the bystanders, it felt like Soo-taeon was overbearing. The reason he didn't look at it was because Soo-taeon was quite confident. However, Soo-taeon was just too lazy to look at it. At this time, he was fully focused on other places. After all, going to university required a large amount of expenses, and although Dr. Soo had promised to supply him, sooner or later he would have to go out on his own. It would be better to take advantage of this year to save up some savings. Soo-taeon wanted to make a good profit with his next novel. However, Soo-taeon didn't know that his almost unconcerned attitude made some guys even more hostile towards him. Soo-taeon. The biting coldness made Soo-taeon's back uncomfortable. What's wrong with me? System, 80% offended someone again. Soo-taeon, impossible. I'm not that high profile these days. System, with so many bug skills, do you think you can be low profile if you want to? Soo-taeon, it seems to be the case. Outside Kirin High School, Guchin took out all the money and gave it to the man in front of him. The man counted it. Are high school students this rich now? Can things you guys do? A thin man tugged on Guchan's shirt collar irritably. Kid, are you doubting our level of business? Facing the man in front of him, Guchan forced himself to be calm. The man in the lead pushed the thin man aside. What are you doing? Our gold master. How can we be bullied by you like this? On the surface, he was helping Guchan out. In reality, he was just taking what he could get. After all, he was in the business of rules, taking people's money, doing things for them. He couldn't take people's money and beat them up. This way how can they mix in the future? He straightened his jacket. A slight smile. Little brother, don't worry about it. I'll do this cleanly for you, but we don't accept payment up front. We want a one-time payment. Of course you can also choose not to seek our help, but we won't refund this money. Guchan understood that the other party was just maximizing his interests. He couldn't get that much money right now either. In order to not let his money go down the drain, he directly took out the watch that his parents had bought him when he moved up to high school. This watch is worth $100,000 on the market. Okay, waste his words. Let's do it. No, I want him to disappear from this world forever. If you can't do it, I'll call the police for your robbery. Guchan's words made the man in the lead chuckle. Good boy, dare to threaten us. The thin man rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. The thin man was directly held down by the leading boss. What for? Big brother. This kid dares to threaten us. We have to clean up this kid today. Clean up what? People are just afraid of losing their money. The man in the lead patted his chest and assured to don't worry about it. That guy, we'll make it disappear. Immediately after that, they left. Guchan let out a long breath of relief. At night Soo-taeon and Lin Ruwashi went back from school together. After Robot FNA was modified, Soo-taeon could drive her home. On the road, they were talking and laughing. After Xia Xinyue turned the corner and left, Soo-taeon and the others were suddenly surrounded. The man driving the motorcycle took off his helmet and his fierce eyes could not be hidden. Soon they were surrounded. These 6 men, one more than the other, did not look like good people. The little brother beside the man leading the group had a surprised look on his face. Big brother, why is this kid carrying 2 chicks around? Isn't this a good thing? The male is taken care of. The female is taken away. And it's $2 more when we get to the mountain. Lin Ruwashi was so scared by them that she didn't know what to do. Soo-taeon got out of the car and looked at the people in front of him. Hey, you guys don't know that there are cameras planted in this neighborhood? The way Soo-taeon fell and didn't look the least bit intimidated made them doubtful. Big brother, there are surveillance cameras in this neighborhood. What should we do? The man went up and gave a big mouthful. Rubbish. If we wanted to install cameras here, we would have done so long ago. What did we do in this area and forget about it? They were all loafers. They didn't do a lot of stealing. The man in the lead knew the surrounding area very well. The man looked at Soo-taeon and smiled. Kid, I admire your courage and your calmness, but people want your life. There's no way out. Brother, take people's money and do things for them. Soo-taeon looked towards FNA. He then directly turned on FNA's battle mode. Soo-taeon then protected Lin Ruwashi's side. Don't be afraid. Lin Ruwashi nodded slightly. The leading man looked at the FNA in front of him and didn't take it seriously at all. Soo-taeon knew that they were going to suffer some hardships. In order to avoid FNA being targeted, FNA was implanted with a fighting system by Ron. Once activated, it would explode with super strong fighting power. FNA charged up. The man in the lead didn't take it seriously at all. The result was disastrous. Although FNA's agility was slightly inferior to real people, her strength far exceeded that of humans. As they fell one by one, the man in the lead picked up a knife and stabbed towards FNA. The result was blocked by FNA. FNA had no sense of pain as a robot, even if her mechanical palm was pierced. The leading man watched as FNA didn't bleed, and they were directly scared away. Monster! Monster! The others also fled one after another. Su Tian shut down FNA's function. Let's go, Daryl. Lin Ruashi nodded slightly. For Su Tian, who had protected her just now, she felt a little more warmth inside. Back at home, Su Tian told Ron about the matter. Su Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's a pity that there was no surveillance in that section. Dr. Ron slapped his head. There is surveillance. That area has surveillance? FNA is. How could Su Tian forget about this? Having the images of those people would be good. Dr. Ron looked at Su Tian. Leave the rest to me. Su Tian nodded slightly. The next afternoon, those guys were arrested in droves. Gu Chen was also exposed. At the police station, Gu Chen's nervous. He knew it was over. His parents and teachers knew. His future was over. However, at this time a man walked over. You are Gu Chen? Gu Chen nodded slightly. At this point he was too scared to speak. Don't be nervous. I've already set things right for you. Why are you helping me? The man stroked his chin and smiled slightly. Why? Probably you and I are very similar. The man got up and handed it to Gu Chen. This is my business card. Mr. Gentleman Phantom? That's right. The man smiled faintly. Young man, I have things to do first. The other party's ghostly smile made Gu Chen shudder. Waiting for Gu Chen to leave the Public Security Bureau, he looked at the back of the business card. Whether it's a conscience or a dream or perhaps your most important person, it can be exchanged for superpowers. Gu Chen laughed. The business card was then thrown casually. What a joke. Superpowers. It's just a fraud. Gu Chen returned to the school. This matter was lifted, but the other matter was not. Evening. Gu Chen was punished for standing second. I can't believe you only got second on the exam. Mother Gu, you must have slacked off. Father Gu, we don't care about you. This is trust. This is what you get in return for your parents. Look at your brother. He's improved by 3 more places. Mother Gu, this kid really is getting more and more ignorant as he gets older. Chapter 22. I just want to do a good job cooking. Gu Chen clenched his fists. He didn't understand. Was this his fault too? By the time they returned to their room, the business card on him fell off once again. Gu Chen was quite dismayed. Didn't he throw this business card away? Why was it still here? His expression was filled with confusion. He picked the business card up and looked at the text on the back as he fell into thought. Superpower. Superpower. He couldn't help but read it several times. He then opened the door and walked out. The night was cool for the beginning of fall, but it was obviously a little too cool at this point. Gu Chen tightened his zipper. He then headed towards where the address was. He took the business card and looked east and west before finally finding his destination. It was a store. However, the store gave him a strong sense of evil chill. He couldn't help but want to escape, but he thought about it and stepped inside. When he stepped inside, the coldness was gone. The man glanced at Gu Chen. Young man, here you are. What do you want to exchange? Gu Chen wanted to tell the truth about his desire for superpowers, but he was afraid of being ridiculed. He whispered 3 words. Super, energy, power. Mr. Phantom laughed. Superpowers? I have everything here. What kind of superpower do you want? I want superpowers that can become good. Mr. Phantom laughed. The superpower of becoming excellent. I have the superpower of unforgettable eyes here. It's just that this superpower requires your most valued family member as leverage. Your dad, or your mom, or your brother again. Hearing this, Gu Chen froze. If they traded, where would they go? Mr. Phantom laughed as he looked at Gu Chen in front of him. Just disappear. That's all. Disappear? It means to not exist. Gu Chen looked at the person in front of him. I can get superpowers as long as I want? That's right. Thinking of his own brother, Gu Chen's jealousy was born. Now just by sacrificing his own brother, he could not only get the only love from his parents, but also such an unbelievable superpower. Mr. Phantom, I'm willing to make this deal with you. Take my brother all you want. Mr. Phantom took out an agreement. Sign this agreement, and our deal will take effect the next day. Just bite your finger and put down your handprint. Gu Chen followed the person in front of him and did as he was told. When Gu Chen pressed down, Gu Chen then felt something come in his brain. He walked out of the store and returned home. Half-heartedly, he closed his eyes. Just sleep on it. He was a bit expectant, and a little skeptical. The next day, he got up early, looking at the family photo. It went straight from a family of 4 to a family of 3. He looked at the other photos again. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems this is not a dream. He tried his skill of never forgetting. He took out a random book that he hadn't read. He simply scanned it and he was able to memorize it silently. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth rose. What kind of skill was this? It was simply heaven-defying. Surpassing Su Tian was not a matter of concern. Su Tian was only a younger brother in front of him. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly at the thought. He didn't care about his brother's disappearance. Gu Chen put down the book in his hand. From today onwards, I, Gu Chen, am different. Gu Chen came to the class much more confident than before.
But basically nothing had changed in the eyes of others.
Language class. Chi Xiang's gaze went to Su Tian. Mr. Su, you've read more extracurricular books. You're a richer reader. I wonder if you know the second half of this poem. Su Tian shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know. He knew.
But he didn't want himself to be chased by the teacher and asked questions.
Su Tian was signaled by the teacher to sit down.
Just at this time when FNA was about to raise her hand, she was directly cut off by Gu Chen because this poem was the very same poem that he had checked his unforgettable skills in the morning.
With his memory, he answered it perfectly. At this moment, the class applauded and applauded. Su Tian also applauded along with them. In Gu Chen's eyes, Su Tian was convinced. In reality, Su Tian was smiling inwardly. Since someone was helping him to pull the teacher's attention, why wouldn't he be happy about it? After the morning, Su Tian finished his meal and walked out of the school cafeteria. A crowded place was something he disliked. He was very fond of empty places. To put it bluntly, there were no male students to eat with him. Su Tian, don't reveal your shortcomings. Just when he hadn't taken a few steps, a man blocked his way. It was Gu Chen. Su Tian, let's chat. Su Tian, chatting at mealtime? You're not sick in the head. What are you chatting about? You're not hungry yourself. But I'm starving. Where are you? Cool. Where you stay? Su Tian ignored him. This guy was directly in front of him. Fellow student Su, I know you despise me, but I'm telling you now, I'm not the same as before. Su Tian, this time I will definitely beat you. The first place in the senior class can only be me. Su Tian was speechless. What does it have to do with me if you're different? Right now, I only want dry rice. Su Tian passed by the man with his lunchbox. At this moment, the man was almost about to explode with anger. Su Tian, do you hear me? This first place can only be me. It's me. Su Tian laughed bitterly. If you want to be first place, you can be. Why are you shouting at me? What does your first place have to do with me? Su Tian was speechless. Looking at the distant Su Tian, Gu Chen clenched his fists. Su Tian, just keep looking down on me. I'll make you regret it afterward. Ruthlessly, Su Tian sat on a chair and took a big bite of his meal. Cool. In the mystery shop, Mr. Phantom watched everything that happened in Kirin High School through the crystal ball. He looked at Su Tian. For some reason Su Tian's various stats were all unknown. Mr. Phantom thought it was applause, didn't care. He just wanted to know what this Gu Chen thinking of quickly improving himself would then sell him. Gu Chen brushes the wrong set of questions, although has the ability to not forget. But Gu Chen is very dissatisfied. He wanted to crush Su Tian as fast as possible. Because of the knowledge of that mysterious store, he knew that it was time for him to be delivering something. Facing his own parents he hesitated, but thinking about what he had been, Gu Chen's face was gloomy. But after all, those were his parents. He softened. He thought that without his brother, his parents should be good to him. In the evening after school, he was very excited to return home. Originally he thought that he was waiting for a loving hug from his parents. But as he walked to the front door of the house he heard the sound of his parents arguing. But no more. But it's over. His brother had disappeared and his parents were emotionally at odds. He knew that his parents had eased their relationship because of his brother. Gu Chen sneered. I'm your child too. He pushed the door and walked away to progress. His father grabbed the door and walked out, and his mother frantically smashed things. Gu Chen went cold inside. They simply wouldn't back down for themselves. Chapter 23 Responding to War. Gu Chen. Full marks. Student Gu Chen. 750 points on this quiz. Worthy of a commendation. Song Wenhao led the applause for Gu Chen. Gu Chen's sudden improvement surprised most of the people within the class. How did this Gu Chen become so powerful? Full marks. What was this? Su Tianyi was also surprised. The questions on this quiz were about as difficult as the last monthly exam, and Gu Chen's level was just around 600 points. 700 points would be considered a miracle. Now he had actually gotten a perfect score on the test. The key was that he had surprisingly achieved a span of grades in a short period of time as well. He was having a system. Su Tian was very surprised when he thought about it. Is it hard to believe that Gu Chen also has a system? System, this can't be said. But the god that caught you just created me alone. As for other gods, that's impossible to say. But the fact that this Gu Chen kid had a golden finger was something that could be determined. Isn't this a normal world? System, normal or not? You have to look at whose point of view you're speaking from. It's a matter of concept and your understanding. System, hello a dump. He didn't care about how Gu Chen was. And for Su Tian, if you want to be number one, just take it. However, this Gu Chen didn't think this way. He wants first place, and he wants to humiliate Su Tian. This kid, the main fight A and Su Tian is not happy. You took the first place. You're awesome. However, he walked directly to Su Tian. Speaking loudly, he said, Su Tian, I took first place this time, and I'll do it again next time. I told you, my first place, I'll get it back sooner or later. Su Tian sneered, with a perfunctory and indifferent face. He said, you take it, I didn't want to be number one anyway. Looking at Su Tian's indifferent appearance, Gu Chen was quite annoyed. Surname Su, you're still the same as always, still as disgusting as ever. These were words he didn't think would make it to the stage, so he didn't say them. He looked at Su Tian, with a haughty face. It's not that you're letting me take the bar, rather, you're simply not my opponent. Confident, this fellow could be considered a bit overconfident. Su Tian looked at Gu Chen in front of him. You're very confident? Gu Chen wrapped his arms around himself and nodded slightly. For Gu Chen, he had a golden finger, an absolute golden finger. Who was confident if he wasn't? At this moment, the students around them were watching them as if they were watching a spectacle. They were expecting something to happen. After all, in this boring high school career, a little more fun they still wished for. In that case we'll see. We'll see what happens in midterm. Gu Chen didn't care that much about this. Looking at the hooked Su Tian, he smiled slightly. That smile of his seemed to be saying, everything is as I expected. However, the loser has to fulfill any one thing for the other person. Gu Zheng had the intention to do so, and he directly agreed. Facing such a Gu Chen, Su Tian understood that his golden finger was not simple. But so what? It was impossible for him to be a deserter. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to understand how he obtained his golden finger. The winds of autumn are whistling. Leaves are flying across the entire East Feather County, riding their bicycles slowly, talking and laughing. Lin Ruoshi, Fu Na and Xia Yuexin, the three of them had become golden triangle girlfriends. On the contrary, Su Tian was isolated like an outsider. At this moment, Su Tian did not make a sound, and in the eyes of the onlookers, it was as if Su Tian was thinking about something. At first, Xia Yuexin didn't care about Su Tian, and she only paid attention when she was about to leave. Su Tian, what's wrong with you? Are you fretting about the bet with Gu Chen? Just curious. Gu Chen, he's very strange. When did his grades get this good? Xia Yuexin felt strange. He's always gotten good grades. It's normal to do that well on exams. Su Tian looked at Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi also nodded slightly. It's normal? Really? It's normal? Then why were his grades bad before? What happened? Now that his grades have become good, it feels very normal where? Su Tian, both of your grades are just 1 or 2 points wrong. There's nothing strange about him surpassing you. A point or two wrong? Right. He was below you in the last monthly exam. How is this possible? Su Tian didn't show it and returned home. He found out the report card of the monthly exam results. He was surprised. What was the situation? Su Tian could sense that it seemed like there was really some kind of bug in his world. This bug was not simple. He didn't believe that there was a problem with his memory, because he was in existence with many bug skills. Su Tian understood that there must be something affecting this world. System, do you know what it is? System, this should be due to Gu Chen's golden finger. His golden finger should be bestowed by a god or a creature second to a god. Only they could cause such an effect. There are other gods in this world. Indeed they exist, but they are nothing more than higher lifeforms to the god who caught you, and most of them can't even get out of the earth. No wonder we are unaffected. The system let out a mechanical sneering voice. System, influence? Those guys? Are you kidding? What can they influence? My level is only second to the universe creation god. If you want to say my weakness, it would be you, the host. Su Tian was a bit upset when he heard this. You system, how are you undermining people? System, no more chatting for you. This system is going to go upgrade. This system. Other side. Gu Chen returned home. I'm back. It turned out that none of them were there, and he almost forgot that they had all been exchanged out by themselves. He came to the sofa and took a trip straight away. His stomach grumbled. His old self wouldn't have fretted over food at all. What was with the feeling of regret inside him? He didn't understand. Maybe he still needed to get used to it. That's what he thought. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. With this open skill, what kind of family do you want? Gu Chen's heart changed. He simply ate his meal and started to get busy. Gu Chen didn't just want to surpass Su Tian at this point, but more directly now. He wanted to come out on top. He wanted to get the throne of being the number one in Qilin High School. He wanted to get into Huaqing. He wanted to become the miracle of Donghua City. The small Dongyu County could no longer hide his ambition now. His world should be wider. No, it should be very wide. The midterm exams came quickly. The senior high school midterm exam was not strictly a midterm exam, but rather a test of the results of 2 months of intense training. This time, Kirin High School joined with 13 high schools to conduct a large-scale exercise. The questions were written by senior teachers from the 13 high schools. The test papers were reviewed by professionals. The severity of this senior year's exam at Kirin High School is unprecedented. The four big words cheating and expulsion were particularly conspicuous. Although other students were trembling and nervous, Gu-chan was calm. This time he was determined to win. Chapter 24. This is not a system. It's clearly a grandpa. I can't forget it. And with 10 years of experience practicing questions, what was he afraid of? Gu-chan knew he was going to win. Now it's just a matter of time. Waiting? He hadn't been able to wait. As the bell rang, the midterm exams began. Exams were a highly stressful process, so they went by quickly. This time the questions were simple, but they were all new. To be precise, they were some new questions that did not appear on the market. Some said easy, but it's not sure about the trap questions. How many of his own traps were hit? Some say difficult, but do well instead. Everyone has everyone's feelings. Where is Gu-chan? Asked by his classmates how he did on the exam, he laughed. That question was very easy, and that's how no one asked him. On the contrary, Su-tian was at ease. The two looked at each other and Gu-chan left with a cold snort. Gu-chan was still the same Gu-chan. The midterm results made many people feel uneasy inside. Su-tian was relaxed. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin were busy studying in the library. He, Su-tian, on the other hand, hit the hammock. What was he doing at this age before? Su-tian hadn't forgotten. At that time, he didn't have a system and was studying hard in class on topics he didn't know. Nowadays he didn't need to. He made a hammock, blew the autumn wind, and basked in the sun. This little life was so happy. The warm sunlight made Su-tian sleepy. It wasn't long before he fell asleep. He slept for a very long time. By the time he woke up it was already dark. He was about to leave when Su-tian noticed Xia Yuexin. Shouldn't she be in the library with Lin Ruoshi? It was normal to look at the color of the sky. At this moment, Xia Yuexin looked at the sports students running in the park and she was filled with envy. If only there were no accidents. Xia Xinyue, although now the results are about the same. Barely on a third-rate undergraduate can still get on. But in comparison with her sports students, that would be too much worse. This can simply be said a heaven and a earth. Although she said on the surface that she put it down, but in reality, she didn't. Su-tian walked to her side. If it wasn't for this accident, Lin Ruoshi and I wouldn't necessarily be your friends. Xia Yuexin was surprised to see this familiar figure. You followed me? Su-tian looked behind him. Xia Yuexin looked at the hammock and then at Su-tian. You're really idle. Thanks to me worrying about you losing the bet. Su-tian wrapped his arms around himself. Let me. It's not that easy. Is this exam hard? Su-tian stroked his chin and thought. When you say it's hard, it's not really hard. And when you say it's not hard, it's rather like deceiving yourself. Put it this way, hard is hard. There are more trap questions. Xia Yuexin took a long breath. Today we reviewed the test. Both of us did badly. It seems that it really wasn't as good as expected. If only I were robot FNA. Su-tian smiled along with Xia Yuexin. That way it wouldn't just be good to feed. It wouldn't even be able to fart. Su-tian let out a stinky fart. Then Su-tian used his palm to fake fan it. It made it seem as if it was her. Xia Yuexin, who let it out? When had Xia Yuexin ever seen this kind of Su-tian? Su-tian. Su-tian reacted quickly, seizing the opportunity to quickly escape. Xia Yuexin chased after him, although he couldn't run fast. But the two of them just jostled in this way. Soon to the evening, Xia Yuexin was so tired that suddenly Su-tian pulled her hand and went to a restaurant. Boss, 2 spicy hot pots, 1 to be spicy, 1 not spicy. Xia Yuexin looked at Su-tian. You brat, don't think I'll forgive you for this. Then cancel it. Humph, I'll eat the meal. I won't forgive you for what you did. Maintaining an unforgiveness package. While waiting for the spicy hot pot, Xia Yuexin looked at Su-tian. You're so free. You don't care that much about the exam? What's the point of caring? The results are already that way anyway. What about the bet? I can't lose. He's not the only one in this world who can surge ahead. Su-tian, you're really a weirdo. It's like you know the results of every exam. Maybe I'm not a weirdo. Maybe I'm a monster witch. Su-tian pretended the sound of a monster growling, causing Xia Yuexin to laugh. No wonder you basically didn't want the senior class except for Lin Ruoshi and me. It turns out that once school started you were scaring the female students in your class. Looks like gossiping about me quite a bit? As the spicy hot pot came up, the two of them chatted as they ate. In order to make Xia Yuexin happy, Su-tian turned on the king of jokes mode, allowing Xia Yuexin to have a perfect end to the day. Evening, Su-tian sent Xia Yuexin back home. Looking at Su-tian's back, she came to a realization. Perhaps at this moment, she felt that her bad fate wasn't that bad. The wind whistled and the leaves fell sparsely. A seed entered the young girl's heart and slowly took root. Su-tian was on his way back. System, you kid, so it's not that you don't understand, but you don't want to understand? I've given you the runaround all these years. That's because you're not me. System, you guy. In the blink of an eye,
It was the time when the results of the midterm exams were announced. Everyone's heart was written with apprehension. When the results were released out, all went to gather around once class was over. This time Su Tian's score was still 10th. Firepower? Neither. System? Good boy. Are you that hardcore in strength? Su Tian, I'm a salted fish, but I'm a capable salted fish. System? Bullish. He was a school slag in his previous life, and now he can control the score. While Su Tian was bullish, Gu Chen was unlucky. He had a superpower time limit, and although his grades were within the 100 rankings of the entire school, there was a difference of 30 with Su Tian. Gu Chen was shocked. How could it be? How could it be? Su Tian had used the ability to nullify his supernatural abilities. Although this distance only prevented the guys around him from using their supernatural abilities, but this ability of his covered the entire school, and Gu Chen's superpower was nullified. Su Tian took out his level just to be fair. Originally, Su Tian thought that the result would be a difference of a few places. Who would have thought that there was a difference of 30 places between Gu Chen and him? Gu Chen fainted. It seemed like he was hit hard. It's a pity that Gu Chen studied so well. Grades are all he has. Gu Chen was taken away. Immediately after that, the class teacher didn't come. Su Tian learned by accident from the surrounding classmates. Gu Chen is an orphan? How was that possible? How could he not have parents where? Su Tian asked Lin Ruoshi about Gu Chen between classes, and her memory had no other information about Gu Chen. What the hell? System, I know, this kid 80% made a deal with his family and Phantom. Phantom? System, this is an extremely difficult guy to solve. When the god who caught you wanted to destroy this universe, it was because of them. As for the reason, top secret. Su Tian, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? System, then I'll shut up. Su Tian still want to ask what? This system arrogant up. Do not say anything. This is not a system. It is clearly a big man. Chapter 25. I'm just a normal and ordinary high school student. That's all. When Song Wenhao arrived at the hospital, Gu Chen was gone. This kid. Gu Chen left the hospital and arrived at his previous address, realizing that what appeared in front of him was a dead end. What's going on? What's going on? Gu Chen let out a hysterical sound, because he was wearing clothing that was that of a hospital patient. Along with his bizarre behavior, it made others think that he was mentally ill. The passers-by were about to make a phone call when Gu Chen fled. Gu Chen returned home. It was empty. He hated his brother and hated his parents, to the point that really he was alone. Gu Chen was afraid. He wept, cried very hard. Maybe this was the moment he regretted. As time passed, the night ate away the day. The stars banished the sun. Gu Chen walked out. Then he took out that business card and headed to that mysterious store. He hadn't been hopeful. He hadn't expected the path to that store to reappear. He walked towards the mysterious store. On the other side, Su Tian was surprised. Why is there a road here? System, open your divine eye skill. Look closer. Is this a road? Su Tian opened his divine eye skill and saw a vortex. This is the space created by Phantom. Seeing that the other party was going to walk away, Su Tian quickly followed. Gu Chen always felt that there was someone behind him, but turned around to look empty. An illusion? At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about these things. He had to find that mystery merchant to ask. He arrived at the mystery store and angrily questioned the guy in front of him. The man laughed after hearing this. Then his face directly grimaced. You'll have to ask the person behind you about this. Su Tian was very surprised. How did he find out? System, people are phantoms. I thought Phantom was a woman where? System, a woman? Phantom accurately doesn't even have a gender. He could appear as any gender in any capacity. Su Tian walked out. Gu Chen's face was unusually ugly. No matter who it was, a secret being discovered would be tense and uneasy. This was indeed normal. You, why are you here? Looking at the other party's surprised eyes, Su Tian fell into a simple burst of light laughter. If you can come, why can't I come? Making it seem as if this place is run by your family. Isn't that right, Mr. Phantom? At these words, the man snapped. You actually know my identity? Who are you if you're not Phantom after wreaking havoc on people? That was a deal for me. He traded his family and I granted him superpowers. It was the best of both worlds. The man looked at Su Tian. Aren't you kid also a superpower owner? Why are you against your classmate having it? You're jealous. I'm not jealous at all. This kid is my nemesis. I just have one thing to make sure to tell him. If his family doesn't get it back, there really won't be any more. Gu Chen, now I'm giving you a chance. If you want your family, I'll get them back for you. If you don't want them, then let them be a memory. Gu Chen hesitated. It's over 3 seconds. Bye you. Gu Chen thought about what had happened to him over the past few days, and he gritted his teeth. Maybe they didn't exist. For a moment was what he thought. But not now. I want my family. I don't want any superpowers. Su Tian turned around and quickly went over towards Phantom. Phantom was formless. Su Tian's fist fell short. Phantom directly materialized his own fist and punched it. Su Tian directly retreated several steps. Su Tian touched his chest in pain. Phantom looked at Su Tian and revealed a smug smile. Stupid human. No matter what, you're still a two-legged monkey. How can you be our Phantom's opponent? Kid, originally I only wanted Gu Chen's body. Now you stay too. Be shameless. Craving for my body. Su Tian finished playing cheap and slowly took out an agreement. Gu Chen, see this guy's face clearly. It's not a deal he's making. It's your body. Phantom froze. You kid, you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, but this is my Phantom's territory. This is my illusion. Gu Chen was terrified by the figure of Phantom in front of him. Monster. Scattered is running. Su Tian looked at the furious Phantom and laughed. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I'll go after him. Chase? Meizu did not react. By the time he reacted, Phantom was directly furious. Kid, if you want to run, it's not that easy. Run? It's not that I want to run. If I don't, I won't have a life. Su Tian ran very fast, but he just didn't see Gu Chen's figure. My goodness, Gu Chen wouldn't be running in the wrong direction. System, Gu Chen was detected getting farther and farther away from you. He really did run in the wrong direction. My god, Su Tian thought to himself. Whatever, this kid made a fool of himself and deserved to be missed by Phantom. If this Phantom had taken over Gu Chen, it wouldn't be good for him. Su Tian turned on his divine speed skill. On the other side, Gu Chen was cornered. He had no way to escape, and was paralyzed with fear. Phantom laughed. Kid, you can't run away. Become my new body. The agreement was torn. The contract was invalidated, and Gu Chen's inner conscience was awakened. He couldn't turn it into his permanent body, but the seizing of the body could be used for a week. He quickly flew into Gu Chen's body, waiting for Su Tian to arrive. It was too late. This was the opponent's home turf. It was better to run away first. Kid, you're next. Su Tian quickly ran, and Gu Chen quickly followed. The two were neck and neck in speed. Su Tian left the space he created. The guy directly followed, and with a jump, he stood in front of Su Tian. This stance, you can't do it without practicing sports. Kid, you can't run away. Su Tian looked at the guy in front of him. Not me, but you. System, divine level fighting skill opened. System, divine level immunity skill opened. Su Tian quickly hit Phantom's body with a body shot. Phantom was very shocked. The intense pain made him grit his teeth. Anger leapt onto his face. Just at this time Su Tian hit him directly in the face with a flying kick, immediately followed by Su Tian's kick to his abdomen. Even if he had a different guy, he wouldn't have done this. We don't have to be soft when it comes to our rivals. Phantom used his superpower to control Su Tian, and as a result, he took a punch to the bridge of his nose. Phantom went through Su Tian's violent hammering. Eventually, he ran straight out and he flew directly into Su Tian's body, wanting to take over Su Tian. However, the moment he entered Su Tian's body, he regretted it. The powerful force directly made this him dissipate. System, I thought it was such a powerful charm, but it turned out to be a little charm. Too bad it's not a little sister. Looking at the remnant soul that was about to escape, Su Tian grabbed it. This guy was resurrected, but unfortunately, he was too weak. Run. Who promised? Who the hell are you guy? An ordinary and mundane high school student. That's all. Phantom, you call that ordinary and mundane? Chapter 26, Pet Buster. Su Tian looked at the man on the ground and then woke him up. Gu Chen climbed up. Pain came over his body. What's wrong with me? Where did you say? Gu Chen reacted. Su Tian, it was you who saved me. Su Tian looked around. Is there anyone else besides me? Su Tian, I'm willing to bet and say it. What do you want me to do? Su Tian looked at his swollen face, probably realizing that he had indeed hit a little too hard. Su Tian let out a long sigh. I don't need you to do anything. You just need to not go against me. Su Tian raised his head and glanced at the sky. It was getting late. It was time to go back. Su Tian left in large strides. Gu Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh as he looked at Su Tian. What a strange fellow. Thinking of this, he suddenly thought of something. Home. Gu Chen returned to his long-awaited home. The moment he opened it, his own brother walked out with a birthday cake. Brother, happy birthday. Gu Chen's parents quickly noticed the injury on their son's face. Although they had a reproach, the worried look on their faces couldn't be fooled. Gu Chen walked forward and hugged his parents. On the other side, Su Tian looked at the object in his hand. I heard that you phantoms can transform into anything. I wonder if you can transform into a buster. Bastard. I'm a phantom prince. How can I turn into a bird? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just die that heart. This great master would rather die than give in. Nice guy. This phantom still had an identity, an existence with a temper. I, Su Tian, am a bit ashamed of myself even if I don't move for real. This prince phantom saw that Su Tian was going to get real. he directly staged a peaking opera face change. I change. The phantom then turned into the form of an octogenarian. Immediately afterward, Su Tian wrote a word on its forehead. The 8 brothers suddenly realized that it couldn't change back to its original form, and Prince Phantom then realized that he had been fooled. Su Tian, how dare you deceive me? Buster stirred his wings angrily. Damn human, I'll peck your eyes out. This phantom prince thought too highly of himself, and he was caught by Su Tian before he could fly. Kid, believe it or not, I'll strip your fur? The phantom prince looked at the man in front of him and eventually wimped out. Whoever it was had to wimp out, right? He wasn't phantom now, he was a pachyderm. There was no fear of not having wood to burn if you stayed in the Green Hills. A good bird should learn to bide its time. Su Tian looked at this pugilist with a slight smile, then directly stuffed it into the cage. Hey, what are you doing? This king is the prince of the Phantom clan. Be polite to me or I'll make you. Su Tian stuffed it in. Looking at the noisy octogenarian, Su Tian's face sank. Kid, do you believe I'll stuff in a cat to accompany you? Come on, you are the master. This instantly calmed Prince Phantom down quite a bit. Su Tian laid down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Prince Phantom looked at the iron cage in front of him, and the entire phantom was upset. He turned into a bird. He actually turned into a bird. Men, women, old people, children, he could tolerate it, but a bird. Su Tian wait. Su Tian coughed, and this was Buster hurrying to be honest. This unlucky bird was as honest as it was going to get. Su Tian fell asleep. This phantom prince also gradually fell asleep. Damn it, turning into a Buster and having a biological reaction as well. Buster stirred his wings and hung upside down as he slept. Early in the morning, Su Tian looked at this scene and laughed out loud. This was not a Bugsy. It was clearly a stupid bird hanging upside down. There is nothing to learn about bats. Su Tian opened the cage. Buster, come in. Looking at Su Tian's open bag, the dark hole inside was truly disturbing. Even so, he flew in. Poverty could not be moved. Might could not be bent. But in front of Su Tian, he was still slightly villainous. Su Tian put on his backpack and headed to the school. Su Tian and Gu Chen met. Gu Chen gave Su Tian an active greeting for a change. Morning, Gu Chen. When the two greeted each other, the ground shook. What a situation. Two people actually greeted each other. The senior class's arch-rivals. It was well known. Could it be that the end of the world is coming? The sound of gossip spread out in front of the two. Even so, the two didn't care. Su Tian was wondering, what was the situation with this Gu Chen? System, because you saved him, his favorability towards you has multiplied. Aha! System, you are now his true destiny boy. He will keep pestering you until he meets his true male. Wait, System, I'm not interested in men. System, you saved the man, not you. You, self-inflicted. Su Tian thought about how the result was kinda cost-effective. One less enemy is better than one more, right? Back in the class, Xia Yuexin felt very strange. Su Tian, what's your situation? Nothing's going on. Just at this time Song Wenhao appeared in front of Su Tian with a dark face. You come out for a moment. Su Tian originally didn't know what the situation was, but as he walked out he quickly remembered the matter of yesterday's truancy. This was really a big deal. He had been caught missing class, and now he really couldn't take it anymore. Su Tian, you need to explain to me what was going on yesterday. It's not even if you read extracurricular books on weekdays, but now you even dare to miss class at random. Su Tian really didn't know how to explain at this point. Just at this time Gu Chen walked out. Teacher, Gu Chen didn't intentionally miss class yesterday. It was me who called him out on the phone. Song Wenhao nodded slightly. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. What did you two agree to come out for? Playing a game to decide the winner. As a result, the two were penalized for one class. Su Tian looked at Gu Chen. You made that excuse. Sorry, Gu Chen. You don't have to apologize. Thanks for earlier. The two were punished for an entire morning reading. For Su Tian this was nothing. After all, he hadn't been punished a lot in the original world. In the office, the other teachers congratulated the senior class for their good midterm exam results. Many students had performed exceedingly well, especially that Su Tian. It was fine if he didn't hear that name, but as soon as he heard it, Song Wenhao's head hurt vaguely. That kid was just too hard to control. Today it was this thing, tomorrow it was that thing. Before it was a small matter, and now he even went to an internet cafe with Gu Chen to engage in some kind of game duel. Su Tian is a guy with better talent, but this kid is really. Teacher Song, who is the math competition spot for your class? There was only one spot for the math competition. Who to give it to? It really was a complicated question. In terms of grades Su Tian took the brunt, but Su Tian always likes to make a mess, in case he loses face outside, or does something unexpected again. Then he, as a teacher, can hardly take the blame. Thinking of this, Song Wenhao's head was about to explode. directly to Gu Chen. Lin Ruoshi was pretty much the same again. Chapter 27, Math Contest. The key thing is that the vice principal's niece is also going to attend. Principal Yu's two eyes were not out of breath. Thinking about this, Song Wonhao's heart became very complicated. In order to show fairness, then notify these 4 people to take the test, and use the weekday quantitative score plus the grades to determine the candidates. Thinking of his big class president, Li Wanru, who was busy, he was not giving it a chance, is not a bit too much. After a while of thinking, Song Wonhao decided to organize an exam in the class. The purpose of this exam was to select a representative to represent the senior class in the math competition. The evening self-study at night became the best time to do this, so he approached the senior class president and asked him to spread the news. The students of the senior class were all surprised, because who didn't know that this time Su Tian scored a perfect score on the math midterm? It was one of 20 perfect scores in the entire school. Gu Chen was just 1 point short. It looked like there was a problem anyways. This Su Tian is fine with contradicting the teacher. And now it's so good that the teacher doesn't even want to give the option of extra points for the competition. Isn't this giving us a chance? Chance? What kind of chance is there for a scum? The third from the bottom of the class has the nerve to say the second from the bottom of the class. This side of Xia Yuexin looked to the side of Su Tian. He even looked at the comic books. Breathless. Speechless to the extreme. This guy doesn't care a bit. Su Tian, don't you care? It's not like I have any lofty ideals. Being an ordinary high school student who enjoys himself isn't lacking a very interesting thing. You call this ordinary? Xia Yuexin didn't even want to talk to this tablemate. This was a guy who had gotten a bargain and was still selling his good behavior. As time passed, it was soon evening. After the evening self-study began, every student was eager to try, especially those who have learned the Olympic mathematics. Because of the math competition, there are many questions or OU questions. You can't always figure out what you know in high school. OU is all about skill. In this way, they saw an opportunity. Lin Ruoshi was the same. As the exam started, people started handing in their papers one after another, because as long as they handed in their papers, they could retreat. For this kind of thing, why wouldn't they be happy? After all, most of the people in the back didn't have good grades and hadn't studied OU. The number of people who left increased as most of them were multiple choice questions. Su Tian came straight to a 0-mark paper this time. Since you don't give me a chance, it's not that you don't give it, but I don't want it. There was no one else but him. Su Tian. With such overbearing thinking, Su Tian took his bag and went to hand in his paper. Song Wonhao looked at Su Tian just did multiple choice questions is very annoying. On second thought, this kid does not participate is not just right. Song Wonhao impatiently signaled, "Go!" Su Tian swaggered away. Su Tian handed in his papers, and so quickly, thinking about Su Tian's usual performance, some students simply gave up. Ling Chu was among them. Because of upholding the principle of fairness, Song Wonhao couldn't say anything. The duo of Lin Ruoshi and Gu Chen were very calm. For them, it didn't matter what the result was like. They just wanted to get a good result. Looking at these two students, Song Wonhao nodded with satisfaction. They were much more reliable than Su Tian. After Su Tian left the school, that buster directly poked his head out. Su Tian, that guy deliberately didn't give you a chance. Why did you do what he wanted? Su Tian looked at Prince Phantom who was standing beside him. I'm not interested in this opportunity. FNA looked at the buster beside Su Tian with curiosity. She cocked her head. Buster directly tensed up. Monster. Su Tian laughed and said, "She's not a monster. She's a robot." Su Tian laughed out loud at Prince Phantom's actions. He was a monster himself and was still afraid of monsters. A robot? What kind of species is this? The Phantom Prince looked at FNA, not feeling the biological aura that should be there. A robot is a system of machines that can perform tasks automatically. It can realize a variety of complex functions such as handling, processing, inspection, and movement through equipment such as sensors, controllers, and actuators. Robots can simulate human movements, behaviors and perceptions to achieve human-machine interaction and automated production. There are various definitions and classifications of robots based on different application areas and functions. For example, industrial robots, service robots, specialty robots, etc. Prince Phantom exclaimed that the world had changed so much. This made Su Tian's head not be able to help but float a sentence. My lord, times have changed. The test was conducted today, and the results appeared the next day. As always, it drew many people's surprise. Su Tian had gotten a 0 on the test. This kind of news was unprecedented. 0. What is this guy's skill? But at the same time, the one who was more out of the loop was Lin Ruoshi. Surprisingly, she came in first. Gu Chen suffered a 3-point loss. For the math competition he had let his hair down. Gu Chen had his own study plan, although he could get extra points for winning the math competition. But the college entrance exam wasn't just about math. He had his own study plan. They were happy that Lin Ruoshi won. Of course there were also people who were jealous. Ling Chu was like that. If I had known that Guy Su Tian would get a big duck egg on the exam, I wouldn't have quit in the middle. Ling Chu looked at Su Tian. A grudge was on her face, as if Su Tian had done something wrong. Su Tian was also puzzled. Why was this Ling Chu looking at him so much? Liking him? That was obviously a bit unlikely. Xia Yuexin on this side looked at Su Tian a bit skeptical. Su Tian, you should not have heard that there are OU questions in the math competition. Not your strong point. You wimped out. Wimpy? Su Tian just wanted to deny it, but they thought they were too lazy to explain. Su Tian nodded slightly. After all, Su Tian is just an ordinary person. Nothing will be normal. The students in the class suddenly felt that Su Tian's classmate was just like that. He also had weaknesses. He also had things that he was afraid of. Li Wanru, the class president, did not follow the trend. Su Tian, this kid is capable if she knows. He could tutor her sister, a college student, in math. He wouldn't be able to. Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Who didn't know that he, Su Tian, was close to Lin Ruoshi? She felt that 80% Su Tian was letting this go. Playing what deep love? Li Wanru didn't know why, but she was impatient with the gossip between the two of them. Su Tian and Lin Ruoshi, although they didn't have much to do with her, she was always attracted to their attention. She envied Lin Ruoshi's though. Just getting a chance as good as this. Su Tian didn't know OU. This kind of thing was rumored so much that people believed it, but Gu Qin didn't believe it. Li Wanru didn't believe it. Nonetheless, the math competition was nailed on. In order for Lin Ruoshi to be able to play reasonably well on the competition field, and also to bring a companion, Ling Xinghui proposed to Song Wenhao. Ling Chu, this kid is good at OU. I think we can let her accompany her. You can tutor in front of the exam. Song Wenhao was also in a difficult position with the OU questions. He got Lin Ruoshi and Ling Chu as the vice principal wanted. Chapter 28. It's not that I can't, it's that I don't want to. Ling Chu relied on the fact that he was good at OU problems. He had no one else in his eyes, even if the person in front of him was his homeroom teacher. Teacher Song, I can help Lin Ruoshi, but after winning the award, I also need to have the class teacher's recommendation of a direct recruitment opportunity to the university. To put it bluntly, I can do without the certificate, but the teacher's recommended opportunity she has to have. Students who won awards at Qilin High School would all receive a letter of recommendation from the school's homeroom teacher, allowing some of the best students to participate in the direct recruitment exams of these universities. It seemed fair, but in reality it was unfair. Song Wenhao had a real headache. Just at this time, Su Tian walked in. Teacher, tutoring Lin Ruoshi. I can do it. Ling Chu couldn't help but sneer as she looked at Su Tian, who appeared. Are you good at OU? You tutor? Su Tian, I know that your overall grades are good. The school ranking is also top, but OU is not your strong point, and OU is not the same as the math we're learning now. OU and math are two related concepts that have different purposes and levels of difficulty. Math is the study of concepts such as quantity, structure, space, and change. It is a basic subject and the foundation for learning other subjects. Math focuses on logical reasoning and proof, and it covers a wide range of topics from basic arithmetic to advanced algebra. OU, Olympiad Mathematics, on the other hand, is a higher level of mathematics education that aims to develop students' mathematical and problem-solving skills while providing talent for the Mathematics Olympiad. OU usually covers a wider and deeper range of mathematics, including algebra, geometry, number theory, combinatorial mathematics, etc. OU is an extension and development of mathematics, which requires deeper mathematical knowledge and higher mathematical ability. Su Tian, can you do it? Worthy of being in existence that had taken an AOM class. This was said with a clear head. Even Su Tian could not help but nod his head. Regarding the difference between AOU and math, Su Tian had already known about it long ago. Su Tian smiled slightly. How can I do it without trying it? Ling Chu looked at Su Tian's unafraid look. You have nothing to do, right? You have to have me punch you in the face, don't you? Ling Chu looks at Song Wenhao. Teacher, borrow your book and pen for a moment. Song Wenhao nodded slightly. Immediately after that, Ling Chu took out a pen and wrote an OU question. Find the sum of 1, plus 2 2, plus 3 3, plus NN. She placed it directly in front of Su Tian. Do you know the answer? Su Tian returned gently. Answer, n plus 1, minus 1. That's right. Ling Chu's face was ugly. He originally wanted that guy to look good. Result. Surprisingly, he let him pretend. Let him put on a show. Ling Chu's face was quite ugly. Originally, he wanted to hit the other party's face, but now it's so good. How it looks like his own face has taken a blow. Didn't this Su Tian not know how to do OU? Wasn't the Olympiad his shortcoming? As a matter of fact, a man's words can't be easily believed. However, her heart was lucky.
Su Tian must have happened to see this question somewhere. Knowing the result, it must be so.
So Ling Chu looked towards Su Tian and issued a challenge.
Su Tian did accept. Song Wonhao also wanted to see what this Su Tian was capable of.
So he looked for the teacher of the 0 class to go and ask for 2 OU test papers.
This kid Su Tian was a very interesting existence. An oddball who stayed in an ordinary class.
The teacher of class 0, as well as the teachers of the other classes came over to watch the fun.
After all, Ling Chu's AOM ability was very strong.
Even if she chose to practice sports in high school, her base was there. She was a member of Ling's family and had experienced elite education since she was a child.
And where was Su Tian? He was a very oddball existence in Qilin High School.
His grades were stable not to mention, but this kid could toss up flowers as long as he existed in the school. And this guy is known for his iron head.
You can't even say he's a hammer. Ling Chu versus Su Tian, the OU genius against the oddball kid. Whether or not Su Tian could surprise them again was something they were looking forward to. Su Tian's multiple choice questions were all wrong,
and he didn't know which teacher had shaken it out.
A layman,
trying to beat an oddball genius in a short period of time.
It was either a fool's dream.
It was just smoke coming out of one's ancestors' graves.
As the match began,
both of them began to bury their heads in the air and answer the questions.
Lin Ruwashi had studied AOM,
and as she looked at the test paper,
she couldn't help but worry for Su Tian.
Although this man always loved the limelight, but her heart was still filled with worry for him.
Su Tian did the questions at a fast pace.
It wasn't long before Su Tian flipped over. Ling Chu thought that Su Tian was up to his old tricks.
Su Tian was interfering with her mind. Ling Chu went from frowning to stretching in just a fraction of a second.
Worthy of being a former physical education student, the speed of adjustment is just fast.
Ling Chu didn't choose the path of sports back then,
and now her ranking in the whole school's culture class isn't low.
The people around are full of compliments for Ling Chu. Just as they were exchanging whispers, Su Tian handed in his papers.
The class teacher of class 0 was surprised. This kid was even faster than the number 1 in their class at doing the questions.
He looked at Su Tian with a friendly reminder. There's still time now. Don't you want to check? No need. These 3 simple words were shocking. Not needed. Surprisingly, there was no need. This Su Tian was also too overconfident.
Although teachers liked confident students,
they didn't like arrogance. The 0 class teacher thought the same way.
But when he sat down to correct it, his entire body froze.
Good old Su Tian. He's got a lot of depth.
The correct rate of these questions was as high as 98%.
After Ling Chu finished them, the correct rate was also as high as 98%. When the results were announced, Ling Chu was shocked.
She didn't expect Su Tian to tie with her. The key thing was that Su Tian even handed in his paper early.
It was a tie, but in a sense it wasn't a tie.
Ling Chu looked at Su Tian and gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do.
He relied on his strength. System, wrong typing. They relied on my open skill. That's how Su Tian became the best candidate. Even if Ling Xinghui had complaints, he didn't dare to show them. This exam was supposed to be Ling Chu's own loss, so there was no one else to blame. Lin Ruwashi and Su Tian were on their way back to class. The more Lin Ruwashi thought about it, the more wrong it became.
She called out to Su Tian,
"Did you get a 0 on the test for me?"
It wasn't a bad thing to make Lin Ruwashi feel guilty and thus plant deep emotions towards him,
but Su Tian refused.
He looked at Lin Ruwashi and said back in a serious manner,
"Taking a 0 for you is impossible. I just don't want to take the test. It's too troublesome and not fun." At this moment,
Lin Ruwashi was surprised, but quickly normalized again.
He was Su Tian. He simply couldn't be understood with a normal person's mind. Back in the class, it changed back to normal again. Noon, the sun was shining brightly, and Su Tian,
who had just finished brushing the dishes,
ran into Ling Chu. She blocked Su Tian's way. Chapter 29. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Su Tian looked at the person in front of him. He really didn't know what he had to talk about. He wanted to leave.
Ling Chu stopped with one hand.
I don't know what game which thought was being played.
The two came to the playground.
Ling Chu looked at Su Tian with a complaining face and said, "Why are you against me? Why?" Su Tian thought it was something,
but it turned out to be this kind of thing.
It's not that I'm going against you.
It's that you're rushing your ducks and have to make things difficult for my friend.
I think it's the girlfriend. That surname Lin is just an ordinary girl. Instead of finding a girl like that, it would be better to find me. How about I be your girlfriend? Nowadays,
they were all 18-year-old adults with the freedom to fall in love. But who would think about such things before the college entrance exam?
Su Tian looked at Ling Chu in front of him, who clearly had ulterior motives. Su Tian laughed. Why? Because I am a member of Ling's family. Ling Chu.
This name and her family's identity gave her a lot of haughty qualifications, and it was precisely because of this that there was always someone to cover up some of the excessive things she did.
Su Tian was nothing more than her stepping stone.
The kind that would be thrown away after use. Not to mention the fact that now he had so many bug skills and his adoptive father was an investor in this school. He didn't need a girlfriend like that. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Ling Chu was directly dumbfounded when he heard this. Not interested. Su Tian was not interested in her. She was so pretty looking. She stopped Su Tian angrily. Why? Because once you hurt Xia Yuexin, and once you try to take away my first friend's chance, they don't dare to mess with you. I do. Ling Chu was so angry that her eyes were glaring out. Surname Su, don't you regret it? Ling Chu put down harsh words and left. Su Tian also left, and this scene happened to be seen by another person as well. Back at home, the doctor was debugging FNA. The robot's intelligence was not progressing at a good pace. Ron couldn't help but sigh. FNA's program always has bugs. What if it continues like this? The investors will pull out. The doctor left worriedly. FNA looked at Su Tian. Brother Su Tian, what will I become if they withdraw their investment? Buster shouted. A pile of scrap metal. Su Tian went and gave that stupid Buster a big mouthful. It slammed straight into the wall. Prince Phantom. It could be considered nothing to look for a fight. Su Tian looked at FNA with a faint smile. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Su Tian was a day-to-day guy. It was like this in the last world. It was still the same in this world. Su Tian looked at the dazed Buster on the ground and glanced at FNA again. Is it better to braise this stupid bird or steam it? FNA didn't know that Su Tian was joking. Instead, she replied in a serious manner. This scared Prince Phantom. Don't. I was wrong. Prince Phantom was honest. FNA looked at Su Tian. This Buster is so strange. It's like a human. Su Tian looked at the octopus and that octopus hurriedly let out a shriek. The squawk was very strange. In order to save its life, this Bugsy was like crazy. See, it's just a bird. Or a stupid bird. Prince Phantom, this prince is not. Where are you? The Prince of Phantom. Mixed up like this. Disgrace to the Phantom clan. Baby's heart is bitter. Just can't say it. Lin Ruwashi's house. Lin's mother, Lai Ziying, is very happy when she hears that her daughter will be able to represent her school in the Olympiad. She was so happy that she hurriedly informed her 7 aunts and 8 uncles. Even her father was thanking his old ancestors. On the contrary, Lin Ruwashi was very plain. Years of hard work, a bit of opportunity. Lin Hui thought not right. That kid Su Tian heard his father say that he won an award in the international competition of Olympic mathematics. Lai Ziying pointed at the man's head. You're silly. That proves that our daughter is even better than Su Tian. Lin Ruwashi was all embarrassed to hear it. It was also a surprise that Su Tian had competed in the International Olympiad. Lin Ruwashi was very curious about Su Tian. What exactly was he like? After dinner, Lin Ruwashi went to practice her Olympiad problems. Lai Ziying also felt strange. This kid Su Tian went down and our daughter came up. This kid Su won't really be interested in our daughter. Lin Hui got nervous. What? That brat dares to fall in love with our daughter. I'll find their family. Li Ziying was speechless. He hadn't reacted so strongly to her having dinner with someone else, and now it was his daughter's turn to not be able to stand it? I say, Grandmaster Lin, it's still a matter of catching the wind. What are you in a hurry for? We are the daughters. The Luoan family is the sons. Our family suffers. Lai Ziying laughed. I feel good about this Su Tian. I've seen this kid before. He is indeed good to our Lin Ruwashi. I don't agree. There's an excuse for disagreeing now. Can you stop it when the college entrance exams are over? Our daughter is older. We just need to control her to focus her mind on her studies in her senior year. Lin Hui couldn't refute and could only nod his head. His heart was worried that his daughter was hurt in love. After all, when he thought about it and let it go, now that he had a wife and child, why think about so many things? The math competition was held on the weekend. Before that on Friday, Lin Ruwashi and Su Tian were both given an early vacation with the purpose of being prepared to deal with the math competition. Lin Ruwashi was nervous at this time, because this exam she felt was too important, because it was too tense. She didn't know what to do. Lin Ruwashi nervously pinched the pen in her hand, her eyebrows filled with anxiety. At this moment, she was all out of shape. Su Tian slowly walked over and saw her nervousness at a glance. He gently patted Ruwashi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your usual strength is enough for you to shine in this competition." Daryl raised his head with a hint of confusion and worry in his eyes. "But I'm still nervous. I'm afraid I won't play well." If you don't play well, just take it as a valuable experience. The exam mindset itself is part of the exam. Messing up before the exam is a big no-no. I will help you. Immediately after that, Su Tian began to tutor her on the topics she didn't know. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the math competition. Outside were the waiting parents. Inside were students who were actively preparing for the test. Su Tian, who had nothing to do, was supposed to sleep in the hotel. After all, there were teachers and her parents accompanying Lin Ruwashi outside right now. There was no need for him.
the conspicuous bag, to go and be conspicuous. Su Tian strolled through Donghua City. The transportation here was indeed good. At this moment, Prince Phantom drilled out from behind Su Tian's casual hat. He yawned. Where is this? Donghua City. Su Tian rode his car, and the Phantom Prince hid behind him in his hat. Cold, cold. Su Tian was speechless. This guy was hiding in his hat. Su Tian thought that this pachyderm was different, but it turned out to be nothing. Suddenly Su Tian stopped. This is the Dragon River. Chapter 30, Mistake. The Dragon River is big key water clean. After admiring the Dragon River, Su Tian unknowingly arrived in front of Donghua University. Although Donghua University was not as good as Huaqing, but this university had a long history. Su Tian was trying to take out the stupid bird. A strange woman walked over. Why are you coming now? Su Tian was just about to explain when he was quickly pulled by the woman to the direct site of Donghua University. Ms. Li, you're making a mistake. He's not the student participating in the Donghua University's direct recruitment exam today. Donghua University has one direct recruitment in the first half of the year as well as one in the second half of the year. And students who pass can add 20 points to their original score when applying for Donghua University. Su Tian was just about to leave when he was pulled by the man. Young man, looking at your dress, this is a high school student. Are you interested in taking the exam? It's free. I'm not substituting for the test. I'm just letting you make up the numbers. This is a good thing. Since we've come across it, let's take it. The female teacher was puzzled. This is not in line with the rules. The number of people on this exam must be the same. Because the number of people on the exam was misrepresented just now. The female teacher understands. He is worried about losing his job. Misinformation is misinformation. It's cheap for this kid. Although Donghua University was not considered a major international university, it was still counted in the country. Although this university is called Donghua University, even students from the city have to exceed the scoreline to get in. It's not the same as Huaqing. Most of the students at Huaqing University were local domicile students. It's very harsh on foreign children. Strictly speaking, it's already considered an international school. And most students go to Huaqing to facilitate their future overseas gold rush. But Donghua is different. Although Donghua was not as good as Huaqing, he had produced many well-known elites in the country. As the exam began, Su Tian also began to bury his head in the questions. Su Tian's speed in doing the questions was fast. Any test that he participated in, Su Tian was the first to hand in his papers. Those who didn't know thought that he had come here specifically to mess up. The monitoring teacher also thought the same. As a university teacher, the monitoring teacher didn't get angry when he looked at the students' test papers in front of him. Instead, he looked at Su Tian in a different light. Time passed quickly. Su Tian handed in the test paper and was no more. Originally, the main monitoring teacher still wanted to keep the student, but there was no way the other party slipped away too quickly. Looking at the high school this student attended, Kirin High School. This was not the high school where that principal was. Song Wonhao looked at Su Tian, who appeared beside him. It was very unexpected. You kid still knows to show up? Su Tian laughed to cover it up, although he didn't know what this kid was doing. Anyway, as long as he wasn't causing trouble, it was good. Song Wonhao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After Lin Ruoshi came out, they greeted them. That excitement they didn't hide. On the other side, Ling Chu walked out from Donghua University. She was close to Su Tian's examination center, but the two did not meet. Ling family, with her connections, Ling Xinghui inquired about the results of the Donghua University test, although the exact scores were not known. But as soon as he said Kirin High School, the other party said confidently, just wait for the good news. This was the only spot in Shilin High School that was given to Ling Chu. This made the Ling family happy. After all, from their perspective, Ling Chu passed. They didn't even think about the change. Shilin High School. As the bell rang, students entered the classroom one after another. As the bell went down, the students then had a chance to relax. At this time, the news that Ling Chu got the extra points qualification for direct enrollment from East China University spread. Ling Chu got the extra points qualification. This made Xia Yuexin feel bad. All she could do with her eyes was bury her head in questions. Su Tian didn't feel right. The results of the math competition hadn't come out. Donghua students who passed this year hadn't been announced either. These two previous years were in the same time frame. What is this? It's not a rumor. Anyway, it's not his own business. What did he, Su Tian, care about? That Ling Chu glanced at Su Tian in the back row in a lonely and arrogant manner. Is it me you don't like? Su Tian, you don't look up to Auntie me. And Auntie, I don't look up to you either. But I'm going to Donghua. These hateful eyes made Su Tian very uncomfortable. Of course Su Tian didn't count on it. After all, this woman were as interesting as writing a novel. As the results of the math competition were announced, Lin Ruoshi won the second prize in the math competition. Class teacher Song Wonhao was very happy. Second prize,
At this moment when Ling Chu's classmates were expecting the teacher to announce the next good thing, the school radio interjects. Student Su Tian, please come to the principal's office immediately. The vice principal of Donghua University is looking for you. Su Tian was confused. Ling Chu was surprised. Song Wenhao, what's up with this kid? What kind of trouble has he caused me again? That Mr. Song Wenhao, come here for a second too. The vice president of East China University wants to see you. Song Wenhao, come on. It's over. Now he's lost his face. He let his classmates study. Song Wenhao looked at Su Tian as if he wanted to eat him up. How did I get a student like you? Did the heavens send you to punish me? Song Wenhao, I really want to cry right now. Really want to. The two walked into the office one after the other. Both old men made them sit down. That principal, our Su Tian is still young and does things a bit improperly. So bear with me. Su Tian didn't expect that although the Song Wenhao didn't like himself, but when it came to the key time, he was kinda like he knew how to do things. But he was really overthinking it. Su Tian didn't cause any trouble. Donghua's vice principal laughed. Mr. Song, what are you talking about? I came here to inform you of the good news that Su Tian has been admitted to our university this year. Of course if he wants to participate in the college entrance exams he can. We came over to ask Mr. Su Tian if he has any interest in Donghua University? Not extra points, direct admission. Song Wenhao was also quite shocked. What's with this kid? After the explanation from the vice principal of East China University, only then did Song Wenhao realize that his student had accidentally entered the East China University direct examination site and had won first place. What was more crucial was that Su Tian had all but handed in his papers perfectly in a short period of time. That principal, East China University, I'll consider it, and I'll participate in the college entrance exam. After all, I'm a senior who isn't complete without taking the college entrance exam. East China's principal saw Su Tian's intentions and laughed. He did not get angry. Kid, very greedy? But I don't resent such a student. After all, are they all Bo prospects? I'll give you my promise. If you can't go to other universities, we welcome you at Donghua University. Yuan Shu laughed. Let's make a deal. When fellow student Su looks for me, I will testify. That vice president of East China University nodded slightly. After Song Wenhao and Su Tian left, Song Wenhao couldn't help but praise Su Tian for once. As a teacher, he was curious and was about to ask something when Su Tian was nowhere to be seen. Where is the person? Immediately afterward, he saw Su Tian, who had collapsed on the ground, with a 6-year-old child lying on top of him. Chapter 31 Walking Talking Points Machine. That's Mr. Song's naughty daughter. A woman walked out. There was a flurry of accusations at Song Wenhao. She walked towards Su Tian with her child in her arms to express her gratitude. Looking at the wretched Su Tian, the prickly kid, Song Wenhao had mixed feelings inside. Su Tian moved his muscles for a while and left. Master Mother thought of letting Su Tian check to go. Su Tian refused. His own body, what situation he knows. Now he understands why the classroom teacher is so important to teach the undergraduate rate. The life? The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and what you're doing. What's that kid's name? Thanks to him, Su Tian. Song Wenhao's wife looked at her husband. How ironic. Your least favorite student saved your daughter. This kid is a bit disobedient, but he's a good student. Facing his wife, Song Wenhao could only nod his head. Have you heard? Mr. Su Tian has been accepted into Donghua University. What? Directly admitted? Seems like it. Out of 10, it can occupy one. Brother Tian. Bull. Suddenly someone noticed the problem. There's only one person from our school who passed. It's not Ling Chu? Ling Chu? It seems like there's no part for her. She doesn't even qualify for extra points. Su Tian was roaming for extra points. Ling Chu is the one who lost points. Someone rejoices. Someone is bound to be unlucky. At this moment Ling Chu's face was quite ugly. She didn't think that all these days of being happy, she had all entertained herself. She wasn't admitted. She didn't pass the test. Her hatred for Su Tian grew stronger and stronger. Su Tian. She hated it with a passion. She hated Su Tian so much that she couldn't wait to tear him to pieces. Su Tian, who had gained such an achievement, was pulled to invite him to dinner. Su Tian was originally going to refuse, but nefarious FNA directly told the doctor, who directly rebuked the giant note and gave Su Tian an extra 200 pocket money this week. At this school age, this money is really much. The doctor said that Su Tian proposed to celebrate with Lin Ruoshis together. Lin Ruoshi wanted to object, but was met with Su Tian and Xia Yuexin and FNA raising their hands in favor. FNA, how do you learn from them? They've all turned bad. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian. You're looking for company. Xia Yuexin looked at the duo with the wrong eyes and rolled over in jealousy. Immediately afterward, she looked at Su Tian. Flying saucers? What flying saucer? Lying to me? As a result, Xia Yuexin greeted him. At that moment Su Tian froze. Lin Ruoshi's altar also tipped over.
By the time Su Tian's brain was still pondering what was going on, they all left.
At this time Buster flew out, so being too popular is also a thing.
Su Tian slapped the stupid bird to the side. On the other side, a black chi condensed into a human.
That guy's breath should be here. She looked around and found nothing. Immediately after that, she looked at a high school student. Because Su Tian held the stupid bird in his hand, it made the mysterious figure think that Su Tian was Prince Phantom.
Found you, Prince Phantom. Ling Chu, how did you take the exam?
Do you know how much face this one has made our Ling family lose?
At this moment,
Ling Chu's face was very ugly.
Previously, as a sports student,
she had fallen behind in her cultural lessons. Even if she wanted to recover quickly, that would take time. But her family thought that was all an excuse for her.
Returning to her room, her hatred for Su Tian grew.
It was also at this time a cloud of black chi appeared.
Looks like you hate him quite a bit. Ling Chu nodded slightly. Suddenly she tensed up. You, who are you? Looking at the person who took shape, she was horrified. She wanted to escape, but the truth was that it wasn't that easy. At this point she was too stiff to move. Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. I'm your friend. Friend?
This guy who made Ling Chu furious made her feel even more like a demon in the abyss.
Fearful, terrified, not knowing what to do.
The winds of the fall season were wrapped in a chill.
It was no wonder. It was November after all. Su Tian tightened his zipper. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin came late. As for FNA, she was accompanying them.
Lin Ruoshi was dressed beautifully, and Xia Yuexin was not far behind.
Su Tian, how's it going?
This was a dangerous topic,
and Su Tian understood that if he didn't answer cautiously,
the consequences of this would be quite serious. This question was as difficult to answer as your daughter-in-law and your wife falling inside the water.
Regarding the Phantom Prince could only hide and not dare to talk about it. He didn't want to be boiled himself. Su Tian laughed.
The two great beauties are very beautiful, each with their own style. He then hurriedly digressed.
Let's go eat hot pot. Inside the hot pot restaurant, the surroundings were filled with a rich chili pepper aroma.
The red soup base gurgled and rolled on the stove,
emitting a tantalizing aroma.
The four of them sat down,
and FNA, since she didn't eat, but could act as a waitress, shabu shabu was her job. Su Tian was met with blank stares as a result.
What kind of person eats himself and doesn't let his girlfriend eat?
FNA becomes Su Tian's boyfriend. Su Tian became the evil boyfriend.
Xia Yuexin couldn't help but look at Lin Ruoshi and said with a smile, "This Su Tian is a walking conversation machine."
That's not true.
They were still jealous of each other that day.
What's going on today? The unlucky Su Tian became the object of their jokes. The meal passed quickly. After it was over, they parted ways and went shopping for women's lingerie. It's not right for a big man to follow them. Su Tian took FNA back. For some reason, Su Tian always felt a chill on his back. This Buster was the same. Wednesday, time flew by.
The cold wind gusting in the sky at this moment made him shiver.
It was really cold.
The cold was so uncomfortable.
Fortunately,
he had the skill to warm himself up.
Just at this time, a woman appeared. Ling Chu. Why does this woman have makeup on her face? Don't say that Ling Chu was a different person from before. Su Tian didn't pay any attention to the fact that his lunchbox was knocked over. Dare I say that this woman is here to cause trouble? Even though Ling Chu was a girl, this kind of bullying was really a bit too much. What are you doing? Right at this moment, Su Tian was placed in the middle of an illusion.
The woman in front of him made the surroundings stand still. It was obvious that the Ling Chu in front of him was not the Ling Chu that Su Tian recognized and knew.
Prince Phantom, long time no see. Ha! Su Tian pointed at himself with a surprised expression. Me, Prince Phantom? You're kidding. The woman sneered. Don't think I'll let you off just because you're disguised as a human. Who are you?
Ader the jealous witch. If it wasn't for you in the first place, I wouldn't have lost my family.
No, this guy thinks he's the Phantom Prince. Silly bird. What's wrong with your family?
When I bestowed a woman with the Eye of Charm, it indirectly resulted in the death of her family. I didn't expect her to find a suitable carrier so quickly.
A black whip came towards Su Tian. Su Tian caught it with one hand. This surprised the woman.
It was because Su Tian had turned on magic immunity, and since she was a witch,
this skill was just right.
Ling Chu watched her whip fail.
Suddenly, she realized that this guy wasn't Prince Phantom. Chapter 32 Sympathy. Who wouldn't? However,
Su Tian's guy who caught her whip existence with one hand was a threat to her safety,
so she decided to eliminate him. Immediately afterward a rope flew out, very spiritually binding Su Tian. It was like the binding immortal lock.
The woman was about to kill him painfully.
Su Tian easily broke free from his bindings.
He quickly appeared in front of Ling Chu and stepped forward to deliver a punch to the small of her back.
The woman realized something was right. This guy, she was no match. Can't fight but wants to run. But Su Tian's stance was very sensitive.
The woman unlocked the illusion and recovered time. Immediately after that, she softly paralyzed on the ground. Su Tian didn't expect this jealous witch to be quite good at using Ling Chu's body. Help! Su Tian is hitting someone. The voice was loud and quickly ushered in a few men. Hey, why are you hitting people? Yes. They looked at the fallen Ling Chu and assumed that Su Tian was bullying. Su Tian looked around at the lack of cameras. At once, he understood what this woman was up to. It was at this time that Buster slowly spoke. This guy is good at trickery and gaining sympathy. You stinking bird, why didn't you say anything until now? Brother 8, I just want to see you look good. Su Tian suddenly thought of something and smiled slightly. Gaining sympathy, who wouldn't? Su Tian touched his waist. Blood. Ling Chu, how did you do this to me? Immediately after that, Su Tian collapses to the ground. Ling Chu is dumbfounded. What's going on here? Those students who were watching the show rushed away from Ling Chu. I didn't hurt him. Really? Su Tian got up and patted his body. I'm sorry, just now I was acting with Ling Chu again. That woman knew that Su Tian wasn't to be messed with, so today's matter was settled. Those who were watching the play were scared. You guys are just acting. We're about to drop half our lives. They left. Ling Chu looked at Su Tian. Count yourself ruthless. Who the hell are you, Prince Phantom? Master. The woman naturally didn't believe it. That's Phantom. Can you take it? If you're messing with me, I can take you in too. The woman laughed. That's not going to happen. I'm a jealous witch. No man can take me. Immediately after the woman left, the silly bird felt threatened and wanted to run away first. Who would have thought that Su Tian grabbed it? Silly bird, let's talk. Prince Phantom knew he was finished. This time next year might be the anniversary of his death. He was really unlucky now. Ling Chu's grades had increased drastically since he shared a body with the jealous witch, and got back into sports, and came out on top. Xia Yuexin, on the other hand, could only watch. She was also very surprised by Ling Chu's performance. The others were the same. This Ling Chu is too bullish. More than bullish. Totally a genius. She hasn't trained for so long, and now she's still performing so well. It's only a matter of time before she gets into a good university in her condition. It was like Ling Chu had found an excuse for her disgrace. It wasn't. There were rumors that Ling Chu had been taking sports exams. The person then became a positive figure in Qilin High School. In this regard, Su Tian was aware of Ling Chu. For her, Ling Chu wasn't very concerned. During the evening self-study, Su Tian's classmate was rarely absent. Su Tian was found and realized that Xia Yuexin had gone for a practice run and was still running with an injured leg. It was obvious that the old injury had just healed and a new one had been added. Since she wasn't on the sports team, those friends of hers stopped coming and going, and now Su Tian became one of her few friends. On the playground, Su Tian saw a figure running back and forth. That was Xia Yuexin. She wanted to return to being a sports student as soon as possible. There was no way to compare a Ling Chu with a bug and an ordinary person with her age. Looking at Xia Yuexin's frantic appearance, Su Tian was clear. This was the obsession for the dream. Xia Yuexin ran step by step and eventually went limp on the ground. She was like a child at this time in pain. Maybe she couldn't care less about her image at this time. Yeah, it was unfair for her. Su Tian decided to help her. Su Tian walked to her side. Xia Yuexin, I can help you. Su Tian extended his hand. But you have to promise me that you'll forget everything you've seen and known. Xia Yuexin did not understand. Su Tian then brought her back home early. At this time, Dr. Ron was out due to something, and FNA needed some time due to her regular checkup. Then Su Tian, after allowing permissions, a pair of information about Su Tian's experiments was released. For the child in space, Xia Yuexin was surprised. You are an alien? I'm human like you guys. It's just that because I was brought back in space, I was studied as an experiment for 18 years. Su Tian sank deeper for a moment. However, I am human, but from another world. Of course I also have the knowledge of another world and have other memories. I can help heal your leg well, but I need you to cooperate. The matter of the system he still concealed. Xia Yuexin nodded slightly. At this moment, she simply had no other way, other than trusting the man in front of her. She didn't know what else to do. Su Tian let her lie down. Immediately after that, Su Tian opened the medical skill panel. Because it was God level, Xia Yuexin's legs returned to normal. This made Xia Yuexin surprised. Su Tian looked at Xia Yuexin. I hope you help me bury this matter in my heart. Xia Yuexin nodded. Although she knew that Su Tian was hiding something, she was really heartbroken for this man, being studied for 18 years. Not much different from being imprisoned for 18 years. Xia Yuexin returned to the sports team after her leg got better. Although the results of several tests were not as good as Ling Chu, but soon she surpassed a lot. Su Tian was the same as always, just the seat next to him was empty. But even so, he and Xia Yuexin still had a lot of connections. No one knew how Xia Yuexin's legs got better. Even Ling Chu could only guess. At this moment, The jealous witch Adel on top of her was pondering. Could it be that Su Tian messed up? Ling Cho thought so. Ling Chu felt strange. Then what is Su Tian? The jealous witch was also surprised. That guy is not a werewolf, but has the acumen of a werewolf. Not a human, but the aura on his body was more of a human's besides phantoms. Although jealous sorceress Adel had seen a lot, but the jealous witch woman didn't know Su Tian's origin either. Su Tian, that guy is better for us not to provoke. How could Ling Chu be willing to let it go? She must make Su Tian pay a price. Definitely. On the stadium, Xia Yuexin is first again. Second was Ling Chu again. At this moment, Ling Chu's hateful eyes made Su Tian scratch his numbness. Su Tian felt a chill. Then Xia Yuexin waved towards Su Tian, and Lin Ruoxi blocked in front of Su Tian. It was returned. Then with a jealous look on his face, Su Tian's footplate took a hit. The pain of that stomped foot let Su Tian know that he had messed with Lin Ruoxi again. What's wrong with me again? Chapter 33, it's Su Tian again. That night he and Xia Yuexin disappeared at the same time, and after that the two were on good terms, and some people said that something happened between the two. Something that made Lin Ruoxi diabolical. Lin Ruoxi originally thought that the two people really had something going on, and she gave her blessing out of friendship, but where she was generous, the kick that Su Tian was stepped on had almost consumed a large portion of her strength. Now fortunately, only 3 appeared. 1 kept their distance. These 2 maintained their friend status. Another one could be bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the 2 heavenly fate true maidens, Jealousy Demoness Adel and Ling Cho. Su Tian? What's the situation? Them 2? System, the specific conditions were not met before, so they were not activated. Su Tian slapped his forehead. Although he knew that this matter made him unhappy for 3 minutes, this day should still be lived. On this day, Su Tian was writing as usual. Suddenly Su Tian was found by his classmates. The letter was also deliberately sent to Lin Ruoxi's hands. Su Tian opened the letter inside, but it was a confession letter. Looking at the content inside the letter, Su Tian was embarrassed and colorless. The words inside were full of admiration, but a line inside attracted Su Tian. It was not a human handwriting. Su Tian, I'll wait for you at the school warehouse, or else I'll make a move on your little lover. Lin Ruoxi, this witch, trying to mess things up again. Su Tian wanted to see what that guy was up to. He then arrived at the warehouse at the appointed time. At this time, the gym students were changing their clothes. Ling Chu deliberately showed a smile. Oops, fooled. Just as Ling Chu opened his mouth, Su Tian turned on his stealth ability. Ling Chu and Adel's faces were going green with anger. Su Tian returned the favor out of politeness and used his magic skill to change her clothes away. Ling Chu was about to explode with anger. Su Tian. The other girls tensed up and looked around relieved that no one was around. Ling Chu saw that there was nothing she could do, not even the jealous witch. She suddenly thought of a trick. That was to destroy Su Tian's life. Su Tian was so capable. Why didn't he use it easily? Because he just wanted to be an ordinary guy and enjoy his life. Meet me. Count yourself unlucky. Su Tian. As usual, just today he had just gone out for a trip and there was an extra gift on the table. The label on it read, "For my beloved male friend." Friends. The male students in the class had that one look in their eyes that wanted to knife Su Tian. Faced with this sudden gift, Su Tian was surprised. Looking at the name on the note, Su Tian was even more surprised. It was Ling Chu. Is this girl crazy? No, there was definitely something wrong with it. Soon after, the duo was called to the teaching office by the vice principal. Falling in love was forbidden in Kirin High School. Adel borrowed Ling Chu's body to reveal a weird smile. Ling Xinghue hadn't said anything yet. Ling Chu cried instead. I don't want to fall in love with Su Tian either. Everything was forced by Su Tian. A relationship? I forced it, and so on. Su Tian was aggrieved. What did I force you to do? Ling Xinghue grabbed Su Tian's collar, and if it wasn't for the teacher next to him, Su Tian would have really taken a beating. Su Tian was surprisingly calm. How did I force you? Immediately after that, Ling Chu took out the video evidence. The guy in this video was exactly the same as Su Tian and hit Ling Chu. This video was fake, but no one doubted it. As for the reason, that crying Ling Chu said it all. People like to sympathize with the weak. This gave Ling Chu the upper hand. At this moment, Ling Chu said with his thoughts, Student Su Tian, let's see what you do now. You can fake it. I, Su Tian, can also turn this video into a fake. Su Tian laughed. This video is synthesized. Looking at his confident demeanor, it made Ling Chu think that something had gone wrong. The jealous witch Adel, on the other hand, gave Ling Chu a piece of her mind. You humans can't recognize what I created. Hearing this, Ling Chu was even more certain. She looked at Su Tian with a sob and said, beating up people, and saying that the video is fake, and saying that the video is fake. It's too bullying. Ling Chu proceeded to cry even more sadly. Looking at such a sad Ling Chu, Su Tian was about to think he was an asshole.
Ling Xinghue looked at the teacher beside him. I remember that teacher, he has studied video identification. Can you help for a moment? Teacher, he did not want to get involved in all this right and wrong. I can get my former college classmate to help with this one. The video was sent over and they waited in the room. Ling Chu had thought that Su Tian was dead. Who would have thought that after seeing the message with teacher Ling Xinghue walked straight to Su Tian and bowed in apology. Immediately after that, Ling Xinghue stared viciously at Ling Chu. Ling Chu doesn't know what's going on. The other party could create a fake video. Su Tian could likewise make this video fake. Ling Chu thought that he could get Su Tian killed with the help of the jealous witch Adel. But Su Tian was a man with a whole lot of bug possessors. It wouldn't be that easy to get him. Su Tian left safely. Ling Chu was lectured by his uncle for 2 hours. 2 bells made Ling Chu impatient, but she could only endure it. What was obviously a sure thing turned out to be like this. This Su Tian is too difficult to deal with. Ling Chu returned to her class as if nothing had happened. The unperturbed look made the people in the back give a thumbs up. Ling Chu, awesome, really awesome. Su Tian smiled modestly. It didn't take their compliments seriously at all. Class 0. The name Su Tian upset many students, especially the students after Su Tian's ranking. If it wasn't for Su Tian, they might have been able to take it easy. Now it was good, because Su Tian appeared. The resources that were once allocated now had to be redistributed. For the top students in the regular class this was a good thing. For class 0 this was not a good thing. Su Tian's answer ideas were also adopted by the teacher. This made those students even more upset. Su Tian, it's Su Tian again. This Su Tian is really annoying. This guy of his must be very proud of himself right now. Still need to think? They secretly cursed Su Tian a few times, and Su Tian, who was sneezing, still didn't know what was going on with him. It's cold. Catching a cold? Immediately after that, he activated his body's self-checking skill. It's fine. At this time, Prince Phantom was so unlucky that Su Tian's slap several times had knocked him into a concussion. The bird's head itself was small, and now the Phantom Prince was in a daze all day. Prince Phantom was secretly determined at this time. I'm going to have a clean slate one day. I'm going to take back all the things I've lost. Prince Phantom's determination was strong. Although he was sealed, he wasn't idle these days. He put out a trace of his phantom soul to look for help. The jealous witch wanted nothing more than her family. And for this guy, he has his way to utilize. Ling Chu was on his way back home when suddenly a familiar scent appeared. The jealous witch smelled that it was the scent of an enemy. She directly controls Ling Chu's body to go forward. Wait until she finds the other party. Chapter 34 Strength. Discovered. What he ended up seeing was a hint of the Phantom's phantom soul. This made the jealous witch Adel very unhappy. Adel was about to make a move. Prince Phantom hurriedly said, Jealous witch, I can help you resurrect your family. I am not going to believe your bull ********. Don't you want to see your family? I can help you go back in time and give you the power to change all that. As long as you go back in time and take them far away from that area, you can live this life happily ever after. Prince Phantom's words convinced Atar. After all, Atar had been alone for centuries, and she didn't want to go down there alone. She longed for her family, and with that they struck a deal. The Phantom Prince was a clever fellow, and after getting the other party's consent, he manifested an octogenarian, followed by his real self, who tried to escape. He thought he was highly skilled. However, Su Tian came out of the bathroom after showering and noticed that something was wrong. What is that stupid bird up to again? Su Tian then turned on his tracking skill to follow him. By the way, he turned his stealth skill on. In the abandoned warehouse, Ling Chu didn't wait for Phantom's figure. What he waited for was an octopus. The jealous witch Adel laughed out loud, full of mockery at the guy in front of her. Adel, have you laughed enough? Do you still want to save your family? Adel then stopped talking nonsense and began to help the guy in front of her unseal the seal. After Prince Phantom's seal was broken, the Phantom Prince smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, he began to absorb Adel's power. What are you doing? Swallowing you. Of course. Didn't you say you were going to help me? Silly girl, I'm Phantom. I'm a phantom. If you believe even Phantom's words, you don't have a hole in your head. Adel was quite angry, but to no avail. After absorbing Adel's power, the chimera materialized. Phantom's nature was bloodthirsty. The Ling Chu in front of him is good at jealousy and has a dark mind, which is a good tonic for him. Ling Chu realized something was wrong. She wanted to run, but her legs were as heavy as lead. She panicked and learned to be an ostrich. As a result, at that instant a figure blocked in front of Phantom. At this moment, Prince Phantom was surprised to see Su Tian, who suddenly appeared. Su Tian, good you Prince Phantom. You're not changing your nature. I am the prince of the Phantom clan. How could I let a human like you be my master? Today I'm going to kill you with a clean slate. Su Tian laughed coldly. Can you this guy kill me? This phantom began to giganticize. It then transformed into a huge wolf body. It directly rushed over.
looking at that frame as it wanted to eat Su Tian. Su Tian looked at that bloody mouth and directly swung his fist over. Prince Phantom's entire body flipped up 3 times and fell to the ground. Immediately after that, Prince Phantom was miserable and was directly dragged by Su Tian's tail. Left fall, right fall. Prince Meizu's bones were about to fall apart from the fall. Immediately after that, Su Tian directly separated Prince Phantom and Adel. Adel's body was weak, and Ling Chu behind Su Tian had long since disappeared. Su Tian directly made Adel turn into a cat in order to keep him alive. As for that Phantom Prince, he was again turned into a pachyderm by Su Tian. Su Tian then led them away. The Phantom Prince woke up and looked at Su Tian in front of him with a stunned face. He hadn't expected to be sealed again. What am I? Su Tian looked at the silly bird with a slight smile. Where did you say? Prince Phantom tried to fly away, but the feathers of his wings had been clipped long ago. Immediately afterward, Su Tian carried a white cat. Ader, meet your old friend. Prince Phantom looked at the familiar face in front of him, and he knew that something bad had happened. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Tian grabbed his book bag and left. Master! Prince Phantom heard a meow behind him, and he knew it was over. It was really over. This was a disaster for himself. This was the rhythm of being bitten alive. Su Tian walked out of the neighborhood. Lin Ruoshi waited for Su Tian early, then quickly came up and tied Su Tian's scarf. FNA ended the high school experiment because of the new test. Now in the morning school, Su Tian and Lin Ruoshi were together again. Looking at the scarf in front of him, Su Tian was warm inside. Lin Ruoshi said with a red face, "Scarf, my mom played too much. This dish is for you." Su Tian nodded slightly, but because Su Tian's sensing ability was not turned off yesterday, he knew that this was knitted by Lin Ruoshi a little bit. Looking at Lin Ruoshi's injured hand, Su Tian was heartbroken inside. Perhaps Su Tian didn't even know that his own emotions towards Lin Ruoshi had changed. How have you and Xia Yuexin been doing lately? Did you make an appointment to go to which university? Su Tian looked at Lin Ruoshi. We don't have an appointment. Lin Ruoshi smiled and left. Su Tian glanced at the time. This had to get to school early or he would be docked points. Autumn went to winter. The weather chilled quickly. The Qilin High School training intensity was increasing. Su Tian glanced at the results of the 3rd monthly exam. It was steady. Not one place up, not one place down. The 1st place has changed, and the 10th place is unchanged. You say that Su Tian is steady, but steady is a bit too much. Song Wenhao looked at Su Tian's results and accidentally found that Su Tian's error rate was the same for all subjects. This kid, still pressing his strength, he was really helpless towards this student. On the other side, Yu Wenshu also discovered Su Tian's problem. This student, surprisingly this powerful. Not only is he great at controlling points, but he also knows how to hide it. Being able to control points isn't that impressive. The key thing is that this kid predicted the direction of the school's results. Suppressing strength and minimizing outside interference has been done by Kirin high schools throughout the ages. But the only one who can predict his opponents and exist steadily is Su Tian. Good boy. Deeply hidden. Su Tian was a good seedling. Well suited to be a catfish. Principal Yu directly released 10 spots to participate in the Huaqing winter camp, letting Class 0 and Class 1 run for it. Class 0's teacher was surprised to learn this news. Principal, didn't the winter camp say that only all 10 of Class 0 could participate? Principal Yu laughed coldly. Didn't you give me a guarantee to push Su Tian out of the top 20 in the whole school? Now instead of that, your Class 0 has been squeezed out quite a bit by Su Tian and the top students from the regular classes. Class 1 has a good school spirit lately. It deserves a commendation. The Class 0 teacher still wanted to say something. The principal said directly and decisively, "It's settled." The Class 0 teacher had no choice but to nod. The wind whistled. The Class 0 Homero teacher couldn't help but sigh. Was Class 1 Su Tian really that powerful? Even the principal was so favorable. With the news of Class 1 getting to run against Class 0 for the winter camp came the news. The top students of Class 1 were excited. Am I not dreaming? No, it's rumored to be true. And I heard that it's the principal's commendation for Class 1. No matter what, it's really right to come to Class 1. Su Tian froze for a moment at this good news. Why does it feel like it's coming at him? Su Tian thought for a second that it couldn't be. Maybe it was to make the students of Class 0 feel a sense of crisis and use Class 1 to knock them down. He wasn't interested in being the catalyst for Class 0. Chapter 35, Stingy Makoto Student. Outside the gates of Kirin High School, a luxury car slowly drove in. The black color of his body, that beautiful appearance, truly a warhorse of the Prince of Black Horse. The streamlined design of the car's body shone with a metallic luster, as if speaking of extraordinary quality. The windows were half open, and the profile of the mysterious man in the driver's compartment was vaguely visible, his cold face revealing an unruly dominance. The roar of the luxury car broke the surrounding tranquility. Students have stopped to watch. The man's foot stepped on the gas pedal. The vehicle sped like a bolt of lightning, and, The car then drifted in style and stayed in the parking area inside the school. Teacher? No, 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 no. Student? Yes, a student, and not just any student. He's Maki from class 0. His handsome appearance, coupled with the name of Nova, made him extra conspicuous. The whole school was abuzz with the appearance of this person. The star-chasing teenage girls were each excited. If it wasn't for Yuan-Shu calming down the scene, one didn't know what this school had become. Su Tian was confused about the situation outside. What's going on outside? The fat man in the back row, Lu Yunhong, said with a jealous look on his face. Our school's big star, Mu Jie, has returned to school. Mu Jie? Su Tian was filled with question marks about this classmate's name. Lu Runhong was surprised. Brother Tian, you don't know about Mu Jie? He thought for a moment. That's right, Brother Tian hadn't transferred at that time. This Mu Jie is the man of the hour in our school. Not only is he the best in class 0, but he is also the high school long-distance running champion. And what's more crucial is that he is a star debutante. Lu Runhong couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How can this world have you demonic people exist, making it impossible for us ordinary people to live? Su Tian sorted out the general information from fatty Lu Runhong's mouth, and only then did he realize that this Mu Jie was not ordinary. This guy's face bully plus school bully plus body bully. And more crucially, he was a proper rich son of a rich family. He is a pig farmer, but they are big pig farmers. Tianyuan Meat Company is Mu Jie's family. It's a proper start for a bully. The moment you are born is the flashpoint. Su Tian really didn't think that there was a guy like this in class 0. Su Tian doesn't have much interest. 1. He didn't like chasing stars. 2. He was very handsome. What did it matter to Su Tian? 3. His family is rich, and he has something to do with him. During the lunch break, the boys in the class are no shadow. Female students are even more no shadow. The whole classroom is left him alone. We are exclusionary, but also not so exclusionary. Su Tian suddenly thought of something. Almost forgot. Today, senior class 1 and class 0 seem to have started a basketball match. Su Tian came to the basketball court. The boys in the class seemed to be isolated. Damn it, another cap. Is this Mu Jie a human? Most of the girls in class 1 cheered for Mu Jie. Lin Ruoshi and a few others cheered for Gu Chen. Su Tian wasn't the conspicuous bag. Gu Chen instead took over the position of the conspicuous bag of the senior class. Gu Chen led to bring my senior class. No matter how much he changed his defense, are useless. As long as the ball falls in the hands of Mu Jie, class 0 must score. Mu Jie's call was getting higher and higher. 3-point shot. Another 3-pointer. Mu Jie is so handsome. The faces of the first class of boys swept across the floor. This disgrace was truly humiliating. Until the end of the first half, the boys of class 1 hardly did not take a single point. Suddenly, a basketball rolled down in front of Su Tian. Mu Jie sneered. The boys of the first class all seem to need more practice in basketball. Something that doesn't belong to you, just doesn't belong to you. The excellent resources gave him absolute confidence. Su Tian picked up the basketball. He then threw it directly and scored directly. Mu Jie was surprised. Su Tian looked at Gu Chen in front of him. In the second half, add me 1. Gu Chen nodded. Mu Jie watched as Gu Chen actually gave up his C position. Su Tian moved his muscles. As the second half began, everything became different. Originally, Mu Jie, who was still occupying the upper position, unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage, and Su Tian directly dunked. Once, twice, the students of class 0 were quite speechless. What's the situation? Is this our opponent trying to turn the tide against the wind? This can't be played. Mu Jie was also struggling. He hadn't thought that there were still experts in class 1. At this moment, the sound of Mu Jie's cheering and shouting remained unabated. Mu Jie absolutely did not allow himself to lose face. After he got the ball, Gu Chen intercepted and ended up being bypassed. The speed was so fast that Gu Chen didn't even react. Just at this time Mu Jie bounced up, and just as he was about to dunk the ball, suddenly the basketball was knocked out of his hand. Mu Jie was surprised. The guy in front of him had actually cracked his kill shot. Not only was class 0 surprised, even class 1 was surprised. Su Tian, this demonic? This guy has simply gone too far against the heavens. Su Tian, misses. Bull. At this moment, the boys in the first class were abuzz. Lin Ruoshi was also cheering and shouting, Su Tian, go for it. In the end, Su Tianakai turned the tide against the wind by 1 more point in the second half. Mu Jie was quite surprised. He hadn't expected him to lose. Su Tian left after the match. Mu Jie looked at Su Tian's departing figure and looked to the classmate beside him and asked, who is that kid? Su Tian, that existence from Qilin High School that's sitting at a steady 10th place. Mu Jie was surprised. That's Su Tian, the rumored genius of Kirin High School. If it wasn't for this kid, our class 0 wouldn't have so few resources right now. This kid, is he strong?
Very strong. Mujia was very unhappy with Su Tian's behavior today. Stealing his thunder like this, he had to make something happen. Otherwise he was sorry for his status. He then asked his family's butler to check Su Tian's identity. The Mumu family's butler was a man of character and investigated things quickly. Soon about Su Tian's information got over. Just Su Tian's past information is a bunch of blank. There was quite a lot of information about his father, Ron. The robots Ron researched were exactly the projects he invested in. Originally, he did not want to do that. But once he thought of Su Tian winning over himself on the competition field, he was quite upset. Saying anything, he had to give Su Tian a look. Mu Jie was the favorite child of the family, and his own parents were quite doting on him. All he had to do was ask them to divest, and they would definitely do it. So he went to his father. Ron was in the lab for debugging, suddenly receiving the news that the Skyplanes group had divested. Ron froze. What the hell? The other party just told him to ask his son. Su Tian came back also froze. Tianyuan group made Su Tian's ears familiar. Soon Su Tian knew what was going on. 80% is Mu Jie messed up. Su Tian did not expect Mu Jie to be this petty. At the drop of a hat, he targeted Ron. Ron was glad that he had other investors. This time, Tianyuan group did something a bit desperate. It directly interrupted all of Ron's investments. Chapter 36, How Could I Lose? Although he didn't say anything after Ron called, Su Tian knew that Ron had encountered something. Su Tian pretended not to know and went to bed. Su Tian then began to think about how to go about solving this matter. Su Tian looked at the Buster and the white cat that were chasing each other and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Su Tian grabbed them with one hand. Do me a favor, the white cat said in a lone voice. No favor. If you're willing to help, this Buster will give you breakfast. Prince Phantom was anxious. Master, I'll help. At this moment, Buster didn't know that he had gradually entered Su Tian's trap. The white cat wanted to speak, but couldn't. Adel knew that this phantom prince had fallen into the trap of the man in front of him. What was this man up to again? 12 o'clock in the morning. MacJ climbed up. The forehead on his face was sweating profusely. He turned on the light and breathed heavily. It was like this for days on end. He went to big and small hospitals to no avail. MacJ actually started trying not to sleep in order to avoid having nightmares. But how could a person not sleep? Mu Jie's entire body was on the verge of insanity. The senior class, who liked to gossip, was abuzz with discussion. Su Tian was not surprised by such news, because Mu Jie's unlucky thing is not someone else's mess, it is Su Tian himself. But Mu Jie is not the only one. Those investors do not have an exception. Nightmare haunting. Why should they be? It was the only way they could go to Ron for help. Ron's beauty dream instrument. It was a good thing that could make one's dreams look like the best of humanity. But because it was too expensive to build, plus the maintenance cost was too high, that thing was put into the family's storage. Nowadays this kind of situation, aside from Ron, there was basically no one to fix it. Everything was just as Su Tian thought it would be. Dr. Ron's investment was restored. Prince Buster Phantom was rather tired. He directly laid down. Adel looked at Su Tian. You're really a cunning fellow. It's not called cunning. It's called mind tricks. Adel licked his cat's paw and snorted coldly. Immediately after that, he jumped on top of the coat rack and slept on it. On the other side, Maki had a good sleep. He hadn't expected that Ron to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Regarding Su Tian's matter, for the time being, he was not to be blamed. That Su Tian was nothing more than a guy from the ordinary class anyway. Why should he care so much? He was just a good basketball player with good grades. Other than that, he really didn't know what else this man was capable of. Class 0. In the face of the next fourth monthly exam, everyone was swearing by it. The class teacher of Class 0 got a lot of test papers about the first high school in Donghua City, and led the students to do a lot of research on the question type. Now they have been able to skillfully deal with. Simply will not be like before the test is nothing. At this moment, the 0 class were all holding their breath. The students in the ordinary class were not the same. The monthly exam was not just a monthly exam. It was more of an opportunity. Principal Yu Wenshu had said that as long as they were capable, the resources of Class 0 were at their disposal. The learning atmosphere of Qilin High School grew more and more intense. In order to prepare for the fourth monthly exam, many students turned on night battles. There were many students with black eyes. The time of the monthly exam was the same as before without warning early exams. Principal Yu likes to catch his students off guard. The question paper used for this monthly exam was the joint examination paper of a foreign province. Most of the students were confused. Wasn't it benchmarked against Donghua City's one high school? How did it become like this? What's the situation? Looking at the test paper in front of them, many students were confused, completely unaware of what situation this was. Principal Yu didn't just catch the senior students of Kirin High School off guard, he also gave them a big scare. The results of the fourth monthly exam soon appeared. As the rankings were announced,
The top 9 rankings all saw changes. Only the 10th place was as stable as an old dog. Originally, Mu Jia was above Su Tian, but now he was directly below him. This was something that Mu Jia hadn't expected. The volleyball match was lost. The cultural class results were also lost. The students around him kept praising Su Tian, which made Mu Jia very upset. Soon, he was called to the office because of his grades. Student Mu Jia, what's your situation? Look at your grades slipping. Can't you learn from classmate Su Tian? Keep your grades steady. If Mu Jia had stayed in the top 10 of the school, it would have been an excellent ticket to take the school exams for the coming year's direct recruitment after this. Nowadays, although Mu Jia's admission ticket is still there, but some schools' direct recruitment is not able to participate. For the class teacher's praise, Mu Jia was quite unhappy. Su Tian, isn't he just steady? Wasn't he the existence that I stepped on under my feet before? It was because of this time that Mu Jia's hatred for Su Tian grew stronger. Brother Tian, bull, 10th place again. Su Tian let out a light laugh, then continued to read the comic. The students in the class were very jealous of Su Tian. Even the fat Lu Runhong was the same. It's too awesome. It's just too awesome. Su Tian made Mu Jia really upset. Mu Jia suddenly challenged Su Tian. He warned Su Tian that he couldn't refuse. There was no way around it. Su Tian went to meet with Mu Jia. Young Master Mu, what are you looking for me for? Su Tian, as the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. This time I came over to challenge you. Immediately afterward, he said, if I win, you leave Qilin High School, and if I lose, I won't bother you anymore. Su Tian originally did not want to agree. After all, this kind of thing made Su Tian feel very bored. Su Tian had seen the small-mindedness of Mu Jia. In order for this fellow to stop giving him trouble, Su Tian simply had to compete with him for a bit. A match for what? Long-distance running. Su Tian agreed. Yes, when? The day after tomorrow. Although Mu Jia was very confident, he was really afraid that Su Tian would win. He knew he had to do something. He wanted Su Tian to have no chance of winning. An idea quietly rose in his mind. Evening, Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian with great concern. Why did you agree to such a thing? The other party is obviously doing it on purpose. Mu Jia's long-distance running is very powerful. Aren't you doing this without failing to fall for the other party's trick? Su Tian looked at Lin Ruoshi's concerned look and smiled slightly. Are you concerned about me? Lin Ruoshi blushed. Who cares about you? The two were speechless on the road, and when they waited until they reached the neighborhood and Su Tian was about to leave, Lin Ruoshi called out to Su Tian. Tomorrow, you absolutely cannot lose. Otherwise, I'll never bother with you again. Lin Ruoshi then quickly left. Looking at the figure behind Lin Ruoshi, Su Tian smiled faintly. Lose? How could I lose anywhere? Is that so? System, you guy, in the end, you're still counting on me. Who else to count on where? Other side. The black figure placed a few pills in the woman's hand. How to do it? You should know. Chapter 37, The Self-Eating Mac J. Su Tian, I'm going to win this time. There's absolutely no way I'm going to let a loser like you achieve victory. No way. The corners of the man's mouth rose slightly. The winner of this time's match could only be him. Only him. The next day, he didn't know who told the news about Su Tian and Mu Jia's match. Regarding long-distance running, everyone knew what Mu Jia was capable of. Regarding Su Tian's response to the match, most of the students felt that Su Tian was drifting too much. Nothing to challenge someone else's strengths. He really thought he was a genius when others said he was? Isn't this looking for a loss over nothing? The opponent is Su Tian. I feel like it's still possible to take a look. People can be lucky, but they can't be lucky all the time. Su Tian forgot to take his water cup. This time Fatty brought it to him. Fatty, interesting enough. Fatty laughed. Su Tian, you must win. Su Tian stretched his muscles and the corners of his mouth rose. That's for sure. Mu Jia, who was moving his muscles on the other side, couldn't help but smile icily as he looked at such a confident Su Tian. Su Tian, you are too confident. Self-confident or not, we won't know if we try. As the match began, Su Tian and Mu Jia started at the same time. The duo quickly began to run. Swish, swish, the duo's speed flew. That fast figure was very surprising. It was really fast. The students watching the show were surprised. They had thought that Su Tian was a layman, but it looked like it wasn't. Those guys who had laughed at Su Tian's insouciance couldn't laugh at this point. How many skills is this Su Tian hiding? It's just too bullish. The two were neck and neck in terms of speed. Mu Jia's voice of support was high. After all, he was a star-level character. At the corner, Su Tian quickly accelerated to overtake the car at the corner. Mu Jia looked at Su Tian, who overtook him surprised. Got a couple of tricks up his sleeve? But for Mu Jia, it was just only 2 brushes. He looked at Su Tian in front of him and smiled faintly. You'll have a good time in a while. As time passed, Su Tian's stomach began to get uncomfortable. It was at this time that Mu Jie seized the opportunity to quickly overtake. Su Tian looked at Mu Jie's smug look and suddenly realized something. His own water should have been tampered with. Su Tian is slowing down. See, he's still not physically capable. At this moment, Mu Jie was full of confidence. However, what Mu Jie did not know was that Su Tian was in existence with very many bugs. Su Tian quickly stabilized himself with his own system. Su Tian then ran quickly, his speed suddenly accelerating during the last lap. When Mu Jie thought he was about to win, Su Tian quickly scrambled over. Looking in front of him, Su Tian broke into a run to the finish line. Mu Jie froze. How could it be? At this moment, Mu Jie could not believe that he had lost his best long-distance run. It was obvious that he was fully prepared. Mu Jie suddenly felt sick to his stomach. Then he quickly ran away. Looking at him, he looked like a loser who ran away. He did not know what was going on. Su Tian, on the other hand, was very clear. Su Tian had imposed the symptoms of his stomach discomfort on him using the open skill. It would be strange for him not to run away now. Then Su Tian had to figure out what was going on with the water. Inside the surveillance room, Su Tian used the excuse of losing his important wallet to ask the teachers in the surveillance room to help pull the surveillance. At first they were reluctant. However, Su Tian used the excuse that he had the storage card for the experimental data that Dr. Ron had brought with him in his wallet, so they had to help. Ron was also an investor in this school. When the video from that period of time was pulled up, the resultant picture was very unclear and obviously disturbed. This person was very cautious. However, this further allowed Su Tian to determine the identity of the other party. Just at this time, Su Tian's system voice rang out. Big squad leader Li Wanru activated. What's the situation? Outside the class, Li Wanru directly admitted to Su Tian's questioning that this was all something that Mu Jie had forced her to do. If she didn't do it, her father's job would be gone. This indeed had Mu Jie's style. Li Wanru looked at Su Tian. You punish me. Nothing happened today, and I don't know anything about it. Su Tian turned around and left. Li Wanru froze. He had forgiven him. Su Tian knew that he couldn't repair Mu Jie, but it was possible in his dreams. Mu Jie had been away from the beauty dream instrument since then, and for that reason, he bought it. Mac J became the natural spokesperson for the beauty dreamer. All those warehouse piles of merchandise were bought. Dr. Ron made a fortune. Ron felt that this matter had nothing to do with his son, but he had no proof, because this son of his wasn't any different. Pops, you're asking for too low a price. It should be double. You kid, why are you so greedy? Pops, who'd have trouble with money? It's easy to get snagged without money. This was a very realistic thing. Ron knew that his son hadn't helped him repair the beauty dream instrument a lot these times, so he planned to give some money to mean something. Ron drew out a ticket and Su Tian shook his head. Su Tian still shook his head. You kid is a bit too greedy. Pops, you're a bit too stingy. Ron heard this and drew out several tickets. Not stingy now. Thanks Pops. Pops is the most generous. Immediately after that Su Tian left. How did Ron feel like he was being taken by a child, and that the damage was quite severe? This seemed to be agitation. Ron sighed. What kind of son did I raise? Daughter, I heard that there is a spot in your class for the Huaqing winter camp? Lin Ruoshi nodded slightly. Li Ziying felt that this was a good opportunity. Lin Hui's face was ugly, although he didn't say anything during dinner. But when Li Ziying expressed her full support for her daughter's winter camp, Lin Hui directly went to serve the meal. Lin Ruoshi looked at her father. She didn't know what was wrong. After eating she went back to her room. Lin Hui looked at Li Ziying. I've already saved up for my daughter's college tuition, but we don't just have her as a child. What about the one with your small stomach? Winter camp is a good place for your daughter to learn more. It's a good place, but does our family have that much money? We don't have to spend any more money back there. Huaqing's winter camp is just too much money. The big deal is that the oldest two don't want it. Hearing this Lin Hui stormed out. Your parents and my parents they all know about it and are very happy. So are friends and family. And the doctor said that it can't be operated on right now. It's not like you don't know. It's not even you. The two people's voices were too loud. So much so that Lin Ruoshi heard them. Lin Ruoshi pushed open the door. Dad, Mom, I'll attend the winter camp. I'll get the school-sponsored spot. Mom and Dad don't condemn the other one for me. Chapter 38, Who says goalies can't score goals? Lin Hui hurriedly explained. But who was Lin Ruoshi? She wasn't a 3-year-old child. Looking at his daughter's back as she left, Lin Hui slapped himself. Lin Ruoshi didn't rest this night. Hua Cheng was her dream. She wouldn't give up any chance, and this opportunity was not the same for others. Some people were huffing and puffing, while others were picking lamps and studying hard. Everyone was fighting hard for their dreams. Everyone is seizing the opportunity. Su Tian's grades in the first class of senior high school were surprisingly solid. The ability is also quite outstanding.
Regarding the Huaqing winter camp, the principal was hoping that Su Tian would go to it. This principal was very smart. He just said that he hoped Su Tian could go to participate. As for Su Tian to go or not to go, that has nothing to do with him as a principal. For Wen Shu, the effect he wanted had already been achieved. At this time, Class 0 knew about this news. Each of them said that there was an inside story. But if they were really asked to question it, they didn't dare. Why does the principal favor that kid so much? I heard that this Su Tian is Ron's adopted son, so I can't say that the two are really related. The voices of discussion gradually increased. There was a lot of gossip about Su Tian, but none of it was true. He had inexplicably become a relative of Principal Yu Wenshu, who, he, Su Tian, just knows he's his principal. As for the rest, it's all bull ********. This Yu Wenshu doesn't defend or explain, unscrupulously letting others speculate. Su Tian was very upset with this principal. It was plainly letting him roast on the fire. Even Lin Ruoshi was a bit skeptical at the moment. Su Tian, are you really some relative of the principal? He, Su Tian, a relative of the principal? Su Tian laughed. Ruoshi, why are you so gossipy now? I'm just curious. My adoptive father's name is Ron, and my current name is Su Tian, so how come I'm not related to the principal? However, I'd like to, but I don't have that chance. Lin Ruoshi yawned. Looking at Lin Ruoshi's haggard appearance, Su Tian asked with concern, Ruoshi, why don't you look well? Lin Ruoshi was surprised. She hadn't expected that Su Tian would be the first person to realize that she was out of shape. No, it's probably because I didn't eat breakfast. To avoid Su Tian worrying, she explained, I lost weight. Losing weight? Losing weight in winter. Isn't this looking for a freeze? Su Tian knew that Lin Ruoshi was hiding something and looked at the questions she was pointing her finger at. Su Tian began to give her the questions. Lin Ruoshi was surprised. How come you know everything? Her eyes were filled with envy. Su Tian laughed. He then continued to explain the other question types to her. It didn't cost Su Tian to give Lin Ruoshi a lecture. Everyone else had to be charged. Classmate love? No way. Gu Chen was willing to give money instead. When Song Wenhao learned that Su Tian was like this, he just turned a blind eye. After all, this student, do anything to find you a whole lot of reasons? More critical is that he is a teacher even a little bit to say no. Song Wenhao really regretted it. The language should be studied properly. Physical education class. Most of the students were holding small books to memorize things. For the honors students, physical education class was a delayed class since the college entrance exam wasn't a test anyway. For those students in Su Tian's back row, it was a reasonable time to play, because the girls rarely have to play. The key to the equipment room, the physical education teacher couldn't find it, but it's not hard for the back row. They didn't know where to get a soccer ball from. Su Tian was pulled over by Fatty Lu Runhon to fill in. Su Tian would be the goalie. Su Tian originally wanted to refuse, but the weather was really a bit cold, and moving his muscles was not a lack of fun. It hasn't even started yet. Tan Zilin from the second class came over and discussed with Su Tian's classmates about having a soccer match. Su Tian's classmates agreed. They were thinking that there would be a lot of people, but this Tan Zilin always felt like he wasn't a good person. Su Tian thought that he should be overthinking it. The match began. The second class, Tan Zilin, led his class in a standard formation. The first class was playing for fun, but they didn't expect the second class to play for real. The second class was playing with real skill. On the playground, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the other side was playing the monkey. Tan Zilin made the first class not even reach the ball. Tan Zilin's flying figure directly bypassed several of his classmates and came straight towards the goal. And if Su Tian hadn't stopped them, they would have scored. Tan Zilin said in a conspiratorial manner, Class 1 students, have a few skills? Not bad, but trash is trash. Can you stop me once? But can you stop me a second time? At this time, Lu Hongran was a bit unhappy. We kindly let you guys play soccer with us, and this is how your second class humiliates us. I just want to humiliate you guys. What makes you Class 1 able to compete with Class 0? Why are we not even qualified? Nice guy. This was coming over here looking for trouble. There were no goons in their first class. Lu Runhon looked at the classmates behind him. First classes cheer up. Okay, brother Lu. The gap between the second class and the first class wasn't normally big. The professional met the amateur, and hanging Su Tian's classmates was just like playing, even if Su Tian could catch it. But that's not a long-term solution. You can't rely on a goalie to play soccer. With the playground people Class 1 and Class 2 other students surrounded, Lu Runhon was under a lot of pressure. Although the other side did not score a goal, but now they were not yet. How can this still play? Just at this time Gu Chen couldn't watch. He stepped out. Even though Gu Chen, the male elite of the senior class, took the field, the battle still didn't change. This Tan Zilin was just too strong. It was a bit of a struggle for Su Tian to catch the ball. This kid's footwork was a standard. If it wasn't for the system's help, I don't know how many times this ball would have been scored. Gu Chen was sweating profusely. His face was a bit unsightly. Tan Zilin was the same. When it came to the free throws, Su Tian felt that this was an opportunity. Su Tian kicked it quickly. The location of that ball was high. Tan Zilin was surprised. At this time, the goalie of the second class was drinking water. Didn't notice that one flying ball in the slightest. By the time that ball went in, Tan Zilin was so angry that he cursed. The ball went in. These professionally trained ones in this second class were dumbfounded. The goalie scored a goal and simply beat their faces to death. The first class cheered. Su Tian looked to Gu Chen. Gu Chen understood. The opponent was now in a rage, and 80% of his points were all messed up. This was an opportunity for Gu Chen. Tan Zilin was no ordinary person. He was very angry, but quickly adjusted his state. That stance was flowing. That speed was perfect. But as a result, it was still caught by Su Tian. Tan Zilin hadn't thought that the first-class goalie could defend so well. Damn it, can't play anymore. The man who was at the side at the moment slowly got up. Kind of interesting. Chapter 39, The Strongest Foe. The stout man rose. The domineering aura on that body shook the entire room. This man was no ordinary person. He was Li Beishan, the prince of soccer. Handsome is not. The face value was not high, but the ability was strong. This guy's presence in school had always been a specialty student, the famous first brother of the second class, an existence that no one dares to offend easily. He walked over to take it. Tan Zilin, what did you kick? Shame on you. Tan Zilin was quite angry when he heard this, but he didn't dare to snap in front of this man. Su Tian looked at the man. He had a bad premonition. System, Su Tian, be careful. This kid is a man favored by the god of sports. Such a person will be a runner-up in the future if not an Olympic champion. This little Kirin High School was truly a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. Against this guy, Su Tian had many skills, but those skills were just too anti-human. There was no way around it. He could only limit their use. The match started again. Li Beishan was galloping like a tank. There was no way to play. In fact it did. The opponent came in front of Su Tian and quickly raised a ball. Su Tian went to catch the ball towards the basket. In the soccer ball rebound back, directly swish a moment, from the right into the ball. This guy, cow, because that distance if he caught, that would be too anti-human. He had no choice but to let it into the ball. At this moment, the second class was abuzz. Class 1 feels like this is unplayable. Class 1 decided to switch formations. Su Tian and Gu Chen went to be the strikers. Otherwise, there was no chance of winning this game. Lu Yunhong volunteered to be the goalkeeper. It was something he used to do often, but he didn't want to be a goalkeeper, and now this situation had to make him back off. Gu Chen and Su Tian stood in the striker's position. The first class was directly boiling at this moment. Gu Chen, Su Tian had joined forces. The second class was surprised. Class 1's famous nemesis had joined forces. Class 2 had thought that the two were incompatible with each other until now. Gu Chen glanced at Su Tian. Main C, you do it. Both of us main C. When a non-professional met a professional, there was no other way but to win with odd moves. The weirder it was, the better the chances of winning. As the match began, Li Beishan was quite surprised. It could still be played like this? Two main CS. No matter how odd the opponent's moves were, their chances of winning were great. Tan Zilin, go! Although Tan Zilin was unhappy with Li Beishan's instructions, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who let Li Beishan be better than him? Tan Zilin was very good at shoveling the ball. The ball at Gu Chen's feet was gone as he kicked it. What a situation! While Gu Chen was still confused, Tan Zilin took the ball and headed towards Class 1's defense. Just as he was about to shoot the ball, Li Beishan shouted, "Pass it to me." Tan Zilin didn't. He wasn't upset with Li Beishan for a day or two. He kicked it straight through. The fat man didn't react in time. Su Tian suddenly appeared and intercepted with a kick. Gu Chen. The soccer ball in the sky slid perfectly to Gu Chen's side. Gu Chen then scored with a quick kick. Gu Chen and Su Tian scored in tandem. It made Li Beishan explode with anger. Tan Zilin, what are you doing? Kicking the ball. What else? Both sides looked to fight, but soon the duo calmed down. Tan Zilin, you play assist for me. Tan Zilin didn't want to lose, and he nodded slightly. When Tan Zilin succeeded in grabbing the ball, he passed it to Li Beishan, who was very explosive. Then just at this time a figure slid sideways and directly shoveled the ball successfully. Tan Zilin was surprised. That wasn't my move. Just when he didn't react, Class 1 Earth passed again. Class 1 scored again. There were shouts of surprise all around. The second class was dumbfounded. What the hell? The professionals can't do it against the non-professionals. At this moment, the eldest class president, Li Wanru, was shocked. Was this Su Tian that strong? Looking at Su Tian's figure, quite handsome? When those words were said, Li Wanru's entire face was dumbfounded. What's wrong with me? Just at this time someone in the first class suddenly shouted, Brother Tian, good job. Li Beishan looked at Su Tian and Gu Chen. He didn't dare to underestimate. Did you two cooperate quite well? But your luck ends here. Su Tian suddenly realized that this Li Beishan guy still had a crushing skill that he had yet to bring out. Immediately after that, they rested and adjusted for a moment. A formation was then set up. Su Tian and Gu Chen couldn't help but tense up. The whistle sounded and they began to surround Su Tian and Gu Chen. Su Tian didn't expect that he would get special care straight away. Most of them came over to hold him back. This was a ruthless move. Class 1's second largest combatant was held back, and Li Beishan and Tan Zilin scored frequently. First class scored. Another goal for Class 1. Soon the second class surpassed the first class. At this moment, Fatty and the others started a discussion. Immediately afterward, they were ready to use tactics. Li Beishan was not impressed. To him, a straggler was just a bunch of stragglers. As the formation spread out, most of the people from Class 1 were used to break the siege. The ones who broke out were also the two people, Gu Chen and Su Tian. Even though these two people had extraordinary skills, but soccer is all about teamwork. Li Beishan created the M formation. The game begins. Su Tian takes the lead. Class 2's shoveling tactics are underway. One by one, they're dodged. At this moment, Tan Zilin stopped Su Tian. Gu Chen catched the ball. Tan Zilin made a great shoveling play. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. His feet seemed to be empty. Nothing was hit. Gu Chen waved his hand and shrugged his shoulders. Tan Zilin then realized something. Damn! Tricked! Li Beishan didn't expect Su Tian to try so hard. And Su Tian looked at Li Beishan who intercepted him. Su Tian kicked out quickly. However that ball went backwards. Li Beishan didn't react. And Gu Chen scored diagonally. Tan Zilin and Li Beishan hadn't expected these two from Class 1 to work so well together. The two of them, Su Tian and Gu Chen, kept making eye contact. This Gu Chen guy understood Su Tian very well. Su Tian was also surprised. But that's how often the two scored on the basketball court. It was just crying for some other brothers who were holding them back. They basically collided with each other. Li Beishan quickly adjusted the battle. After all, it is a professional. Amateur is still much worse. Just like that the shortened distance was pulled apart again. Su Tian knew that his opponent had a lucky temperament. There was no way. It was impossible to fight like this. Su Tian turned on his luck index. As the number went up, Su Tian's goal count was also getting faster and faster. Looking at the tied score, Li Beishan was enraged. Rubbish! How did you guys stop it? They blocked it. But somehow, close to Su Tian they malfunctioned. Couldn't stop it. Really couldn't stop it. Seeing that it was going to end, Li Beishan's eyes were wide open. Can't lose. He absolutely cannot lose. Su Tian did not want to win per se. Point blank. At the end when Gu Chen passed the ball to Su Tian swished a ball and kicked it. However this ball did not hit. Chapter 40 Chocolate. I really didn't feel like eating it. Class 1 and Class 2 were a tie. It looked like Su Tian had made a mistake. But in reality, Li Beishan knew that it was intentional. Because Su Tian made it too real. Everyone else thought it was a mistake. He walked over to Su Tian. Su Tian. Thank you. Su Tian laughed. What are you thanking for? If you want to thank yourself. The gods of sports are on your side. Immediately after that, Su Tian left. Gu Chen also followed Su Tian. Su Tian knew what they wanted to see. Then Su Tian stretched out his own hand and Gu Chen's hand collided with Su Tian. A class of girls boiled over. Old Gu did well. You weren't bad either. After gym class, the fervor also became cold. It was also at this time that snowflakes drifted down outside the window. Seeing the snowflakes, someone shouted, "It's snowing! It's snowing!" These snow attracted many people in the class to see. Don't tell me that the snowflakes are not ordinary. Snowflakes are beautiful crystals of solid precipitation formed by the condensation of water vapor in the sky. Snowflakes come in many shapes, and each one is unique, like an exquisite flower. No matter which world, its unique beauty is loved by many. Immediately after that the warm air in the class began to whir. Inside and outside the class, a small warm stove and a large refrigerator. The cold wind whistled. By noon, the snowflakes became bigger. Because of the cold weather, Su Tian bought breakfast and ate it in the class. Lin Ruoshi's figure attracted Su Tian. She was still working on her problems until now, and Su Tian looked at the two dumplings he had made. Su Tian then walked over to Lin Ruoshi's side. There's no need to ponder. This question is wrong. Lin Ruoshi nodded slightly, and then she started preparing for the next question. Su Tian drew her exercise book, then placed his lunchbox in front of her. Eat before you do it. That. Me. If you can't finish eating, this exercise book is bye. Su Tian made the action of tearing the book. Lin Ruoshi nodded and agreed. Where's yours? I bought 2 copies. Enjoy your time.
I'm going to take a look at the questions. Lin Ruoshi nodded slightly, because she was afraid that the smell of dumplings would float everywhere. She came to the back row, where Su Tian was reading the questions in a serious manner at this time. On weekdays, Su Tian what looked like was a cynical look. After eating lunch, Su Tian took the lunchbox. I've changed this question, said and left. Lin Ruoshi looked at the exercise without changing any words, and the detailed steps. She knew that Su Tian had lied to her. There was no mistake at all. He just wanted to warm himself with a meal. In this cold winter, her heart warmed up. Su Tian's side was brushing the dishes. The stimulation of that cold water made his hands tremble. Just at this time a bottle of warm water was poured onto his hands much better. Teacher Luo, brat, are you looking for excitement over nothing? Teacher is really burying me. Finish brushing the dishes and come with me. This warm water wasn't for nothing. Su Tian always felt that something bad was happening, but after all, the other party was a teacher, so it was better to go. Coming to the chemistry teacher's office, the teacher directly poured Su Tian a cup of hot tea. Looking at Luo Aishang acting so perversely, Su Tian had a bad premonition. Student Su Tian, I heard that you are very good at teaching problems to your classmates. Can you help the teacher with a small favor? A small favor? Su Tian had a premonition that this was definitely not a small favor. That teacher, I also want to help, but I don't have the time. This brat was quite cautious. Consider it as teacher begging you. Looking at Luo Aishang with such a lowly tone, Su Tian was even more unable to agree. Looking at the other party who couldn't be more cautious, Luo Aishang was all a bit about to collapse. Was this child still a child? Suddenly Luo Aishang thought of something. Student Su Tian, teacher is not asking you to help for nothing this time. There is a reward. As long as you tutor my cousin on time, I'll give you whatever price a tutor in the market charges. Money is a good thing. Watching Luo Aishang draw out a few red tickets, Su Tian immediately transformed. To say that the change of face was not as fast as him. Ms. Luo, you're just being a bit out of touch, said Su Tian and took the bills back. Luo Aishang was speechless. Why is this kid so realistic? After receiving my money, you can't go back on your word. A gentleman's word is a promise. That teacher, I still have class to go first. Luo Aishang nodded slightly. As Su Tian left, she couldn't help but say, this world really doesn't work without money. Luo Aishang, my money. Thinking of her cousin, that self-important being, she really didn't know what to do. Now she could only hope that Su Tian would start working. Really shouldn't have sworn a promise that he would be able to make his cousin's grades break through. Now it's good. His cousin's grades not only didn't break through, but now it's also slipping. Looking at the new year, she does not improve her grades. By the time she was a teacher, single, older woman, was urged to marry, even if, in the family and friends doubt their own teaching ability, let her appear like a waste of general. She didn't want that. Right now she was hesitant. She didn't know if she could bet on the right thing. Saturday. The snow on Friday wasn't much, and the snow on Saturday was thick enough. Su Tian traveled to his teacher's house. Su Tian was dressed in a suit and then put on his glasses, living like an agent, and so on. It was the teacher. Su Tian rang Luo Aishang's doorbell. Luo Aishang opened the door and was shocked. Who is this? How never seen? No, it looks a bit deja vu again. Teacher Luo, it's me. It was her student. She really didn't expect Su Tian to dress up like this, really looking like a teacher. Su Tian, what kind of dress is this? Pay what you want and do what you want. I call this professionalism. What Luo Aishang wanted was not professionalism, but Su Tian's ability to tutor. Because difficult people could only be dealt with by difficult guys. Come in. Su Tian looked at the room. Luo Aishang blushed a lot. That embarrassment completely wanted to find a crack in the ground. That thing made her, who was a teacher, shy to express it. Brat, what are you looking at? Is the teacher's house that messy? Su Tian didn't expect the teacher in front of him to be shy as well. He couldn't help but chuckle. Brat, you're still laughing. Believe it or not, I'll twist off your ears. Seeing that the teacher in front of him was about to strike, Su Tian dodged over with a flashback. Immediately following Su Tian's carelessness, the entire person leaned forward. The young girl who was eating chocolate suddenly appeared, and Su Tian directly bumped into it. He accidentally bit into it. Anyway, the chocolate was bitten, so he simply ripped it off. Su Tian then hurriedly got up. Luo Yun viciously glared at Su Tian. I don't want to eat this chocolate either. How can you send it to your mouth without accepting the gift? Even though Su Tian made an explanation, Su Tian still could not avoid being viciously glared at. Chapter 41. Is it good or not? Won't it be clear if you try? Luo Yun, let me introduce you. This is Su Tian from our school's senior class, top 10 in the whole school. A direct enrollment into Donghua University. Su Tian, of many reputations, still suffered from blank stares. In Luo Yun's eyes, Su Tian was an asshole who preyed on her chocolate. At this, Su Tian was surprisingly a bit speechless. Asshole wasn't something he wanted to be either. Luo Yun looked towards Luo Aishan. Cousin, is this man any good? This sentence was quite contemptuous. The disdain in her eyes was even more unhidden. The contempt at the corner of her mouth was even more obvious. Luo Aishan looked at her cousin. Is it good or not? Won't it be clear if you give it a try? Luo Yun stroked her chin. Exactly. Immediately after that, the two began to compete. To this, Luo Aishan acted as a referee. Luo Aishan took out a science synthesis test paper. Just like that, the duo did it. Since there was no tutoring during this period, it was not counted as money. Teacher, you're so petty. Luo Aishan thought helplessly. I'm not a thug either. There's no way. At this, Su Tian did not refuse. If he didn't let the person in front of him convince him, the rest of the work would not be easy. With the start, the duo went into a frenzy of questions. Luo Yun had thought that Su Tian was as powerful as the rumors bragged about. Who would have thought that Su Tian's speed of doing the problems was not normal? So fast that Luo Yun was not only surprised but still surprised. Is this still a senior student? However, she thought about what's the point of being fast at doing questions? Isn't it just a waste of time if you don't get it right? Thinking of this, she got a lot better inside. She adjusted her state and that looked like she was just ready to give it her all. In order to stabilize the money, Su Tian hadn't done little preparation. System, aren't you bullying someone's little girl? Su Tian, everything is about making money and working hard. System, I give you hang, but you use it to make money. Su Tian was the first to finish, also the first to get full marks. Luo Aishan now really understood Song Wenhao. Facing this all-round and very powerful kid, even she had quite a few headaches. Although Luo Yun's score wasn't bad, the result was still only 80% correct. Originally, she thought she was high enough, but seeing Su Tian's full marks on the paper, Luo Yun knew what was called despair. She was puzzled and didn't even understand that this top 10 in the whole school was so powerful. It shouldn't be Just by looking at her science synthesis score, she was able to rank in the top 5. She is partial to nothing more than language, mathematics and English. The group originally she wanted Su Tian to make a fool of himself. Now it's good. He is nothing. Su Tian looked at Luo Yun in front of him and smiled faintly. Student Luo, I think we can compete in math and English. Luo Yun directly refused. Competing in math and English? That wasn't nothing to find excitement. Su Tian looked at the other party's appearance and knew that she was a partial student, or a lonely and arrogant student of partial subjects. Immediately after, Su Tian began to give him the language, math and English. For 2 hours, she seemed to be listening and not listening. With the help of the system, Su Tian found that her interest level in the language, math and English subjects was 0. It was 0. Surprisingly, it was 0. This money really wasn't that good. No wonder Ms. Luo Aishan was so generous, but she gave him a hard time. If this continues, he really won't be able to get any money. Just at this time, the system's voice sounded. Su Tian looked at the system's teaching panel, accidentally saw the humor master teacher style teaching skill. This one could be used for a while. Su Tian suddenly tutoring became interesting. Speaking the language, transmitting small stories to her. Speaking math also interspersed with funny things. The same was true for English. Luo Yun started to become full of interest from listening to it tastelessly. Luo Aishan was surprised. This Su Tian had found a teaching method so quickly. Awesome. It seemed that finding Su Tian was not a mistake. Just like this, a day passed. Luo Yun also became interested in subjects that she had no interest in before. If she could learn so well in the minor subjects, she would be quick to master the major subjects as well. Luo Yun looked at Su Tian and couldn't help but be secretly surprised by this guy who had robbed her of her chocolates. Quite a few brushes? Previously, she felt that her cousin was unreliable, but now she realized that she was wrong. Luo Yun looked at Su Tian with curiosity. You scored so well in the science synthesis exam. Why were you only 10th? Su Tian didn't explain the real reason. It's possible that I just clocked 10th place. This reason made sense, but in reality, it couldn't be said. After Su Tian left, Luo Yun was surprised. Su Tian, what the hell is going on? If you have the ability to take first place, why don't you take first place? Luo Aishan laughed coldly. Maybe he doesn't care about the first place. Don't care? His ability is not just as simple as 10th place. His true strength exceeds first place, and may even be above first place. 10th place is not so good to maintain every time. Not only can he control the correctness of the test papers, he can also control the ranking of the whole school. What a terrifying existence. Luo Yun was now understanding. No wonder cousin found him. At this moment, Luo Aishan's face was very embarrassed. The reason why she was looking for Su Tian was because she didn't want to be so humiliated herself. As a teacher, there was no other way to tutor her cousin, and when this matter was spread out, her face was sparse. If her own students knew about it, they would still doubt her teaching ability.
Su Tian was walking on the road. Looking around, the snowflakes had piled up thickly. Su Tian could not help but rub his hands, in order to relieve the coldness in his hands. Just at this time a snowball came towards him. Looking at a snowball fight, he naturally could not let it go. This kind of good time could not be missed. Su Tian joined the battlefield. He waited until late at night before returning. FNA was surprised to see Su Tian come out this late. Brother Su Tian, why did you not come back until now? Where's the doctor? On a business trip. Su Tian suddenly thought of something. What's the date tomorrow? New Year's Day. FNA suddenly thought of something. Xia Yuexin and Lin Ruoxi have both invited you to their home for New Year's Day. Faced with Lin Ruoxi and Xia Yuexin's invitations, Su Tian was very happy, but it was also a matter of choice. Suddenly Su Tian thought of something. Since the doctor wasn't at home anyway, wouldn't it be good to just invite them over for New Year's Day? Su Tian then asked FNA to send a message. Regarding the matter of going to Su Tian's house to celebrate New Year's Day, Lin Ruoxi agreed, and so did Xia Yuexin. As for the others, Su Tian didn't invite them. Natus Guchen still came. The next day, Guchen appeared with fruits, leaving Su Tian confused. However, for this kid, he still welcomed its entry. Strange to say, this Guchen should have quite a lot of friends. Why is he free to come to them today? Guchen scratched his ears, and Su Tian used his mind-reading technique to learn that he didn't have any school friends to contact on this day. Probably this Guchen is too good. New Year's Day was just a figure of fun. Just as Su Tian was about to close the door, Li Qing appeared with her sister. Chapter 42 Mo's Malice. New Year's Day was a very busy day. Immediately after that, they wrapped up the dumplings together. Su Tian originally thought that many people have great strength, but the result of this dumpling wrapping that is called a strange, either too fat or too thin. At least Su Tian had learned how to make dumplings. Otherwise, they would have to order takeout for lunch today. The snow outside did not know when it fell again. Lin Ruoxi's flushed face. Su Tian cannot help but make fun of a little. It's not that he wants to bully Lin Ruoxi. I don't know why Lin Ruoxi. He feels different. Before it was because of God's operation, and later maybe he really liked her. Su Tian was originally teasing, but it turned out to be good. It turned into a battle between the male and female camps. Su Tian and Guchen became a flower cat face. Guchen did not get angry, but instead laughed. Finished eating dumplings, the snow outside also stopped. That thick snow was really suitable for a snowball fight. The exchange meeting in the afternoon was left behind by them. Lin Ruoxi thought about studying in the afternoon, but was pulled out by Su Tian. Lin Ruoxi could refuse many people, but she couldn't turn down this man. Su Tian. Su Tian threw very accurately. In fact, Su Tian didn't want it to be like this, but because of the previous use of the open skill, it caused his muscles to have a memory, because he was too accurate. Immediately followed by a rainstorm of attacks. This was so good that Su Tian was about to spit snowballs in his mouth. Time passed quickly. Without realizing it, it was evening. Immediately after that, Su Tian had a barbecue. Xia Yuexin and Su Tian had it all to themselves because they were specialized. Lin Ruoxi helped out on the side, but Su Tian just let her do a little light work. Anyone with eyes could see that Su Tian was moved. He wants to, but the gods won't allow it. He wanted to, but the gods didn't agree. Su Tian's true destiny's name flashed. Su Tian suddenly had a bad feeling. All of their emotions were intensified. Immediately afterward, a line appeared. All my gifts. You must treat fairly God. This God. Su Tian really had to be greatly speechless. Wasn't this pitting people? Or pitting people to death? Originally, Su Tian had moved other thoughts. Now it had to put out that fire. Fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky. Su Tian put down the barbecue and accompanied them to watch it. At this time, a hand reached out towards Su Tian. It was Lin Ruoxi. Another hand was also pulled. There was also someone at Su Tian's back. What was this situation? Just as the fireworks ended, Su Tian was stamped without reacting. Not one but multiple. Immediately after that, Su Tian was in there. Gu Chen, on the contrary, was grilling a barbecue like a person who was fine. At this time I don't know who suggested that whoever catches Su Tian will have the right to fall in love with him this summer. For a while the girls made a scene again. Su Tian became the prize. Aha! New Year's Day passed. The final exams were also approaching. The atmosphere of Kirin High School became extraordinarily tense, especially the students in the pyramid. 10 slots for the winter camp at Huaqing University. 10 spots for Donghua University's winter camp. There were prizes dangling from almost every 2 classes. Principal used tricks. Ling Xinghui was quite impressed. Because of these tricks, Kirin High School, even in the winter, stayed in a state of vigor. The students in Class 0, especially those kids from rich families, all of them were very spirited. Attending the winter camp was more than just seeing the world. It was more about face rolling that was a must. There were more people coming and going on Su Tian's side, and even with the fees, There was an endless stream of people coming. Soon Su Tian was reported, and was reported to the principal. As for who it was, it favored a little girl in the back row. Mo Ling Ling. She was the kind of student who couldn't be more ordinary. Hardworking is one of the best, but most of the studying was ineffective. Su Tian didn't know where he had offended him. Principal Yuanshu knew that this kid Su Tian was a difficult guy to deal with in this school. He was not allowing students to be this utilitarian. This is not directly called Su Tian to the office. Facing the principal's preaching, Su Tian slightly nodded his head, then asked his own question. May I ask if it is a great thing for a teacher to teach students? Yuanshu nodded slightly. Since it's a great thing, why do you guys still need to pay money? Isn't this tainting the word great? Good fellow. This kid dug a hole for him where Yuanshu was considered to have learned the poison of this kid Su Tian. Your behavior is not the same as a teacher. Then may I ask the principal why I should help my classmates for free? Classmates are supposed to help each other. Headmaster, to help is a duty and not to help is a favor. I, Su Tian, am not some kind of saint, and I don't think I've violated any school rules. Yuanshu took out benevolence and morality. Su Tian directly took out reality. And it was true that Su Tian hadn't violated any school rules. But this kind of thing, being allowed in school, wasn't good either. He looked directly at Su Tian. Then I'll add one now, okay? Su Tian was indifferent. The principal can add it, but if the principal adds it, I don't think it will do any good for the senior class. Our deal, one is willing to fight, the other is willing to fight. Why does the principal have to stop it? If this is considered unorthodox, then the rules and regulations should not exist in class 0 now. Principal, you glanced at Su Tian. Good boy, quite good at talking. I won't ask about this matter, but please don't influence student Mo Ling Ling. Me influencing her? Su Tian knew that she was just shirking her responsibility. Su Tian smiled bitterly. Principal, how am I affecting her when I'm giving a lecture? If the principal suspects me, he can find the students in the back row. The brat in front of him could not suffer at all. Yuanshu let Su Tian leave with a sigh. Su Tian appeared peacefully. The students in the back row could not help but give a thumbs up. Principal's office returned in one piece. Nyo. Su Tian glanced at Mo Ling Ling, who didn't dare to meet his eyes. Brother Tian, who messed with you? We'll take it out for you. Because of Su Tian's performance several times, he had gained multiple little fans who wanted to show their loyalty. However, Su Tian didn't bother with Mo Ling Ling. To him, she was just jealousy at work. No one. It's probably just an upset passerby that I saw occasionally while passing by. Immediately after that, Su Tian began to busy himself. Studying? That was not it. It was a novel. Mo Ling Ling was filled with hatred for Su Tian. A great deal of hatred. She didn't understand what made someone like Su Tian get such good grades. She didn't understand why she worked so hard and ended up with average grades. Jealousy made him very upset about Su Tian's tolerance. She knew that Su Tian was hard to deal with, but the other one was easy to deal with. Mo Ling Ling had bad thoughts. She was at the same table with Lin Ruoshi and they had a good relationship. Naturally, she knew about Lin Ruoshi's accumulation of money. Lin Ruoshi, I'm sorry, who made you get so close to Su Tian? Chapter 43, want to buy me? Lin Ruoshi lost her money. She always carries her money with her. Lin Ruoshi said she lost $500. Her monthly living expenses are only $400. She lost $500 all of a sudden. No wonder Lin Ruoshi was so sad. However, losing money is nothing. Mo Ling Ling even said she lied. Lin Ruoshi couldn't possibly have that much money. Who would carry around $500 without spending it and eat simple food every day? Even if Lin Ruoshi said she was preparing for the winter camp, not many people would believe it. Su Tian always felt that this matter was not simple. In order to let this matter fall as soon as possible, Su Tian directly said that he had picked up $500. When Lin Ruoshi saw Su Tian, it was like seeing a savior. This matter was then suppressed. However, Su Tian did not stop investigating this matter. Su Tian found the suspect through the school's surveillance equipment. This person was no one else but Mo Ling Ling. When school was over, Su Tian and Lin Ruoshi said that they had something to go back later. Lin Ruoshi nodded slightly and she left first. Mo Ling Ling was on her way home when she was stopped by Su Tian. Su Tian? Student Mo. We can have a chat. I don't have anything to chat with you. After saying that, Mo Ling Ling walked quickly. However, who would have thought that she would be dragged by Su Tian? What are you doing? Do you believe it or not? I'll shout. Su Tian directly questioned. Why did you harm Lin Ruoshi? Mo Ling Ling shook off Su Tian's arm. I harmed Lin Ruoshi. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm saying, you should know very well. It was you who took Lin Ruoshi's $500. Mo Ling Ling was shocked. She didn't expect Su Tian to find out quite quickly, but even so, she had no intention of admitting it. Do you have evidence? You're just planting people at random like this. Su Tian laughed. Without evidence, would I look for you? Mo Lingling was violently shocked, but she quickly calmed down. You have evidence? You can really joke around. If you have evidence, how good would it be for you to hand it over to your teacher the next day? This woman was very confident. Su Tian also realized her cunning. This cleverness of hers would be good if she used it in her studies. Su Tian was not an ordinary commodity. The corner of his mouth rose slightly before he turned around. Good idea. Su Tian hadn't taken 3 steps before the woman panicked. In turn, she blocked Su Tian's path. I was wrong. I took the money. Su Tian took the $500. It's really you. Hearing this, Mo Lingling was furious. You lied to me. Su Tian smiled faintly. So what if it is you? Su Tian took out his cell phone and recorded. I was wrong. I took the money. Mo Lingling froze. Originally, I didn't have any evidence, but how about now? I do. This is also thanks to you. Mo Lingling. Mo Lingling at this moment her face was so angry that it was deformed. Su Tian, you're an asshole. If I'm not an asshole, why am I called Su Tian? If you don't want what I'm holding to be known by the other students in our class, I think you know what to do. Facing Su Tian, even though Mo Lingling had a bellyful of anger, but it was also strongly suppressed, Su Tian waved his hand and left. Mo Lingling kicked a snowball on the side of the road. It turned out that it was a stone pier, and it hurt so much that her handsome little face was deformed. Night fell. Su Tian returned to the neighborhood. At this moment, a young girl in a white coat was waiting for him under the moonlight. Lin Ruoshi. Su Tian was surprised. Why are you here? It's cold. That gives it back to you. Su Tian looked at the 5 tickets in front of him, with a slight smile. What do you mean by this? To buy me? Lin Ruoshi blushed. Who wants to buy you? This isn't my money. Then it should be that I gave it to the wrong person. Su Tian took out 5 tickets under the neighborhood streetlight. This one right. Lin Ruoshi looked at the count. Right. Immediately afterward, she expressed her gratitude and was about to leave, but was yanked by Su Tian. Explain to me properly. What are you saving money for? That. Su Tian looked at her stammering and knew that she had encountered a difficult situation. Su Tian looked at her difficult look. He then took out all the whole money from his wallet. It was stuffed into her hand. I don't care what you encounter. You have to remember that you are not alone. Su Tian turned around and left. Lin Ruoshi looked at the tickets in front of her. Her eyes were moist. Su Tian returned home and wondered to himself what was wrong with him. Tossing and turning. Immediately afterward, he fell off the bed. Almost didn't drop himself miserably. Prince Buster Phantom, the sour stench of being in love. White cat, not the usual sour stench. Su Tian looked at the two of them, resulting in a bird and a cat being shut out of the window. I told you he can't be messed with. You said it. A cat and a foot were on the edge of the window, staging a battle. The next day, one freezes into a stupid bird, the other into a stupid cat. They probably didn't even dream that they were this miserable. Su Tian's computer rang and Su Tian opened his email. Looking at the money given by Momo Literary Publishing House, the corners of Su Tian's mouth rose. Rich. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him. Originally Su Tian thought that this manuscript fee will have to wait for a period of time. He really didn't expect it to be this fast. With the money, Su Tian's mood couldn't help but change for the better. Because the snow did not melt, the road was slippery. Su Tian walked to the school. At this moment, he always felt that there was something staring at him on the road. Forget it. One should be mistaken. How could someone be staring at him? Su Tian stepped into the school. Inside that black car, the driver was surprised. I really didn't think that a high school student would have such a keen sense of observation. This is Ron's son. Yes, but I heard that it seems to be an experiment. The woman didn't say anything. Then she looked towards Kirin High School. It's a good school. Ma'am, do you want Miss Seven to attend this school? The woman nodded slightly. That's right. I want to see if Ron's adopted son is stronger or my daughter. Go back and give her a call and tell her to return to the country immediately. Yes, madam. The woman suddenly thought of something and had the driver pull into the school. The woman got out of the car and went to the principal's office. Yuan Shu was rejecting the new students that were coming in now. Gan Rong was not an ordinary person. Not only did he promise to invest, but he also showed Gan Shu's information. Gan Shu's excellent grades. It made Yuan Shu unable to think of a reason to refuse. The other party was a student from an international school and was ranked high. This would do more good than harm to Qilin High School. Yuan Shu immediately agreed. By the way, which class is Su Tian in? Class 1. I want my daughter to be placed in the first class as well. Yuan Shu was puzzled by this. Class 0 was more cost-effective than Class 1. Why does it have to be Class 1? Principal Yu was confused, but thought about it and let it be. No matter how many classes, let her be. Chapter 44, in that case, why don't you give me a reward? As the senior class nears the end of the semester, it's surprising to see a new classmate transferring to another school.
And this new classmate came from an international school. This surprised the senior class. A bankrupt daughter. The daughter of a bankrupt woman who came over to experience life. The person hadn't even appeared yet, but the voices of speculation began to be varied. Maybe this is senior year. Even the slightest breeze will cause huge waves. Soon the bell rang. The chattering voices still didn't stop. This made Song Wenhao, who walked in, directly grimace. That face was gloomy, with a murderous aura, with the textbooks and test papers slamming heavily on the table. At once the class condensed. What time is it? You still don't know how to get up to speed. How do you think that you can't compare to the first class and start to give up on yourselves? If this is the case, you guys go out and don't say that you are my Song Wenhao students. I don't have any students that are that humiliated. Teacher Song's dominance. It made them not dare to say a word. Gu Chen hand out the test papers. Let's start class. Hearing that they had to do the test paper exercises again, most of them were in agony. Su Tian fell back like it was nothing. The students in the back row whispered about copying Su Tian's test paper, which Song Wenhao was afraid that he had already predicted. Su Tian's test paper was different from other people's test papers. It could be said that his test paper was unique. This old Song isn't giving a little bit of life. A demon. Su Tian looked at the test paper in front of him. There wasn't a single multiple choice question. It was all big questions. This is targeting. Absolute targeting. Su Tian was not generally helpless about this, but fortunately, he still had system brothers. After the end of the 2 math classes, the students in the class began to move their muscles. Su Tian was like a grandfather in general. Flipping through the novel, Lu Hongran walked up to Su Tian. Brother Tian, you're really idle. What kind of test paper did the teacher give you? I see that you just did it for half an hour. Originally, he thought that the teacher was biased, giving this genius simple test papers. Su Tian sought his curiosity and then gave the test paper to Lu Hongran. Lu Hongran looked at the test paper in front of him. Directly, his entire eyeballs stared in disbelief. What a joke. Brother Tian, are you human? The full answer made the people around give a thumbs up. Mo Lingling's face looked entire unsightly as she watched. She knew that Su Tian was very powerful, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful, although not wanting to admit it. But this was the naked reality in front of her. Mo Lingling, help me buy a bottle of water. Mo Lingling was reluctant, but still helped Su Tian buy water to go. She is? Su Tian laughed. My newly accepted little sister. If there's anything you want to buy in the future, you can let her run errands. However, it has to be with my consent. For Mo Lingling's miserable appearance, they all thought that she was punished for making a small report on Su Tian, not realizing that people had a handle on each other in their hands. Mo Lingling had been instructed by Su Tian for a day. It was called a tiredness. Su Tian, you are really ruthless. If a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. Su Tian looked at the book she was holding. Su Tian directly drew it over. You give it to me. Give it back. Su Tian didn't give it back to her. Instead he opened it and read it. The notes are well typed, but you're doing useless work. What's the point of having more of these things? They won't fit in your head. Mo Lingling bit her lip. Angry. I feel like you're not being efficient this way. Running the road I let you bring and buy. You didn't make any mistakes. Others let you buy either this mistake or that mistake. You seem to do things seriously, but in fact it's very sloppy. Is it true that no one has threatened you and you don't know how to do the word serious? If you really want to change, you have to break the habit of false seriousness. Hearing the words fake seriousness, Mo Lingling became angry. She was unwilling to hear these 2 words, and even more so, she was unwilling to recognize them. She then gave Su Tian an angry look. Don't need you to care. Su Tian originally didn't want to care at all, but why did he suddenly care? Ding! Congratulations to the host's true destiny, Mo Lingling, for activating. What the hell? Mo Lingling, my true destiny girl? Su Tian's head buzzed. I should have known not to do something so superfluous. Over here, Mo Lingling returned home after school. She was annoyed at Su Tian's words. Who do you think you are? A genius? Looking at the exercise book in front of her, she laid down on her bed. She thought about how she could try. Try what to try? What's there to try? Just try it. Forget it if it doesn't work. Just like that, Mo Lingling forced herself to be serious. She controlled the time. As the bell rang, she took out her answers and carefully compared them. In the end, she realized that she was much more correct. She was surprised. How did the Su Tian discover her problem? Why did he want to help himself? Is it hard to like me? No. How can he like me? Su Tian's grades are so good. He's not bad at sports either. He's not bad looking. Wait a minute. Study is the important thing. On the other side, Su Tian and Lin Ruoshi were walking and came to a late-night snack store. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. Treat. She pulled Lin Ruoshi and walked in. Yuexin, it's not good for us to be like this.
The big deal is that we'll have the money to pay it back later. If we can't pay it back, we'll both mortgage it to him. Mortgage? Lin Ruoshi blushed. Su Tian thought about it and thought about Fifi. It's not bad for them to be mortgaged to him. Su Tian hurriedly shook his head and walked in. They ordered 3 late-night snacks. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian and asked curiously, East China University, are you planning to go? East China University, how could Su Tian go? Su Tian promised me to go to Huacheng. Immediately after the duo gazed at Su Tian. Su Tian was helpless. I just want to have a late-night snack. Su Tian took a big bite of the soup dumplings. Luckily, at this time, Su Tian's cell phone rang. My old man is looking for me for something. After taking a sip of soup and paying, he slipped away. Xia Yuexin looked at Lin Ruoshi. Even though we're friends, I won't let Su Tian go easily. Lin Ruoshi, me too. On the other side Su Tian ran out. Looking at the message, he then went directly to pick up his old man. 7th Miss, this is the information that Madam asked me to give you. Gonshu looked at the information in front of her and couldn't help but snort coldly. This guy doesn't look that powerful. You let mother rest assured. I will definitely step on this Su Tian. She, Gonshu, was not some ordinary person. Looking at the spoon in her hand, then that spoon directly bent down. She had no eyes for Kirin High School. Looking at the school uniform next to her, although she was not happy, but she did not show it. Ron was happy to see Su Tian appear. Really is a good big son of the old dad. Even know to pick up their old dad. Ron wouldn't have said that if he knew the truth. Su Tian stretched out his own hand. Since this is the case, Pops doesn't reward some? Ron, this kid, seeing money is closer than seeing his father. Chapter 45. What a demonstration. Who's that? So beautiful. What was more crucial was the other party's aura, every aspect of which emphasized the other party's uncomplicatedness. She then walked towards the direction of the first class. When she was about to walk to the first class, just as the bell rang, the teacher, Song Wenhao, was about to board the exercises when he noticed the unfamiliar student. Who are you looking for? Teacher, I'm Gonshu, a transfer student from International High School. A large number of gazes from the senior class were attracted to it. The girl in front of them was simply too beautiful. It was completely like a fairy descending to earth. When she walked in, she directly made a large number of students sink even further. When she stood on the podium, her gaze looked towards Su Tian. Su Tian initially felt that it was an illusion, but that gaze was indeed towards him. Gonshu's appearance. Su Tian had not seen it before. This person Su Tian had not encountered before either. Su Tian couldn't help but TSK deep inside, feeling that he was thinking a little too much. The teacher let Gonshu choose a seat for herself. Gonshu was very bossy and went up and chose a better seat. This seat was occupied. Even if the other party said it was occupied, she treated it as if she hadn't heard it at all. Song Wenhao originally thought he was quite lucky, but now he really didn't know where he was lucky. He had thought that the one who came was a good student, but it turned out to be a female version of Su Tian. Song Wenhao had a headache just thinking about it. For this student, he took good care of her and let her get that position. In response to this, the students in the class also realized that this pretty flower was not simple. With this little episode over, anyone knew about this international high school's Missy. Song Wenhao finished his class. Some girls came up to ask about the international high school. To be precise, it was a close relationship. Who would have thought that they would get a nosedive? Gonshu didn't even look at them. The girl who talked to Gonshu muttered in a low voice, "What's the big deal? It's just that you were born well." Those who could go to an international high school were no ordinary people. The tuition fee for a year is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It would take 10 years for an ordinary person to save up hundreds of thousands of dollars. Envy, that cannot be helped. Some male students also took the initiative to get close. They were directly disliked. They never expected that this woman called Gonshu would be this annoying. Gonshu sneered, "I don't need you guys to introduce me. Of course you guys don't need to introduce me either. I've already taken note of your Qilin High School in my heart. You trash, don't have nothing to do to get close to me? I have no relationship with you now, nor in the future. Confidence, arrogant, no one in sight." The attitude of not treating the bystanders as human beings was truly irritating, but annoyed as they were, no one dared to be impulsive. Probably this person was too arrogant. Gu Chen couldn't stand to watch. "This student you're tugging." She swept a glance at Gu Chen and said directly without any good humor, "You're the defeated one in Su Tian's hands." Although Gu Chen and Su Tian were on good terms now, but Zhong talking like this really made him unable to endure it. "This student, do you dare to test your results with me? If I test well, you apologize to me. If I don't test as well as you, I will no longer ask about you. Okay, I'll agree to your challenge. And if I lose, I'll stay wherever I am." This international high school transfer student was just too annoying. Both the boys and girls watching the battle were cheering Gu Chen on. This new guy was too arrogant. The arrogance is simply lawless.
Su Tian was also a bit curious about the match between the two, but there were too many onlookers in front of him, so he didn't join in the fun. As time passed, the duo completed the science test. Their times were neck and neck. Gu-chan looked at the girl. Not bad. For the compliment, Gonshu didn't care. As the results came out, the people watching the battle simply had their heads buzzing. Full marks for the science paper. Full marks. Gu-chan was still a dozen points short of a perfect score. He was able to get a perfect score on the science paper. This new student was simply too strong. Gu-chan's face was ugly. He then kept his promise and honestly returned to his seat. Not long after, he took the test paper and went to Su Tian. Even Gu-chan had questions that he couldn't figure out. Su Tian looked at Gu-chan's test paper and quickly knew exactly where he lost. There were 4 or 5 questions on this paper that were beyond the syllabus. Normal students could solve one even if they were very good. This Gonshu directly solved 5. One can imagine. This student was not simple. Su Tian was relying on skills. How did that Gonshu do it? Regarding her appearance, Su Tian did not know why, but he always felt very uneasy. Gonshu walked towards the back row. That domineering aura carried a biting wind. The living should not approach. She walked step by step in front of Su Tian. Su Tian was skeptical before and didn't dare to be sure, but now that people had appeared in front of him, it was impossible for him not to be skeptical. Facing the girl who appeared in front of him, he asked curiously, "Ms. Gonshu, what's the matter?" "Classmate Su Tian, the number 1 in this class I want." This tone, "The visitor is not good." Su Tian smiled slightly. "If you want it, you can take it. I don't care anyway." Who was he? Su Tian. You shouldn't pretend in front of him in front of anyone. He doesn't buy it. Gonshu was speechless. If you want to be rare, you have to be able to keep it too. Immediately after that, the pen in Su Tian's hand popped out of his own hand. It was an accident in the eyes of others, but in Su Tian's eyes, it was no accident. Just now, that guy seemed to have used his mind on him. This guy wasn't some ordinary person. Gonshu left with a smile. Su Tian picked up his pen. What a demonstration. System, no god's aura detected. No other supernatural lifeform's aura detected. What the hell is going on with this Gonshu? System, Gonshu's identification result is human. Human? Su Tian thought left and right. Then there was only one possibility, and that was a human with special abilities. Other side, inside the office, the other teachers congratulated Mr. Song Wenhao, saying that he had another genius in his class. This student he truly didn't want. He laughed awkwardly. One Su Tian was enough for him, and now there was another one. After school, Su Tian returned home. Right outside the door, Su Tian heard the sound of Ron arguing with others, followed by a door opening. A beautiful expensive woman appeared. "You're Su Tian, aren't you?" Su Tian nodded slightly. "I really didn't expect to grow so big." The voice was extraordinarily familiar to Su Tian, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. The woman watched as Su Tian couldn't recognize her and she left. It was only that mysterious smile that eluded Su Tian. Su Tian went in. Looking at the broken glass on the ground, he knew that the doctor had moved. He asked with concern, "Doctor, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. By the way, Su Tian, did you run into anything strange at school?" Su Tian told him what happened during the day. The doctor's expression was complicated. "Su Tian, you must be careful of that child called Gonshu." Su Tian didn't understand. It always felt like Ron was hiding something from him. However, Ron bit off more than he could chew and never told Su Tian. Chapter 46. It's an honor. Gonshu wasn't some average person. Even her meals were just drinking nutrient solutions. Food was nothing more than proteins, carbohydrates, fats, vitamins, minerals, and so on. Gonshu ate from this. For her, these nutrient solutions were enough. Not only could it maintain her figure, but it could also ensure her normal activities. Most of the female students in the senior class were only envious of this. The male students were indignant. Noble what? Although they were indignant, Gonshu's ability was there for all to see. They could only show off their tongue. Su Tian did not rashly provoke this Gonshu. However, Gonshu was filled with contempt for Su Tian, who had bought food and returned to his class to eat. "Su Tian, it really didn't occur to me that you, an experiment, would be just like those monkeys, needing this low-end way of eating as well." Monkey, a contemptuous epithet. There were always some people in this world who relied on the fact that they were well born to be very noble. Su Tian sneered. "What's wrong with low-end? What's wrong with high-end? In the end it's not just a creature. I'm a human being. Don't you want to admit that you don't think you're a human being?" Gonshu wanted to speak, when she suddenly realized something. "Su Tian, what do you mean by that? You don't want to be a human. What can I mean?" Gonshu looked at Su Tian's smug little eyes, and her entire body was about to explode with anger. "You," Su Tian smiled slightly, "Ms. Gonshu, don't be too angry. It's not good to be angry.
look at what you've patched up your face into. It's too rounded. Gonshu was directly enraged. Me? What's wrong? Speak to your heart? Su Tian nodded slightly. If it speaks to your heart, it's my honor. Gonshu was about to explode with anger at this point. How could she have met such an asshole like Su Tian? The anger was overflowing. However, Su Tian continued to act as if he was a nobody, taking a bite of chocolate. The angry Gonshu decided that she wanted the Su Tian to suffer a bit. Su Tian's hand suddenly picked up the handmade knife on the table. It went towards his mouth. Gonshu laughed. Su Tian, this is what you get for offending me. When Su Tian was about to reach his mouth, he suddenly put the handmade knife down. Girls who are this ruthless, no one will want them in the future. Gonshu was furious. You man seeks death. She increased her chanting power. As a result, Su Tian was fine, but she herself directly spat out a mouthful of red blood. At this moment, Su Tian looked at Gonshu. If your body is not good, you need to drink more nutrient solution. You, fellow student Gonshu, I still have to do the questions, so I won't chat with you. Gonshu was on fire. This scene was watched by the class. This time Su Tian did not cause any crusade from the students in the class. Instead, he received their support. Fatty Lu Runhong walked over. Brother Tian, bull, worthy of being the debater of our senior class. Even this girl is no match for you. Don't lift me up even you kid. Immediately after that, Su Tian read a book. Lu Runhong looked at Su Tian and said, Brother Tian, you're really great. You can get good grades without working so hard all day. Tell me, do you have any skills? Money is not a problem. Su Tian seemed to see a way to make money at this moment and smiled faintly. There is. You can buy a copy for $1. You can buy a copy for $1? Lu Runhong's eyes reddened. Really $1? Yes, but in my trade, there are no returns. Sharing with others is prohibited. Don't worry, Brother Tian. How could I possibly share it with others? As soon as he got out of class, Lu Runhong came to Su Tian's side to ask for the secret book. Su Tian gave him a piece of paper and he was a bit skeptical. But it was just $1. It was only $1. After he paid the money, he carefully opened it. It turned out to be, read good books and do good questions. He felt he had been duped. Brother Tian, aren't you playing with me? For $100, I'll sell it to you. Lu Runhong's head buzzed. It's too expensive. Expensive for a reason. $100 has the value of $100. This study material of mine is exclusive. You don't want it. Forget it. Want. Evening. Su Tian then created 10 copies of the efficient learning methods, which came from Su Tian's original world. With the cooperation of FNA, Su Tian directly reproduced it. FNA was confused. Brother Su Tian, the methods recorded in this book are good, but it's very difficult to improve grades across the board. The methods are inside. It's their business if they can't do it. Su Tian's treacherous smile made FNA understand Su Tian's purpose. To make money. FNA was surprised. Were all kids nowadays that strong in business thinking? On one hand, Su Tian was to make money. On the other hand, he was to expand the popularity of the author Shu Mo. Shu Mo is Su Tian's pen name, and is also the top-ranked author on Momo Literature Network. But his books are looked down upon by some old-timers with status. But his books were looked down upon by some old-timers who had their own status. They thought that Shu Mo, the author, would only write some wildly imaginative novels. Su Tian originally wanted to publish similar textbook-level books. The audit did not pass. The reason was that he had no experience. The key thing is that he has no status. Su Tian had been hiding his identity. In the end, a series of factors led to today's result. Wanting to break the mold, Kirin High School might be a good breakthrough. The next day, Su Tian gave the book to Fatty. Immediately afterward the book went viral. For the money sent up, Su Tian had no intention of refusing. Many of the tips and efficient learning methods were indeed very practical. Hence the sales were very good. The amount sold on Su Tian's side was increasing. There were even teachers who had purchased it. For Shu Mo, the author, some teachers knew that it was a novelist. They were surprised that Shu Mo could come up with such books. Although Principal Yu prohibited the popularity of irrelevant books in the school, but this book did look good to him, so he just turned a blind eye to Su Tian's behavior. The book in ink became famous and he, Su Tian, made a lot of money. This makes Gonshu very despise Su Tian. Even when she returned home to face her mother's questioning, she was still confident. Against Su Tian, she was absolutely sure of herself. He was busy selling books while she, Gonshu, was getting stronger every day. She was curious as to how Su Tian was able to crack her spiritual power. Su Tian was known as the space orphan, known to the Earthlings as an ordinary baby brought into space by aliens. That was their guess. At first, they had conducted several studies on Su Tian. Su Tian was an ordinary person. She then went to investigate Su Tian's information. it was found that Su Tian was an ordinary person. Gon Shu was a bit skeptical. It's hard to believe that his supernatural powers have failed. That was the only possibility that could explain it now. Forget it, she didn't want to think about it. Her ultimate goal was to get first place in the final exam at the onset of the new year. Su Tian, just sell your books. The first place is mine. Gon Shu was determined to win at this point, and nothing could stop her. Night. Su Tian looked at the red tickets in front of him happily. This was completely more pleasing than the exam results. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of I'm a little rich businessman. Overall skills improved. Su Tian, me. Chapter 47, Steady as an old dog, Su Tian's classmates. Final exams are coming. Everyone is quite apprehensive inside, obviously looking forward to this day and now dreading it very much. Expectation and fear go hand in hand. As the bell rang, everyone's heart calmed down. This exam Yu Wenshu had prepared a big gift. This time it was a joint exam. A joint exam with Donghua City No. 1 High School. The questions on the test paper were all new questions, more innovative questions. The test is everyone's basic and adaptability. The exam was 2 days long. The winter vacation came after the exam. After the exam, the senior students were not as excited as they were in their sophomore year. Most seniors end their school life. Life at home is also studying. Senior year, an important stage. No one dares to take it lightly. There was still half a year left before they could really relax. On the way back, Lin Ruoshi, her face deepened. What was the result of the last question? Su Tian thought about it. One result was 4, the other was 6. This time, Xia Yuexin also took the exam. She froze for a moment when she heard Su Tian's answer. The last question. I thought the question was wrong somewhere. You're still suitable for practicing sports. Xia Yuexin directly blanked Su Tian. Student Su Tian, you're a senior at Kirin High School. So am I. Let's not be so discriminatory, okay? At least we are friends. Xia Yuexin walked over to Lin Ruoshi's side. Classmate Su Tian. So bad. Lin Ruoshi felt her back was heavy. Only then did she notice Xia Yuexin coming over. She asked with an innocent face. What? Xia Yuexin smiled bitterly. Lin Ruoshi learned to be stupid. People are thinking about the question where. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian with irritation. You're really biased. So special to Lin Ruoshi. How can you be so harsh to me? Why are you so double standard for a man? It's hard to believe that you like Lin Ruoshi. Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian. Su Tian knew that Lin Ruoshi just wanted to take the exam now. He turned back. Exams are over. What are you guys going to eat for dinner today? Xia Yuexin gave Su Tian a blank look. Getting sloppy when it matters. Eat hot pot. Su Tian nodded slightly. Ruoshi, where are you? Lin Ruoshi froze for a moment. What? This Lin Ruoshi did learn to be a bit stupid. It looked a bit less intelligent now. Student Lin, you should give this brain a rest. Don't think about it now. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Su Tian and said with a bit of anger. You're just standing around talking without a pain in the ass. Su Tian touched his waist. Ouch, ouch. Su Tian's quirky demeanor directly made the duo laugh. Immediately afterward, the three of them headed to the hot pot restaurant. Xia Yuexin knew that Su Tian had gotten rich during this recent period of time, and that order of food was not ordinary. Beef rolls were on 2 plates. There were also pork rolls. Fellow student Xia, what are you doing? Mr. Su, don't be so petty. The whole school knows you've gotten rich. Why don't you give it to me? Give it to Lin Ruoshi, can't you? This Xia Yuexin. She sounded strange to him. It was like she was jealous, and like she was getting back at him. Su Tian couldn't help but sigh. Immediately after that, Xia Yuexin asked for 3 bottles of drinks. At first, eating the hot pot was okay, but eating was not right. Xia Yuexin had on her face. Su Tian took a look at the bottle. He realized that Xia Yuexin was drunk. Su Tian originally thought that the drink was fine, but he didn't realize that it was an alcoholic drink. Don't drink it. You care less about me. Scum. There's only Lin Ruoshi in your heart. You can't leave a place for me. Even if Lin Ruoshi advised, she didn't listen. In the end, the 2 people directly racked Xia Yuexin out. She still wouldn't let them control it. She looked at Su Tian and even bit him hard. Immediately afterward, she fell asleep. Su Tian then carried her. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian worriedly. Are you alright? Not bad. Lin Ruoshi accompanied Su Tian to Xia Yuexin's home. At the moment, Mother Cow realized what was going on after hearing the explanation from the duo. She was very thankful. Looking at the environment they lived in, the noise roaring around them, Su Tian then realized why Xia Yuexin looked like someone who hadn't woken up almost every day. Auntie Nyo, is it always this noisy around here? Nyo Muning smiled helplessly and bitterly. It can't be helped. The neighborhood has to be built, and our area is the focus. That Auntie Nyo, there are rental houses in our neighborhood. Do you want to go rent? Nyo Muning wanted to but stopped. Rent? That wasn't a small fee. That Auntie Nyo. I'll ask about the rent. If it's cheaper, how about you guys come back and rent it? Auntie Nyo nodded slightly. Xiao Tian. Thanks then. Auntie is polite. After the duo left. On the way, Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian. Is there really a cheap house in our neighborhood? There are. Wouldn't it be better if I rented it and rented it to them cheaply? Will Auntie believe it? Doesn't this need Lin's help? Lin Ruoshi sneered. Good you Su Tian. This is preparing to pull me onto your thieving boat. Are you willing to help? Lin Ruoshi nodded. Who made you guys my friends? The next day, Su Tian rented a house in their neighborhood. It was rented directly for a year. 20,000. Because it came with all sorts of furniture. This price couldn't be low. Lin Ruoshi looked good, but the price was just too high. Su Tian directly took out 20,000. This made Lin Ruoshi surprised. Where did you get that much money? You wouldn't steal it from your father. You think I sold my book for nothing? Lin Ruoshi was stunned. How much money did Su Tian make? After this house was rented, Su Tian and Lin Ruoshi pretended to rent a cheap room. Nyo Mu-ning heard about the price and didn't believe it. Lin Ruoshi said the house is a friend of her relatives. Their family went out. The house has been empty, no one to clean, which is thinking of renting, because it is a relative. Plus the other side learned that the person rented to the senior students, which is so cheap. Nyo Mu-ning believed it. Su Tian was surprised. Daryl, you call this not being able to lie? You're less mouthy. Let's help move today. Okay. Shilin High School. Yuan Shu looked at the results table in front of him. Many students surprised him. What surprised him even more was this student called Gon Shu, who directly exceeded the original first place of Kirin High School by 30 points and ranked 4th in the league. This was a good seed, but he wasn't happy at all. The reason was that she didn't represent the results of their school. The other students were all ranked outside of 50 in the overall rankings of the league exam. The gap between them and Donghua City's first high school was still large. Although many teachers were very happy with the results, Yuan Shu was not. He continued to look at the report card. This Su Tian had scored in the top 10 of the entire school again. He was really as steady as an old dog. What surprised Yuan Shu was this classmate Lin Ruoshi. This little girl is a bit interesting. Now ranked 9th in the whole school. Chapter 48 Participation in the Robotics Competition. Director Lu. Before this Lin Ruoshi didn't even seem to make it into the top 20 in the whole school, right? Lu Jiangwen nodded slightly. Yes. It really didn't occur to me that at the end of the semester, student Lin Ruoshi was that very surprising dark horse. It wasn't just him, Lu Jiangwen. The other teachers were also surprised to learn about it. The change in the top 10 was truly extraordinary. Although Gon Shu came in later, according to the rules, Gon Shu enjoyed her rights just like the other students. The Huaqing Winter Camp had her qualifications to participate. As soon as the final exams came out, the principal first sent back the results along with the exam rankings. Seeing the results, some people were happy and some were sad. There are a lot of people who are chasing after the rolling pin. There are also people who are qualified to be arrogant in the new spring. Lin Ruoshi was surprised to see her 9th place finish. She asked Su Tian. Su Tian was only 10th. She was now stronger than Su Tian. That's what she thought based on the results that way. Lin Ruoshi let out a long sigh, knowing that her efforts were not in vain. On the other side, Ron saw his son's results. It was 10th place again. What kind of situation is this? Even if it's stable, this is too stable. He didn't have time to study because of his own experiments. Fumina questioned Su Tian's behavior, but as a robot, she couldn't explain the reason for Su Tian's behavior. Su Tian didn't explain either. As far as he was concerned, grades that were this steady would do. He didn't care if he became the number 1 in the senior class or not. After all, Su Tian knew the old saying, the high places are not cold, and he, Su Tian, wasn't thinking about being that outstanding. The qualifications for the winter camp came down. However, Su Tian didn't receive the notice to go to Huaqing Winter Camp. On the other side, Principal Yu was in deep thought facing the person in front of him. Mu Jie had slipped 8 places, and even though his grades had been in the top 10 before, the final criterion for judging was the exam at the end of the first semester of the senior year. The increased investment from the Mu family was enough for the school to get better. Yuan Shu had thought of using a strong stance to refuse. However, the other party's college assistance program for poor students and the various investments made Yuan Shu hesitate. Thinking about it, the interests of the many always outweighed the interests of the individual. Although it was unfair to Su Tian, it was something that could not be helped. This world was never fair. Fairness was only what it seemed. In the end, Su Tian, who was in 10th place, was scratched off and replaced by Mu Jie. Song Wenhao heard about this matter and went straight to the principal to argue. Yuan Shu told Song Wenhao about the school situation. A long sigh followed. I didn't want this either, but the conditions offered by the Mu family made it impossible for me to refuse. It's just a pity for student Su Tian. Principal, this is just too unfair for Su Tian. Fair?
Where in this world is there so much fairness? Song Wonhao looked at the principal in front of him and suddenly thought of something. I remember that our high school has the qualification for the robotics high school competition. Because of various reasons we basically don't participate in this competition. Can this spot be given to Su Tian? Who is Su Tian? Ron's son. Yu Wenshu felt that this matter did shortchange Su Tian. Song Wonhao's proposal wasn't too much. Yu Wenshu finally agreed. Thus, instead of receiving news about Su Tian's winter camp, he received news about participating in the robotics competition held by the major colleges during the winter vacation. And he, Su Tian, could participate on behalf of Kirin High School. The benefit was that when the college entrance examination was held, entering some colleges and universities could be extra points for specialties. How did the school suddenly give him this opportunity? Where? Could it be that something went wrong with the winter camp? Su Tian asked Lin Ruoshi for information. People are already preparing to go to the winter camp. What's the situation? Su Tian didn't need to think about it carefully to know that his opportunity had been snatched. At this Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. However, that winter camp Su Tian didn't want to go that much. Instead, this robotics competition was good. Su Tian searched the records of Kirin High School's previous year's competitions. The unexpected thing is that Kirin High School either didn't go to the competition in previous years, or didn't even make it to the finalists. Just such a competition to let him participate. Dare say this is to comfort him. Oh, forget it. But when he saw that the winner could get a $20,000 prize, Su Tian's heart was moved. 20,000. That's a lot of money. It was a waste not to participate. Su Tian then called Song Wonhao and said that he agreed. The next day Su Tian received an invitation to the college robotics competition. For this competition, Su Tian started researching on making robots. Ron was the one who had created FNA. With his guidance, it would be completely half the work. In order to save materials, Su Tian directly chose the materials that Ron had discarded. With his own skills coupled with Ron's guidance, Su Tian created the Xuanwu 1. It looked like a turtle, but this guy had high sensitivity. It just didn't look that cool. After several days of debugging, it also came in handy. When Su Tian was preparing for the competition, Ms. Luo Aixiang appeared. Su Tian was surprised by this. Teacher Luo Aixiang, why are you here? Luo Aika's helpless Aussie girl had sent goose-stepping her shoulders. I don't want to be here either, but the school sent me this errand. Su Tian is very speechless. The school gave him a chance, but does not seem to have much trust in him. Never mind. After all, is it by strength? Luo Aixiang and Su Tian traveled to the competition site by train together. The place where it was held was Hangtian City. Hangtian City was a city with a long history and deep cultural heritage. The natural scenery was beautiful and it had many iconic buildings. The tourism industry was also very developed. There were also many delicacies here, such as xiaolong bao, shrimp and eel noodles, and so on. What's more, this city is very developed in science and technology. In the country is considered to be the forefront of science and technology city. Robotics competition is held at Hangtian University of Science and Technology, but also a key University of Science and Technology, with a small Huaqing name. Su Tian and Luo Aixiang were deeply attracted to Hangtian City. Their first reaction was not to go to Hangtian University of Science and Technology, but to go to dinner. This idea, the two people are the same. Entering the restaurant, the duo ate all the snacks they had never seen before. If it wasn't for Song Wonhao's phone call, the two were afraid that they would have left the main event behind. Arriving at Hangtian University of Science and Technology, the enrollment location. Kirin High School? You're a student of Qilin High School? Su Tian nodded slightly. Verify it, don't be a fake. Because Kirin High School often didn't send anyone, it led to people occupying the spots. In previous years, there had been players who occupied the Qilin High School quota and deliberately interfered with the competition. The man verified that it really was a student from Qilin High School. Only then was it released. The teacher who filled out the form smiled at his colleague and said, "This year's students from Qilin High School. I'm packing my bags. They'll drop out of the tournament in the middle again. No need to think about it. It's normal for those from small places, inexperienced and glassy-eyed, to run away." Chapter 49. That's what I want to do. There were many students on the scene of Hangtian University of Science and Technology, and they exchanged ways of communication with each other. When the other side saw that it was Kirin High School, the four-lettered students, they directly chose to ignore them. It wasn't that they were unsympathetic, but they simply couldn't look at them. The high school students from the Donghua city side were also like strangers when they saw them. They felt as if Su Tian's participation in this kind of competition was a disgrace to their area. Luo Aixiang comforted Su Tian. Who is he? Su Tian. He didn't need anyone to comfort him at all. For those rumors, if he took them seriously, then it was one thing. If he didn't take them seriously, then it wasn't one thing. The heart is broad and the road is wide. Su Tian looked at Luo Aixiang. Teacher Luo,
today's trip is considered over anyway. Let's go around the nearby attractions together. Luo Aishun looked at Su Tian. Little brat, I relieved you. Why does it feel like you're relieving me now? It's out anyway, there's no need to carry a bad mood. Luo Aishun was surprised. Su Tian was in such a good state of mind. Thinking about it now, it was normal. Su Tian, always so unexpected. The next day, the morning's exam was mainly about presenting the shape of the robots they had designed. The robots held by those contestants were one taller than the other. Flying Dragon, Phoenix, the names were more domineering than one another. Su Tian thought that his Xianwu was not bad, but when his Xuanwu was brought out, many people looked at this robot and couldn't help but snicker. Isn't this just a sweeping robot? It wasn't just an extra layer of shell. Su Tian didn't get angry and didn't take those students' comments seriously. It wasn't them that he was displaying. Rather, it was the teacher in front of him. Su Tian turned on the skills of a speaker. Eloquent and insightful. The teacher of the judges was fooled into giving Su Tian a decent score. Although it was 9.5, it wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. Once upon a time, all the Kirin High School participants in the competition were below 6 points, and that contestant who faked to replace the Kirin High School students got the highest score of only 9.2. Luo Aishun applauded in the face of this achievement. In other people's eyes, it was only a 9.5. 9.5. There is nothing to be proud of. Luo Aishun's excitement could not be understood by them. Have you guys heard? That student with a 9.5 is a student from Kirin High School. Kirin High School? Hearing the name of this high school, many people were surprised. What's going on this year? This Kirin High School is against the odds. It's just that the first match took a similar score. What's the big deal? We really have to look at the performance test and confrontation match later. The performance test soon began. Luo Aishun looked at the other side's exquisite robots, and she muttered a little. Could Su Tian do it? However, Su Tian was unusually determined. He would pass. Luo Aishun smiled faintly. Her heart knew very well that passing. How easy was it to talk about? The fittings were all a heaven and a hell. Moreover, Su Tian's design of the Xuanwu gave her the impression that it was not very impressive. When it was Su Tian's turn to test it, most did not look favorably on it. However, when Su Tian began to operate it, many teachers were surprised. Many of the contestants were also surprised. Flexibility was high, and speed dissatisfaction, dexterity in crossing obstacles. The final result, Su Tian got 9.8. After the first two games, there was only a 0-point difference between Su Tian and Hangtian City No. 1 High School's contestant, Wang Xiao. Hangtian City First High School was the previous champion. The last robot overlord was a force to be reckoned with to win the championship. Now Wang Xiao is using a robot that is an upgraded version of Overlord. Many people were apprehensive when they saw Wang Xiao. It would be bad luck to go up against him. Su Tian did not go up against him. Su Tian drew the same high school as himself. From a small county, victory came easily. The other side's robot failed in the collision and was directly eliminated. Su Tian's side is not much to look at. On the contrary, Wang Zhao's side was a bit interesting. Wang Zhao's opponent was Wu Yuan from Hangtian City Second High School. Wu Yuan was known as the Little Prince of Invention, and was a genius in Hangtian City's Second High School. His strength was not bad, and the battle dragon he created was even more domineering. Just by looking at the appearance, one could tell that this battle dragon was not simple. This robot acted with the tracks under its feet, and what was more crucial was that the tracks were wrapped with 276 small wheels. The degree of silky smoothness is really like a swimming dragon. At this moment, the people watching were all staring intently. No matter who it was, they were all full of words of praise for the swimming dragon in front of them. This robot is too silky smooth. That's not true. The Little Prince of Invention isn't just for nothing. Although Wang Zhao's overlord was quite powerful, this overlord only had an advantage in strength, and in front of the absolute silky smooth speed, the killers he hid could not harm the battle dragon at all. Wu Yuan revealed a smug look towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was not displeased. Only the corner of his mouth revealed an unusually mysterious smile. Immediately after that, the overlord's speed began to get faster. The performance directly increased. Wu Yuan was surprised. He did not think that the other party's overlord speed could still be increased. At this moment, the speed of the war dragon was suppressed. The overlord slammed towards the battle dragon and the battle dragon directly revealed its weapon. It was a double blade that rotated at high speed. Su Tian looked at the color of the blades and realized that it was an unusual metal. Wu Yuan looked at Wang Xiao in a godly manner. It was time to end it. However, how could Wang Xiao lose easily? Wang Xiao made a sideslip. In an instant, the battle dragon was damaged sideways. After the overlord drifted a distance, the collision began directly, with Wu Yuan's battle dragon being knocked out of action. Only then did Wang Xiao call it quits. After the match ended, Wang Xiao made a thumbs down move at Wu Yuan. Although Wu Yuan was quite annoyed,
There was nothing he could do. Who made him lose which? Wang Zhao's strength was frightening. He was a force to be reckoned with in the middle of the match, and there was simply no one who was his overlord's opponent. Su Tian had also overcome 5 hurdles with Xianwu. Without realizing it, we've come to the finals. Xianwu versus Overlord. In the eyes of others, Xianwu was the absolute loser. To Wang Xiao, it was as if this championship had been delivered to him. He couldn't help but sneer. How fortunate. This year's opponents are all such vegetables. It seems that the title is secure. Su Tian looked towards Wang Xiao and smiled faintly. Secure? I think you'd better think it over before you say it. In case you lose, wouldn't it be a shame? Wang Xiao glanced at Su Tian. Kid from Qilin High School, you don't seem to recognize your current situation. I should let you sober up a bit now. That's what I want to do. Su Tian and Wang Zhao's eyes touched sparks. Neither of the two would let the other go. The audience and the scoring teachers all felt that there was no suspense in this match. The match began. The Overlord quickly crashed towards Su Tian's Xuanwu. Number 1 was not 0, it was a modified version. In order to cope with the match, he had bought dual engines. It was just that he had been using a single engine before. Su Tian knew that his opponent was not some simple being. Su Tian directly turned on the dual engine mode. Chapter 50, Running the Show. When the Overlord was about to hit Xuanwu, Xuanwu no. 1. Xuanwu no. 1 suddenly circled around in a silky smooth manner. Wang Xiao was surprised. You're also twin engine. It's not like the competition stipulates that contestants must install several engines. The dual-engine Xuanwu ran fast. The key Su Tian used tactics that gave him a headache. He advanced and he retreated. He retreated and he advanced. And every now and then he even made a sneak attack for fun. With such tactics, he really couldn't afford it. Looks like I'll have to show some real skills. Overlord suddenly disintegrated a shell. Immediately afterward, 4 blades appeared around his body. The sound of Key's engine changed. The Overlord crashed into Xuanwu with a swish. Xuanwu directly in the air flipped several times and fell. The shell of the Xuanwu was shattered. Half of the engine was exposed. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? The Overlord has become faster. A double engine was already powerful enough. What was unexpected was that the Overlord was now a triple engine. This was something that was unexpected to the onlookers. A 3-engine with 1 main and 2 secondary engines. You're hiding it very well. Wang Xiao laughed. Now do you know who was talking big just now? Everyone around them thought that Su Tian was bound to lose. It was impossible for Su Tian to win. Impossible. However, at this moment, Su Tian was unperturbed as he steadily maneuvered the Xuanwu. Even if the Xuanwu was knocked out, feeling that there was no need to play on, Wang Xiao crashed towards Su Tian's Xuanwu. Wang Xiao, Xuanwu. With this defense, what a waste of a name. Just at this time Su Tian suddenly made the Xuanwu extend its blades. There were 32 blades in total. A fierce clash ensued between the two sides. Wang Xiao had thought that his opponent was very simple, but now he had to admit that he had completely overthought it. The densely packed blades seemed to be warning him. This opponent is not simple. Both sides launched a collision. The number of times was increasing, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The people watching the match were all boiling with blood. They hadn't expected to see such a wonderful match today. Who would win and who would lose? They were all looking forward to it. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the end of the match. Wang Xiao looked at Su Tian's blade that had been severely crippled by the impact. The blades on the left side over were gone. Xuanwu's perfect defense was no longer perfect. It was now that he drifted around and crashed straight through. Xuanwu suddenly popped out part of his body. What the hell was that? The submariner robot. The judge teacher recognized it. The Xuanwu that popped out spun like a gyroscope and directly pierced the Overlord. It then spun with Overlord's body. Immediately after that, it was directly flung out. Shocked. Very shocked. Wang Zhao's face was unbelievable. He had actually lost. With the referee's announcement, the competition site directly boiled over. The winner of this year's robotics competition is Senior Su Tian from Dongyu County Kirin High School. Luo Aishan was stunned as she pinched herself. Mo was not dreaming. The pain coming from that arm made her realize that it wasn't a dream. Classmate Su Tian had really gotten first place. This Su Tian, he really surprises people. The matter of Su Tian getting the championship quickly spread to Kirin High School, because Su Tian had moved back face for Kirin High School. The principal, Yu Wenshu, also gave face and directly hung banners all over the entire school, all of them congratulating Su Tian. The students who had participated in the winter camp at Huaqing University returned one after another. They saw the red banners when they were about to arrive at the school. One student stood up. Principal, they're welcoming us back. Lin Ruwashi was still in the midst of shock at this point. She had never thought of getting that close to Huaqing University. After seeing the face of Huaqing University, she was even more filled with longing for it. As the car stopped, they walked down. They were shocked as they looked at the banner. This kid, He even got the robotics competition championship. What a joke. Gonshu sneered. His old man is Ron. What's wrong with winning a robotics competition? Look at the fuss you guys are making, like you've never seen the world. It's embarrassing to stay with you guys. Although Gonshu's words were hard to hear, but what she said was not wrong. People's old man was an international scientist. Dr. Ron, the creator of FNA. In a competition like this, with Ron's help, it wasn't strange at all for Soo-Tian to win. Class 0 students were very upset. The guy who relies on his father. No wonder people don't care about grades. Yeah, other people's dads have great tricks. Lin Ruwashi glanced at them and replied with great displeasure. Soo-Tian, it's not what you guys think at all. Don't talk nonsense if you guys don't understand. Lin Ruwashi was so protective of Soo-Tian's behavior. This made the quality boys of Class 0 very unhappy. Lin Ruwashi, why are you so biased in favor of Soo-Tian? Is it possible that you like Soo-Tian? The leading boy deliberately pulled his voice out. He knew that a girl's reputation was important, especially a girl like Lin Ruwashi. Lin Ruwashi reddened and defended. We're friends. It's not as nasty as you think. Friends? Ridiculous. Lin Ruwashi, who would believe you when you say that? Almost the entire school knows that Soo-Tian likes you. Don't give me that you don't know. What nonsense in broad daylight. Lin Ruwashi didn't expect the other party to talk like that. Lin Ruwashi's eyes were filled with anger, but soon she calmed down. She looked at the man and gave him a direct blank look. You're just jealous. The man was about to explode with anger at these words. He was jealous? She actually said he was jealous. The man's face was purple with anger. He couldn't wait to get his hands dirty. Lin Ruwashi wasn't the one who was afraid of people. You fight. I'll let you fight. The man glanced angrily at Lin Ruwashi. You crazy person. Then he quickly left Lin Ruwashi. Gonshu glanced at Lin Ruwashi with a look of scorn and displeasure. Immediately after that, the teacher walked over. Leading the way was the homeroom teacher of Class 0. Classmates, welcome back. Looking at your looks, you got a very rich feeling from this trip. The 10 of you students have been given the privilege of all of you being able to participate in the school's free tutoring. Gonshu directly snorted coldly when she heard this. I don't need it. Immediately afterward, she left in large strides. The Class 0 teacher's face was unusually ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Do any of you have any more to leave? They were all self-aware. They didn't have Gonshu's ability, so naturally it was better to not choose to pose. Anyone else? You can leave if you want to now, but if you want to leave afterward, you can't. Teacher, no more. Then go. We're starting classes today. Although most of the hearts complained, well, at least leave some time to adjust a little bit. There is no need for such a seamless transition. But there was no way. Who let the person in front of them be the teacher? They entered the classroom together. The 9 students began their special training. Chapter 51, Hidden Sinister Home. Where is Soo-Tian? Miss 7. It seems like Soo-Tian is tutoring elementary school students, the kind that charges by the hour. Tutoring? Gonshu didn't understand how he still didn't take it seriously when she had already beaten him so badly. What on earth did he mean? Did he not care? Or does he simply despise it? What's wrong with this Soo-Tian? I took away his number 1. He should be quite angry and furious. What's going on now? Gonshu didn't understand. Because she didn't understand, she now became very curious. Curiosity made Gonshu's heart complicated. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it became. She finally couldn't help herself and directly went to block Soo-Tian. Soo-Tian's side had just finished. It hadn't been long since he went out before he was stopped by a woman. For Gonshu, Soo-Tian didn't have any good feelings. If this person came to him, Soo-Tian didn't need to think that there was nothing good. Student Soo-Tian, you don't have a teaching license and you're posing as a college student to teach. Do you know that this behavior of yours is very unethical? Soo-Tian pointed at himself. He couldn't help but laugh. I did deceive the other party, but I actually taught. Mr. Gon, you take your sunny path, I'll cross my one-wood bridge. Let's no one is offending anyone. Gonshu smiled icily. If I want to offend where? Mr. Gon, I'm not going to do this business. What else can you do? Classmate Soo-Tian, you're a broken man. I really don't know what to do. I now want to know. I take away your first what to feel. Gonshu looked at Soo-Tian with an expectant look. Who was Soo-Tian? A man who didn't like to follow the rules. Soo-Tian stroked his chin. As if. Soo-Tian followed up by extending his hand. Gonshu hadn't expected this Soo-Tian to be a vulgar man. She couldn't help but scornfully glance at him before pulling out a banknote. However, who would have thought? Soo-Tian was still unwilling to answer. Having no choice, Gonshu gave Soo-Tian all the money she had on her. Can we talk now? The gold master's money was already in place, so what else could he not say? Soo-Tian looked at Gonshu, pretending to be silent for a moment. I don't have any feelings. Immediately afterward, he left. Gonshu was dumbfounded, looking at the far-away Soo-Tian. How could she have a feeling of a great injustice?
At this moment, Su Tian looked at the ticket in his hand and smiled faintly. I didn't think that I could still encounter this good thing when I went out. System, you didn't say a single word that girl wanted to hear. What does that have to do with me? He, Su Tian, wasn't a saint, he was just a mundane person in the mortal world. Immediately after that, Su Tian went to a restaurant, adding 2 large duck legs. Gon Shu on the other side reacted. Su Tian, how dare you trick me? Today, she was going to give Su Tian some color. On this side, Su Tian was eating a chicken leg when he realized something was wrong. The fork was coming straight towards him. Su Tian's quick eyes and hands directly held it, and then pretended to look around. Gon Shu crouched down. That ninny reacted. System, is it okay to turn on these low-level skills? Su Tian, it's enough. System, how come I have such an unmotivated master? After what happened just now, Su Tian kept an eye out. Su Tian walked towards an alley and Gon Shu followed. Immediately after that, Su Tian disappeared. Gon Shu chased after Su Tian. Looking east and west, a pot of dirty water fell down. Gon Shu was soaked to the skin. It was fish washing water, and this basin of water directly made Gon Shu smell like fish. Su Tian, come out here. After Su Tian finished teasing her, he directly left invisibly. It was a bitter day for Gon Shu to stay at the cul-de-sac. The next day it was rumored that she directly fell ill. In the hospital, Gon Shu coughed. Just at this time Su Tian appeared with a fruit basket. At this time, Su Tian was still acting as if nothing had happened. Su Tian, what are you doing here? Came to see you. Gon Shu sneered. Look at me? You would be that kind? Kindness Su Tian had, but not much. I'm just specifically telling you that I don't care if you take first place. I just care why you have to steal first place from me. Why? Isn't it simple? Because you're an experiment just like me. We were made to be the best humans, not new humans. Su Tian wouldn't dare to be this blatant. Fellow Gon Shu, you seem to have misunderstood something. I was observed and experimented on, but I'm just an ordinary human. You, ordinary person. Who believes that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just at this time a group of people walked in. The one leading the group was no other than Gon Rome. She gave an icy smile. If you are an ordinary person, there are no ordinary people in this world. Do you dare to let me take a test? Su Tian did not want to agree, but the people around Gon Rome had already walked in. Su Tian had come over wanting to ask Gon Shu why she was targeting him, but he ended up running into this kind of trouble. Fellow student Su, accompany me. Su Tian, who was forced to the edge of the window, laughed. Can you not go? You don't seem to have a chance to escape. Su Tian pushed one person away, only to end up being held down. The system recommended many skills. Su Tian understood that he was finished if he agreed. The person in front of him he couldn't follow her. Su Tian had a premonition that his end would not be too good. Suddenly the man in the suit gave Su Tian a blow. Before that Su Tian tapped on the fighting skill immunity function. Su Tian pretended to faint. The other party didn't know, and carrying Su Tian on his back was a retreat. They didn't dare to go through the front door. They just dared to go through the small door. They reached the unoccupied hallway, and Su Tian suddenly looked like a different person. The other party's neck was directly twisted. Immediately after that, several black-clothed bodyguards were directly wasted by Su Tian. Looking at the people who had fallen to the ground, Gon Rong realized that something was wrong and she directly left quickly, only to be blocked by Su Tian. Dr. Gon, where are you going? Su Tian, you really aren't an ordinary person. You've deceived us for 18 years. How am I going to live without this? Gon Rong looked at Su Tian with sharp and murderous eyes. Su Tian, are you going to kill me? That's also impossible. However, I won't kill you. I'm just telling you not to mess with me. Otherwise I can't guarantee what this face of yours will turn into. Su Tian then utilized his system skills to show her the oldest, ugliest, and most frightening version of himself. After Gon Rong fell to the ground, Su Tian left. The system was puzzled by this. Su Tian, aren't you exposing yourself? That's where there's no surveillance. A high school student beat up 4 men and a woman. Who would believe it? More crucially, they have no evidence. I've already been proven to be human. The odds are they'll be treated as mentally ill if they call the police. System, you are really sinister. Inside Su Tian, if you are not sinister, you will desperately upgrade. If you are not sinister, I am still in the lab. Where would I be now? Chapter 52. You know the outcome. How Gon Rong left. Even she had forgotten. Thinking about what happened to her, she couldn't help but start sweating on her forehead. That Su Tian's strength was surprisingly so strong. He had hidden it for 18 years. What kind of heart is this? It was as terrifying as this. Looking at her assistant, she paid out the medical bills. For that Su Tian, she simply couldn't forget. To be honest, she also had no way to forget. Although angry, but there was nothing that could be done. Seeing Su Tian's unusualness, she no longer acted rashly.
There were still 9 days left before the spring festival. Su Tian's tutoring job for elementary school students was smashed because Gonshu reported him. And indeed he was pretending to be a college student to tutor those students. Looking at the money in his hand, he sighed helplessly. No more business. His luck came into play at this point. No business? How could it be? There was business. This time the doorbell rang and Su Tian opened the door to take a look. He was shocked. It's Ms. Luo Aixiang. It's her. It was really a rare guest. Faced with her sudden arrival, Su Tian knew that this matter was not that simple. Nonetheless, he invited Luo Aixiang inside. Su Tian poured Luo Aixiang a cup of water. At this moment, the white cat was chasing Buster, and Su Tian was oblivious to it. Luo Aixiang looked at Su Tian. You still keep cats and pugs at home? It doesn't look lively. It wouldn't do to put them anywhere else. These two guys were a charm and a witch. Su Tian looked at Luo Aixiang. Ms. Luo, what are you looking for me for? Student Su Tian, what are you talking about? With the two of us being friends, besides the relationship of teacher and student, we are still friends. Friends? Su Tian felt that there was a big problem here. How could a good teacher get close to him? As the saying goes, there is no such thing as groveling for something. Look at the amiable Luo Aixiang. 80% nothing good. Ms. Luo, what exactly are you looking for me because of? Student Su Tian, can you help teacher tutor Luo Yun for free? For free. Aha! Su Tian laughed. Teacher, if the school doesn't pay you a salary, would you teach your students for free? Luo Aixiang's face was embarrassed. Except for teacher Luo though, Su Tian didn't think he would agree. What was this situation? System, it should be that God has strengthened your emotional line, and now you will do something that makes you feel perplexed whenever you are near them. This perplexity is not the usual perplexity. It's a complete loss of control of your body. Since I promised, I'll just go and forget about it. Arriving at Ms. Luo's residence, Su Tian met Luo Yun. Luo Yun had achieved notable results in math, language and English at this time. It was said that she was now in the top 100 in the entire school. For Su Tian, a former teacher, she was full of arrogance. When Luo Aixiang was around, she acted like a good girl. After Luo Aixiang left, she directly changed her face. On changing faces, this could even apply for a Guinness World Record. Classmate Su Tian, I've already mastered the method of studying now, and I don't need your tutoring at all. They can't be difficult for me, and I have something to do. I'll leave first. Right, today's matter mustn't let my cousin know. Luo Yun sat on her small bag and left. Luo Yun's perverse behavior surprised Su Tian. In love? It was really possible. Su Tian was helpless. What kind of errand did I take on? Su Tian followed Luo Yun and found that she came to work in a restaurant. Western restaurants just like to use some handsome men and women. Dressing up exquisitely and beautifully was the standard. For Luo Yun's previous dress, Su Tian had an understanding. But Luo Yun working to earn money, this is a bit unreasonable. Luo Yun is not the kind of person who works for a living. Can't be counted as an absolutely rich girl, but the consumption level of Qilin high school girls, she is definitely in the middle of the road. Is she encountering something? Su Tian saw her talking to some of her little sisters at noon, and that's when he realized that she was chasing stars. At this Su Tian chose to ignore it. It was her own choice. She didn't want to teach herself, and she didn't have to do it herself yet. What's more, this was something that was unpaid in itself. He didn't need to make the effort to offend people. Su Tian thought for a moment. It's not bad to go to the amusement park on this day. The clear sky was perfect for playing. System, you're hopeless. Isn't life all about enjoyment? Night. Su Tian looked at the time. I accidentally got caught up in playing. In the world he once was, he envied that there were children who could go to the playground. Growing up he no longer had that feeling. It was true that it had something to do with age, but it also had something to do with the heart. Before, he had the tedious things of that world, which made him not enjoy himself how he played, but now it was different. He was having a great time. That's why he went back late. On the way he suddenly heard a familiar voice. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Luo Yun's voice. Luo Yun seemed to be in trouble. At this moment, Luo Yun was surrounded by several fierce men. Little girl, didn't your family's adults teach you that it's only right to pay back what you owe? Luo Yun looked at the men in front of her and said angrily, the money I owe you guys was 5,000 before. How did it become 20,000 now? That was 2 months ago. Now it is 20,000. How not willing to admit it? This has your black and white proof. How do you want to cheat? 5,000 turned into 20,000, which makes no one can accept. You are loan sharks. The fierce man with a scar on his face couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. When you borrowed money before, I said that we give money quickly. It's just that the interest rate is a bit high. How come now that the money is spent and you don't want to pay it back? Instead you talk like this. Student Luo Yun, if you can't pay back the money,
You can use your body to return it. 18-year-old girl. What a flowery age that was. Looking at the other party's appearance. At this time Luo Yun became a lamb to be slaughtered. Luo Yun looked at the men in front of her. She pushed one away and was about to run. She was not facing boys of the same age, but several strong boys. She was grabbed by one and held down immediately after. Want to run? Can you run away? Su Tian coughed. The man leading the group looked at Su Tian and issued a warning. Kid, don't mind your own business. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare you. The other party's eyes carried a strong killing intent, and that stance was itching to eat Su Tian in one bite. However, in the face of intimidation, Su Tian laughed. She's my classmate. I've called the police now. Be sensible and hurry up. Kid, don't you know that it's only right to repay debts? According to the provisions of our country's civil code, loan sharking is an illegal behavior. The lending and borrowing interest rate shall not exceed 4 times the interest rate quoted by the market for 1-year loans at the time of the establishment of the contract, and those that exceed this standard are loan sharks. When the police come, you know the result. Chapter 53, Subduing Li Dao. Looking at Su Tian acting so confidently, the man in the lead gritted his teeth. Big brother, what now? What else can we do? Withdraw. They still wimped out in the face of the police. They knew they were breaking the law, and they could muddle through, which meant they didn't know the law. They fled in haste. When they were leaving, the man who was leading them also looked viciously at Su Tian. Su Tian knew that he was offending them. Su Tian was not the type of person to take a loss, and directly gave him a downward thumbs up. That man was so angry that his face turned green. As they left, Luo Yun looked at Su Tian. Thank you. What did that police officer say over there? It's up to you to find your parents to solve it, or you go to the police for help yourself. Luo Yun nodded slightly. Suddenly Luo Yun noticed something. Su Tian, you didn't call the police? Su Tian smiled bitterly. Me, calling the police? Where is the time to do so? By the time you finished reporting it, it's estimated that you people would have been taken away. Luo Yun was astonished. She didn't expect the man in front of her to risk so much to save her. Why did you save me? Su Tian was surprisingly calm. Why? If it was someone else, I think I would have done the same. At this moment, Su Tian's entire body was radiating light. Luo Yun's favorability towards him multiplied. Su Tian was just pretending on purpose for a while. A familiar voice sounded immediately afterward. Su Tian smiled bitterly. Don't play like that. I just wanted to pretend for a while. That's all. At the moment, Su Tian had overplayed his hand. Luo Yun looked at Su Tian with a slight smile, then said solemnly, can you accompany me to the police? Loan sharks haunt people, especially a lending company made up of landlubbers like this. Su Tian nodded his head and agreed. They came to the police station to make a report. Because these guys were doing things carelessly, and because they were students, they unknowingly left behind a lot of evidence. Luo Yun handed over this evidence. It didn't take long for the police to come out. As for how Luo Yun owed $5,000, it was completely for her own brother to call. What to do without money? Being pitched by her own girlfriends to take out a loan. Originally she thought of working during the winter vacation, coupled with the balance of living expenses, more than enough to pay back the principal and interest. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? This best friend has no one. Su Tian laughed inwardly. Chasing stars into this is no one. There is no problem with chasing stars, but there is a problem with chasing stars without a head. With the loan company was investigated. Luo Yun is no longer capricious, but obediently accepts Su Tian's counseling. What Su Tian didn't know was that the escaped loan sharks had their eyes on Su Tian. This day Su Tian was blocked by them on his way home, and in the face of their behavior, Su Tian said in a very unashamed manner, why do you guys want to take revenge on me now? Kid, count on your self-awareness. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have lost our jobs. Ridiculous. You call that a job? I really don't know if you people have any heart. Scarface let out a cold laugh. As long as I can live, what does it matter to me if others die or live? Su Tian laughed. That's a nice thing to say. If I say that as long as my friend can get out of this, what does your rice bowl matter to me? The man gritted his teeth. A quick strike followed, as did his little brother. Result. Unlucky to the core. Su Tian was the king of the open-ended. The man in front of him was no match for him. The man was held down on the ground and rubbed for a while. His minions were also too beaten to come forward. They were surprised by the young man in front of them. At this moment, Su Tian looked at the man on the ground. Look, you also get angry. You are also angry. Aren't those people you victimized angry? You're just bullying the weak by virtue of the fact that you have a few abilities. Hearing this didactic tone, the man directly became angry. What are you all waiting for? All of you, get on me and get this guy killed. Su Tian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. Get me killed. Su Tian stomped on Scarface's face, followed by giving his arm a bone demolition technique. Two miserable screams scared off the guys. The man on the ground wailed in pain. Su Tian instead said very calmly, "Which one of us gets who killed?" Scarface had acted with ruthlessness, but now he had fallen on his sword. This heel had caught him off guard. The boy in front of him was a high school student, but not a simple high school student. "Big brother, I was wrong. Connect my arm." Su Tian laughed and sat on him. "Pick it up. On what grounds?" "Big brother, little brother begs you." Su Tian looked at the man. "I heard that you and the owner of the lending company are brothers?" "We're just partners. Why do people call you Master Knife?" "I stabbed someone when I was young, and my real name is Lee Knife." Su Tian was silent for a while and said, "Lee Knife, how about you being my little brother?" He, Lee Knife, was at least a party celebrity, he boasted. To be a high school student's little brother, how could he mix with others if this matter spreads out? He just hesitated, but seeing Su Tian's eyes, he agreed. He didn't want to lose his life. Li Dao agreed, but it wasn't really a promise. What he did was merely a delaying tactic, waiting for Su Tian to connect his arm. This Li dagger suddenly changed his face. Asterisk 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 Q. The good guy had just said that he was willing to be completely fooled. When Li Dagger's fist was close to Su Tian, it was held by Su Tian in a flash. The man's expression was stunned. How? A sharp pain came. Immediately after that, Su Tian landed a left fist and a right fist on Li Dagger's body. Li Dagger retreated back and forth, followed by Su Tian kicking him directly down. Li Dagger's face was deformed from the pain. Seeing that Su Tian's other kick was about to hit his body, Li Dao hurriedly begged for mercy. The person in front of him was a high school student, so what? This master he couldn't afford to mess with anyway. Su Tian looked at Li Dao and nodded slightly. "That's more like it." Li Dao inner bitter not like words, okay? The guy who was in charge of the repair of the people in the death. Su Tian returned home already very late. The unlucky Prince Phantom was held down by the White Cat at this time. According to the prince's IQ, it's impossible for him to be bullied by Adel like this. Su Tian took the White Cat away. Prince Phantom gasped for air. "You're finally back. Why did you come back so late today?" "Originally, I thought it was you who came back." Su Tian then realized why he was in such a sorry state today. The White Cat looked towards Prince Phantom. "One day I will eat you." Immediately after that, the White Cat licked its hand and went to sleep. Adel was aware of what was going on. Where was Prince Phantom? He came over with a cup of tea in his mouth. "Master, drink tea." Su Tian thought that Prince Phantom was sending tea out of gratitude, and without defense, he picked up the cup and drank it. After Su Tian finished drinking, Prince Phantom then laughed out loud. "Su Tian, you fell for it. The tea you drank was poisonous. In order to make you fall for it, Adel and I staged a bitter trick for you. What a great effort." He laughed out loud while Adel continued to lie in his cat's nest. Chapter 54, A Battle with Horse Exclusivity. Prince Phantom didn't know what was going on with this Adel. He couldn't care less. He stirred his wings. "Surname Su, quickly unseal me or you will die without a burial place." Although he had been poisoned, Su Tian had a plan to deal with it. Su Tian possessed the skill of purification, which he normally wouldn't use easily, because now the system upgraded purification skill. Not only could it quickly allow the host body virus to be eliminated, but more directly it could strengthen the basic attributes of human beings. Su Tian originally did not want to use it. Nay, this clamoring phantom prince made Su Tian very upset. Su Tian used his purification ability to quickly eliminate the virus. The black aura on Su Tian's body emanated out. Buster realized that it wasn't good. He tried to fly, only to be grabbed by Su Tian. "My lovely Prince Phantom, where are you going?" Su Tian's gloomy face made the Phantom Prince realize that his end was near. At this moment, Prince Phantom hastily defended himself. "I was just joking." Joking? Where would Su Tian believe his bull asterisk 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 asterisk? "Adel, save me." Adel was too lazy to save him. It was none of her business if he made his own death. Su Tian brought Buster, the unlucky one, to the bathroom. Give him a hair-pulling package. Wait until Su Tian forgave him. Prince Charming, Bugsy, didn't have a single hair on his body. Facing Su Tian he wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed. Adel saw the unlucky Buster come out. Couldn't help but laugh. That cat smile was too much for Prince Phantom to bear. Strange shame, not to take this revenge. What's wrong? It doesn't matter. Su Tian heard his words and went back with satisfaction. Prince Phantom was trembling at this moment. Why do I have nothing to provoke him for? At this moment, Adel's eyes lit up. Prince Phantom was dumbfounded. What are you going to do? Of course I'm going to clean you up, you big fat chicken. He was a pachyderm, but a hairless pachyderm. Wouldn't he be a big fat chicken? It was in a cat's nature to capture birds to eat. At this moment, Prince Phantom was full of temptation. Phantom itself had its own seductive power. Prince Phantom quickly ran. Meow. Another sleepless night for Prince Phantom. Su Tian prepared breakfast. The white cat sat on its own little bench like a person, using a knife and fork and, eating its own sandwich. This was a pain for that Bugsy. He couldn't get up. He couldn't get down. I don't know how he got to the air conditioner. Su Tian was deaf to Buster's cries. Prince Phantom was really out of luck at this time. Su Tian looked at him like he had been terrorized a lot yesterday. Su Tian then used skill magic to change his wings back. Otherwise, he would have to be eaten. Prince Phantom was very happy to see his fur come back. Su Tian thought that he had probably forgotten what his original form was. Su Tian went to Ms. Luo's house after eating. Luo Yun waited for Su Tian early. Su Tian unexpectedly met Luo Yun's mother when he saw her. It was a broad wife covered in gold jewelry, mink coat, speaking with a big grin. Originally, she thought that Su Tian was Luo Yun's classmate and was very polite. But when Luo Yun's mother, Jia Yi, learned that the tutor was Su Tian, she looked at Luo Aixiang, who had just walked out of the restroom, with a reproachful face. If your Luo family doesn't have the money to say so, find a tutor and still find a student. Your province's top student last year. Our family can still afford to hire him. Luo Yun's mother Jia Yi was from a rich family. Her father was a member of a family. Although Luo Yun was allowed to take her father's surname, Luo Yun's father had a low status at home. Luo Aishan was also in awe of facing this aunt and uncle. Auntie, Mr. Su Tian is the 10th best student in our entire school. A very powerful student. Jia Yi sneered. What's wrong with even being the 10th in the whole school? Still not a student. My daughter should be tutored by someone better. Luo Aishan didn't dare to speak. Su Tian was not afraid of the person in front of him at all. Auntie, what do you mean by this? I'm not capable? It's this meaning. I've hired a new teacher to teach. I don't need you anymore. And I certainly don't need your Luo family. The woman then made a phone call. Come up here. A young handsome guy then came up the stairs. He was no other than Luo Aishan's teacher's ex-boyfriend, Ma Zhani. Luo Aishan's face was twisted. Jia Yi obviously knew it as well. She was doing just that for the very obvious purpose of disgusting the Luo family. Luo Aishan obviously knew that she could only suppress her anger. Su Tian didn't need to think to know that this woman must have given the Luo family a lot of benefits. The woman looked at Su Tian and introduced him. This is Mr. Ma Zhani from the educational institution. A very excellent teacher. Su Tian laughed. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be a teacher from an educational institution. Profit-oriented businessman. Same as me. How much do you charge per hour? Teacher Ma Zhani returned very arrogantly. 1,000 an hour. I do it for free. So what? Free is not as catchy as paid. I'm teaching in the face of Mr. Luo. Not for money. Even if it's free, it's still attentive. My free one may not be worse than your paid one. The man quickly realized that the kid in front of him was specifically here to provoke him. Just a student. What big talk. This student. You are very confident. I wonder if you dare to compete with me. Let's do it. I have a set of simulated college entrance exam papers that our organization put out last year. Let's compare who does the questions faster. Whoever scores more points in 3 hours. Who wins? At this moment, Ma Zhani was determined to win. He was the one who produced the set of mock college entrance exam papers for their organization last year, and he had done it 100 times. The Su Tian in front of him had no chance of winning at all. Su Tian read his inner thoughts. These educational institutions are like this. First show the parents the best look, prepare their best papers, and then start to intentionally give the students to do. The students do not know. They are using very professional knowledge to help them solve the problem. In this way, to gain the goodwill of parents. If it was put in the past, he had a high chance of winning. But Su Tian Hua bugged general existence. When the system is turned on, Su Tian's speed is soaring. Ma Zhani slowed down under false pretenses, thus reducing the speed. Just like that at the end of 2 hours, Su Tian directly got up. Done. Ma Chuani was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say, you cheated. Looking at the test paper, in a neat manner, he smiled slightly. This student, have you done our test paper and still memorized it? You're a bit out of order. Su Tian sneered. Mr. Ma, do you want to play tricks? This isn't having a girlfriend and saying you don't want it. A loss is a loss, no matter how much you deny it. It's reality. Ma'am, this kid memorized the answer. Jia Yi glanced at Su Tian. Do you dare to have another match with Mr. Ma? It's possible. If I win, what will Mr. Ma do? What do you want me to do? Apologize to teacher Luo and slap his face 3 times and say sorry. Chapter 55, Mr. Luo is not that careful. Ma Zhani said coldly. Yes, if you lose, you apologize to me in the same way. I don't need you to punch me in the face. After all, I'm a teacher. He said this on purpose. Su Tian could hear his heart cursing him several times. This guy was a hypocrite. Not long after, Jia Ye's driver appeared with 2 test papers, which were copies of the latest provincial exam questions. Both of you, let me see your strength.
Jia took hold of the test papers and swept across them once. Seeing 6 university questions, he knew he was going to win this time. It was unlikely that a high school student would be able to handle 6 superb questions, not to mention the one that obviously couldn't be cracked until junior year. I'm going to win. 4 big words were close to being printed on his face. Su Tian, system, open the super exam God King skill. The sound of the system opening rang out. Su Tian began to use this heaven-defying skill, in order not to let outsiders see his superpower. Su Tian intentionally slowed down his speed, observing his opponents while working on the questions, and was nearing the end. When he was about to finish, Ma Zhani just wanted to say the words "I'm done," only to be answered directly before him. Ma Zhani's whole face was full of surprise. He did not expect such a situation. This is simply a joke. The elegance of sure victory was robbed. But so what? The correct rate was not high. It was not still the same. Thinking of this, the man's heart settled down quite a bit. However, he didn't know that Su Tian, the hanging king, was no ordinary hanging king. Su Tian's expression was very comfortable, not the slightest bit worried. Ma Zhani didn't understand that this Su Tian was just a student. Why was he so arrogant? Waiting for Luo Aishan to correct the test paper, the final result man was dumbfounded. He, Ma Chuani, had lost. He, Ma Zhani, had actually lost. This was something that he hadn't anticipated. Ma Chuani looked at Luo Aishan with a skeptical look, because the two had been in love. He had cheated. That skeptical look was captured by Su Tian. Su Tian looked at Ma Chuani with a mocking look. Teacher Ma, are you suspecting Teacher Luo of favoring me? Don't worry, Teacher Luo isn't that careful. Ma Chuani became even more angry when he heard this. Su Tian was clearly mocking him. Ma Chuani suddenly understood something. There must be something wrong with this test paper. So he grabbed Su Tian's test paper and spread it out to look at it. At this moment his face was quite ugly. The man had never dreamed that the teenager in front of him was really just that powerful. This kid is awesome. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart. But in the face of this naked reality, he had to admit it. Ma Zhani's face was ugly. He pretended to answer a phone call and quickly retreated. Su Tian shouted, Teacher Ma, you haven't apologized yet. It was as if Ma Chuchi didn't hear him. The fleeing Ma Chuchi made Jia Ye's face very ugly. Jia Yi did not expect that this Ma Chuani was not a match for a high school student. She was now having trouble closing the deal and her face was extraordinarily embarrassed. Rich people all want to save face. Seeing that there were no steps, Jia Yi simply built her own. I told you, my niece how will treat my daughter. You look at my family's that, although there is not much success, always good to manage the east and west. This was said, as if Su Tian is a 3-year-old child. Looking for trouble, trouble finds itself. Hurry up and get rid of it. The way Luo Aishan looked at Su Tian knew what Teacher Luo meant. After all, he was an outsider. Ms. Luo was still a member of their family. With that, the matter was left unresolved. Su Tian proceeded to tutor with Luo Yun. Jia Yi returned to the hotel. When he left, he even thanked Luo Aishan in a fake manner. After sending Jia Yi off, Luo Aishan breathed a sigh of relief. She then took out a few tickets to thank Su Tian. Su Tian did not accept them. This time I'm tutoring for free. These money, I won't accept it. Su Tian's attitude was resolute. Luo Aishan did not expect Su Tian to be such a shaft, so she took the money back. For this reason Luo Aishan was prepared to make fire-roasted meat to thank Su Tian. Su Tian's first reaction was odd. Teacher, are you trying to harm me? Luo Aishan was amused. She wasn't very good at taking care of herself, but she wasn't that bad. You brat, teacher is giving you a thank you gift of braised pork, not sending you away. I'm not good at other crafts, but I'm good at braised pork. With Luo Aishan's strong assurance, Su Tian agreed. Otherwise, his ears should be twisted. I'll go get ready. At night, Su Tian left with a box of braised meat. Su Tian was surprised. That surprised expression made him think that Luo Aishan's handiwork was miserably disliked. Who would have known that this Su Tian, who had been eating lab food outside for 18 years, was deeply attracted by the food in front of him. Luo Aishan wanted to withdraw it, and Su Tian held it. Ms. Luo, how can there be a reason to withdraw something that was taken out? Since this kind of food was taken out, I'll take it. This kid looked quite young. Actually not young at all. He's quite good at saying things. It's just that when it's detrimental, it's really detrimental. Su Tian returned home as the sky was dotted with stars. Walking inside the house, Dr. Ron walked out with a large pot. Su Tian, I boiled eggs for you. Su Tian opened the pot. Lying inside was the watch, and next to the kitchen were the eggs. Ron was surprised when he saw the watch that Su Tian fished out. Why is my watch in the pot? Doctor, are you cooking again while attacking your own problems? Ron hurriedly defended that there was no such thing. FNA. The video of Ron cooking played immediately afterward, and Su Tian watched in tears. Ron had love but not much. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in the face of this adoptive father.
Honor, I'm going to order takeout. Let's improve our meals today.
Immediately after that, Su-Tian took out the red roasted meat. It was not common for Ron to see such fatty meat. He looked at Su-Tian in surprise.
Is it good to eat?
I'll go steam some rice and you'll know if it's good.
After a while, the rice was steamed and was extraordinarily beautiful with the rice.
The doctor didn't accept it at first, but Su-Tian ate it first. The doctor was very resistant to fatty meat, but when he ate the braised meat, he couldn't escape the law of true fragrance at all.
Ron's eyes were wide open. What kind of meat is this? So delicious. Su-Tian really couldn't say anything about the craftsmanship.
Luo Aisheng still had this kind of skill really surprised Su-Tian.
After eating,
Ron continued to busy himself with his business.
Su-Tian, on the other hand, was alone on the windowsill blowing the wind. Buster and the white cat looked at the man.
They were surprised that Su-Tian could also be dumbfounded.
Fireworks bloomed in the sky immediately afterward. The Phantom Prince 8 was surprised.
It's as if the Su-Tian knew that fireworks were going to be set off outside.
The white cat Adel thought the same. Su-Tian went to bed after watching the fireworks. At this point, he was acting like an ordinary person. The more ordinary Su-Tian acted, the more terrifying it made them feel.
Chapter 56, I can't believe I've become the challenge of the whole school. The time of pleasure is always so short.
The time of pain is always so long. We are not philosophers,
but then again all of us are philosophers.
Winter vacation is over. The cold campus of Kirin High School was once again bustling with activity.
The freshmen and sophomores were as usual, but the seniors, each one of them started to polish their guns, because in the next few days they started the countdown for the college entrance exam.
The tense atmosphere of the school gave off a strong sense of depression. Senior Class 1, Su-Tian is still so unrestrained.
His classmates shook their heads when they saw him. Teachers are helpless when they see him. The urgency of the countdown to the college entrance exam did not make him feel a single point.
For Su-Tian,
it seemed like he didn't have to care so much right now. With a guaranteed qualification from Donghua University, it was not strange for Su-Tian to be capricious in any way.
This Su-Tian, with a guaranteed qualification from Donghua University plus the robotics competition champion, is completely floating. That's how people are. A little bit of capital and they're dejected. People are like that. They get cocky when they have a bit of power. Su-Tian made many people so angry that their teeth itched. They were angry, but there was nothing they could do about it. What they resented could only be God's injustice.
The wind whistled as the sky began to warm up. The exams became unusual.
Gonshu approached Su-Tian.
She still spoke coldly to Su-Tian.
Su-Tian, your presence is really quite an eyesore. So are you.
Gonshu looked towards Su-Tian.
I'm not the same as before. The powerful intent power made the surrounding bright and dark. I want you to show your true abilities. If you do worse on the exam, I can only make you disappear.
It seemed that Gonrong hadn't forgotten about his Su-Tian's threat.
It was also right.
He should have thought of that day when he was so demonstrative.
It could be circumvented before, but not anymore. Su-Tian looked towards Gonshu. Then I will answer the battle. I'll take the first place this time. May you be that lucky. The matter of Su-Tian and Gonshu's challenge had unknowingly become a big deal.
This kind of news was just too powerful.
The number 1 in the whole school and the 10th in the whole school, fighting right at the beginning of the school year. Such a scene.
Everyone wanted to know who would take the number 1 spot in the first monthly exam of the school year. This is really big news for Qilin High. Even the teacher's circle was discussing it very much. Such a huge ripple made the 7 students above Su-Tian very upset. These people in particular were the best in class 0.
Dragons amongst the people.
Gonshu couldn't look at them but looked up to Su-Tian.
Wasn't this nothing to hit them in the face?
What qualifications does the Su-Tian have to make Gonshu care so much?
How are we inferior to him? I really don't know what Gonshu values about him. Those dragons among men in class 0 also challenged Su-Tian.
The top 9 in the entire school faced Su-Tian.
Su-Tian was on fire. What was even more surprising was that when Su-Tian took the semester-end monthly exam,
the students at the bottom of the rankings also challenged Su-Tian.
Su-Tian was being challenged by a bunch of people at this point.
This was one of the largest number of challenges in the history of Qilin High School.
Even Yu Wenshu hadn't expected that one person could be an entire catfish. This student, Su-Tian. Interesting. The vice principal. Feeling interesting was also over. After Qilin High School's winter vacation was a new shuffling battle. 80% of students like Su-Tian were playing during the winter vacation.
People are making progress and he's still stagnant.
It would be strange if he didn't lose. Who was he? Su-Tian, the embodiment of a demon? The wind whistled.
In the face of challenges, Su-Tian was all but unceremonious in agreeing to them. The number of people was still rising. Most of these people came with hostility. How could they, Kirin High School, occupy such a position? There were rumors circulating in Kirin High School that Su-Tian ate from the bowl and watched the pot.
As for how the rumor came about, it was all done on purpose by classmates who disliked him. That day when Su Tian went home, Xia Yuexin looked at Su Tian and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, Xia Yuexin? I say classmate Su Tian, do you really not know or are you faking it? Lin Ruoxi looked at Su Tian. You don't know that both of us have become your spare tire. Spare tire? Su Tian was unsure. Then Xia Yuexin told the gossip. Because Su Tian tutored Luo Yun those days, the two were seen walking together. Before Luo Yun's winter vacation, Su Tian is just a classmate with a bit of strength, a little bit of skill. After school started, how can you say that about Su Tian? People, Su Tian has real strength. The two were together during the winter vacation. The changes before and after the vacation, before and after Luo Yun, coupled with the rumors of the people who were uneasy and well-intentioned, it was as if the things that weren't there had all become there. Immediately after that, Su Tian felt a cold light condensing around him. Su Tian explained for a moment. Lin Ruoxi looked at Xia Yuexin. I told you, Su Tian can't possibly add one. Multiple sisters is nothing. It's just that Su Tian is going to become three. Become a triple? Su Tian, why do I sound so creepy? Back in the neighborhood, Lin Ruoxi suddenly called out to Su Tian. It was handed to Su Tian. It was a white envelope with a heart shape on it that made people think about it. This age, this time, Su Tian hadn't even been that lucky in his last life. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's departing figure, Su Tian looked at that envelope for a long time. He opened the envelope. Inside was a challenge. Lin Ruoxi had also challenged him. It was true that it was impossible for him to be crushed. On the other side, in the black night, that lab light was on. Gonshu looked at the woman in front of her. Can my ability be strengthened a bit more? Miss 7, it can be, but this way you will be in pain. She had endured through the test of the winter vacation strengthening potion. Now to suffer a little more. She felt nothing. She must completely crush Su Tian. Completely. The woman looked towards Dr. Gan Rong and received a nod from him. Immediately afterward, miserable cries of pain echoed through the lab. She must win. As Su Tian slept, he didn't know why, but he felt a chill on his back. The sky brightened slightly. Su Tian hurriedly got up from his bed, then came to the school. At this time, the Qilin High School's banner read, for those who succeed in challenging Su Tian, there is a grand prize for the school, not limited to the school's special resources. Su Tian was surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Shu to be so would arch fire. Wasn't this allowing the entire school to challenge him? This old Yu really wasn't afraid of him getting a total 0 on the exam? Never mind. This time, the first place is to be taken. Principal's office. The corners of Yuan Shu's mouth rose as he listened to the school's more lively atmosphere. The vice principal was also seeing that this was using Su Tian as a catalyst. He had a worried look on his face. Principal, in case Su Tian does badly in the exams, then we'll give out prizes down the gradient. If Su Tian gets first place, the Huaqing guaranteed reserve quota will give him a spot. That's not right. Yuan Shu laughed. If not, how will those class zeros double their best efforts? Facing the principal, the vice principal couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Worthy of being the principal. Chapter 57, The Silly Sweet Lin Student. Su Tian, the challenger of the whole school. The culprit, Principal Yu, even told him that this was his chance to get a guaranteed place at Huaqing University. The problem, he was going to get first place. This Yu Wenshu wasn't as amiable as he looked. This Principal Yu was even more of an old fox than an old fox. Su Tian looked at Yu Wenshu in front of him and said nonchalantly, Principal, where are you giving me a chance? It's clearly a pitfall for me. Yu Wenshu's old face darkened. Little doll, how can you talk like this? I am at least the principal of a school. How could I possibly trap you? You have to be responsible for talking nonsense. This you old fox clearly medicine pit him, but still do not admit. He was a real monkey. Su Tian knew that he was just pretending to be angry in order to maintain his face. Su Tian laughed. Since it's like this, I'm directly not taking the test. Whatever, that's your own business. Yu Wenshu thought that he had taken hold of Su Tian. After all, this tactic didn't work for him at all. But who was Su Tian? Faceless and skinless. Headmaster, this is all fine. It seems like you're ready to retreat. It seems like I must take this monthly exam. This first place, I'm going to take it. Just principal, this first place reward can count. Guaranteed admission to Huaqing University? Yu Wenshu just wanted to say the word of course. Yu Wenshu realized that something was wrong. Good one, Su Tian. Surprisingly, he was playing word games with him. If he didn't react in time, he would have been directly trapped by the kid in front of him. Yu Wenshu laughed and then said in a revised tone, it should be a guaranteed reserve place at Huaqing. As long as you can do it, I as the principal will give it. Su Tian knew this principal's caution. His ghostly trick did not succeed, but getting a reaffirmative promise from the person in front of him was also worth it. After all, the principal's personal promise was more reliable than uncertainty. After Su Tian left the principal's office,
Principal Yuenshu's mouth rose slightly. This was all within his grasp. This conversation between Su Tian and the principal had reached the ears of Class 0 for some unknown reason. Because the conversation within the principal's office was kept secret, the students in Class 0 thought that this was not a reserved spot, but a through train to Huaqing University. Everyone had a very unhappy look in their eyes. Su Tian, how did this kid get so lucky? Their lungs were about to explode with anger. Gonshu didn't care because she knew that Su Tian would definitely lose. Ma Chang, who was second in the whole school, thought the same. If he wanted to get that good of a chance, he, Su Tian, deserved it. The fire in Class 0 began to spread. It burned to Su Tian's own side. Fatty Lu Runhong looked at Su Tian with a gossipy look. Brother Tian, what did the principal say to you? Didn't say anything. Fatty had a face of disbelief, a face of skepticism. Su Tian saying that it was nothing rather aggravated the other party's skepticism. Nothing? Brother Tian, who would believe that? Su Tian suddenly realized something. This principal you looking for him to talk was fake, and using him to irritate people once again was real, worthy of being principal you. An old fox-like existence. Su Tian had accidentally become a pawn in his chessboard. However, this chess piece is to determine that Huaqing University reserved guaranteed places. Immediately following Su Tian's change, Su Tian began to sleep. In fact, he was proficiently running the new skill. Facing Su Tian's swinging behavior, Song Wenhao expressed his incomprehension. What time is this? Yuan Shu had said to them that they didn't have to interfere. Fellow student Su Tian, but now this situation. Song Wenhao shook his head helplessly, then left. The wind was whistling, the rain was clattering down. It was also this day that the exams for Kirin High School began. This month everyone was putting their best foot forward, rushing with all their strength. They wanted to hit the ground running. They were going to test out in style. As the test papers were handed out, everyone went into a state of total concentration. The exams lasted for 2 days, and when they were over it was time for a rest day. After the exams they were like relief. Lin Ruwashi pulled Su Tian to pair the exam papers. They looked for a park. Originally, Su Tian was able to arrive home at 4 o'clock or so, but it turned out to be hard and dragged into the evening. Su Tian, I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Ruwashi's shy appearance was more than a little cute under the light. Don't you want a little notice from your family? Lin Ruwashi took out a pink cell phone. After a while, she looked at Su Tian. I've already told my mom. She agreed. Immediately afterward the duo arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Lin Ruwashi looked at Su Tian and said with a smile, I've done a rundown of this restaurant. Immediately afterward, she skillfully ordered on the menu. Su Tian didn't care at first. When the cashews were placed in front of him, Su Tian was surprised. I've heard that sheep's waste is quite popular here, so eat more. Lin Ruwashi's sweet voice and handsome appearance instantly attracted the gazes around him. They sized up Su Tian, probably thinking that he was physically weak. Su Tian really wanted to explain now. The bitter Su Tian looked at the waist in front of him, and then glanced at Lin Ruwashi's big eyes that were beautiful with anticipation. He had to eat it, and even said a tasty word as he ate it. Su Tian, this is going to be a tonic overload. Su Tian's nose suddenly bled. The boss's wife sent a plate of roasted silkworm pupae. Young man, you can't eat too much of the waste. Little girl, you can't be this ho-hum even if it's hard to have your own. After the boss's wife left, Lin Ruwashi still had a curious baby look on her face. She then took her cell phone and searched. Her face reddened. That's Su Tian. I don't mean that. Really, I now just want. Su Tian looked at her and said flatly, take the Huaqing exam. I know. Are you? Alright. Su Tian looked at Lin Ruwashi and smiled. What can I have going on? It's just that I'm too prosperous inside and need to lose the fire. Immediately after that, Lin Ruwashi gave Su Tian a bottle of water. Su Tian drank it. Feeling better? Lin Ruwashi didn't seem to understand what Su Tian meant. She was a cute, silly white girl. After eating the barbecue, the two of them went back together, with Lin Ruwashi walking in front and Su Tian walking beside her. The two of them intertwined their hands. At this time, passers-by appeared. Lin Ruwashi hurriedly back over the small hand. That do thief vain appearance cute dead. Who wouldn't love a cute young girl? Su Tian returned home and lay on his bed. At this moment, Su Tian looked at the white cat and Beiji didn't make a fuss. He felt very strange. Even if it was strange, it wasn't something he wanted to think about anymore. Su Tian huffed and fell asleep. On the other side, the white cat and 8 had just run out, and they were trying to breathe a sigh of relief. A beautiful figure walked towards them. The Phantom Prince was quite terrified. It's you! You! How did you guy run out? Weren't you sealed? Prince Phantom, I really didn't expect you to become a bird. What a joke! Chapter 58, First in the School. Prince Phantom is nowhere to be seen. The white cat Adel was also nowhere to be seen. Su Tian felt strange. Was what he saw yesterday a fake?
Su Tian followed their scent to the outside. However, when Su Tian came outside, there was nothing. The scent had vanished into thin air. Looking at his watch, Su Tian turned around and left to get ready for school. Today was a new week. It was also the time when the results of the last monthly exam were released. Most of the students were apprehensive and uneasy, but more than that, they were looking forward to it, because it's a testament to the success of their winter break efforts. It's a fresh start. According to the experience of previous years, the names on the list are being updated and there will be huge changes. Looking at the names on that list, some people shouted with excitement, while others were gloomy. Suddenly someone shouted, "What's going on here?" Soon the eyes of the crowd were attracted. The man pointed at the number 1 position. Number 1. Number 1. It's changed. Some people saw that there was no Su Tian in the top 10 positions. In their hearts, they thought that this guy should have been pushed out of the school's 100th row. And now the situation was extraordinarily face-slapping. And it hurt like hell. Su Tian is the first place. Su Tian is the first place. What is this situation? Su Tian is in first place. First place. It was too much of a shock. However, as the person concerned, Su Tian only took a glance. Immediately afterward, he left. For him, this first place seemed to have been a nail in the coffin a long time ago. Su Tian left in style. The students who were looking at the list exploded. What is this situation? Playing with people? Someone like Su Tian who didn't work hard had actually gotten first place. They were quite dissatisfied inside, but there was nothing they could do about it. He just took the first place. In the face of this attention-grabbing first place, Class 0 was dumbfounded. Even Gonshu hadn't expected it. Originally, she thought that her first place was secure, but she never expected it. Nope, she had lost, and her defeat was tragic. The first place was taken away by Su Tian. This Su Tian, who usually looked like he was dangling, still had a few tricks up his sleeve when it mattered. Although she promised Su Tian to let her go as long as he won, but she backtracked. The killing intent in her eyes could not be hidden. At this moment, the senior class was boiling. First place Su Tian, first in the whole school. It's not from that class 0 that enjoyed privileges everywhere before. Instead, it was their ordinary senior class. Brother Tian is awesome. Worthy of being Brother Tian. Lu Yunhan led the way and was just blowing up at Su Tian for a while. However, Su Tian fell asleep on the table. The outside world had nothing to do with him. This first with or without, Su Tian didn't seem to care that much. Now the people around him, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Demon! Even the teacher's office was shocked. Su Tian unexpectedly took first place. There was only a 10-point difference between first and second. The difference between third and them was far. Song Wenhao knew that Su Tian had some skills, but he didn't know that Su Tian was this skilled. His eyes were shocked, and it took a long time before they returned to normal. This Su Tian, just how much strength is he hiding? Completely overpowered Class 0. The Class 0 teacher's face was now embarrassed. Challenging Su Tian. The result was total annihilation. It was a very bad challenge and an unexpected result. Su Tian had shocked many people this day. When he returned home from school in the evening, Su Tian heard Gonshu's voice. She wanted to talk to him. Su Tian agreed. The two came to a deserted place. Gonshu looked Su Tian up and down. How did you do it? There's no way you're stronger than me. Student Gonshu. A loss is a loss. Why don't you want to admit it? The corner of Gonshu's mouth rose. Admit it? You've got to be kidding me. How could I possibly admit it? I, Gonshu, didn't lose. It was you who lost. Immediately after that, Su Tian sensed that something was wrong. The light bulbs around him began to shatter. Student Gonshu. I won. You said to spare me. Ridiculous. How could I possibly spare you? Go to hell. Su Tian watched the stones on the ground fly. This Gonshu student wasn't joking. A stone came towards Su Tian and a small deep pit directly appeared on the ground. Immediately followed by several stones came towards Su Tian. My old lady. This is really killing me. Su Tian quickly ran, only to find that multiple paths appeared behind him. There were then several light ropes binding his hands and feet. Su Tian quickly broke free and dodged over. Prince Phantom. Adol. At least I've raised you guys for so long, and this is how you treat me. Prince Phantom. Adol. They walked out. They were both human shells. This surprised Su Tian that they had transformed and had bodies. Adol looked at Su Tian and said apologetically, although you saved me and are considered my benefactor, I will repay your favor in my next life. In this life you must die. The Phantom Prince's body strengthened. Su Tian, you've caused me so much misery. I'm going to clean you up today. Prince Phantom quickly appeared in front of Su Tian and directly punched his fist. Su Tian crossed his arms to block the attack. His own body unexpectedly fell back several steps directly. Su Tian, I didn't think that I'd become even stronger now. Now that we have superpowers and the cooperation between me and Adol. Su Tian, you're dead. At this Su Tian was not caring a bit. Su Tian's usual face. It made Prince Phantom very unhappy. When Prince Phantom used his full power to send out an attack, suddenly his entire body couldn't move. Gon Shu, what are you doing? I didn't do it. Su Tian smiled faintly. Special abilities like Gon Shu are not your specialty. Su Tian took a step towards Prince Phantom. Want me to die, do you? Su Tian clenched his fist and sent it flying. That Phantom Prince was in disbelief. Just at this time the Phantom Prince felt a powerful killing aura. Su Tian manipulated the air to launch an attack on the Phantom Prince. Such a powerful strength. It made Gon Shu realize Su Tian's true strength. It was too late for them to retreat now. Just at this time a large amount of smoke suddenly appeared around them, enveloping them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the smoke cleared, those guys disappeared. Just at this time Su Tian heard Lin Ruoshi's voice, which made Su Tian stop. Lin Ruoshi, why are you here? Didn't you tell me to come? Su Tian was surprised as Lin Ruoshi took the note out. Su Tian looked at the handwriting on it that was so much like his own. It seemed like that person had not struck on a whim. What's wrong? Su Tian. Nothing, let's go home together. Lin Ruoshi nodded, then asked curiously, what is it that you're looking for me for? Nothing much. Really nothing? Su Tian shook his head. Just at this time Xia Yuexin waved her hand towards them. Why are you two so slow? If you're any slower the school is all gone. Immediately after that the three of them walked in the direction of home. Chapter 59 Trouble calling on this card. That guy is simply a monster-level existence. Terrifying as hell. Prince Phantom had never expected a human to be so powerful. He looked at Gon Rong in front of him. Doctor, what is Su Tian's origin? An alien life form. An alien life form that is very close to humans. Gon Shu looked at Gon Rong and said, Mother-sama, now that we've spooked the snakes, what's next? Don't worry, I've already contacted Bureau 7. Bureau 7 was the Dragon Kingdom's supernatural power research organization and one of the Dragon Kingdom's security departments. Gon Rong intended to utilize the power of the Dragon Kingdom to deal with Su Tian. This world did not only exist a lot of things that surpassed common sense, but there were also some supernatural ability possessors. A large number of people with special abilities existed in the 7 bureaus. Night. The neighborhood where Su Tian was located was then urgently blocked off. A black car was urgently parked in the neighborhood and a temporary command post was set up. Their aim was to catch Su Tian and Ron without harming the other residents. The person in charge of the 7th Bureau at this time was Lei San, the captain of the 4th Brigade of the 7th Bureau. Captain, this is the drawing of this neighborhood. I brought it. I've mapped out the situation regarding Ron's family members. Ron himself, the robot FNA, and the adopted son Su Tian. Lei San nodded slightly as he looked at the drawings in his hand. You take the people up there. Be careful. We're arresting what could be very dangerous terrorists. Understood. Lei Sang's men directly rushed into Su Tian's home. Facing the people in front of him, Su Tian was surprised. Dr. Ron was also puzzled. Even though he took out his documented proof he was still taken away. They then appeared at the 7th Bureau. Lei Sang originally thought that this operation was troublesome, but he never expected that it would be so smooth. So smooth that it was even a little bit uncharacteristic. Did he really suspect that there was something wrong with these two people? The whistleblower had said that Su Tian was an alien. And the international lab side was claiming aliens through diplomats. Su Tian was an alien? Su Tian looked like a human in every way. Alien. Where is he? If Su Tian was an alien, then their planet had fallen. For this reason they had deliberately tested Su Tian. Su Tian had managed to circumvent the 7 bureaus' detection with the help of the system. Lei San saw the final inspection report. Speechless to the core. This wasn't just an ordinary person. Dr. Ron's identity checked out. He wasn't an authentic foreigner. Lei San knew that Ron's identity was not simple and rushed to apologize. Dr. Ron didn't want to count that much, since the misunderstanding was solved. It was a good thing for him. Regarding Su Tian, Lei Sang's subordinate, Su Nanyu thought that this Su Tian was hiding too deeply, so he took advantage of Su Tian's departure and suddenly swung his fist. Su Tian had already sensed it and deliberately squatted down to tie his shoes. Su Nanyu's fist fell short. Lei Sang was quite angry when he saw it. Su Nanyu, what are you doing? Captain, I just want to take a test. Su Tian turned to look at Su Nanyu. You were going to attack me just now? This is too much for you. At least I'm a student. Why are you targeting me like this? Where did I offend you? Su Tian's expression was tinged with fear. Su Nanyu even felt as if he was overthinking it. But he always felt inside that this Su Tian was not simple. His intuition was accurate. After Su Tian and Ron left, Lei Sang looked at Su Nanyu. What's going on with you? Captain, my intuition tells me that Su Tian is not a simple human. With intuition? Lei Sang's eyes clouded over. We're the 7th Bureau, not the Bureau of relying on intuition. Hearing the captain's reprimanding words, Su Nanyu nodded helplessly. What did you say? The person was let go by the 7 bureaus. Su Tian is an ordinary person. Gone Wrong was surprised. What the hell was this Su Tian? Surprisingly, he was able to fool the 7 bureaus who had the strongest detection. There was no way he was an ordinary person. Damn it, this plan is all messed up. On the other side, Su Tian felt something was wrong. So did Dr. Ron. Dr. Ron found out what was going on by asking some of his friends who held important positions in the Dragon Kingdom. Someone had reported Ron for bringing international experiments back to the country, and referred to Su Tian as a dangerous alien experiment sample. Ron reacted quickly. She's still a thief. Ron looked at Su Tian. I'm going out. Su Tian nodded slightly. Cafe. When the woman saw Ron, she pretended to be unaware of the situation and asked, Dr. Ron, what do you want to see me about? Dr. Gone Wrong. Why did you frame me and my son like this? The woman sneered. Son, Dr. Ron, are you out of your mind? That guy isn't human. He's an alien. Our previous research was right. He's an alien life form, and he has what we want in his body. Opening the woman's greedy gaze, Ron stared at the woman viciously. Gone Wrong. The previous research is over. Understand? Su Tian is not an alien or an experimental sample. He is my son. Ron, don't you think it's ridiculous? Taking an alien as a son. Immediately after that, Ron angrily slapped the table, eyes full of hostility. He looked at Gone Wrong. I repeat, Su Tian is my son. Try moving once. I, Luo-en, will not let you live well. Gone Wrong sneered. Maybe the old you. I might have listened to you, but now you're nothing more than a doctor. Other than that, you're nothing. I came to see you, not to listen to these words of yours that threaten me. I wanted to come here specifically to tell you that I'll take this alien. After all, this is the first time I've seen such a vivid sample. The woman got up and left. Ron was angry and annoyed, but could do nothing about it. Kirin High School. When Su Tian returned to the school, he was called inside the office by the principal. At the same time, there were Gong Shu and Ma Chang. The three of them had excellent grades, and one of the students could obtain a guaranteed place at Huaqing University. Student Su Tian and Gong Shu, you have excellent grades. The guaranteed place will be given to student Ma Chang, and I'll reward you with a 100,000 bonus if you get into Huaqing. How about it? The first and second don't want it. Give it to the third. Yuan Shu was trying to raise the number of places for those who got into Huaqing University. Gong Shu turned around. Let's let this opportunity go. I don't care about it anyway. Yuan Shu did not care about Gong Shu who left early. Instead, he looked at Su Tian. She doesn't care about it. I do. Yuan Shu knew that Su Tian was doing it on purpose. Just at this time, Ma Chang's father, Ma Shi, appeared. $200,000. You quit. How? Su Tian looked at the person in front of him with an extraordinary status. He laughed. This small amount of money. Wanting me to give up this is impossible. I want to take the Huaqing exam as well. The man gritted his teeth. 1 million. No more. It was directly quintupled. Su Tian quickly took out a pen and paper. Please call this card. Originally, he just wanted to double it. Why wouldn't he be happy if he could quintuple it? Man, the first in Shilin High School has a code. It doesn't seem like much. Chapter 60 $1 million. Certainly worth it. Yuan Shu looked at Su Tian and felt a headache for a while. How did the number one in their school look like this? Although he didn't want to admit it, the current Su Tian was the school's number one. Ma Chang, once the number one in the school. Now he had been reduced to spending money to get a guaranteed place at Huaqing University. Ma Chang felt ridiculous. A number one. And now he was mixed up in such a state. His expression was complicated. Although the students around him congratulated him for getting a guaranteed place at Huaqing from Qilin High School, but Ma Chang wasn't how happy. He didn't get this place by virtue of his strength. Rather, it was let by Gong Shu, and his father had bought it from Su Tian. This was a great shame for him. Su Tian, who had lost his guaranteed place at the moment, wasn't much sad. His face was as if he was fine. It was the first time Lu Runhong had seen such a strange person. The guaranteed place in Huaqing was gone and he was still this happy. Could it be that his head was in the water? Brother Tian, are you alright? Lu Runhong thought that Su Tian had been irritated to the point of being abnormal. Su Tian also heard it. He laughed heartily. Of course I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm very happy right now, because that $1 million had already arrived. Lu Runhong muttered in a small voice. What a weirdo. The opportunity that belongs to him is gone and he's still so happy. The others also felt surprised. What was wrong with Su Tian today? On weekdays, he was the senior class's flathead brother, and when he himself was treated unfairly, he would have started disliking him long ago. Su Tian's perverse behavior made them think and wonder. This matter was quickly washed away. Old news was always covered by new news. Qilin High School returned to its usual state. On the way home,
Xia Yuexin and Lin Ruoxu were filled with curiosity.
Su Tian, earlier I wanted to ask you why you gave up the guaranteed place at Huaqing University, even if it's a pre-quota. But Ma Chang shouldn't be your opponent, Su Tian said unreservedly to the duo. Because as long as I give up, I'll have $1 million. Xia Yuexin stayed. Because of 1 million you gave up such a good opportunity. Daryl wants to still can't get which. You gave up so easily. Is it worth it? 1 million. Of course it's worth it. What kind of person am I? I like money. Even if I graduated from Huaqing for 2 years, I wouldn't necessarily be able to get that much money. Xia Yuexin let out a long sigh. Are you really not afraid that you won't be able to go to Huaqing because you missed a few points? I don't think that getting into a good university will necessarily have a good result. Anyway, this is my life. According to my own way to live. Right and wrong. Say later. Although $1 million can't be spent for a long time, but it allows me to have financial security. Su Tian's 3-inch tongue had actually moved them. They even nodded slightly. System, Su Tian, it's hard to tell. You're so eloquent. Su Tian, it's a small thing. Su Tian returned home late. Opening the door, Su Tian froze. Doctor, FNA. Su Tian helped them up. The doctor called at the sound of Su Tian calling. He woke up. Suddenly he jolted and got up quickly, then went to rummage for something. The doctor searched for a long time without finding anything. In the end, he sat directly on the ground. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Doctor, what's wrong? The core information for robot manufacturing is all gone. The core information was all gone. Su Tian then realized that this group of people came from a bad place and knew them well. But as for the rest of the information was not missing. What the other party was up to was unknown. Dr. Ron conducted an examination of FNA and found that most of the data of her internal information had also been copied. Ron was very angry. These guys are very despicable. The fruits of Dr. Ron's hard work were these, and they were stolen. Ron made a report. The police arrived and conducted a multifaceted search. The result was that any other party left evidence behind. What was even more surprising was the neighborhood where Su Tian was located, and its vicinity. A large number of surveillance is normal. Su Tian thought there was something wrong with these surveillance. The person in charge of the case felt that Su Tian was problematic. However, in order to give Su Tian and the others an explanation, they still conducted a test for the video. It was found that there was indeed a problem with the videos. Someone had spliced the videos from the day before yesterday. Today's video was all synthesized, but the weird thing was that the videos around here were the same. If it's all synthesized, then how big a job is this? Most of the surveillance was not connected. Su Tian also realized that the person who did this was not simple. Ron also had someone to suspect. Then the gone wrong of that day was surprisingly not in Dongyu County. Without a handle or evidence, Ron was helpless. This matter could only be left unresolved. On the other side, Gonshu's ability was once again strengthened, but her body's ability was abnormal. The result was that Gonshu's body couldn't be strengthened again, and her supernatural abilities began to become unstable. Gon Rong faced this experiment. His face was extraordinarily cold. Extract the superpowers within Gonshu's body for Prince Phantom. Prince Phantom was shocked to hear this. He had a fawning look on his face. Doctor, is it really true? Of course it's true. Gonshu, who had a tube inserted, didn't think that she was useless to be reduced to an outcast. She wasn't the kind of thing to sit around and wait for death. Gonshu made a powerful Nianli, and all of a sudden sparks were flying all over the lab. Immediately afterward Gonshu escaped from amongst the experimental vessels in the lab. After the backup power was restored Gonshu disappeared. Prince Phantom's face didn't look too good. Doctor, I'll leave her to me. Gon Rong nodded. Gonshu, who had escaped, spat blood from the corner of her mouth. She thought that if she worked hard enough to become her most satisfactory model, she would be able to get her love. An experiment was an experiment after all. Gonshu didn't think that she had never been treated as Gon Rong's daughter for a single day. Gonshu could sense that guy's aura and she rushed to hide. Prince Phantom quickly appeared. He looked around for a moment and chased after him towards the alley. Gonshu, who was hiding inside a trash can, escaped. She knew she had to find a backer. The figure of a man popped into her mind. How could I have forgotten him? Dr. Ron. Although she was an experiment, the other set of DNA inside her was Dr. Ron. According to modern common sense, she was his daughter. Dr. Ron's door rang. Ron thought that Su Tian had forgotten to take something, and he said helplessly, I really didn't think that there would be a time when you kid would forget to take something, so now don't spit on your old man for my poor memory. As a result, he opened the door and saw a girl. He froze. Immediately after the girl directly hugged Ron. Dad, I can finally find you. Dad, what's going on with Ron? This child couldn't have gotten something wrong. How can I be your father? If Dad doesn't believe me, I can do a paternity test with you. Chapter 61, Her, my sister? Looking at the other party's big watery eyes in front of him, Ron carefully inquired about the other party's identity. Learned that the other party's name is Gon Shu. This name he was very surprised. This is not Gon Rong's daughter? He and she did not happen anything. Where did the daughter come from? In order to prove his innocence. Also in order to give the little girl in front of him an explanation. He directly took Gon Shu to do a paternity test. Waiting for the results to come out. Ron are dumbfounded. The girl in front of him is really his daughter. Pro-life. What is this situation? How could Gon Shu really be his daughter? The doctor's brain rumbled. After the monthly exam at Kirin High School, the teacher explained about the last monthly exam paper. Every student was typing notes carefully, except Su Tian. Song Wonhao didn't know how on earth this brat Su Tian did it. The math paper got a perfect score. 150 points on the paper and not a single bit of error. This brat, sleeping, he just turned a blind eye. Class 0. The entire math paper is just Su Tian and Gon Shu doing full marks. Each and every one of you either made mistakes in the difficult questions or even gave me mistakes in the basic questions. Is this the satisfactory answer you gave me? He, Su Tian, is a bit of a non-student, but he scored first. Class 0's faces were thunderstruck. Hearing this first place, they were very upset. Especially those students with the top rankings were all of a sudden pulled that far behind by Su Tian. Some were secretly energized that they would definitely surpass Su Tian next time, and that they would definitely make Su Tian lose completely next time. Class 0 directly set up a declaration to defeat Su Tian. Let Su Tian look good. However, a sentence from their teacher gave them nowhere to hide. You guys might as well defeat this big problem of sloppiness you have now. If you don't defeat this fault, I'll see that whatever you guys do is all for nothing. A declaration of war? Declaring war again? It's not good for Su Tian to be the number one. For this reason Su Tian set up the ring. Who is not happy? Give $100 we compare. Doing business, and let the other side convinced. This kind of behavior vice principal really cannot see. This Su Tian where is to go to school? Clearly come over to get rich. Ling Xinghui was just not happy with Su Tian. However, Yuan Shu was not generally biased towards Su Tian. Although this behavior of Su Tian was inappropriate, he also turned a blind eye. Let him be. After school, Su Tian's waist was always bulging. The more upset they were, the happier Su Tian was. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian. Your brain is not suitable for school. It's suitable for making money. How come classmate Lin wants to join me as well? Although Lin Ruoshi's heart was moved, she really couldn't do it without a face. Su Tian suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Isn't that Gon Shu? Seems like it. Did her family move here too? Lin Ruoshi was surprised. I haven't heard that she moved here. Maybe it's from the neighborhood. However, they didn't expect Gon Shu to enter a neighborhood with them. This Gon Shu directly occupied Su Tian's parking space. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin thought to themselves, what's going on here? MS. Gon. Why are you occupying my family's parking space? This is my family's parking space. I can occupy it if I want to. Su Tian was confused. The old man didn't say he wanted to sell the house. The house was taken down with full payment. Su Tian glanced at Gon Shu. How did this become your family's? Gon Shu left with a cold snort. Lin Ruoshi and Xia Yuexin stopped the impulsive Su Tian and told him to go back and ask Dr. Ron if it wasn't clear. Right. Wouldn't it be fine to ask Ron? The old man definitely knew what was going on. Su Tian returned home. Gon Shu appeared in the living room. Su Tian realized that something was wrong. Where's Ron? Gon Shu laughed. That old man was killed by me. That old man is of no use anyway. You. This time Ron walked out. Tian you're back. Su Tian looked at Ron and walked over. Are you alright? Luoan looked at Gon Shu hostilely. That's your sister. Su Tian's entire brain was confused when he heard this. My sister? Doctor, what are you talking about? Brother Su Tian. Hello? Wait. Doctor, do you have something difficult to say? This Gon Shu was not a simple being. Gon Shu directly took out a personal identification. The results of the appraisal showed that Gon Shu and Ron were actually father and daughter. My goodness, it really is Dr. Ron's daughter. Tian get along with your sister from now on. Get along? Get along? Her? Shouldn't be able to do that. After Ron left, Su Tian looked Gon Shu up and down. What exactly is your purpose here? I don't have any purpose. It's just to come back to recognize my family. Why are you reluctant for me to come back? I'm the rightful seedling stealing your position. I don't care what your purpose is. You'd better be honest with me. Immediately after that Su Tian left. Gon Shu sneered. What a temper. On the other side Prince Phantom looked at the room. A sense of fear gripped his heart. Thinking of Su Tian, he couldn't help but shake his head. Retreat. The current him wasn't a match for Su Tian, and him going over like this was definitely purely giving away his head. Prince Phantom fled. His aura was captured by Su Tian early on, but the other party's aura quickly faded. Su Tian then did not go out. The appearance of Prince Phantom and Gon Shu always made Su Tian feel that there was something wrong. Su Tian then directly got up, opening Gonshu's door. At this moment, Gonshu had just finished her bath, wrapped in a bath towel. Mr. Su Tian, it's not good for you to barge into a girl's room like this. Su Tian hurriedly closed the door. Not long after, Gonshu, who was wearing pajamas, walked out. Brother Su Tian, ask what's going on. Your sister has to go to school tomorrow. This Gonshu was addicted to taking advantage. What are you scheming with Prince Phantom? Gonshu smiled faintly and approached Su Tian. Planning to kill you. Su Tian was surprisingly calm. In that case I'll be waiting for you. Su Tian turned around and left. Returning to his room, the heart could not help but beat. What was the situation? Soon he calmed down. On the other side, Gonshu felt that Su Tian was quite interesting. Just now, Su Tian's words made her realize that Prince Phantom had already sought over. But this was a good thing. If that guy didn't show up here, she still didn't know how to deliver the message to Gonrong. Since she was unkind to her, she didn't need any affection for her either. Inside the lab, Prince Phantom walked in. Dr. Gonrong, there is something that needs to be reported to you. As the Phantom Prince spelled out the matter, Gonrong's face was quite ugly. That guy is hiding in Ron's house? Yes. She quickly understood what Old Seven meant. Gonshu was threatening her. Gonshu knew too many things about her, and she would be finished if those things shook out. This dead girl, I shouldn't have created her in the first place. Threatening me, she deserves it. Chapter 62, Prince Charming. Long time no see. The news that Gonshu was Su Tian's sister quickly spread through the school. One first in the whole school, one second in the whole school. The sibling duo wrapped up the pyramid. The first time a sibling had topped the pyramid since the founding of Kirin High School. Ma Cheng didn't expect to lose at the feet of a pair of siblings. There were more and more gossiping voices at Kirin High School. Even Lin Ruoshi was curious. Su Tian, MS. Gonshu is really your sister. Although Su Tian really didn't want to admit it, but Gonshu was indeed his older sister. Su Tian nodded helplessly. Just at this time a large chicken leg was placed on Su Tian's plate. Good brother. This is sister's reward for you. This Gonshu sat directly beside Su Tian. Su Tian always felt that he had an ominous premonition about Gonshu. This woman was a different person from before. You wouldn't have poisoned it. I'm not that boring. I'm just concerned about my own brother. That's all. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on with this woman. But there was no need for Su Tian to cross the line with the big chicken leg. The news that Su Tian and Gonshu were getting closer and closer quickly reached Gonrong's ears. Gonrong's face was very ugly. That woman's presence was a problem for her. Immediately afterward, a tall woman walked up to Gonrong. Leave the next matter to me. The doctor released me from the seal, and I, Elisana, am willing to repay the doctor's favor. Elisana, the legendary magician. Once upon a time she was used as a spiritual leader by Arki. She saved the kingdom of Arki many times, and she helped her boyfriend to become the king. However, the men thought that Elisana was too strong and influenced the king's power. In the end, the king of Arki set up a trap to lure Elisana to a banquet and eventually cut off her head. Her soul was sealed in a mine shaft out of sight. Her strength was such that even the Phantom Prince trembled in fear. Atel, as a witch, was a weak ant in front of her. Because her current body was created as an experiment, her abilities were restricted. Even so, her strength was not bad. Now that the lab had helped perfect her body, she could completely return to her prime. For her, killing a human was a simple matter, and she also wanted to meet the Su Tian. After all, Lin Ruoshi's appearance looked a lot like Princess Axia's. If there was reincarnation, that Su Tian fellow would be the reincarnation of King Axia. And even if he wasn't, letting a woman who looked like Princess Axia lose the person she liked was not an unavoidable fun thing to do. Elisana was very capable. Gonrong instructed a few words. Elisana agreed. After all, this world was not too welcoming to her kind. She knew those experiments. Many of them were superpowered. Immediately after that, Prince Phantom and Adel were also called over. They were in charge of getting rid of Gonshu. The duo agreed to do so. He was unsure about Su Tian, but Gonshu, he was sure. They set off. Gonrong then looked at the hidden man. It's up to you next. Doctor. The wind whistled in the spring. Su Tian let them go first when he felt an unsettling premonition. His car had just returned when he heard the sound of a strange bell. The bell gave Su Tian an unsettling premonition. The visitor was not good. A blonde girl appeared immediately afterward. The surrounding trees and roads began to distort. Su Tian looked around confused. Immediately after that, several dancing women appeared, and they danced a hot dance step by step towards him. Su Tian felt something was wrong. He was caught in an illusion. Su Tian forced himself to wake up. Immediately afterward a storm of ice pelted towards him. Su Tian quickly dodged. A tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Su Tian was once again hit by the illusion. Su Tian's immunity skill came into play. The tiger turned into a person. The knife in her hand came towards him, and Su Tian quickly retreated, followed by a kick. The opponent quickly retreated. Immediately after that, several flames came towards him. Su Tian quickly dodged. Looking at Su Tian safe and sound, the woman was surprised. I really didn't expect that you would be able to catch so many moves from me. Even if the great generals I met before, I guess they would have folded long ago by now. As much as I admire you, you must die today. She couldn't help Su Tian with normal moves. Immediately after that, Elisa used the time stop technique, stopping the space within 100 meters. Kid, you're finished. On the other side, Lin Ruoxi and Xia Yuexin were knocked out on the ground. Gan Shu, on the other hand, was spitting blood from her mouth. She was no match for Prince Phantom and Atar in front of her. Su Tian's side also looked like it was hard to pull out. She wanted to run, but the idol rope directly bound her. Prince Phantom was ready to kill. As a result, he suddenly couldn't move. Gan Shu made her intention to fix the two of them, and the closer the range, the better the effect. Although Prince Phantom didn't expect it, he didn't care at all. Gan Shu, I'd like to see how long you can actually fix them now. Gan Shu knew it wouldn't last long. Su Tian, save me. Although the probability of that man saving her was not high, she was not willing to be gone like this. She looked forward to his appearance. The woman walked up to Su Tian, with a slight smile. Kid, although you're strong, this is where it ends. As Elisa stabbed towards Su Tian's heart, she was suddenly held by Su Tian's hand, which was then countered. You're surprisingly unaffected. Elisa, Grand Magician, I forgot to tell you something. My magical abilities are above yours. Right now your magic is too much of an eyesore. Immediately after that, Elisana's ability was absorbed. Su Tian's original insufficient base magic skill shortcomings were made up for. Elisa directly turned into an ordinary person. Moreover, Su Tian had given her a symbiotic magic. It was only symbiotic magic that unilaterally favored Su Tian. If Su Tian died, she would surely die. Yet if she died, Su Tian couldn't die. Elisa looked at the man in front of her. You are a complete and utter demon. Facing Elisana's accusation, Su Tian was quite calm. I am the devil. Now tell me why you attack me or you know the result. Elisa, who had lost her power, was a lamb to the slaughter. She knew that she wouldn't end up too well if she didn't say anything. She spilled the beans. Only then did Su Tian realize that they were targeting Gan Shu. As for why they were targeting Gan Shu, it was because Gan Shu had been abandoned. They were afraid that Gan Shu would spill something out. To save or not to save was in front of him. Su Tian hesitated. Prince Phantom's hand was able to move and Gan Shu spat out a mouthful of blood. The Phantom Prince was completely free from control. He revealed a smug smile, and just as he was about to strike, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Prince Phantom, long time no see. Su Tian was followed by Elisa. Prince Phantom instinctively fled. Su Tian couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. This guy is still the same. Gan Shu didn't expect Su Tian to actually show up. Chapter 63 The second monthly exam of the new semester. Elisa was quite shocked as she watched Su Tian's flowing acupuncture treatment. Was this a high school student? For a high school student, he seemed to know a little too much. Su Tian wasn't a high school student. He was like her, but seemed different. Although Su Tian had taken away most of her magic, her pair of eyes, Su Tian could not take away. She couldn't see how Su Tian was different from ordinary humans. After Gan Shu came to her senses, Su Tian let Elisa serve the boiled medicine. She was Elisa, not a nanny. Although she was very upset, she still honestly served it. She really couldn't afford to mess with this Su Tian. This guy's strength was just too strong. On the other side, Gan Rong's eyes widened. What are you saying? Elisa is not Su Tian's opponent either? Prince Phantom nodded slightly. Shadow nodded from the side as well. Gan Rong knew that Su Tian wasn't simple, but she hadn't expected this fellow to be so uncomplicated. Although Elisa wasn't considered her strongest card, but Elisa was a fine top card in her hand. She unexpectedly also missed. For Su Tian she was getting more and more curious. Shilin High School. The second monthly exam was about to start. Yuan Shu had purposely participated in the Donghua City's joint exam in order to let the students know where their grades stood. Originally, Kirin High School was out of reach because the requirement for this joint exam was schools that had senior students from Huaqing University for 10 consecutive years. Obviously Qilin High School was no longer listed. Yuan Shu was not an ordinary person. The reputation of the old principal of Donghua City's one high school was still somewhat prestigious. In the end, Yuan Shu was able to fight for it. Qilin High School joined the joint examination. Once the news was sent out, the entire school knew the importance of this joint exam. The top students of each class became the object of the teacher's attention, and they formed a special group. Every day, they were assigned brand new tasks. Gan Rong of Class 0 was a capricious master. Su Tian of Class 1 was a good sport. Yuan Shu's focus on Ma Cheng's body,
Not only because his father is one of the school's investors but also the key to this child's strength is solid. From freshman year to the first semester of senior year, the probability of first place is quite high. Ma Chang was cared for and had the privilege of tutoring from multiple teachers. This made Ma Chang very scenic. The scenery of Class 0's Prince Mu Jia was also suppressed. Ma Chang was envied by many, but there was no way around it. People had money to support many programs in the school. Regarding the school's third, many people predicted that it would become the school's first. Ma Chang had missed out on first place before because he hadn't played well, and now with so many resources pouring in, the result must be good. The joint examination. It was a very important exam. The 20 high schools in Donghua City jointly. Kirin High School was the one that made up the numbers. The other high schools don't think well of Kirin High. There were even some people who bluntly said that the students of Kirin High School probably wouldn't even make it into the top 50. Yuan Shu heard this voice but didn't say anything even though he was not happy. After all, the final thing to look at was the results. Yuan Shu no longer sat in his office, directly bought a speaker. Facing the students who played crazy is a burst of criticism. Principal Yuan Shu was like a Tang monk reciting scripture, very tortured. Previously relatively lively playground have become cold. Anyone who understands Yuan Shu for this monthly examination is how important. Such years continued until the end of the month. The joint examination began. Every student knew that if they didn't do well in the exam, this principal would have the opportunity to read his tightrope, in order to give the principal less room to play. This is not the case. Everyone is all out of energy. Su Tian, this exam did not open what hanging skills. After all, that hanging can't wait to get a perfect score. Conspicuous package we do not so when. The examination began to end. This time passed very quickly. After the examination, many students began to pair questions. Lin Ruoshi is also curious. Su Tian, how much did you answer the last question of the math paper? I didn't do it. Su Tian's answer surprised Lin Ruoshi. Su Tian, did you not give me a joke? Su Tian shook his head. How could it be? There's nothing I'd give you to joke about. Gonshu looked at Su Tian. I really didn't think that the two of us really had a heart-to-heart. I didn't do it either. Brother, this Gonshu was addicted to taking advantage. Hey, you woman. Su Tian thought for a second. Not doing the last question. That's not your style. There's a problem. What am I doing him for? It's still a problem if I do it anyway. So it's better not to do it. You guys can see that. Your sister I can't. Gonshu looked at Su Tian with a slight smile. We take care of Ruoshi. There's no need to take care of him like this. Lin Ruoshi blushed. Immediately afterward, she was busy saying that she had to slip away beforehand. Su Tian looked at Gonshu. What are you up to? Su Tian wanted to go find Lin Ruoshi, but Gonshu pulled her back. We're being watched. Yesterday, I used my computer to crack Gonning's cyber protection network and access their backstage. Dr. Gonrong got Julie here. She's a foreigner from the same clan as us. This guy is good at controlling people's minds. I felt her aura just now. Su Tian looked at Gonrong. Go back and you describe her to me. It's best if you get a picture. This is no problem. Gonrong knew Su Tian's strength. She was very afraid of Su Tian being controlled. That way she would definitely die. Let's go. That guy isn't making a move at the moment. So let's pretend we didn't notice and think of a countermeasure afterwards. On the other side, the woman wrapped her arms around her. That's the doctor's target. Isn't it just a high school student? Is there a need for me to make a move? Fifth miss, sixth miss and seventh miss all fell into his hands. And now he has betrayed the doctor. This Su Tian is not a light that can't be saved. We'd better be careful. Julie sneered. You're teaching me things? The man glanced at the mirror. Then his hand unconsciously raised. Slap after slap hit his face uncontrollably. After the monthly exams, the teachers worked on correcting the papers. The math team quickly realized that something was wrong. There was a problem with the last question. Principal Yu's side also received news from other schools. There was a big problem with the last question on the math paper. The scores in the last question don't count. They all add 10 points. This is a good thing for those who didn't do it. Then pity those who spent a lot of time doing the questions. All that work for nothing. Because of this resolution the other school principals had agreed. What did Yuan Shu have to disagree with? Yuan Shu was now very worried. After all, they were focusing on the last question in Ma Cheng's math. If Ma Cheng's results are not satisfactory, Kirin High School will only be even more underestimated by others, and it will also be difficult to apply for educational resources in the future. The other two students, he had known to bet on them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this worry. Chapter 64, A New Enemy. Gonshu didn't say everything about Gonrong. What surprised Su Tian was that Gonshu's experimental ability was very strong. The old man even saved his assistant now. Su Tian played the game and glanced at Elisana. Wash my clothes. Aha! Brat! You really think I'm your family's nanny? Su Tian revealed a mysterious smile. Elisana, you don't want to? Elisa smiled helplessly and bitterly. If she answered with a no, she probably lost this little life of hers. How could it be? I'm willing. Willing. Elisa went to clean up with a smile on her face. A grand magical instructor had been reduced to such a state one day. She felt that she was just too funny. She couldn't do anything but fool herself. Soo-tian ate chips and played games. Such a day was really pleasurable. Ever since there was a mature woman in the house, the household chores were much less. Right now, Soo-tian only had one word, and that was enjoyment. Happy times are always short. No, Monday had arrived again. On the way, Lin Ruoshi was very apprehensive. She was afraid of failing the exam. When they arrived at school, Lin Ruoshi went to look at the list. Soo-tian didn't have that mind. Gonshu didn't either. At this point in time, the two really did look like siblings. Soo-tian returned to his class and sat down. A moment later, Lu Runhong came bumbling over. Brother Tian, awesome. You got second in the whole school. Soo-tian did not feel surprised. After all, he looked lazy, but he had actually studied in high school. Together with his body's memories, it wasn't too much of a stretch to get second in the exam. Brother Tian, your sister is really great. She's back in first place again. Yes. Immediately after that, Soo-tian continued to read his book. This all seemed to be right where he expected it to be. Lu Runhong couldn't help but give Soo-tian a thumbs up. Awesome. Soo-tian didn't know what he was doing with his thumbs up. He couldn't care, nor did he want to. As for Hama Chang did not think that he was still in the third position. The position of the joint examination was even outside the top 50 rows, but it was Soo-tian and Gonshu who were within the top 20 of the joint examination. A joint examination 10th. A joint examination 9th. Ma Kos thought that he had shortened the distance between himself and them, but now it looked like he hadn't. How could the gap between him and them be this odd? He couldn't seem to catch up with them. He had obviously tried so hard. Now the results seemed like what was going on. He clenched his fists. The students around him were also surprised. Ma Cheng is third again. Wanna be third? Hearing the teasing voices around him, Ma Cheng was quite annoyed. He glared viciously at them. It was as if he wanted to eat them up. And the two people who were gossiping were suddenly honest. Third place. He was so unwilling. Gonshu and Soo-tian. He would catch up with them sooner or later. Sooner or later. His eyes that were firm and not giving in the slightest. It affirmed his determination. And this scene was just caught by a woman with a hat and sunglasses. The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly. The look was as excited as if she had found her prey. Song Wonhao made a point of explaining the last question during class. The only one in our class who noticed something wrong with this question is Soo-tian. We'll ask Soo-tian to tell us how he noticed it. Applause. Soo-tian froze for a moment. What the hell? Lu Runhong looked at Soo-tian and whispered, Brother Tian, the teacher asked you to answer the last question. How did you notice the problem? How did you find the problem? He knew that the last question was the finale and didn't even think about it. This teacher Song Wonhao was really overestimating him. Soo-tian wanted to explain, but now he seemed to be quite pretentious saying that. Anyway, they all thought they had found out. Then he would say what they thought. They believed whatever he said now anyway. After 3 minutes of sparse talking, as for what Soo-tian himself said, he himself didn't even know. It was just the applause that rang out when he sat down. These people all thought that Soo-tian was a person who did things meticulously. Soo-tian couldn't help but laugh at this compliment. Meticulous? Where was he meticulous? But it was just the celebrity effect at work, because they thought that it was unusual for him to be able to find wrong questions, while their initial determination was ignoring one point. That is, did Soo-tian really find the wrong questions? After class, the students within the class were much more polite to Soo-tian. When Soo-tian basked in the warmth, there were students from the front row who came over to greet him. They weren't just pretty, their grades were also good. Soo-tian just nodded to them without any other response. Lin Ruoshi walked over to Soo-tian. I don't know this question, tell me about it. The two women followed suit. Sorry, I'll only give Lin Ruoshi a lecture. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Soo-tian. Count yourself as conscientious and not forgetting me as a friend. Immediately after that, Soo-tian began to give Lin Ruoshi a lecture. In the eyes of others, Soo-tian and Lin Ruoshi were really a talented couple. The classmate next to Gu Chen sat on his shoulder. Student Lin Ruoshi has been abducted. That's something. Less arching fire here. Instead of being annoyed, Gu Chen didn't care, or rather he let it go. The current him only wanted to be friends with Soo-tian. Noon. The sun was high in the sky, and Ma Tian had eaten his noon meal outside the school when the driver was about to send him back to school. A woman walked catwalking with an umbrella towards them, and for some reason, Ma Tian's body couldn't move halfway. The driver fell straight down. The woman took off her glasses. Hello, Ma Tian student. Looking at this charming woman, Ma Tian looked at her feeling puzzled. Who are you? Me. Someone who helped you become number one. You helped me become number one. What skills do you have? The woman smiled faintly. You'll find out tonight. Inside the school, when Su Tian saw that Gonshu had approached him, he knew that something wasn't right. And indeed it was. Julie has blended into the school. This guy never fails to do something. Su Tian used his sensing ability, but he couldn't sense the other party's presence no matter what. This Julie was hiding too deeply. Now, one could only take one step and see what happens. In the afternoon, calm and nothing happened. In the evening study session began. Su Tian had a bad premonition. Suddenly he noticed that Lin Ruoshi had disappeared. Su Tian used his skills to find Lin Ruoshi, who at this time was on the roof of a teaching building with Ma Tian. By the time Su Tian arrived, Su Tian saw a beautiful and enchanting woman covered in white clothes. Gonshu used her mind to transmit her voice. The woman in front of you is Julie. I'm no match for her. It's up to you next. Gonshu didn't even dare to venture out. This enemy seemed to be very uncomplicated. The woman looked towards Su Tian. You are Su Tian? Julie, you're targeting me. What's the point of bothering ordinary people? If not, how can I deal with you? Go! Lin Ruoshi and Ma Tian launched an attack towards Su Tian together. Chapter 65, Elite Cram School. He can't move Lin Ruoshi, and he can't move Ma Tian. Ma Tian is Ma Shi's son, and the third in the whole school. A student that the teachers and principal cared about very much. The Julie in front of us is really tricky. Su Tian couldn't attack, so he defended. Just at this time two more guys popped up. It was Prince Phantom and Atar. The two of them seemed to have been controlled as well. Immediately after that, Gonshu also appeared, followed by a few teachers behind her. Julie looked at Gonshu and smiled. My mind control ability is stronger than before. Don't think you'll be fine just because you're hiding. Immediately after that, Julie looked at Su Tian. Su Tian, how are you going to deal with this kind of situation? Are these people you're going to be able to get your hands on in this case? If something happens to them here, I don't think there's any way for your ordinary life to be ordinary. Su Tian laughed. It is indeed tricky right now, but it's nothing. Julie looked at Su Tian in front of her and let out a cold smile. It's impossible for you to break the situation, so don't talk big. Who was Su Tian? An existence that was all about bugs. With Su Tian turning on his skill Bug, Su Tian calmed down the surrounding with a ringing finger. Looking at the still surroundings, Julie realized that something was wrong. She used her mind control number on Su Tian. However, her control number bounced right back. At this moment, Su Tian walked up to her. What other tricks do you have? Su Tian's eyes were like a vortex. This was Su Tian's skill, Devil's Eye. Any living being that locked eyes with it would be forced into an infinitely painful mental space by those demonic eyes. By the time Su Tian retracted it, Julie was breathing heavily. She didn't know what kind of human-like existence she was messing with. Return this place to normal, or you know the result. Julie nodded. She then restored it to normal as Su Tian wanted. Just as Lin Ruoshi was leaving, Ma Tian, who had brushed against Su Tian, backhandedly stabbed Su Tian in the heart. It was because Ma Tian had developed hostility towards Su Tian. This hatred was utilized by Julie. Su Tian pushed Ma Tian away. Julie looked at the injured Su Tian and smiled faintly. Didn't think of that. I kept a backhanded move, didn't I? I forgot to tell you. This is a weapon made of meteorite iron. It's not bad for aliens to be killed by meteorite iron. The doctor said that it's only necessary to bring your body back. Su Tian pulled out the knife and his body quickly healed. Take me away. Can you? Julie was terrified. You're not human. So what if it's human? So what if you're not human? Your ability is mine now. Julie's ability was directly stripped by Su Tian. Su Tian didn't hurt Julie because Su Tian understood that she still needed to go back to deliver the message. Julie, go back and tell that person that I don't mind her sending more superpowers. Julie looked at Su Tian's back as he left. She then realized that Old 6 and Old 7 had missed. That was not because they were incapable, but the opponent in front of them was too strong. Julie went back and told Gonrong Su Tian's words as they were. Gonrong didn't expect Su Tian to be so powerful that he could deprive his opponents of their superpowers. Such a skill was something she longed for, but of course such a skill was also something she feared. Julie, go rest and go. Julie nodded. Looking at the faraway Julie, the black shadow walked towards Gonrong. Doctor, why are you still keeping this loser? After all, it's an archmagician. Even if her magic power is gone, what's in her head is still quite valuable. Don't forget that it's not just Julie that can do magic. There's also Adel. The woman understood what the doctor means. Use Julie to train Ader. Brilliant. Gonrong had other ideas, only this idea could not be known to the woman beside him. In Gonrong's world, she didn't trust anyone. For her, there was no one she could trust other than herself. Calm returned to Kirin High School. For what happened that day, no one remembered. Because of his outstanding performance in the joint exams, Su Tian was granted the right to take extra classes at school. This was what good students craved for. It was something that Su Tian was not willing to get. According to the past, Su Tian would definitely not agree. This Song Wenhao, Mr. Song had taught for so many years after all. He still had a way. Lin Ruoshi was called out by him. Song Wenhao said a few words to Lin Ruoshi. Student Lin, I have a good job here. I wonder if you're willing to take it. Of course it's not something difficult. All you need to do is drag Su Tian to the school's elite tutorial class. And you can participate as well. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened. Isn't this a place only for the top 3 in the school? That's right, but if you can persuade Su Tian to join, I can get the principal to add a spot. This was really considered a good opportunity for Lin Ruoshi. The matching top resources were not something that everyone could enjoy. And this was definitely a great opportunity for her to impact Huaqing University. Lin Ruoshi agreed. During the lunch break, Lin Ruoshi found Su Tian and told him about this matter. Su Tian couldn't help but sneer. This teacher Song was so calculating. Elite cram school. Forget it, he still went for Lin Ruoshi's sake. In this way, the elite cram school became 4 people. Ma Cheng looked at Lin Ruoshi and said with displeasure. This elite cram school, really anyone can come. You have an opinion. Su Tian and Gonshu looked at him. If you don't, let's compare. Gonshu also meant the same thing. Ma Cheng could only sit honestly in his seat. You guys are just bullying me alone based on the fact that there are more of you. Su Tian didn't care a bit. Even if we are, what can you do? Who was Su Tian? Kirin High School's famous rash youth. He dares to mess with anyone. Su Tian's body was obviously a bit stronger than his. Ma Cheng, a good man doesn't have to do this. Ma Cheng sat down directly. Started practicing. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian's back and inexplicably felt safe. Gonshu and Lin Ruoshi looked on, and the two of them nodded slightly. Immediately after that, the tutor walked in. The visitor was not an ordinary person. He was the well-known Donghua City physics teacher. The middle-aged man in front of him wasn't transferred to Dongyu County's Qilin High School. He was borrowed to take a few classes at Kirin High School. Although Yu Wenshu had retired, his prestige was still there. Some teachers still gave. These teachers' teaching methods were different from the previous ones. The techniques, the practicality were all very strong. Su Tian did not feel boring, and for this reason, he also took it seriously. Yu Wenshu looked at the 4 people in the monitor. The next step for Qilin High School to impact Huaqing is on these 4 people. Yu Wenshu wanted them to get off to a good start. Looking at the contacts in his phone, he was going to find new teachers for them. The classes in the elite cram school were interspersed. There were more evening classes. When it came to solving problems, Ma Cheng was always pushed head and shoulders above Su Tian. Ma Cheng had hatred for Su Tian from the beginning, and now it became very strong. Ma Cheng secretly fought in his heart. Su Tian, you wait for me. Chapter 66 The Great Crisis. Ma Cheng really couldn't hold back the anger within him. He must make Su Tian look good. Although his old man Ma Shi had told him to restrain himself, however, he really felt bad in his heart. He must give Su Tian a little color. Even if his behavior was very dishonorable, he didn't care. Right now, he only had one purpose, and that was to make Su Tian look good. Even if their Ma family was in existence that wanted to save face, he didn't care either. He found the knife master outside the school. That man was a ruthless man. As long as the money was there was nothing he couldn't do. So he found Master Sword, because he paid a lot of money. The other party agreed readily. With Master Sword's assurance, he knew Su Tian was finished. In order to make Su Tian lose face, he simply chose a day when Su Tian and his female were on their way home to ruthlessly fix Su Tian. Time flew by. Soon came Friday. Su Tian snorted. After studying normally during the day and writing novels at night, his spirit, inevitably, was weak. On the way home at night, Su Tian and the others were suddenly stopped. The man leading the way was extraordinarily familiar to Su Tian. Ma Cheng. Su Tian looked at the tugging man in front of him. Mr. Ma, what are you playing at? Ma Cheng laughed. What else can I do? Of course it's to fix you up. Su Tian, aren't you quite capable in school? Today, I'm going to beat you so much that you can't get up. Where was this something that a third in the whole school could do? Lin Ruoshi stepped forward. Ma Cheng, if you do this, I'll tell the teacher when school starts. Ma Cheng looked at Lin Ruoshi, coldly smiled, then said icily, believe it or not, I'll rip your tongue out for you. Lin Ruoshi was so frightened that she couldn't speak. Ma Cheng said majestically, give it to me. Su Tian let out a cold voice. I'll see which one of you dares. Ma Cheng looked at Su Tian and said condescendingly, Su Tian, your words are useless. They won't listen to you. Go! No one could hear Ma Cheng's voice. Li Dagger, what are you doing? Li Dagger bumbled over and bent over to Su Tian for a while. Su Tian didn't have the good sense to say, Li Dagger, you're the one who dares to take on anyone's job. Boss, didn't I notice this? I didn't realize it was you until it came. Boss? Ma Cheng's head buzzed. Looking at Li Dao's groveling appearance, he realized that he seemed to be finished. Big brother,
What about this Ma Chang? Doesn't he want Lin Ruwashi's tongue? Rip his off for me. Lin Ruwashi pulled Su Tian, shook his head. I'm fine. Su Tian called out to them, then told them to forget about it. When Ma Chang learned that he was released, he rushed away. He flipped several times. Su Tian just tried to call out to him, and that guy thought that Su Tian was going to backtrack and ran even faster. As a result, who would have thought? He fell straight down. Su Tian was speechless. The water well cover in front is gone. Lin Ruwashi kindly called the police. Su Tian didn't want to pay attention to that person. Mother of God, he didn't have one. In order to make Lin Ruwashi feel that he wasn't that heartless, he waited until the rescue team appeared before he left. Back in the neighborhood, Lin Ruwashi looked at Su Tian. Thank you for being nice to me all along. Su Tian, so what? Nothing in return. Just at this time a lip pressed up, although it was his cheek. But Su Tian also felt quite happy. By the time Su Tian looked back, Lin Ruwashi had already run away. Su Tian couldn't help but smile as he touched his cheek. Gonshu glanced at Su Tian. To be happy like this after being kissed on the cheek by a woman. Your happiness is really cheap. I said you wouldn't be jealous. Sister wouldn't be jealous of a brat. I'm just warning you not to add weaknesses to yourself. You're a man just fit to be ruthless. Gonshu turned around and left. She herself didn't know what was wrong with her. Su Tian felt that Gonshu was weird. System, ding. Congratulations to the host for establishing a relationship with Gonshu. Su Tian was speechless. Gonshu was surprisingly one of those 100. He didn't have any relationship with Gonshu, and it was nothing for the two to be together. Su Tian shook his head. What was I thinking? Ma Chang was honest after school started. After seeing what Su Tian could do, he didn't dare to have a rebuttal when Su Tian spoke. It was obvious that this man was intimidated by Su Tian last time. Li Dagger was doing well outside. He was famous for his ruthlessness, so naturally as his big brother, one could imagine how terrifying it was. It didn't take long for Ma Chang to change schools. As for what reason no one knows, Lin Ruwashi's grades skyrocketed, and without realizing it she became the third existence in the whole school, and that guaranteed place in watching Lin Ruwashi obtained. After the third monthly exam of the second semester, the preparation for the final sprint stage began. That was the college entrance exam. Unbeknownst to Su Tian, it was also June when Gon Ron's experiment achieved a new success. The robot Gant appeared. It was a super robot created with magic and modern technology. Gon Ron looked at the robot in front of her with great satisfaction. She was going to use Gant and obtain a sample from Su Tian's body. June 7th. This special day, Dr. Ron was captured. Su Tian received the news. He knew that there were two ways now. One was to save Dr. Ron, and the other was to take the entrance exam. Su Tian, it's time for us to go to the exam center. Daryl, I forgot my pass. Su Tian turned around and went back. Lin Ruwashi looked at the time and she left first. On the other side, Su Tian arrived at the other party's designated location. System, scan around to open the skill. System, received. Su Tian took big strides to the center. Dr. Gon Rong, I'm here. Immediately after that a robot that looked similar to him, Su Tian, walked out. What are you? Surprisingly, you look just like me. I am Robot Gant. Robot Gant then launched an attack, and Su Tian quickly met it. However, just as Su Tian swung his fist, the surrounding weapons attacked towards him and Su Tian had to retreat. On the other side, Ron, who was watching all of this, did not feel surprised. Gon Rong was surprised. You know that Su Tian is not a normal human? I'm his father. How could I not know? On the contrary, it's you. Why must you do this? Because of our daughter. Gon Rong? The woman sneered. Gon Rong is nothing more than a clone. Our real daughter is the life form that was created with your genes and my genes in the first place. She's still alive. I want you to help me now. Gon Rong, you're dead in the water. You want nothing more than to use my compassion for that lifeform child to get what you want. I'm not going to let you have your way. Gon Rong was furious. In that case, I want you to see how your son died. I want you to watch. Helplessly. Chapter 67, Donghua University. Although Gant and Su Tian are very similar, but this guy didn't have a system. Su Tian quickly gained the upper hand. Su Tian had wanted to fight a war of attrition. The robot had the flaw of insufficient energy after all. According to the system's analysis, this robot's great data was similar to FNA's, associating it with the previous theft of Dr. Ron's data. Su Tian realized that the other party also had the disadvantage of high activity and huge energy consumption. However, Su Tian missed the mark, although the other party did not become weaker, but instead became stronger. Immediately afterward, Su Tian noticed something under his feet. Surprisingly, it was an energy magic array. The Gant in front of him was not an ordinary robot. He was a combination of magic and modern technology. A voice then came. Su Tian, you're no match for us. You only have a 1% chance of winning now. Su Tian was not that concerned about this. Instead,
the corners of his mouth rose.
Dr. Gone wrong, 1%?
Are you sure? Su Tian then lifted his own restrictions.
Su Tian's kick directly caused the entire magic formation to shatter.
Julie was shocked.
Adel directly spat out a mouthful of blood. As Robot Ganter came towards Su Tian dry-wasted him with a fist and his body directly disintegrated.
Gan Rong was very shocked. She hadn't thought that the robot she was so proud of was so unbeatable in Su Tian's hands.
Gan Rong realized that this Su Tian was not simple.
She suddenly thought of something. She directly made the room holding Ron sink underground. Gan Rong directly activated the strongest mode of the base. She herself chose to retreat in a hurry.
Su Tian, you're very strong. Since I can't get you, I won't let you live either.
As the strongest mode of the base was turned on,
Su Tian's mode of infinite breakthroughs was turned on.
As time passed, Su Tian arrived at the room where Ron was.
He opened the door and saw Ron. Doctor, are you alright? Just as Su Tian was about to take the doctor away, Su Tian noticed that something was wrong. This room would explode without anyone in it. Su Tian looked towards Ron. Doctor, you go first. I have a little something to take care of. Ron looked at Su Tian.
You have to be careful.
Understood. After Ron arrived at a safe place, Su Tian looked at the dangerous thing. He couldn't help but sweat. System, looks like we have to use that move,
or else half of Dongyu City will be gone with this explosion power.
The sound of a huge explosion rang out, but the explosion didn't spread,
and a pillar of light shot straight up into the sky.
Su Tian's whole body power spilled out. One or two of these overflowing hangs of Su Tian were enough to destroy the planet. Su Tian began to close them up one by one. Because these hangs opened up, it was very laborious to close them. In the end, Su Tian's values stabilized and it was already 2 days later. At this moment,
the college entrance exam was also over.
After the end of the college entrance examination, many people are apprehensive. Su Tian 0 points of the score.
He did not have anything to be nervous.
Because Manhwa University he can still go.
It was just that the results were over. How was he going to explain it to Lin Ruoshi? The doctor seemed to have anticipated this. The doctor gave a case sheet to Su Tian. You tell her that your father was sick and you didn't dare to run that far.
So you chose Manhwa University. The less people know about your abilities, the better. At this, Su Tian also understood. Too many people knew. He wouldn't end up too well. After thinking about it, he still chose the method that the doctor wanted. Lin Ruoshi understood Su Tian and respected his choice. In the end, Lin Ruoshi went to Huaqing University. Su Tian went to Donghua University, and Xia Yuexin, a sports student, also went to Donghua University. Lin Ruoshi became the only one from Kirin High School to go to Huaqing University. Lin Ruoshi didn't stay idle during the summer vacation, and has been attacking the university's high math. Until the eve of the school year, Lin Ruoshi found Su Tian, and gave the only jade she had on her body to Su Tian. Su Tian, thank you for accompanying me through my senior year. Me too. Lin Ruoshi then gave Su Tian a hug. The two were just like that under the lights. There wasn't any excessive demeanor. Both sides just stood like that. The summer wind was whistling and the sound of cicadas was constantly chirping. Summer vacation was coming to an end. Su Tian took the public transportation to Donghua City. The teacher in charge of receiving the new students was a teacher that Su Tian had met before. Su Tian went forward to greet the two teachers. The two teachers were also happy to see Su Tian. Then, under their leadership, Su Tian entered Donghua University. Su Tian chose economics. There were a lot of economics students this year, so there was no way that the extra students had single rooms. In fact, it was also the utility room in the building at one time. Because this room was not stacked items, it was very clean and made a dormitory. Su Tian became the lucky one of this single room. What's more, the accommodation fee is refunded in half. Why wouldn't I want to take advantage of such a good thing? Except for the poor lighting, there were no major problems. After organizing his place, Su Tian looked at the university's flowchart and started to walk around Donghua University. The university scenery was really good, especially that lake. Su Tian really wanted to catch a fish. Immediately afterward, Su Tian headed to the university library. Then Su Tian went to the gymnasium. Restaurants. Su Tian's 10-minute favorite place for these places was the restaurant. Su Tian was just eating when Gu Chen appeared. Old Su, why are you here? Su Tian was also surprised when he looked at Gu Chen. Didn't you get into an overseas university? People filled up the quota and gave me a refund. Then I came to Donghua University in a haphazard manner. Su Tian asked curiously, what department are you in? Department of Finance. Economics. What a coincidence. He and Gu Chen were really destined to be mortal rivals, and now they stayed in the same department when they arrived at the university. After eating, the two came to the classroom together. The two chatted happily, probably because they were old classmates. They suddenly thought of something. Military training uniforms. The beginning of the school year is going to be military training.
It is impossible not to buy military uniforms, so the two of them went to buy military uniforms.
They ran into Xia Yuexin.
Xia Yuexin was a student of the physical education department of Manhwa University.
Xia Yuexin was surprised to see the duo together. You two, what's the situation? Su Tian told the details and Xia Yuexin couldn't help but laugh. You two really are destined to be together.
When buying the military training uniform,
Xia Yuexin pulled out her own money, and that look was still a little heartbreaking. I'll take that one too. And this friend of mine, $600. Guchan looked at Su Tian. Old Su, I have money. Old classmates meeting, I'll be generous. It's convenient for you guys to take care of it.
I don't want to get myself into trouble and have no one to fish me out in the end.
Good, I'll remember this favor. The three people chatted for a long time, and finally returned to their own dormitories.
Tomorrow the military training will start. These new students are all making preparations.
Except for Su Tian.
He huffed and puffed, and this Su Tian didn't seem to be interested in military training at all. Because of the college entrance exams, the superpowers were turned on too much. His body's base value was raised and could not be lowered, and now he was in general physical quality with the special forces.
Chapter 68, What's it to me?
Donghua University's military training was not simple, and at the beginning, they were pulled into the Donghua military area for training. At first, the freshmen thought that the Donghua University military training in the military area was a fake, but it made them never expect it to be real. The teacher who led them said, "When we get off the car, students must abide by the rules here. That front row students, you will put your cell phones away for a while." That's right, all the students' cell phones should be turned off. With such a formal demeanor, this made the students feel deeply uneasy, but this was after all an order given by the teacher. They still had to listen.
Su Tian started to take a nap after handing over his cell phone. After reaching their destination, Su Tian and his classmates walked down one after another. Guchan had an excited face. This guy had well-developed sports cells, and wanting to exercise himself, it was a face of excitement. Old Su, this place looks good. It was indeed nice here. I wonder if he would still dare to say that in a while.
With the start of military training, the training also began. The intensity of the training at the beginning wasn't too strong,
but it definitely wasn't anything too weak either.
Just pure walking all made people's legs numb.
Most of them rarely exercised in high school. There were still heatstroke ones not long after. It wasn't that their bodies were brittle, but most of the high school physical education classes hadn't been done properly. Where is this place? The place of military training. Some people quit, others still have to train. By the end of the night Guchan wasn't as happy as he was before.
His legs were sore.
He went to bed slowly, wanting nothing more than to sleep. He couldn't care less about being unclean now.
The smell of feet permeated the surroundings.
Su Tian's sense of smell was very sensitive, and it became straight-up torture here. It was no wonder. Su Tian walked out, leaving a phantom doppelganger to stay behind. Su Tian was leisurely blowing the wind on the roof. Cool breeze, the beautiful moon.
Wouldn't he want to enjoy this kind of beautiful scenery?
Gradually Su Tian fell asleep. Immediately afterward the whistle sounded. It was the emergency whistle at 4 o'clock. Isn't this torture? Everything is on command.
There were a few people in economics who had served in the military.
They reacted quickly. They quickly climbed up. Guchan looked at Su Tian's bed next to him which was empty. He rushed to gather as well. Su Tian was the first to show up. The others were surprised by this. Not many people knew when he ran to the front. Even the instructor was surprised when he looked at his watch. Su Tian's speed was at least a minute faster than the others. The instructor did not praise Su Tian. Instead, he walked to Su Tian. "Classmate, aren't you proud of taking a first place?" The usual answer was, "Yes, sir." However, Su Tian directly answered no.
This general maneuver froze even the instructor for a moment.
What a kid, not following the rules.
The instructor looked at Su Tian and laughed.
"Since it's not, then accompany them to be punished. 50 push-ups each." The other students sighed. Some protested. The instructor directly added to 80. Just as those people were dissatisfied, Su Tian had already quickly done his push-ups. Before long Su Tian stood up. "I'm done."
The instructor was surprised, although he felt that Kid Su was a bit uncomplicated and a bit of a prick. But people finished according to the rules. Looking at Su Tian's appearance, he thought that he just wanted to be a conspicuous bag.
"I said you guys have to do it together." The other students couldn't help but taunt Su Tian. Wouldn't this be a wasted effort? According to reason, there would definitely be a conflict. Guchan also felt that Su Tian would explode. However, instead of getting angry, Su Tian directly joined the queue and did it. It wasn't that Su Tian had worn out his temper during the summer vacation, but Su Tian felt that it was unnecessary. And since he himself wanted to move his muscles, this extra push-ups, he took it completely as a warm-up exercise.
What the instructor and the people next to him did not expect was, this time, it was still Su Tian who was the first to complete the push-ups. According to reason, it was impossible. How could he do it faster than those soldiers? The instructor was astonished. He looked at Su Tian in front of him. You can go back to rest and then get ready to prepare for breakfast to go. The rest of you continue. Those people were suffering one by one. 80, 40 were difficult. Just like that after an hour. One by one. Their hands ached as they went to eat breakfast. The way they held their chopsticks, they were trembling like old men who were already old. Guchen looked at Su Tian next to him, completely as if he was a nobody. The surrounding, no matter if they were men or women, all looked at Su Tian with an abnormal look. This guy, is it human? 160 push-ups and still acting like nothing. After eating, the military training started. The instructor was up there to give a speech. The general idea being that today we're just doing simple basic training. Hearing ordinary training, everyone's heart became extraordinarily happy. As a result of the weight-bearing 5-kilometer training. Let them silly eyes. 5 kilometers is 5,000 meters. The boys' backpacks were 10 kilograms heavier than the girls. This is called easy. Running from here to the finish line. That's not called simple. What is called simple? Want to add penalties? Everyone knew that pissing off the coach didn't do any good. They ran one by one. The three within economics who had been soldiers, Yan Wu, Li Peng, and Wang Fei, they took the lead and ran in front. The girls looked at those three boys with joy inside. Gu Chen competed with the three of them and was left behind. The three of them were also secretly competing. As time passed, their speed unconsciously slowed down. However, it was at this time that Su Tian directly overtook them. As they tried to catch up, Su Tian sped up. Before long, their rhythm was all messed up. Has this kid been a special forces soldier before? What we're worried about now is that if he isn't, and we lose, it's kind of a big deal. Wang Fei looked at Yan Wu and also Li Peng. What are you two still talking about? Hurry up and chase. The two of them thought that yes, right now they don't need to think about anything, just chase forward. Even though the three of them tried their best, they still didn't make it in the end. The instructor on the other side was also quite surprised. He originally thought that the number one in the economics class should be one of the three people, Wang Fei, Yan Wu and Li Peng. But who would have thought that the first place would be Su Tian? For this student, this instructor also cared. By the time the economics students finished running, the sweat on Su Tian's body was long gone. After assembling, they were dismissed. The girls were curious about who was first. First who? It seems to be Su Tian from our class. Su Tian? It's him again. This guy is just like a monster. But I do like it. I feel like you like it when it's a guy. Su Tian felt backstabbing gazes at noon. It was no wonder who let him run first. For the gazes of these people, Su Tian didn't care at all. It's none of my business. Chapter 69, as long as you can win. What's wrong with being mean? Military training is long. Under the scorching sun, heatstroke was as high as 7 or 8. Most of them were faking it. Because of the proof, the instructors didn't do anything to them. The rest of the people not only had to suffer the ravages of the hot sun, but also the anger of the instructors. The intensity of this training was obviously too high. Private emotions were high. The instructor himself was staying in the shade. Just at this time Su Tian directly shouted report. All thought that Su Tian couldn't stand it anymore. The instructor looked at Su Tian coldly. You conspicuous bag. Didn't you want to perform? Why can't you stand it now? He came straight out with a, disapproved. Instructor, are you afraid? With these words, the instructor also froze. What's the situation? What was he afraid of? Student Su Tian, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid that you don't dare to accept my challenge. Challenge? The other students each had a tense look on their faces after hearing this. This Su Tian wanted to find death. It's fine not to drag them into the water. The instructor sneered. Classmate, you are very brave to challenge me. I promise you, win and they are dismissed to rest. Lose and train for an extra hour today. Su Tian nodded. Yes, compared to what? What does the instructor want to compare? Push-ups. I don't want you kid to think I'm bullying you. 200 push-ups, whoever finishes first, wins. Su Tian nodded his head in agreement. Immediately afterward, the two began to compete. Su Tian did it quickly. The instructor in front of him wasn't a simple existence either. However, Su Tian was clearly a bit faster than him. The students were also shocked as they watched. As Su Tian finished doing the get-up, the instructor was still 10 short. The instructor finished doing his get-up and then dismissed them. Looking at the departing Su Tian, the instructor couldn't help but praise. Good boy, quite impressive. The students in the class were also surprised about Su Tian. Some even suspected that Su Tian's origins were not simple. However, Gu Chen's explanation to them made them sigh in relief. Su Tian was only a student who specialized in culture at Shilin High School. Originally, their speculation that Su Tian had practiced sports didn't exist at all. However, because of Su Tian's challenge. They had ended their training early, and most of them were still rather thankful to Su Tian. For them to thank Su Tian did not care in the slightest. Su Tian just wanted to eat early to go to the meal. There were many people who still needed to queue up, but now there was no need. At the moment, the students in the economics class all felt that Su Tian was just intentionally going out on a limb. For what? Of course it is the beautiful opposite sex. University started. That man does not bring the longing for the opposite sex. High school is not allowed. Not allowed. But not in college. That restriction is gone. Male classmates despise it. Some female classmates were also divided. Some thought that Su Tian was deliberately being a conspicuous bag. Some people think that Su Tian is victimizing them, offending the coach. What good is it for them? But there was still a small portion that bought Su Tian's account. As for what they thought, Su Tian didn't care. After eating, Su Tian moved his muscles. At this time, Su Tian saw the students playing pull-ups. The original world of him, but he could not do one. He even became the target of ridicule in what was once physical education class. A big man. He couldn't even do a single pull-up. At this time, Su Tian inexplicably wanted to try. Anyway, he had eaten too much food, so he had to move around. Su Tian began to do pull-ups. Su Tian was surprised that he finished it easily. 1, 2, 3. Not long after the number of onlookers increased. At this point Su Tian had already done 52. This number was still increasing. 80 now. This kid is awesome. Before long Su Tian's number reached 100. 100. This number was not simple. Even those instructors were surprised. They hadn't expected that someone they considered to be less physically fit than their previous classmates would have done 100 pull-ups. 100 pull-ups. What a terrifying number. The teenager in front of them. It made these instructors curious. They concluded that this person was a good seedling. At this moment a man walked over. This man's identity was unusual. He was Lei Sang of the 7th Bureau. Lei Sang looked at the man next to him. How many can you do? Team Lei, 60. The strongest right-hand man beside Lei Sang was at most 60. This Su Tian could actually reach 100. This kid, Lei Sang was aware of. Regarding Su Tian's identity as a spy, he had already ruled it out. Such a powerful kid, he wanted to receive by his side. There was also the point of whether or not this kid could fight. Lei Sang looked at the man beside him. Do you dare to have a few moves with this college student? Team Lei, I'm professionally trained. What if I make this kid cry? You won't restrain yourself. Go! The man reluctantly walked over. The man's name was Wang Ben. He had been in the special forces and was good at fighting techniques. Su Tian finished warming up and was ready to leave. Wang Ben called out to Su Tian. Classmate, our Lei team wants me to compete with you. What's the benefit of asking me to compete? If you win, you'll end your military training early, and our Lei team will also introduce you to a good part-time job. Su Tian directly refused. Kid, you're not afraid. Get no. This point of winning benefits is too little. Wang Ben was surprised. The kid in front of him was so greedy. Looking at Su Tian he laughed. As long as you can win, I'll give you this month's salary. Hearing this the corners of Su Tian's mouth rose. Salary for me? Really? Give it to you. But only if you can win. Alright, I'll answer the battle. Immediately afterward the surroundings buzzed with activity. The students formed a circle, all wanting to see how this freshman in front of them was abused badly. After all, Wang Ben was the fighting legend here. Su Tian was an unknown minor character. The match was about to begin. As the rules were finished, Wang Ben and Su Tian each took a combat stance. Su Tian's combat stance looks like he learned it from a TV show. Wang Ben quickly rushed over. Su Tian pretended to slip and Wang Ben's punch fell short. Just as everyone laughed, Su Tian did a sweep and Wang Ben fell to the ground. At the moment, Su Tian touched his foot in pain. Wang Ben didn't know whether it should be light or heavy. Immediately after that, Su Tian quickly kicked out. If he hadn't reacted in time, Su Tian's kick would soon be next to him. His hand grabbed Su Tian's leg and then directly threw it out. Watching Su Tian fall to the ground, he quickly went to get his badge. Because in this match, as long as you get the opponent's badge inside the circle, you win. Then just at this time Su Tian suddenly leapt up and used entanglement to bind Wang Ben's neck. Immediately after that he used the finger-breaking trick, causing Wang Ben to grit his teeth in pain. Who was Wang Ben? After all he had specialized in fighting. Grabbing Su Tian's wrist, he slammed it to the ground with a forceful slam. Wang Ben obviously used fierce. Su Tian did not move a muscle. At the moment, Wang Ben did not know what to do. Just as he stepped forward to take a closer look, Su Tian suddenly shot out to take down the badge. I won! Wang Ben froze, and the ones who rushed to his rescue also froze. Wang Ben was very angry that his opponent had resorted to such underhanded tactics. How despicable. As long as I can win, so what if it's despicable or not? Chapter 70, The Supernatural. Wang Ben lost, and Wang Ben was very upset. Lei Sang patted Wang Ben's shoulder. A loss is a loss. No big deal. But, willing to gamble is willing to lose. I'll pay this money for you. Team Lei, this is not a matter of money. Losing like this, I am very unconvinced. Lei Sang glanced at Wang Ben. At this moment Wang Ben could only suppress his inner bitterness within himself. Lei Sang kept his promise. Not only did he give money, but he also terminated Su Tian's military training early. However, the so-called work, surprisingly, was the work of the 7 bureaus. It was because the 7 bureaus were similar to an organization that researched superpowers. For such an organization Su Tian instinctively felt uncomfortable. Su Tian wanted to refuse. But who was Lei Sang? He's known as an unreasonable guy. Once you're on his boat, you can't get off. Su Tian was brought to the 7th bureau. Immediately after, Lei Sang took him to meet his teammates, Su Nanyu and Wang Ben. These two were very familiar to him. There are 5 more. They are also from Kirin University. But they are supernaturals. Su Tian pretended not to know. Supernaturals? Supernaturals are people with special abilities and talents. They may possess powerful magic, unusual physical abilities or an in-depth understanding and knowledge of the natural world. These abilities are far beyond the scope of people's understanding and imagination, so we call them supernaturals. To ordinary people, they may be characters in movies, novels, or games, but to our 7 bureaus, they are real. Immediately after that, 5 very beautiful young girls walked in. According to Lei Sang's introduction, Su Tian recognized them. Their ability was surprisingly to control gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, just like the 5 elemental magicians among the ancient times. That's Xia Feixia, the woman with the fire attribute in the lead. Scan Su Tian. Team Lei, this is our new team member. Just an ordinary person by the looks of it. He is indeed an ordinary person, but he's one of you from today. Xia Feixia, who heard this, directly froze. Lei Sang, you're not kidding me. He's a complete liability when he teams up with us. She glanced at Su Tian. Look at this kid's stupidity. In case something goes wrong, the person will be gone again. Su Tian sneered. This lady, is this a threat? I am not a threat. I am warning. After all, the work here is not something that ordinary people can do just because they want to. I'm doing this for your own good. Lei Sang looked at Xia Feixia. Su Tian is only assisting you. Don't worry, he won't interfere with your main job. Only after hearing this did Underground Feixia nod slightly, agreeing to Su Tian's joining. Even if she didn't agree, there was no use. After all, this was what Lei Sang had decided. He had asked them to come just to go through the motions. Mutual introductions were then completed. Lei Sang asked Wang Ben to lead Su Tian in marksmanship training. Wang Ben nodded. Immediately afterward, he brought Su Tian to the 7th Bureau's training ground. Wang Ben looked at Su Tian and said, "This is our Bureau 7's specialized training ground, which has the latest simulation training. But this is too early for you. For newcomers we have professional accuracy training. That is, the original target shooting training." As Wang Ben showed Su Tian, he fired several shots in a row. 9 rings, 10 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings. This is not a place where you can shoot well just by moving some crooked head. You have to use real skill. It was obvious that Wang Ben was holding a grudge against Su Tian for using those underhanded techniques to win against him. Su Tian looked at the gun in his hand. Yeah, let me see if I can use tricks. Wang Ben sneered. Then you'll see if you can. As Su Tian fired several shots in a row. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rounds, 10 rings. This shocked Wang Ben. He couldn't calm down for a long time as he looked at Su Tian in front of him. This kid, is this strong? Immediately after, he introduced Su Tian to simulation training, which was training using VR technology. The scenes simulated by AR were used to increase the newcomer's coping experience. Su Tian was quick to catch on. Wang Ben was surprised by this. Just as Su Tian was training, Lei Sang walked up to Wang Ben. How is this kid shooting training? To this Wang Ben could not find a bad reason. This kid was born to be a good material. It's just that he's really mean in fighting training. Lei Sang looked at Wang Ben in front of him and laughed. He then said in a serious manner, "Do you really think Su Tian's fighting skills are bad? Think back to the scene of the sub-fighting training." Wang Ben quickly reacted. If Su Tian's series of unlucky moves were intentional on his part, him using a despicable trick to win would only be saving his face. Having the ability, and scheming, this kind of guy is really quite uncomplicated. Wang Ben also looked at that Su Tian in a different light at this moment. Lei Sang looked at Wang Ben. Bring this seedling along well. It cannot be said to come in handy in the future. Wang Ben nodded his head. Understood. I will definitely train well. Su Tian was having fun in the simulation training, and he still made many mistakes in order to tighten up a bit. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for talent to show too much. After the simulation training was over, Su Tian was brought to the 7th Bureau's cafeteria. The food here was quite sumptuous.
and dishes from all over the world could be found. The 7 bureaus were really extraordinary. What was even more surprising to Su Tian was that there were many supernaturals here who possessed supernatural abilities but managed to get along well with ordinary people. This kind of thing could only be seen here. I'm afraid, the 7 bureaus were truly extraordinary. Su Tian had an extra favorite inside at this time. Regarding the place to live was even more unusual. They had a specialized lounge. If Su Tian wanted to obtain a quota house here, he would have to work his way up to Captain Lei's position. On the other side, the 5 Elements girl was full of resistance to this new addition to the ordinary boys. Although they were reluctant to design a brand new battle formation, it couldn't be helped. They were not willing to add an additional unfavorable record of a teammate's death to their outstanding battle record. They were not adding any battle record, they were just adding a trouble. Just thinking about it made their heads hurt. I heard that this kid came in just for the money. The captain is also really something. Accepting anyone by any standard. Complaining was complaining, but they still had to practice their training. Tang Yu was dissatisfied in her heart. For her, this Su Tian was really in the way. She found an excuse to go out. The others continued their training. I definitely won't let this guy become a stumbling block for us. Tang Yu clenched her fists. She arrived at the room where Su Tian was. After pressing a few times and no one opened the door, she opened it directly. The man wasn't in the base. She understood that the man must have gone to the back of the mountain. Thinking there, Tang Yu smiled faintly. Su Tian, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame me, you can only blame yourself for being too unlucky and having nothing to do but go to the back mountain. Chapter 71. This is not a repeat of the same old trick. Su Tian, who was enjoying the beauty of the back mountain, suddenly felt a chill at his back. Just as he turned around, a cold light flashed as a sharp object broke through the air and came directly towards his abdomen. Su Tian was startled and reacted quickly. The sharp object cut through his clothes. Su Tian looked at the figure that emerged. She was wearing a mask and had a familiar aura. It was her. Tang Yu, why are you doing this? It seems like we don't have any deep grudges either. Tang Yu was surprised. The man in front of her had actually recognized her. She had hidden herself well. I'm not Tang Yu. Su Tian couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the girl who was dead set against recognizing her. If you're not Tang Yu, who is Tang Yu? Looking at the other party, he bit the bullet. Knowing that the other party was not guessing, Tang Yu removed the mask that was kind of boring her. Tang Yu's long hair drifted out. That handsome face made Su Tian couldn't help but look at it a few more times. As expected, the prettier the girl, the more ruthless she was. Tang Yu looked towards Su Tian. Since you know it's me, there's no need for me to hide. Su Tian, I am now ordering you to leave this place immediately and never return here. Otherwise I can only take some extraordinary measures against you. At this time Tang Yu levitated the sharp weapon that emitted a cold light as if it were a dart in his hand. The name of this weapon of mine is called the life-snatching cone. If you don't want to be pierced through his body, I advise you to think about it. Looking at the object emitting a cold light, we don't know if it takes lives or not, but it must hurt when hit. Su Tian looked at Tang Yu and laughed. Lei team, I told you, they can't tolerate me. You had to do it. Now it's good. I'm about to lose half my life here. You can reprimand her well. Tang Yu turned around. Thinking that the Lei team had really come, the jumbled heart that she didn't know how to explain surged within her heart, but it quickly dissipated. There was nothing behind her. It was obvious that she had been tricked by Su Tian. The furious Tang Yu stormed out, saying whatever she could to give this brat Su Tian a good beating. How could Su Tian at this moment give her this opportunity? He had hidden himself early on. Tang Yu had struck out. So naturally, she didn't intend to return without success. Tang Yu knew he was all around. Immediately after, Tang Yu maneuvered the weapons in her hands to swish and fly over. Wherever she could hide someone, she was going to hokey pokey. Su Tian, who was hiding in the tree, couldn't help but exclaim, good guy. This woman is not generally ruthless. Su Tian at this time cannot help but long sigh. He did not know how he is nothing to this aunt grandmother to provoke. The woman walked at his feet. Su Tian was not willing to sit and wait for death. He directly leapt through the air. Who would have thought that guy's reaction was not normally fast? Su Tian looked at the weapon with a cold light and hurriedly flipped sideways. When he landed, that life-snatching cone once again came towards Su Tian. Still playing like this, Su Tian suddenly ran as Su Tian circled around behind Tang Yu. Tang Yu didn't expect this man to be this shameless. Hiding behind her, Su Tian seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist. A direct turn. Tang Yu's eyes were quick to stop the life-threatening darts. She tried to step on Su Tian's foot, only to have Su Tian dodge it. Su Tian wrapped his arm around her waist even tighter. Bastard! Let go of me! Don't let go! Bastard! How could Su Tian let go? Otherwise the one in bad luck would be him. He, Su Tian, was rogue, not to die, but to live better. The woman finally said helplessly, Su Tian, if you just let go of me, I won't kill you. I, Tang Yu, have always said yes. Su Tian thought about how this look was indeed a bit uncharacteristic, so he let go of Tang Yu. A smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. Su Tian realized that it was not good. Quickly run! There were more of those life-threatening cones. Su Tian shouted as he ran. Tang Yu, you don't have any credibility. Credibility? Su Tian, don't you know a saying? You shouldn't trust a woman's words so easily. You coined this saying yourself, didn't you? Su Tian ran quickly. Tang Yu's moves were all over the place, and they were all easily dodged by Su Tian. What was this? Was it her illusion? Looking at the unharmed Su Tian, it made her realize that this was reality. She couldn't let this brat get away. After an hour of chasing, Su Tian stopped. Tang Yu had a smug look on her face. Su Tian, you're running. Why aren't you running? Aren't you quite capable of running? Captain Lei, save me. At this moment, Tang Yu let out a light laugh, trying to pull the same trick again. Do you really think I'll believe it? I will definitely kill you today. Immediately after that familiar voice came. Tang Yu, what are you doing? Tang Yu turned around to see that it was actually Lei Sang. Tang Yu looked at him as his face went white. At this moment Su Tian's mouth revealed a smug look. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian, but there was nothing she could do. At this time she could only follow the Lei team back. Lei team for Tang Yu's behavior inevitably a reprimand. Tang Yu could not argue with this. What she did, it was actually seen. What surprised the Lei team was that she had chased Su Tian for more than 2 hours. If it was an ordinary person it would probably have been over long ago. Although Su Tian said himself that he was an ordinary person, he always felt that something was wrong. For once, Su Nanyu's suspicions, he felt that it was not just empty talk. There must be a problem here. So he sent someone to probe for detailed information about Su Tian. The information he pried for this time was about alien research. The humans on this planet were just as curious about aliens as the Earth in parallel time and space. For this reason, there were institutions that specialized in researching aliens. These people had researched aliens quite deeply. It was also along this path. Team Lei saw the previous information about Su Tian, who was discovered in space and then spent decades in a lab. Discovery in space is a gimmick. Su Tian should have been falsely fabricated by certain foreign research labs in order to generate money. The appearance of aliens basically has many speculations, but the point of being very similar to humans was not accepted by most alien civilization enthusiasts. He thought that Su Tian should have suffered a lot of research to have today's body itself. At this time the Lei team for this teenager is more than a few points of heartache. Regarding Su Tian's true identity, it was sealed by him. The fact that Su Tian didn't say anything meant that that memory wasn't pretty. On the other side, Su Tian returned to his residence. Today was almost all over. He laid down on his bed and huffed and puffed. The system upgrading system rang again. At this moment, Su Tian greatly admired the diligence of this system. The effort was uncharacteristic. For Su Tian, this was inevitably not a good thing. Su Tian fell asleep. On the other side, there was an additional knife on his picture. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Yi Fong walked over and patted Tang Yu's shoulder. Tang Yu, there's no need for you to hold on to him. After all, we'll be co-workers from now on. Hearing this the woman became even more angry. Who is a co-worker with him? Chapter 72, The Trap. Su Tian and Tang Yu's relationship was terrible. The two were incompatible. This was not a good thing for Lei Sang. So Lei Sang thought of something. There was one thing they needed to deal with in Dongping County. That was the water monster injury incident. Right now, Manhwa University was still in the middle of military training, and they didn't have any classes. So they were sent to Dongping County. However, on the day of departure, Su Tian was left behind. When he opened the bag, it was full of foam boards. Only then did Su Tian realize that he had been tricked. They just simply didn't want to go on the mission with him. Su Tian thought of finding an excuse not to go. Who would have thought that Lei Sang would call him a special car and send him directly to Dongping County? Su Tian arrived at his destination. It was strange to see so many people roaming around. It was clearly a dangerous zone. How could there be so many tourists? Su Tian got out of the car and found an inn to live in. What surprised Su Tian was the frighteningly high prices of the surrounding inns. However, Su Tian found a more remote place to stay. They didn't want to cross paths with him anyway, so there was no need for Su Tian to make himself uncomfortable. After finding an inn, Su Tian started poking around. Regarding the water demon, everyone around him knew about it. As for what the water demon looked like, there was no understanding. It was true that there had been 2 or 3 murders here, but nothing after that. Some people think it's fake. Some think it's real. Even the experts can't say why. Because of curiosity, it made the tourism industry here start to catch fire. Su Tian turned on his detective skills. After half a day of organizing, he felt that Tang Sun, the boat owner of this May Lake, had a major suspicion. Because before the water demon appeared, this Tang Sun was the small boss of the boating company in May Lake. The natural landscape around May Lake is scarce. Plus the tourism industry in Dongping County is weak. The economy is not going up. Tang Sun's boating company was on the verge of bankruptcy. However now, since the water demon incident heated up, the economy here has inexplicably gotten better. Any way you look at it, this person is suspicious. However, when Su Tian gave Xiaofeixia feedback on the situation, Xiaofeixia showed impatience towards Su Tian. Tang Sun is a good person. How could he be related to the water demon? If you don't know and understand, don't make blind guesses over nothing. The others chimed in. At the moment it appeared as if Su Tian was a bad guy. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian coldly. In her eyes, Su Tian's nowadays was completely self-inflicted. None of the five of them believed Su Tian. Su Tian was helpless at this. There was nothing Su Tian could do if they didn't believe. However, it was also this day that the water demon hurt someone again. Su Tian went to find Tang Sun. At this time, Tang Sun was sitting in his office at work and was surprised to see Su Tian's appearance. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Mr. Tang. Tang Sun was surprised that Su Tian was looking for him. Little brother, what are you looking for me for? I want Boss Tang to inquire about the water demon. The whereabouts of the water demon to be precise. Boss Tang was violently shocked when he heard this, but quickly calmed down again. Young man, what are you saying? It makes it seem as if I am now in league with the water demon in general, isn't it? Mr. Tang, maybe you can fool the others, but you can't. You and the water demon must be connected. Tang Sun laughed. Then do you have proof? Of course he didn't have any evidence. Su Tian turned to leave. There will be soon. Soon, Tang Sun saw Su Tian's back tense up. Could it be that this kid had discovered something? And how was that possible? He was a rather cautious person. At this moment, his eyes revealed killing intent. Although Tang Sun had done a lot of good things in Dongping County since he had developed himself, but that was all false behavior that he had covered himself with. On the other side, Xiaofeixia and the girls, as their own investigation progressed, Yifeng also suspected Tang Sun, but Xiaofeixia and the girls remained stubborn. How could they not want to believe it? Yifeng, why are you doubting Tang Sun like that bastard? Don't forget that Boss Tang was quite cooperative when he heard we were coming and even arranged for us to stay. He's known as a good person in Dongping County. How could he be related to the siren? Yifeng faced the four of them, and her persistence seemed fragile. Yifeng didn't know why. She felt that her premonition was not wrong. There was something wrong with that person. Absolutely. On the other side, Su Tian was on his way back when it started to rain in the sky. Su Tian put up his umbrella and walked. At this moment, Su Tian noticed the signs of a loose sewer well cover. He treated it as if he didn't see it at all and walked straight over. Suddenly the sewer well cover popped open. An ugly-looking four-legged monster lunged towards Su Tian. And just at this time a young girl appeared. Earth Shield. An Earth Shield appeared in front of Su Tian. It blocked the water demon's attack. Then in the midst of the raining environment, it was very bad for Yifeng. She looked towards Su Tian. Retreat! I can't hold on for long. The two looked at each other and immediately started running. The four-legged monsters in the back moved quite sensitively. Su Tian and Yifeng ran towards the direction where there were more people. By the time the two turned back, the other party had already disappeared. It was obvious that this monster had intelligence. Looking at the disappearing water monster, Su Tian and the others relaxed their guard. However, right at this moment, a huge creature in the sky lunged towards them. This water monster was not one but multiple. They came towards the crowd with great speed. Yifeng used her Earth Shield art to fend it off. However, her ability couldn't last long. It was at this time, Tang Yu, Li Yu, Mei Fian, Xiaofeixia and the others appeared, which changed the situation. The blood of the injured humans on the ground drove these guys crazy as they attacked faster and faster. Just at this time several black vans appeared. Stepping down the heavily armed hotbloods, they blitzed at these monsters for a while. Wang Ben, Xiaofeixia, you guys go after these water monsters. Don't let them run. Yes. Xiaofeixia and the others chased after them. Wang Ben eliminated the remaining water demons and performed a memory erasure spell on the victims from earlier. Immediately afterward, he sent them to the branch hospital under the name of the 7th Bureau for medical treatment. Looking at them in the distance, he felt something was wrong. In particular, the direction of the retreating monster's footprints seemed to be in a specific direction. Wang Ben, look at this. Wang Ben looked at the black ring-like thing in his hand and was very surprised. This isn't a control collar? How could this kind of thing be on these water demons? It's hard to believe that someone is behind these water demons. Damn! Just at this time, he looked at the 6 people who had lost their signal. Wang Ben realized that it was not good. This was making things worse. On the other side, Yifeng and the girls began to faint. Their strength began to weaken. At this moment, a figure slowly walked towards them. Tang Yu and the girls tried to keep themselves awake, but their sleepy eyes made them just want to fall asleep. They saw the person's face clearly, and they knew that they had been caught in a trap. Chapter 73, Fake Boyfriend. Xiaofeixia didn't think that what Su Tian said was true. There really was something wrong with this Dongping County's Tang Sun. I really didn't expect it to be you. Tang Sun. Tang Sun laughed. You didn't expect it? That proves that my disguise was good. I originally didn't want to lay my hands on you, but you are 5 supernatural beings, and by combining with the water demon, you will be able to give birth to even rarer life forms. I will not be able to let you go. Su Tian walked out. If you want to lay your hands on them, ask me if I'll agree. Tang Sun looked at Su Tian and laughed. Kid, you're here too. I really didn't expect you to dare to come out so blatantly. If you were to hide, I might have spared you today. Why are you suffering now? Of course it's to save them. These words made Xiaofeixia speechless. Where did this kid come to save people? He was totally just feeding these water monsters. Tang Sun was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kid. He directly let the water monsters around him charge up, tear him up. When Su Tian saw the charging water monster, he bang punched the other with 2 punches, causing the other's mind to swell, and then kicked it away. The other one was directly mounted by Su Tian. A neck-twisting kill followed. Tang Yu was stunned. This guy, what the hell? Tang Sun was also very shocked. You kid, how could you possibly be a match for a water demon? They are extremely fierce creatures. Even ferocious creatures have weaknesses. Su Tian moved his muscles. Tang Sun, come on. I see you looking for death. Attack. One by one, those water demons were knocked out by Su Tian. Tang Sun was still trying to maneuver more water demons when the object in his hand was snatched by Su Tian. It was directly destroyed by Su Tian. Those control collars fell off as well. Tang Sun looked at Su Tian. Save me, save me. However, Su Tian didn't care about this man in the slightest. He just led his teammates away. A water demon walked up to Su Tian and actually took the initiative to squat down and carry them away. Su Tian came outside. The water demon nodded its head in thanks and left. It was obvious that he was thanking him for helping them get out of the trap. He also thanked him for being merciful at the back. After all, if Su Tian moved for real, how many of them were alive? Su Tian turned around. The 5 beauties were all asleep. Each of them smelled sweet and lovely. Su Tian had bad thoughts inside, but they were quickly suppressed. After the matter of the water demon was resolved, Dongping County returned to peace. Wang Ben was on tenterhooks. Although he didn't know how they managed to get rid of the person behind the curtain. At least these 6 people didn't have any accidents. Otherwise, according to Lei Team's character, he definitely couldn't eat and walk. The base. Xiaofeixia, their memories of that day were very vague. They just knew that they were saved by a person. As for who that person was, they didn't know. Tang Yu glanced at Su Tian. It was very similar. The body type was similar. It definitely wasn't him. Tang Yu was thinking like this. Su Tian was speechless. Even if it's not me, there's no need to dislike it like this. Lei Sang looked at Su Tian. What happened that day? Su Tian spoke as he had in the original world's fictional rescue scene. They listened in disbelief. Unknown to them, they thought Su Tian was talking about a book. Much to Su Tian's surprise, they believed it all. Aha! This was too easy for them to believe. But this was a good thing. Believing was better than not believing. With the end of the university's military training, Su Tian and the others also left the 7 bureaus and began to enter the university to study. At this time, Su Tian was different from before. The current him belonged to paid schooling. This was properly a good thing for Su Tian. When Su Tian returned to school, Gu Chen complained to him, saying that these days of training had cost him half his life, and that it was crucial that his white skin had turned black. Black! It was really killing people. How could he blacken where? Gu Chen looked at Su Tian, was curious about where Su Tian had gone to. It's just a change of place to train. As for the details of what for, Su Tian didn't say. Gu Chen looked at Su Tian with a smile on his face and said, by tomorrow, my brand new college life will begin. Su Tian thought about how college life should be normal tomorrow. At this time, Su Tian's cell phone rang. It was Lin Ruoshi's call. The two conversed very simply. Just some things about starting school. Gu Chen looked at Su Tian and sighed helplessly. My brand new university hasn't even started yet, and I'm eating a mouthful of dog food. College life came. Su Tian's performance was not as dazzling, because other conspicuous packages within the class appeared. The famous rich second generation, positive class president, the pretty and cool class flower. This was also a good thing for Su Tian. Originally, Su Tian was thinking like this. However, this calmness was shattered. Su Tian, who was in class, was suddenly pulled away by Tang Yu. Gu Chen, what's the situation? Teacher, I'm taking my boyfriend out. Tang Yu was the daughter of the Tang family in Donghua City, and the Tang family was an investor in Donghua University. The teacher on the stage knew this and nodded at the student in front of him. For a moment Su Tian became the object of gossip within the economics class. What's with this Su Tian? He even knows the Tang family's daughter? Gu Chen, do you know what's going on? Gu Chen also shook his head. completely unaware of what was going on. Su Tian was brought outside. What are you doing, Tang Yu? Even if there's an urgent mission, there's no need to play like this? There's one thing I want you to help with. Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Tang Yu, Su Tian, am not stupid. You asked me to help and then are punking me. Su Tian turned to leave when his own arm was suddenly pulled. Su Tian turned around and just wanted to say something harsh, but looking at that Shui Ling Ling's helpless eyes, Su Tian was helpless. What favor do you want me to do for you? Say it. I'll help if I can, but if I can't, I won't. This was said in a very determined manner. Tang Yu glanced at Su Tian. How about you pretend to be my ex-boyfriend? You're looking for me to be your boyfriend? Su Tian looked at Tang Yu and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever here either. She pushed Su Tian away a little angry and said, if I didn't know you as the only boy right now, where would I be looking for you? Since you said so, I'd better go. Su Tian was once again pulled back. Please, help me. Tang Yu that changed her attitude. That soft tone. Su Tian thought about forgetting it. Just help. I'm charging for this. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian and said, money is not a problem. With these words Su Tian was relieved. Immediately after that, Tang Yu gave Su Tian a card with an address that wasn't an ordinary hotel. Donghua Grand Hotel. One of the living signs of Donghua City. Only people with money and status could go there. On Saturday, just go to that hotel as I promised. Remember to dress well. I don't have any money. System, Su Tian man, let's show some face, shall we? A dozen large bills were placed in Su Tian's hand. Su Tian smiled faintly. Thank you, MS. Tang. Tang Yu felt like she had found an unreliable man. She now hoped that she wouldn't lose too much face that day. Chapter 74, How dare you? Although Su Tian and Tang Yu weren't on good terms, Su Tian had every reason to screw her over. But thinking about it, Su Tian didn't. The Tang family and the Dai family have been friends for generations. Tang Yu and Dai Qian were childhood friends. But since the Tang elders' designated heir is Tang Qiqi's father, Tang Yu's father's status is in tatters. And at the same time Tang Yu's boyfriend, that is, Dai Qian, suddenly proposes a breakup, and he gets together with Tang Qiqi. Tang Qiqi suddenly asks her cousin, to dinner, obviously not in a good mood. Donghua Hotel. Tang Qiqi waited for Tang Yu with her boyfriend. Tang Qiqi, who had liked to compare herself to her cousin since she was a child, wanted to see what kind of person this cousin of hers was looking for in a man. Although her own eldest uncle had said that Tang Yu already had a new boyfriend and she didn't need to worry, she always felt that she didn't. What kind of person was Tang Yu? A young lady with very high expectations. Ordinary people couldn't even enter her eyes. Splitting up in the summer vacation and having a new boyfriend a month after school started. This progress was too fast. Tang Yu's car slowly arrived at Donghua Hotel. Her car was the same as always. There was no change. Looking at the appearing Tang Yu, she welcomed on the surface, but was actually quite disgusted on the inside. Cousin, where's brother-in-law? You mean Su Tian? He's in the back. He's usually very busy. Tang Yu also wanted to save face. Such an explanation backfired and was taken by her own cousin. Is that so? Looks like brother-in-law isn't too rich. It doesn't matter anyway. Cousin is rich. This was clearly saying that the person Tang Yu had found was poor. Dai Qian looked at Tang Yu. Even if you can't find a suitable one, there's no need to find a patchwork one. He wasn't worried about Tang Yu. He was just worried that what Tang Yu was doing was causing her to lose face. At this Tang Yu really wanted to give this man a kick. What man am I looking for? For you to say. Just at this time a black sports car appeared. Immediately after a man in a black suit walked down. Su Tian had his men pull the car over to the side. Dai Qian was surprised. The person in front of him, what kind of status, was driving a limited edition sports car. Rented? Impossible. Who would rent a car like this? Borrowed. This person is not ordinary. He stole it. Probably made the news a long time ago. Su Tian walked up to Tang Yu. What's your situation? You can't even look at my car until now? I'll upgrade it for you some other day. Tang Yu didn't expect the Su Tian to be quite playful. Okay, don't be slow. If you're any slower, I won't bother with you. Dai Qian extended his hand to introduce himself. My name is Dai Qian, heir to the Dai group in Donghua City. Nice to meet you. Su Tian, an ordinary man. Su Tian's short introduction made others realize that this Su Tian was very disrespectful, even if Su Tian was telling the truth. The onlookers took it as if Su Tian didn't look down on them and deliberately said this. Dai Qian's face was ugly. Even so, he didn't get angry. After all, the identity of the person in front of him was unknown, so it was not good to offend him. Tang Yu then took Su Tian's hand and walked inside. Tang Yu, I'll give you a surprise later. Tang Yu laughed awkwardly, then whispered, Su Tian, what are you up to again? Spending too much. I can't reimburse you. Pawning you won't do. Tang Yu gave Su Tian a blank look. Believe it or not, I'll zap you. Su Tian wrapped his arm around her small waist. You dare? Tang Yu was very angry, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only whisper, Su Tian, you're an asshole, a complete and utter asshole. Ha, you're the one who knows. The way they whispered to each other, it made Dai Qian and Tang Chichi think that they were really a young couple in love. Just at this time Donghua Hotel's boss, Kai Ming, walked out. Seeing Su Tian and Tang Yu for a while, he complimented them. Mr. Su, you come. Sorry, my schedule was full just now, and when I heard you were coming, I rushed here. I've already prepared the private room upstairs for you. Upstairs please. Donghua City's Kai Ming was not an ordinary person. The status was not ordinary. Now this man was so groveling, so humble to the Su Tian in front of him. Dai Qian was curious as to what kind of person this Su Tian was that he was so honorable. Originally, Tang Chichi thought that Su Tian was just rich, but now it was not ordinary. At this time, the more she looked at Su Tian, the more she liked him. For her own man she couldn't help but start to dislike him. Brother-in-law, what do you do? Me? Can't compare to the Dai family. Don't make much money, but some small resources are still there. Small resources? This is called small resources? Dai Qian was even more certain about Su Tian's identity. Not simple. Very not simple. Tang Chichi was becoming more and more jealous of her sister, Tang Yu. It was very hard to understand why her sister was so lucky. Even if she snatched her boyfriend, people quickly found new boyfriends, and they had to be outstanding and better than the last one. Although she was quite annoyed inside, she never showed it. The entire time they ate, they watched the duo show their love. Originally, she wanted to be angry at her godsister, but she didn't expect to end up pissing herself off. After they had eaten, Boss Kai directly waived the bill and personally sent them away. Su Tian left with Tang Yu. That Boss Kai even bowed to see them off. Tang Yu was surprised. Su Tian, how did you manage to fix Boss Kai? Do you think someone would offend their investor? Tang Yu scanned a glance at Su Tian with a look of disbelief. Such a money-grubbing fellow was so rich. Su Tian, you're lying to me. You're that rich? Believe it or not. The driver looked at Tang Yu and laughed. MS, Tang, our boss is a big investor, and he also has. Su Tian shut him up with a look. Su Tian wasn't showing off today. He was just giving Tang Yu a face to save her from targeting her later. Tang Yu, how was your performance today? Settle your wages. Tang Yu and the driver both froze. Tang Yu took out a stack of money. Looks like you still don't have any money. Really don't know whose name you're acting under. Tang Yu then got out of the car and left. The driver was puzzled. How could his own boss be so petty? Just at this time Su Tian looked at the man. Didn't you say before that your child was born? You take this money. Boss, you're this? It's too much. You're not just my specialized driver. You're my brother and right-hand man. Take it. It's a token of my appreciation. Immediately after that, Su Tian got out of the car and left in style. It appeared as if Su Tian was a man of wealth, but in reality, Su Tian was not. This boss of mine is really a weirdo. Looking at the money in his hand, he was again grateful to his boss. If it wasn't for Su Tian taking him in as his chauffeur that summer vacation, it was unknown where he would be running around right now. He had served many upper-class people, but he was the first one like Su Tian. Chapter 75, I'll take care of this. Su Tian returned to Donghua University, which was currently surrounded by a crowd of people. Such a lively scene was not simple at first glance. At this moment, Mu Jie appeared surrounded by a group of people. He had been sought after by many people in Kirin High School, and now that he had made his debut, he was even more sought after by many people. Can face value be a meal? Maybe not before, but now it does. Not to mention the fact that the Mu family had plenty of money, so they could still make a name for themselves. He could have a much smoother path than those without money. Today's Mu Jie is not only a freshman at Donghua University, but also a rising star in the entertainment industry. Mu Jie left surrounded by a bunch of people. Is this kid doing well? Although they were classmates, the relationship wasn't that good, so Su Tian acted as if he didn't see anything, and went about doing whatever he needed to do. The next day, Mu Jie's posters were plastered everywhere. Gu Chen saw it was very sour. He hadn't expected this Mu Jie to be so hot, and there were so many thieving girls who liked him. This was exactly what Gu Chen wanted to experience. In Kirin High School, Gu Chen had excellent grades and there were many girls surrounding him. When he went to Donghua University, it became different. There were fewer problems, taking the initiative to approach other girls. Surprisingly, he was considered to have ulterior motives. Although he did, but being directly exposed by the other girl, Gu Chen's heart was about to be stabbed through. Jealousy. It made Gu Chen not a little bit favorable towards this high school classmate who used to be in one. Old Su, aren't you jealous? Su Tian was astonished. Why should I be jealous? People live other people's lives. I live my life. His business has nothing to do with me. Looking at such a dashing Su Tian, Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Old Su, ah old Su, you're really relaxed. No wonder you've led such a sprightly life from high school until now. It's not like me, living like this. Looking at Gu Chen's appearance, Su Tian looked at Gu Chen's unlucky look, then laughed. I'll take you to a good place. The good place Su Tian was talking about wasn't much of a good place. Gu Chen wanted to refuse, but on second thought it's not high school. He is now a college student. What's wrong with being a wanderer? 10 years of hard study, not just for the university, can be easier? Then graduate and find a good job? Gu Chen agreed. Of course he wants some preparation. Su Tian said the time, and the guy was nowhere to be seen. How exciting it was. No wonder. Right now Gu Chen was like a beast that had been suppressed for over a decade and was suddenly free, obviously going a little crazy. After finishing the daytime classes, Su Tian let the driver pick them up. When Su Tian saw Gu Chen, my goodness, big gold chain, big watch, and a sable. This is very much like being a rich man. Old Su, what's my outfit like? Su Tian was helpless. It was hard to comment. As long as you're happy. Looking at the car in front of him, Gu Chen was surprised. This cost quite a bit of money, didn't it? It was an ordinary BMW, but it was mid-range. If it was a limited edition, wouldn't he be surprised to death? Get in. You don't have to pay for it. The man smiled and walked in. The joy on his face could not be suppressed. Su Tian also walked up. The duo then arrived at the bar. Looking at the colorful neon lights, Gu Chen straightened his clothes 3 times. Su Tian led Gu Chen inside. The atmosphere in the bar was very unique, with dim lights and disorienting smoke intertwined, creating a mysterious and romantic atmosphere. The very powerful music drove the hormones of the young people. Let them dance their bodies with abandon. The bartender at the mixing table was skillful, playing with juggling ability. They skillfully mixed various drinks together to create colorful cocktails. The spectators applauded while the patrons savored. Everything about the bar was full of temptation for Gu Chen, who had never seen what a bar looked like and naturally had no idea what the scene was like inside. At first, he was a bit put out, but under the influence of the atmosphere, Gu Chen became a completely different kind of person. Su Tian, on the other hand, savored the small drink at the bar. A woman then walked towards him. Su Tian was surprised. Tang Yu? Su Tian, I really didn't expect you to be here as well. You men are really all the same. The same? Su Tian was surprised, then explained, I'm just having a drink. Just having a drink. She followed Su Tian's gaze and looked at him as he looked at a few beautiful women in powerful outfits. She looked at him with contempt. Drinking is fake. Looking at beautiful women is real. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Su Tian looked at Tang Yu. Came alone? She crossed her arms. Then you guessed wrong. I didn't come alone. At this moment, Tang Yu's heart, jealous? I'll let you fall into the jealous jar. Actually, Su Tian, how many of you came is none of my business. I'm just asking. Otherwise it's embarrassing. Just at this time a girl greeted towards Tang Yu. That person should be her friend. Tang Yu, come over here. Tang Yu glanced at Su Tian. Bastard man. I'm leaving first. Alas alas. You woman. Nothing to call someone an asshole. Manners? Tang Yu played with her little sister. Su Tian pressed a mouthful of cocktail. Previously, he felt how high class this wine was, but now it was not as good as a drink he went to the supermarket to buy. Some things really are just pretty to look at. Just at this time Tang Yu was being pestered. It was no wonder that in a crowded place, it was inevitable that some people's own hands and feet were unsettled. Because Tang Yu's friend was touched by a salty pig's hand, Tang Yu threw a slap in the face. As a result, the other party's identity was not simple. Tang Yu clashed with them and fixed those people up for a while. Immediately after that, the other party called for more people. Little girl, you're quite capable. At this moment, Gu Chen walked up to Su Tian. Shall we go help? Help? Su Tian looked at Gu Chen. Old Gu, how are you going to help? Are you going to help us? That girl only interacted with you just now bouncing around. Are you going to lay down your life? Su Tian, Brother Tian, Master Tian, do me a favor. I say, old Gu, can't we be a bit more honorable? Gu Chen said helplessly. Old Su, I also want to show off, but I really can't fight. Su Tian looked at Gu Chen. Go! Gu Chen shouted. Let go of that girl. Immediately after that, Su Tian put one down with a punch. Gu Chen glowed profusely. The man sized up the man with the gold chain. Who are you? Come to mess with me. Mu Jie. Su Tian, hee hee. This kid has turned bad now too. Kid, want to play Valor Saves Beauty? Is that it? Can we afford to play with this many people? Just at this time a group of people rushed in. My big brother's men are here. I'll see how you can leave here safely today. Keep the women for the night. Kill the men now. Gu Chen looked towards Su Tian. Su Tian was calm. At this moment, Tang Yu wanted to use his superpower. Using superpowers casually against these ordinary people, it would be hard to go back and reprimand her. Su Tian suppressed her. I'll handle this matter. Chapter 76, This Woman. Did you have a grudge against me in your past life? You'll handle this matter? Tang Yu was astonished. So many people, how are you going to handle it? She was all unsure. Even if Wang Ben came, the situation wouldn't be much better. Just at this time Su Tian looked at the man's boss, Li Dagger. How do you manage your men? Because Li Dagger had just started to focus all his attention on Gu Chen, he ignored Su Tian's presence. No, he heard that familiar voice, looked at that familiar person, was surprised. Big brother, so it's you. Still no, I'm your big brother. How do you what little brother all hand? My friend's friend was touched by him. Li Dagger looked at the man. Which hand touched? Right hand. Li Dagger made a look and hit his right hand with a stick. The man knelt down in pain. Li Dagger looked at Su Tian and said with a smile, Big brother, today is a misunderstanding. Next you guys make good. I'm going back, or else it'll be too late and we'll have to stay out for the night. Okay, big brother. They were shocked as they looked at Li Dao's respectful appearance. After Tang Yu walked out the door, she looked at Su Tian and questioned, Who the hell are you? Just an ordinary Donghua University student. An ordinary student? Where was Su Tian? Even if he was acting under someone else's name, this was too much power. Tang Yu knew that he had guessed wrong from the start. This Su Tian wasn't simple, very uncomplicated to be precise. Su Tian is not willing to reveal too much. That mouth bites dead. She also stopped asking. They then headed towards the school. Because the car could only sit 4 people, Su Tian let that driver get off work early, and he took the initiative to be the driver. He had given Gu Chen enough face. Su Tian was the bodyguard, and Tang Yu's friend believed it. It was obvious that Tang Yu's friend and Gu Chen saw eye to eye, but Tang Yu didn't believe it, because those people didn't give Gu Chen the slightest bit of face when they saw him. But seeing Su Tian gave face, he knew that this Su Tian was not an ordinary person. Looking at her friend who was in love with her brain, Tang Yu didn't say anything. She sat on the co-pilot and looked at Su Tian. For some reason, she was curious about the man in front of her. They arrived at the school, but it turned out that the school gates were closed. There was no place to go. Ravenous, Tang Yu glanced at her cell phone. The houses here are full. What bad luck today. Su Tian glanced at it. There were places to live, but there were none attached to this Miss Tang Yu's residence. Tang Yu suddenly thought of his relative's house, so he asked Su Tian to drive to the nearby Zhu Family International Hotel. It was her distant cousin Zhu Yin's hotel. Last year on her birthday, this distant cousin of hers gave her a card. With this card, she wanted to stay at the Zhu Family International Hotel not only without a penny, but more crucially, she could pick and choose those as long as the empty house she can choose. It wasn't a holiday now, and there was no situation where it was full. They arrived at the Zhu Family International Hotel. Tang Yu took out the card that the Zhu family had given her, thinking of booking a few rooms. It turned out that she couldn't use this card. The receptionist looked at Tang Yu and said, This card is now a waste card. If a few of you want to stay, this is our hotel's price list. To put it bluntly, your privileges are gone. Want to check in? Get the money. Tang Yu thought about calling his cousin. As a result, the phone had been in a state of not being able to get through. Once she had a phone call, her cousin had been through every time. What was going on now? She suddenly thought of something. Before, her dad was considered the heir to the Tang family estate, but not anymore. Without that status, all those privileges she enjoyed before were gone. Originally, she had wanted to show off in Su Tian. Now it was quite laughable. Su Tian glanced at the receptionist. What's your boss's phone number? How come this card can't be used anymore? Isn't it still in its expiration date? The woman said impatiently. It can't be used. It just can't be used. Su Tian made a call. Boss Zhu, your family's privilege card can't be used. Send someone to explain this to me. Impossible. Our family's privilege card on sale is valid for 5 years. Why can't my friend Tang Yu's card be used? The receptionist looked at Su Tian, thinking he was acting. As a result, Su Tian gave her the card again and it worked. The woman had a surprised look on her face, followed by a couple of waitresses walking over. Manager? The very beautifully dressed waitress walked over to Su Tian and Tang Yu to apologize. Afterwards, they led them up the stairs, for superior rooms. Su Tian found the rooms and let them rest. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian. Who did you call? I call whoever is in charge of the Zhu family. How did you recognize them? Su Tian didn't say anything and went directly into his room to rest. What's the situation with this guy? Obviously rich, but still greedy for my pocket money. She was a bit haunted about what happened before. Just as she returned to her room, her own cousin Juyin called back. In a sincere tone, she apologized to her. This made Tang Yu realize that this Su Tian's identity was not simple. On the other side, a woman came to Su Tian's room. Tang Yu looked at the woman with a very beautiful body. She, who had originally started to feel a little good about Su Tian, now had a face of anger. Men are really one of a kind. Inside the room, Su Tian looked at the woman with a slight smile. Nanny Elizabeth, what's your situation? looking for me so urgently? Look at this. Su Tian then realized that there were storm clouds in the stock market tomorrow. It seemed like it was time to work overtime. There was a vicious battle tomorrow. In order to do so, Su Tian turned on his analyzing skills to make sure he survived the stock market storm tomorrow. Gu Chen and the others were ready to leave after lunch. The door to Su Tian's room hadn't been opened. Gu Chen wanted to find Su Tian, but was stopped by the waiter. Tang Yu sneered, quite capable of playing, getting to the point where you can't even get out of bed now. Tang Yu left with her girlfriends. Gu Chen also went back to school. Su Tian returned to school after a busy day. Over here, Lei Sang gave him Su Tian's assignment. His partner was Tang Yu. Who would have thought that this Tang Yu didn't give a damn about him? Su Tian sent a message did not return. Su Tian found Tang Yu face to face and told her the matter. Tang Yu nodded. I know. Looking at Tang Yu's appearance, as if she hadn't received her message for a little bit, Su Tian quickly reacted. You won't pull the plug on me, right? Can't I? It's my freedom to pull black or not. Don't worry, I'll still carry out the mission properly. You scum! Tang Yu turned around and left. Su Tian, I seem to have been scolded again just now. Su Tian didn't know where he had offended her, coming up to give himself the title of scumman. This woman, did she have a grudge against me in her past life? Su Tian thought that 80% of them had a grudge. Forget it, what am I bothering with her for? Chapter 77, Su Tian who doesn't really like being passive. Security? Wait a minute, it's not an errand I'm that eager to take on, especially not Maki's errand. Su Tian was helpless, didn't want to take it, but it was indeed Team Lei's death order. Protect that person from being attacked by the weirdo. That weirdo had already taken several people's voices. As for the identity of the weirdo, it seemed to be the voice thief Ainarut. Loves beautiful voices, also likes to take it away. A dozen young stars have lost their singing voices by now. The point is that this guy can take on the likeness of the other person's favorite person, or any other passerby character. It makes people unable to defend themselves. Su Tian and Tang Yu performed the defense first. After that, Li Yu, Mei Fian, Xia Feixia, and Yi Feng, who had finished their tasks, would come over to support them. Hearing this, they were quite relieved inside. After all, the two of them were indeed limited in their defense work. This Mu Jie was another playful master. They were on the verge of running into their old moms. This Mu Jieki even threatened them that it was their dereliction of duty to not protect it well. He was going to complain. If it wasn't for Lei Sang's strong orders, Su Tian would have quit long ago, who had nothing to do but find offense here. Mu Jie's condescending appearance was something even Tang Yu couldn't look down on. Such a person even existed in this world. Speechless to the extreme. Even if speechless, the two people's work should still be done. Taking the least amount of money and doing the least favorite thing. This kid, Mu Jie, was deliberately tossing people around? Su Tian really wanted to not ask. Not long after, Su Tian went to slack off. Serving a grandpa, he wasn't going to do it. And with their tight defense, how was Anirudh going to do it? Being passive was never Su Tian's favorite. Even if this kind of thing, the 7th Bureau's Thunder team was disagreeable, Su Tian didn't care. His ultimate goal was to take down Ainarut anyway. It was the same as theirs. As long as the mission was successful, they had nothing to say. It was this Mu Jie who was afraid to be miserable, going to be the bait back. Tang Yu looked around. He had thought that Su Tian was a reliable person, but he hadn't expected Su Tian to be this unreliable. Just at this time, Su Tian appeared and even changed his outfit. Tang Yu was already displeased and directly walked forward. I say, student Su Tian, you really have the grace to still have time to change clothes. You really aren't afraid that something will happen. The corner of Su Tian's mouth revealed a weird smile. Immediately afterward, blue lightning emanated from Su Tian's hand, instantly knocking Tang Yu to the ground. He then walked inside. He always felt like something was tracking him. Anirudh turned around and didn't find anything. He then entered the room. Mu Jie watched Su Tian appear with a slight smile. Old classmate, you've come at the right time. Help me brew the coffee and bring it over at 30 degrees Celsius. Got it? Su Tian suddenly changed his appearance. Blue skin, big red eyes, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Those four fin-like arms and legs were paired with a long tail. Where had this kind of creature Mu Jie ever seen before? His eyes were filled with terror. His body couldn't help but back away. As the monster approached, he shouted, "Mom, help!" His pants turned wet. Seeing that the monster was about to pounce over, Su Tian lifted his invisibility, then grabbed the other party's tail and flung it out. As for that, it had long since fainted in fear. Anirudh looked at Su Tian and opened his own bloody mouth. Kid, you seek death. Su Tian wasn't some ordinary person. If he was looking for death, he wouldn't have appeared. Su Tian dodged easily, letting Anirudh pounce on him. Immediately after, he spat out corrosive liquid. Su Tian dodged quickly. Suddenly Su Tian saw a knife, but unfortunately it was a display item and did not have an open blade. but that didn't stop Su Tian. Su Tian cast magic on this knife, directly opening the blade. Anirudh looked at Su Tian and moved to kill. Kid, you're a magician. Just in time. I'll eat you to make up for it. Su Tian sneered. Then 10 seconds later, Su Tian closed the blade and put it back in place. All that was left of that Anirudh was a piece of the corpse, a total of 360 pieces. He could have lived for a few more years if he hadn't met Su Tian, the old sixth, but he was rather unfortunate. These corpses then turned into water and evaporated. Just at this time, the door opened. A sharp blade came towards him. Su Tian quickly dodged out of the way. Tang Yu had come to her senses at this time. It was obvious that Tang Yu had mistaken Su Tian for Anirudh. I'm Su Tian. How the scene looked at this moment. Su Tian was Anirudh. Trying to trick me is impossible. Su Tian flexibly dodged. He then circled around behind her. Tang Yu then realized that this was really Su Tian. You're really Su Tian. Where's that guy? Nope. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian's hand. Spread out. Only then did Su Tian let go. The Mu Jie on the ground was just too wretched. Tang Yu then called Lei Sang to report. The aftermath quickly arrived. After this mission was completed, Su Tian and Tang Yu were called to the 7th Bureau. Tang Yu received a commendation. Su Tian, however, was left behind. Lei San knew Anirudh very well. This guy was a cautious fellow who wouldn't act rashly on weekdays. This matter was obvious that Su Tian had adopted his own plan behind his back. Su Tian, does this matter have to be explained? Lei Sang's sophisticated eyes looked uncomfortable at Su Tian. Su Tian looked at Lei Sang with an innocent look on his face. Team Lei, what do you want me to explain? I don't quite understand a bit about this matter of you disobeying orders. Su Tian laughed. Team Lei, you're saying this as if I intentionally let Anirudh take advantage of the situation. I only had an upset stomach at the time, which allowed the other party to discover the gap. If Team Lei has to blame right and wrong, it must be due to the lack of manpower. Raisin froze when he heard this. This kid was putting the blame on him. Su Tian, do you mean you're talking about my problems with these words? Team Lei, how can you think like this? It was originally the problem of insufficient manpower that allowed the other party to exploit the situation. There's no need for us to look for bones and eggs and find trouble over nothing. Both of us are right. If we want to blame it, we can only blame our opponent for being too cunning. Lei San nodded slightly. It suddenly felt wrong. It wasn't like he had any evidence about Su Tian at this point. This matter had no serious consequences anyway. Then forget about it. After Su Tian left, a woman in a white coat walked in. Team Lei, Anirudh's genes were indeed detected in that room, but the strange thing is that every cell of Anirudh, who had a strong resurrection ability, was damaged. This kind of ability is simply impossible for an ordinary person to do. What's even stranger is that the same genetic residue was detected on the unopened knife, which couldn't possibly have been the weapon that wiped out Anirudh. This detection result was contradictory to the facts. It was also true that Su Tian decapitated Anirudh in the video. Could there have been help from outsiders? This was still impossible to say. But Ruzin was more suspicious of Su Tian. But there was nothing special about Su Tian, except for his stronger physical qualities. There was no difference between his examination results and those of an ordinary person. It's really strange. Chapter 78, Daily Earnings. The fall singing contest ended successfully. Guqin didn't get the autograph he wanted. At this time, he was sad and miserable. At least he was a classmate. That Mu Jie did not give him any face. Not only did he not see his face, but he was also kicked out by the people around Mu Jie, who also said he was a fake classmate. He boasted towards the female classmates that he knew Mu Jie. Now it's a joke. Without a signature, how could he deliver? He scratched his hair, muttering, it's over. It's really over. Just at this time Su Tian brought up a few autographs. Do you want 50 for one? Guchen looked at Su Tian in front of him, and then looked at the signatures in front of him. Old Su, is this for real? Of course it's real. I personally watched him write it. As for why Mu Jie agreed, it wasn't because of classmate love at all. Rather, it was because of the photo in Su Tian's hand. That day, although Su Tian had saved Mu Jie, he had also taken a picture of him wetting his pants. As for how it was there, Mu Jie didn't know. But about this photo Mu Jie clear. That was something that absolutely could not be allowed to be distributed by Su Tian. No, not only did he not complain about Su Tian, he also helped Su Tian write many signatures. The cost of one was just $10. With a signature you could sell 150, much more profit. Mu Jie himself knew about what Su Tian had done, but he also turned a blind eye. Who made Su Tian a famous asshole? Guchen looked at Su Tian and asked curiously, Old Su, how did you do it? Su Tian smiled faintly. Secret. It was better not to say such despicable things, making it seem like it was a drop in the bucket. At this time, Guchen couldn't care less about digging to the bottom. For Guchen, anyway, with this signature on the line, this way their face will not fall greatly. Su Tian made a small fortune with this photo.
Tang Yu heard Su Tian selling star signatures, thought he heard wrong. Who would have thought that Su Tian really doing? She was confused about Su Tian's true identity. The people she sent to investigate Su Tian all said that Su Tian was an ordinary person. But there was no actually seeing where Su Tian was ordinary. The owner of Donghua Hotel, the person that Master Knife gave face to, where is he considered an ordinary person? To say that Su Tian has status, there is status. It's unlikely that Su Tian is doing all these petty favors, but it's unlikely that in real life Su Tian is doing it. Tang Yu, this man is really inscrutable. People chasing stars, Su Tian making money. There's no one else in the economics class. Su Tian is quite good at following the trend. Tang Yu and Su Tian met in the open class. Much to the surprise of others, Su Tian appeared carrying a large bag. This student, are you traveling? A classmate led the way by choking Su Tian. It caused the surrounding students to laugh. However, Su Tian treated those people as air. He put his own bag aside by himself. Su Tian then put on his own headphones. Such a capricious person. Tang Yu had also truly seen it. Gu Chen was not surprised. For Su Tian, he had already gotten used to it. He wasn't very good at changing himself because of what other people thought. You could say he was someone who lived in his own world, but he was that different. You live your life, I live mine. Seemingly detached from the world, but blending into it. Outside the window, the rain began to fall. This weird weather, it's getting heavier and heavier. With the sound of the class ringing out, the voices of discussion gradually calmed down. In the classroom the teacher was lecturing and the students below were busy with their own business. Of course there were also some motivated students. They want to get scholarships. They want to go to graduate school. The teacher finished his lesson and prepared to leave. Su Tian carried his large backpack and left. The students within the class were worried about what to do next. At this moment yelling appeared. Limited edition umbrellas 51, 280, one for you and one for me. Our emotions are top notch. Brotherhood, love, are not as good as umbrella love. Coming out in time, most of them didn't bring umbrellas. It was cold in Chile with such heavy rain. $50 was too expensive. The students who had just started to look down on Su Tian's big bag and mock Su Tian's big bag were dumbfounded. Su Tian directly used this big bag to do business, even though it was expensive. But there were still people who bought it. Gu Chen had wanted to play brotherly love, but ended up being pulled to sell umbrellas. In the end, he left with an umbrella and his favorite girl. Tang Yu glanced at Su Tian. You're really a businessman's material. Su Tian looked at Tang Yu and smiled. Thanks for the compliment. That I want an umbrella. I'm sorry classmate. I'm just left with $100 umbrella now. What? $100? You're robbing ah? Su Tian looked at the sky. The rain in that sky was getting heavier and heavier. That person could only buy it. Tang Yu looked at Su Tian. Does that have any more umbrellas? I want one. Su Tian shrugged his shoulders. Opportunities don't wait for people. Bye. Su Tian picked up his umbrella and was about to leave. Tang Yu really didn't want to get wet, because she couldn't get wet with these clothes. She directly entered Su Tian's umbrella. Send me back. On what grounds, little fairy? Tang Yu took out a few tickets. Su Tian grinned. I'll send them. Tang Yu felt that this Su Tian was completely falling out of his money eyes. When people returned to the dormitory it was to take a hot bath. Su Tian, on the other hand, was counting money. Su Tian didn't expect this day's pure profit to reach thousands of dollars. The day earns $1,000. He then started updating his novel again. He started working on the computer. On the other hand, the girls' group was full of gossip about Su Tian, probably because this kid was too heartless to make money, and that money-making method was too ruthless. A daily $10 umbrella according to $50 and $100 to sell. The key to the Su Tian for the girl who showed him favor or this price. This Su Tian is single, right? That guy is a money junkie. If he's not single, who is? A man who doesn't know how to be funny. Absolutely no girls will like him. What do you mean absolutely? Not at all. At this time, Tang Yu was listening to their conversation, feeling very strange that he was angry. People even if they don't have it, it's not something you can worry about. People make money. It's none of your business. After saying that, Tang Yu herself was surprised. She had actually helped Su Tian. She herself couldn't believe that she was speaking for Su Tian. The woman next to her was also surprised. What's wrong with her? Who knows? These big ladies are always inexplicable. The women continued to wash their hair. On the other side, the school posting bar was on fire. The matter of Su Tian selling umbrellas at a high price was in full swing. The online voices showed two kinds. There were those who were supportive and forceful. There were also those who said that this practice of Su Tian was too much. Asked Su Tian to return the money. Su Tian simply ignore this. Dip his light maybe? Su Tian, an expert debater, chose to remain silent. The system is very incomprehensible. You're just tolerating it? Su Tian, is it hard for me to argue with them?
and in itself, this business is a willingness to fight. It's their business if they are dissatisfied, and this matter is obviously someone deliberately targeting. Let's find that person out first. Chapter 79, An Old Friend is Here. The voices targeted on the internet were full of malice. Su Tian utilized his computer skills to quickly capture the person who was behind that manipulation of public opinion. Following the trail, Su Tian found the culprit. It was at this time that someone shook out the fact that Mu Jia had bought mercenaries to attack Su Tian. This surprised Su Tian. He hadn't expected that someone from this school would be willing to help him. This time, Mu Jia could be considered to have lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. People's families had money. One could only suppress the news. The post about Su Tian selling umbrellas at a high price was nowhere to be seen. This could be considered a real good thing for Su Tian. This side of Su Tian looked at his room as very empty. Simply in his room to sell snacks. A single item was just about 50 cents and $1 more expensive than the ones outside. Because there are more things during the day. That is, it is also open at night, and individually during the day. 7th Bureau. Lei San was surprised to hear the news reported by his men. Especially hearing Su Tian's news. Other people's news is serious. To Su Tian there is a sudden change in the picture. Addicted to doing business, and had made a lot of money. Lei Sang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They had previously suspected that Su Tian was most likely a hidden superpower. Now it looked like they had overestimated Su Tian. I really don't know what we've been fooling around with in recent times. Su Nanning, who had once been very skeptical of Su Tian, now couldn't doubt Su Tian in any way. After all, a guy who was always thinking about making money. If he had superpowers, would he still care about these petty profits? Gu Chen came to the place where Su Tian lived. Looking at Su Tian's room, it was completely a grocery store. Old Su, your kid is going to start a college business. Su Tian looked surprised at Gu Chen's appearance. Why are you guy here? Is there something important? I couldn't come to see you. Su Tian knew that this kid had nothing to do. Alright, Gu Chen, just don't beat around the bush for me. Tell me what's going on. Gu Chen laughed. I really can't hide it from you. That phantom has appeared. Because Gu Chen had once been taken over by Prince Phantom. He could feel Phantom's aura. They had disappeared for a long time and reappeared. Su Tian had a very bad premonition. Gu Chen, it's that guy. It's that guy. The wind whistled. A woman stepped on high heels and walked down from the helicopter. The woman took off her sunglasses and looked around with a slight smile. Su Tian, I'm back. Immediately after that, a woman took the case in Gan Rong's hand. Doctor, they've all come. Gan Rong nodded slightly. They then walked together towards a building. Su Tian didn't know why, but he always had a cold wind swishing at his back. At this time, the 7th Bureau also transmitted an order for an emergency gathering. Su Tian realized that something big was about to happen in Donghua City. The 7 bureaus, the people coming and going at this time made Su Tian realize that the situation was not simple. By the time Su Tian reached Lei Sang's office, at this moment, Lei Sang tensed his face. The look was very solemn. Tang Yu and the girls also hurriedly arrived. There were no less than one of their 5 elemental warlocks. Wang Ben and the elite squad also arrived. Su Nanning looked at Lei Sang. Team Lei, all 4 teams are assembled. Lei Sang looked at them, pausing for a moment, then said, Comrades, according to our latest situation, a group of superpowered people group has arrived in Donghua City. This group is the same group as the ones who wanted to destroy Dongyu County in the first place. Regardless of what purpose these people have, we must be wary of them and not be careless. Is that clear? Tang Yu and the others stepped forward. Team Lei, with the 7th Bureau giving the order for the highest alert. The people of the 7 bureaus in Donghua City all began to move. Night, Su Tian and Yifang patrolled the 3rd street of Donghua City. Because of the special pass from the university, they didn't have to worry about going back late and not being able to enter the university gates. Su Tian and Yifang were patrolling separately. Yifang was an earth magician among the 5 elemental magicians. She could use the earth to sense the enemies around her. As expected, she quickly discovered the end. There was a person who had been watching them from the beginning. It was at this time that she and the other person locked eyes. The woman descended from a great height and simply snapped her fingers twice. 2 tornadoes appeared right in the city. People fled in all directions when they saw the tornadoes. Yifang looked at the woman in front of her. Who are you? I'm Han Xiao, a wind warlock, the same as you, an earth warlock. I really didn't think about the earth sensing technique. You applied it so well. I wonder if you can carry my attack. The woman's hand condensed a spinning lance as if it was an adamantine drill. Yifang quickly made an earth shield to resist it. As a result, Yifang was no match for the other party. The earth shield directly scattered in all directions. Yifang retreated. She had never imagined that the person in front of her was so strong. Just as the opponent launched another attack, Yifang used the earth cone technique. Those earth cones with prongs went straight towards Yifang. As a result,
They were directly dispersed by the wind bombs that Han Xiao created. Han Xiao looked at Yi Fong in front of him and smiled smugly. The rumored 7 bureaus are nothing more than that. You superpowers are useless. Just at this time, Tang Yu and Li Yu arrived. Even so, Han Xiao didn't enter the middle of a disadvantage. Su Tian, who was watching the battle, was also surprised. Was this warlock this bullish? Su Tian sensed his opponent's powerful magical aura. When Su Tian decided to strike, the woman chose to retreat. What's the situation? Su Tian's gaze looked into the distance. This skill, clairvoyance. Just at this time the other party had also sensed his presence. Su Tian quickly stealthed and dodged. At this moment, the rest of the 7 battalions arrived. Yi Fong and the others had been taken away, and Su Tian looked at them and saw that they had all suffered considerable injuries. Immediately afterward, snowflakes fell from the sky. Looking at the snowflakes, Su Tian felt that something was wrong. This might not be a snowflake. Instead, it was a catastrophe. The young girl on the high tower walked down and was stopped before she could take a few steps. Han Zhao's weapon was aimed at her. Who told you to order a retreat? I haven't had my fun yet. With backup arriving from Bureau 7 and you're letting the mission be completed. I don't feel like you're taking a huge risk staying there. The doctor said everything was according to her plan. Han Xiao was angry, but it was the doctor's plan after all. I'll let you off this time for the doctor's sake. Next, please set up the wind formation. I don't need your command. I'll do it right. Immediately afterward, Han Xiao disappeared from her view. She was still as furtive as ever. The woman picked up the phone. Doctor, the plan is in order. Snowflakes were falling and a cold wind was blowing. Lei San sipped hot water and looked behind her. What's going on here? I don't know. Things are still under investigation. What are you guys doing for food? I'm going to investigate personally. Chapter 80, Ganjing. Team Lei personally went to the front line. The situation in East China was investigated. According to the data provided by the Nature Bureau, he learned that this wintry weather is by no means a normal phenomenon. Now he sent his own men forward to investigate. The snow-covered city was a blank slate, so it was not easy to find out the cause. The snowflakes were still falling. The snow in Donghua City was thicker than the knees. Even the snowplows had stopped. Now the 7th Bureau didn't know how to deal with the situation. At this moment, Lei San came up with the idea that these water melted. This was easy to say, but really practicing it wasn't that easy. Although Xia Feixia used the fire attribute in a perfect manner, but Xia Feixia couldn't melt so much snow. What could be done about this? Su Nanning proposed to fuse the power of the other 4 into Xia Feixia's body. Lei Sang listened to this as a good idea. As for the investigation, it fell to Wang Ben and Su Tian. Wang Ben looked at Su Tian. Is your friend reliable? Can we find an informant with this? You have a way? Wang Ben could only laugh bitterly at this, because he really didn't have a solution. Su Tian looked at Gu Chen. Can you still hold on? Still okay. Gu Chen's help allowed them to quickly find Prince Phantom. Wang Ben was frozen and he wanted to solve the trouble as soon as possible. Wang Ben charged straight up, and Su Tian just wanted to say something. As a result, Wang Ben was choked. Prince Phantom's ability was not simple at all, although Wang Ben's fighting ability was very strong, but suspended in the air. Wang Ben was like a dehydrated landed fish at the mercy of others. Just as Wang Ben was thrown out, Su Tian caught Wang Ben. After Su Tian and Prince Phantom locked eyes, he laughed, then jumped through the window. Immediately after that, he deployed his paraglider. This Phantom Prince had learned to be smart. Su Tian looked at the potted cactus next to him. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He opened his skill and threw it directly. The Phantom Prince was just about to taunt Su Tian for not being able to catch up when he was hit by the sudden cactus potted plant. He plummeted directly from below. Prince Phantom, who had fallen into the snow, was injured. He hadn't expected to be that unlucky. Su Tian had directly created a doppelganger to follow Wang Ben to find Prince Phantom in order to avoid him slipping away, while Su Tian's main body had already arrived in front of Prince Phantom. Su Tian, you guy, you're still as vicious as before. How dare you use a cactus to throw people off? Prince Phantom said as he pulled out the thorns on his body. You forced me to do this. The Phantom Prince directly giganticized. This time the wolf he turned into was different from before, with 3 tails, and the mark of purple flames appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that Prince Phantom had grown a lot during this period. Su Tian, I'm not the same person I was before. Today you brat will surely die. The Phantom Prince opened his mouth full of fangs, pouncing towards Su Tian. Su Tian directly kicked, causing the Phantom Prince to let out a wail. Immediately after that, Su Tian grabbed his tail and directly ripped off 2 tails hard. How big the words were before. How fast the punch in the face would come now. Prince Phantom's eyes stared at Su Tian. Su Tian then needed a kick. This Phantom Prince turned into human form and directly begged for mercy. By the time they arrived, Su Tian disappeared and then merged with his doppelganger.
Wang Ben Guang went to pay attention to Prince Phantom. Looking at the miserable-looking Prince Phantom, Wang Ben began to inquire. Originally, Prince Phantom didn't want to say anything, but Su Tian's eyes that could knife him finally made him say it. Only then did Su Tian and the others realize the culprit who had created this disaster. After learning the location, Su Tian and Wang Ben had a direction to go and investigate. They arrived at the place Prince Phantom had said when it was almost nighttime. Looking at the huge magic formation, Wang Ben directly took out his pistol and shot it. However, the bullet stopped in front of the warlock who was close to the one creating the snowflakes. Wind shield. Han Shao bounced the bullet back. Wang Ben took a direct hit to his arm. The three of them then retreated. Guchen took Wang Ben to the right and Su Tian said he was going to the left. In reality, he went for the aftermath. As Han Shao chased after them, he saw Su Tian blocking their way. Kid, aren't you afraid of death? How dare you block my way? Su Tian looked at Han Shao and said, I don't want to be your enemy. Stop what you're doing and I can let you go. Han Shao sneered. Who do you think you are? Stinking man. Suffer. Su Tian looked at the wind blade and directly dissolved it with ease. Han Shao was very surprised. How is it possible? Su Tian held her hand. This superpower doesn't suit you. I'll take it. Han Shao suddenly realized something. You're Su Tian. That's right. Han Zhao's superpower was stripped away by Su Tian, followed by Su Tian looking at Sherman and stripping her of her superpower as well. Su Tian then entered their general command. It turned out that there was no old acquaintance of Su Tian's inside, only a young girl, Sherman, the clairvoyant. As the red light rushed into the sky, blazing hot, it caused the ice and snow to melt quickly. Su Tian realized something was wrong. Crap! Fell for it. Just then Su Tian received a call from the 7th Bureau. Support was already on its way. Sherman looked at Su Tian. Can you do me a favor? Su Tian was surprised, but from her actions Su Tian understood that she didn't want her own superpower. Su Tian took away her superpower. Sherman looked at Su Tian and said, Thank you. What the hell is gone wrong up to? I can tell you, but you have to help the three of us get out of this. Su Tian agreed. Su Tian disguised them as victims, and rewrote Wang Ben and Gu Chen's memories. They came to pounce. After they got out of the trap, a recording was passed to Su Tian, who then learned of Gone Wrong's plan. However, it wasn't long before Su Tian learned of this news. The 7th Bureau was attacked and some important information was lost, but the crisis in East China City was sort of lifted. Inside the experiment, Gone Wrong smiled as he looked at the information that Shuang had brought. These things have finally been obtained. Soon her bug will be lifted. With her help, immortality is no longer a legend. As the experiment began, a multicolored light passed. Gone Wrong's daughter, the work she was so proud of, opened her eyes. She looked just like Gone Shu. However, her power far exceeded Gone Shu's. Jinger, you're finally awake. At this moment, Gone Jing wasn't as obedient. She could now see into people's hearts, and Gone Wrong's inner thoughts were plainly visible to her. To the Gone Wrong in front of her, she directly extended her hand. A powerful and invisible force locked onto Gone Wrong's neck. Jinger, I'm your mother. Without any hesitation, Gone Jing directly broke Gone Wrong's neck. Shui Ying's knife appeared in front of the woman. The look on her face was quite strained. Gone Jing said very flatly, You can't kill me. I'm a perfect life form. As long as I don't want to die, I can't die. She simply flung her hand, and Shuang was directly sent flying and was seriously injured. Chapter 81, Then You've Got It All Wrong. A few days after calm was restored to Donghua City, the culprit, Gone Wrong, was killed. She left behind a letter of repentance and admitted to the illegal things she had done in her life. Gone Wrong's suicide note caused a furor, but Su Tian didn't believe that Gone Wrong would do that. Although the matter was resolved, Su Tian always had an uneasy feeling. Su Tian shook his head. Wasn't it good to live a peaceful everyday life like this? Su Tian, just an ordinary high school student. When Tang Chi-Chi heard this news, her entire body froze violently. She looked at the person in front of her, very surprised. She asked, Are you telling the truth? It seems like it. Tang Chi-Chi smiled faintly. It seems like that was all an act. At this moment, her heart buried Dai Qian. If it wasn't for his performance, she wouldn't have been fooled. Another day would be Tang Quan's birthday, which was also Elder Tang's 60th birthday. The corners of her mouth smiled slightly. Tang Yu received a call from her own grandfather. She instinctively chose to refuse to take her boyfriend to see his grandfather. Tang Quan thought that this granddaughter was angry. After all, he hadn't given her old man the heir position. What? Jade, is this being upset that I gave the position to Kiki's dad? Tang Yu hurriedly said no. Although Tang Yu had a slight dissatisfaction inside, she didn't dare to show it. After all, his parents were both working under the old man. Pissing him off wouldn't do their little family any favors. She could only agree. It was just whether Su Tian would agree. She was despondent inside. Donghua University. When Su Tian was ready to leave the classroom after class, a voice called out to him. Su Tian turned around to see that it was actually Tang Yu. He was surprised by her appearance. Ever since the last time things ended, the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. What kind of situation was this now? Su Tian looked towards Tang Yu. You're looking for me for something. Tang Yu nodded slightly. The students in the economics class, they all knew that Su Tian and Tang Yu knew each other, but how the relationship between the two looked like had always been gossipy rumors. Su Tian was Tang Yu's spare tire mostly, but today's scene, how to look at it did not see how this Su Tian was the spare tire. Did you hear that? Just now Tang Yu shouted at Su Tian's sweet voice. I heard it. I thought he was a tire. I didn't think this kid was just a unlucky guy. That's not true. This kid graduated out. Now he has a job. Su Tian and Tang Yu came to a relatively empty place. Tang de Qianjin, what is it that you're looking for me for? Tang Yu squirmed and said, can you be my boyfriend again? It's a fake boyfriend. Tang Yu, what is this? Still asking me to be. You wouldn't have met any new male classmates until now? System, Su Tian, how good are you? Who do you know from the female students in your class? Su Tian, don't seem to know any of them. At this moment, Tang Yu bit her lip and blankly glanced at Su Tian. If you hadn't acted so pompous that day, would there have been such a thing? Aha, that's also his own pot. Get over it, it's none of my business. Su Tian turned around and was about to leave. Tang Yu pulled Su Tian back. Please, help me. Tang Yu had probably never been this humble in her life. Su Tian looked at her big, watery eyes. He then spoke. This cost is going to be higher. With that, Tang Yu gave Su Tian money. However, this scene was watched by students who liked to gossip. The matter of Tang Yu giving Su Tian money to support him was making a lot of noise. The fake boyfriend hadn't even gone and become one. He had become a soft food man himself. Su Tian almost didn't choke to death when he heard Gu Chen's voice. At night, Su Tian walked on the road. He didn't know that a sign had been put up behind him. No passing. Immediately afterward, 4 figures blocked Su Tian's path. Li Yu, Mei Fian, Xia Feixia, and Yi Feng. Su Tian looked surprised at their appearance. Is there a new mission? Xia Feixia smiled faintly. There is no mission for the 7th Bureau, but there is a mission to repair the soft-boiled man. Su Tian looked around, no one was around. Suddenly Su Tian realized that it was not good. Wasn't this talking about him? Earth cone technique, wood entanglement technique, water dragon technique, tyrannical flame art. Su Tian quickly dodged. That attack did not stop. That, I can explain. The 4 of them didn't listen, and then they directly took up 4 positions, quite capable of running. I'll see how long you can run. Ladies, it's a misunderstanding. However, they didn't listen at all. They only had one thing on their minds right now, and that was to viciously clean up Su Tian. Su Tian was really unlucky, because he couldn't expose his other open skills. Su Tian could only remain passive and defensive. Xia Feixia was surprised. They hadn't harmed Su Tian even after so long. Just as they were about to use their formation, Tang Yu hurriedly stepped out and blocked Su Tian's face. Tang Yu did the explaining, and only then did Xia Feixia and the girls realize what was going on. Su Tian, I was offended more just now, but you knocked Tang Yu for so much money. It's nothing to have your back repaired. Xia Feixia, where was this an apology? It was clearly saying that he deserved it. Su Tian did not bother with them. He headed to the dormitory. The next day, the item Su Tian had asked for was received. A ginseng, wild 100-year-old ginseng. The key to this ginseng was 200 years old. 2 whole 100 years old. There were very few 200-year-old wild ginseng in this world. This kind of thing could not be sold for a price on the market. Su Tian was quite satisfied with this gift that Elisana had brought. Elisana, this is your reward. The money in the card is at your disposal, my little mister. Su is really generous. Elisana directly hugged him and then kissed his forehead. Although Su Tian knew that this was Elisana's way of saying hello, in the eyes of the rest of his classmates, where was this a greeting? Finished. More gossip for himself next. Outside the gates of Donghua University, a limited edition car appears. Car-loving teenagers crowded around in front of the school's gates, each showing their love. There were also curious girls amongst them. Just at this time Su Tian walked down, because Su Tian's usual dress was very ordinary, but now a little bit of it wasn't ordinary anymore. The hairstyle and clothes, Su Tian was picking the ones that matched him well. At this time, Su Tian was very handsome. Some girls recognized Su Tian, but they couldn't believe that this was Su Tian. Am I dreaming? It doesn't seem like it. When has Su Tian from our class ever been so handsome? What's with this guy? While they were talking, Su Tian walked over to Tang Yu. Let's go. Tang Yu nodded slightly. It was really a bit late now. If she was late, that Tang Chichi should have something to say again. Tang Yu then followed Su Tian to the car. However, Tang Yu was asked to sit in the back. Tang Yu didn't understand, and with Su Tian handing her an outfit, She froze. Are you disliking my dress? Then you're mistaken. This is another set of this suit customized uniform. I'll change, but you can't turn around and look at me. Su Tian, I'm not interested in you. Tang Yu. Chapter 82. A little dried carrot is just a little dried carrot. Elder Tang's birthday banquet was a big deal. The entire Tang family grand villa was also decorated in a rather festive manner. Luxury cars from all walks of life should be overwhelmed. The elites from all walks of life were even more numerous. The influence of the Tang family in Donghua City was truly extraordinary. Tang Chichi looked at Dai Qian beside her and said, Brother Dai, I've figured out Su Tian's identity. He's just an ordinary high school student, and his adoptive father is famous for being an international doctor. He's not a big shot at all. Dai Qian realized that he had been tricked last time. He was the heir to the Dai family. After losing face like this, he would definitely try to get it back. On the road, Su Tian's little brother, Li Dao, brought his brothers to support him. A limousine escorted by 8 cars. At a glance, they were all uncomplicated existences. Such a big row. Su Tian learned it all from those novels. Don't say it's pretty cool. Who is that? It's so big. As those cars stopped, a man walked out. It was Li Dao. Li Knife, Donghua City's new man of the hour. Master Knife. Tang Chichi's father hurried forward to greet him. After all, he had to give some face to someone of this status. After all, there were unseemly things that might still need to be done by them. Li Dagger looked at the man showing his goodwill irritated. Have you not seen my big brother? Li Dao's big brother? That must be an extraordinary person. But when the car door opened, Su Tian appeared with Tang Yu. The two were dressed in a way that attracted many people. Tang Chichi's father was surprised. Wasn't this his great niece Tang Yu? Wasn't the one next to her a softy guy? What was this situation? Li Dao was respectful in front of him. Tang Chichi and Dai Qian were dumbfounded. What is this situation? Her intelligence had gone wrong again. Just at this time several big bosses walked up to Su Tian to greet him. They were all old codgers in the entertainment industry. However, they didn't dare to lose their temper in front of Su Tian. Mr. Su, really didn't expect that kind of fate. Su Tian also responded politely. Those rich wives began to take the initiative to greet Tang Yu's parents. Tang Yu's parents were flattered, because these people were the ones that how many people wanted to get to know. Tang Yu's mother received an invitation from the circle of noble wives who had once withdrawn. Tang Yu's father was curious. The one beside my daughter is Tang Ling. You guy, you're really getting a good deal. You know the other party's identity and want us to say it. Although Tang Ling was Tang Yu's father, but for his own daughter to have a boyfriend, or his own brother Tang Tong to tell him, he was not aware of it at all. The man looked at Tang Ling and said, your family is really powerful. The young Mr. Su of the Nova realm can become your son-in-law. The people around him knew that Su Tian's was very polite. They didn't know and didn't dare to bring barbs. Although Su Tian didn't have a company under his name, there were quite a few enterprises with large and small investments, and Su Tian was the major shareholder. More critical is the Book Inc., the bullish king of this novel world. Just a pen name of Su Tian. Tang Yu through the mouth of others. This no Su Tian's not simple. Not only did the high school student take the robotics competition championship, but he had written several novels that had entered the ranks of global sales. What surprised her even more was the fact that people entered Huacheng and were recruited directly by breaking the rules. Tang Yu walked to Su Tian's ear and whispered, how many things are you hiding? Not much either. You've got face now. Tang Yu didn't even know whether he should laugh or not right now. This time Tang Ling walked towards Su Tian. Tang Yu gave Su Tian a wink. Su Tian hurriedly greeted him. Tang Ling looked at the Su Tian in front of him. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. My daughter is counting on you. Tang Ling didn't know what to say at this point and directly popped out these words. Su Tian looked at Tang Ling in front of him and said with a smile, Uncle, you are indeed as you will said. Very elegant. Tang Ling's wife also came over to greet him. Tang Yu thought that Su Tian wouldn't be able to speak, because Su Tian could choke to death with that mouth. But looking at Su Tian baring his mouth, he coaxed his parents into a happy state. She was rather speechless, waiting for her parents to leave to entertain others. Tang Yu gave Su Tian a blank look. So you do speak human language? You're saying this as if what I used to say wasn't anything human. Was that human language you used to speak? It could choke a person to death. Su Tian looked over at Tang Yu and wrapped an arm around her waist. If you're talking nonsense, I'll give you a little lesson. You. Su Tian noticed the vibrating knife and fork next to him. Tang Yu. MS. Tang, do you really want to be ruthless? It's not good to do it here anymore. Loosen your claws. Su Tian let go of her. Just at this time Tang Chichi walked over. Cousin, you're here. Just now I was busy greeting guests instead of Grandpa. That's why I'm late. See you. She then looked towards Su Tian. Brother-in-law won't blame me. Right. How could he? Brother-in-law, what kind of gift did you prepare for my grandfather? You said how stingy Dai Qian was. Preparing a golden pig.
Su Tian looked in Dai Qian's direction. That was called being petty. That was really a big golden pig. It was the size of an adult pig. 4 big men lifted it. It didn't even look like an ordinary weight. Su Tian took a look with his perspective eyes and realized what was going on. Inside is iron. Outside is gold. Why is this so screwed up? That's because to face so big a golden pig, who's seen not happy. At this time, the small golden pig that Tang Yu was going to send was extraordinarily light. She did not know what to do. Su Tian grabbed her hand and looked at Tang Chichi in front of her with a faint smile. I didn't prepare much of a gift either. Just a small dried radish. And your cousin even said I was stingy. Immediately afterward the crowd's eyes were drawn. What is that? It's just ginseng. You idiot. That's 200 years of wild ginseng. Wild ginseng. Not too expensive on the market. But most of the wild ginsengs had long since disappeared with people's overpicking. The longest of those ginsengs were only 100 years old. But the 200-year-old ginseng was truly dazzling. Although the label on it was tested and labeled by the ginseng agency. But Dai Qian didn't believe it. He laughed coldly. I've seen the longest time is 100 years of ginseng. 200 years of ginseng, what a joke. Will not be fake it. Now those appraisal organizations are no bottom line. Spend some money to get it done. It was obvious that Dai Qian was very unhappy about having his style taken away. Su Tian walked over. Young Dai, is this questioning me for getting a fake ginseng to fool people? That's right. Su Tian looked towards ginseng expert Fu Qingtian. Elder Fu, someone is questioning the authenticity of this ginseng, so you help identify it. Fu Qingtian looked at Su Tian and said, Mr. Su, it's not right to appraise it here. This 200 years old ginseng cannot be real. Although this is made realistically, the possibility of it being fake is high. Elder Fu, you help with the appraisal. Losing face is my business. The teenager in front of him made a death wish, so he would appraise just appraise. Chapter 83, sorry guys, the main character always debuts late. Fu Qingtian studied the old man's ginseng for a while. It's not 200 years old. The corners of Dai Qian's mouth rose. Su Tian was finished. Face is going to fall all over the place. How happy Dai Qian had to be at this moment. However, the face slapping was quick. This is 230 years of true ginseng. Dai Qian's face was embarrassed. He had wanted to prove that it was fake, but who would have thought that it was real? Su Tian looked at Dai Qian. I'm done appraising mine. Do you want to appraise yours for a moment, young Master Dai? Dai Qian's face was extraordinarily embarrassed. The inside of his golden pig was iron. Sweat beaded down his forehead. If he lost face here today, not to mention that his grandfather wouldn't be able to spare him, even his father wouldn't be able to spare him. Just at this time Tang Quan appeared. That Mr. Su, give me Tang a face. Let's forget about this matter. How about it? The person in front of him was, after all, the old lifer. Su Tian couldn't let him down no matter how he looked. Su Tian nodded. The birthday banquet then proceeded normally. It was only after a very late night that the birthday banquet ended. Su Tian took Tang Yu and left to return to the school. The two walked out of the car and Tang Yu looked at Su Tian and bent down to thank him. Tang Yu then directly kissed Su Tian's cheek. Thanks. Su Tian looked at Tang Yu who quickly fled. He did not react. Right at this moment, Su Tian sensed a cold wind. Immediately afterward, a woman's figure appeared in front of him. Gonshu? A black lightning bolt directly sent Su Tian flying. This guy wasn't. The corner of the woman's mouth rose slightly as she looked towards Su Tian. A kick followed. Su Tian immediately turned on his system and fended off the opponent's attack. Who are you? Gon Jing. That memory you seem to have forgotten. Su Tian was confused. That memory? What was that about the system? The system did not respond. Gon Jing looked at Su Tian. Next I'll eliminate the last superpower organization. Don't you get in the way. Why are you doing this? Immediately after that, Gon Jing took out a black sphere. The thing flew inside Su Tian's body. Su Tian felt like his head was about to split open. The beginning of creation. 3 rays of light appeared. The god of creation, the god of life, and the god of the end. The 3 gods created a whole new world. The god of creation created the universe. The god of life spread the seeds of life. The ultimate god was responsible for maintaining the normal order of the universe. The age of the 3 gods initially allowed the universe to develop normally. But then there were wars. The order of the universe was broken. The god of creation disagreed with the god of life and the god of the end. The final god was the youngest because the god of creation and the god of life were the only family he had. The final god fought the god of creation. Because of his mercy, he was pierced through his body. The entire body dissipated. Seeing his youngest brother die, the god of life directly challenged towards his eldest sister. In the end, the god of creation was victorious. The god of life was broken up and scattered throughout the universe. With the demise of the 2 gods, the god of creation became the sole master of the universe. But because there was no god of life or god of the end, the universe became out of control. Because of the war,
a large number of lives ended up perishing. Many civilizations also disappeared. In the end, there was only one planet left. The god of creation created many beings to continue the life of this planet. So there were mythological creatures, superpowers and so on. After 10,000 years, a light appeared on a blue planet. A light coalesced on a blue planet. Su Tian saw that the light resembled the light of the god of the end. Su Tian suddenly realized, that child should be the god of the end. When Su Tian saw it, he was directly stunned. That baby was actually himself. Because he did not belong to that universe, he had been ostracized since he was a child. Even his own biological parents did not treat him well. All the way to his death, he was all alone. It wasn't a coincidence that he came to this universe. It was at this time that Su Tian met God, the god who had killed him and summoned him to this world. As the memories of what had happened flooded in, Su Tian was surprisingly a little scared when he looked at her. Even if she removed her disguise and changed back to her original appearance. Terminus, long time no see. Su Tian stepped back. You're still the same old selfishness, making a mess of things yourself and remembering us. What kind of big sister are you? Ultimate. I just don't want the world we worked so hard to create to be lost like that. Su Tian sneered. You just don't want your world to be gone. You gave me a gift pack of 100 true fate girls in order to protect them. Ultimate. It was my fault for what happened in the past. A large number of memory fragments appeared immediately afterward. Su Tian then saw Lin Ruoshi and the girl sticking to the 7 innings. Lin Ruoshi, why was she there? Immediately after that, Su Tian saw the conversation where Lei Sang invited Lin Ruoshi to join the 7 bureaus. Su Tian then realized that Lin Ruoshi joined the 7 bureaus because of him. Ultimate, help your sister. You're so strong, why can't you go by yourself? The god of creation played out the projection of her battle with the god of life back then. Su Tian then realized that back then, their great battle had destroyed the universe. The god of creation used most of her power to repair the universe. After summoning Su Tian to this planet later, her power dried up. This resulted in Su Tian not being sent to the home of the humans on Earth. Instead, he stayed in the universe. The reason why Su Tian was given the strange system and those skills, the purpose was to make him quickly become the end. Su Tian understood her. Su Tian walked up and simply did the hug. Because time waited for no one, Su Tian opened all of his skills. System, what are our chances of winning now? System, 40%. Why is it so low? System, the current Ganjing is a perfect life form. Is there any other way? You and I completely merge and turn into a true endbringer. Su Tian realized something. You guys will run out. I was originally created to help you become a Final Fantasy. Now we don't have much time. Su Tian agreed. Su Tian's ears heard the system's voice. Endgame activation rate 1%. Endgame activation rate 2%. Ultimate activation rate 100%. Su Tian's entire body then changed shape, and his body was covered in black armor. Immediately after that, a large amount of memories flooded in. At the moment, Su Tian didn't even know who he really was. System, cheer up. Su Tian. Immediately afterward, the system panels around Su Tian began to crumble one by one. Su Tian knew that the system guy was gone. Although he didn't like this guy much on weekdays, now that this guy was gone, Su Tian felt bad inside. Now was not the time for him to feel bad. He had to rush to the 7th bureau as soon as possible. Ganjing looked at the people who had fallen to the ground. Goodbye. Ganjing was about to lay her hands on the killers. Suddenly a black light came towards her. It was fast. So fast that Ganjing was a bit unable to react. The opponent just sent her flying tens of meters away with a single punch. Su Tian. Sorry, everyone. The protagonist always makes a late entrance. Chapter 84 Grand Finale. Su Tian. Lin Ruoshi and the girls were shocked. Su Tian. Hiding so deeply. At this moment, the aura on Su Tian's body was stronger than ever. Just at this time several white rays of light came towards Su Tian and were directly blocked by him. Ganjing had changed her appearance at this time. That appearance was like a heavenly god. White ribbons floated all around. There was a huge energy fluctuation. It made Su Tian realize that the Ganjing in front of him had not only killed those superpowers, but had also stripped them of their superpowers. Ganjing looked at Su Tian in front of him. Endgame, are you going to stop me as well? Yes. I'm not doing it for the god of creation. I'm doing it for them. Ganjing looked at Su Tian, revealing killing intent. Originally, I was thinking that I would just seize their superpowers, and then after that, I would seize the lives of this world and finally destroy the god of creation. But now my plans have changed. Endgame, since you want to stop me, you should have thought of the price. As a light appeared, Ganjing forcefully plundered all the life on this planet. Lin Ruoshi and the girls fell one by one. The birds in the sky, the trees on the ground, and the fish in the water were all inevitable. As the entire planet became lifeless, she directly reached her peak state. Because it was taken by force, Her power could only last for 10 minutes.
But for 10 minutes she was enough to solve this trouble of his.
As a final god, Su Tian had been suppressing his power. Looking at his sister in front of him, he had never wanted to move for real, but now he had to move for real, because he knew that if he didn't move a little bit now, his sister would still be stubborn. Gan Jing came towards Su Tian. Su Tian and his entangled. The two of them fought with great difficulty. Su Tian was unlocking his seal, but that would take time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 9 minutes. Su Tian touched his chest. Gan Jing took a step towards Su Tian. The end. It's over. Second sister, do you know why I'm called the end?
At this very instant,
a powerful black light spread towards the universe with Su Tian as the point. Gan Jing understood.
So this is your true strength.
As the entire universe dissipated, Gan Jing and also the god of creation disappeared. Previously, Su Tian was curious about what the end of the universe was. Now he understood. It was tranquility.
The memories of the past flooded into Su Tian's mind. Su Tian revived the god of life and the god of creation. They opened their eyes and Su Tian looked at each other.
They then created a whole new universe. The sky brightened slightly. Su Tian opened his eyes, moving his muscles for a while, then organized his clothes to go to school. On the way suddenly a young girl fell from a tree. Su Tian quickly ran up,
then directly caught the young girl and put her down.
Thank you. You're welcome.
The young girl looked at Su Tian's badge in surprise.
You're also in the senior class.
I'm the new transfer student.
Su Tian. Lin Ruoshi looked at Su Tian with familiarity, always feeling like she had seen him somewhere.
She fumed for a long time before reacting.
My name is Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi from the senior class. Let's go together. Just in time for me to tell you about Kirin High School. Sure, the summer wind blew on them. Extraordinarily cool. Just at this time another voice rang out. Get out of the way. I can't brake the car. Su Tian turned around and once again easily stopped it.
The woman touched her chest and gasped.
I thought I was going to crash again today. Xia Yuexin, why are you still so fussy? Xia Yuexin looked confused. How do you know my name? Su Tian balked. Oops. Su Tian saw the badge and explained. Isn't that written there? Xia Yuexin thought about it.
The three of them then headed to the school together.
What once was once became history, and a new youth began to be written.